Chapter 1. The 18-Winged Angel Wuhuan. Greetings. I am known as GNI Taimei. Apologies, I meant to say I am Fang Yu, with you representing the universe. At Nodding Academy, within the 7th dormitory. Dressed in blue, Fang Yu pushed open the door to the work-study students' dormitory, cheerfully greeting his roommates. Inwardly, he mused, Tang San, prepare yourself for a beating. Fang Yu is a transmigrator who, at the unholy hour of 2 in the morning, casually remarked to a friend, Old M.O., I feel like having some fish. Suddenly, he inexplicably fell into a coma, only to awaken in the world of Douluo V. Having frequently indulged in anime and novels, he was quite familiar with Douluo V. Fang Yu harbored a deep disdain for the selfish and treacherous Tang San, who had pilfered sect's secrets and poisoned the sect's elders. Now that he had the fortune to traverse into this world, he was determined to teach Tang San a profound lesson. Shortly after his arrival, Fang Yu activated the Universal Invincible Hacking Detection System. As long as he met the criteria set by the system, rewards would be bestowed upon him. The detection criteria included, but were not limited to, detecting when the host encounters danger or when someone develops a fondness for the host, and so forth. Alternatively, should the host attain a certain status, rewards would also follow. The system's reward pool was incredibly generous, including powerful wuhuan, soul skills, soul rings, and much more. Once the system's detection criteria were met, one could even potentially acquire 10 formidable wuhuan and million-year soul rings. Initially, Fang Yu thought the Universal Invincible Hacking Detection System was merely a grand illusion. However, after receiving the reward from the system's beginner gift pack, he was utterly convinced of its authenticity. This truly was a system that allowed one to cheat. Name: Fang Yu. Level: 30. Wuhuan 1. Food type potato. First soul ring. 50,000-year black soul ring. Ancient bean spirit. Soul skill: annihilation bean power. Wuhuan 2. 18-winged angel wuhuan. Second soul ring. None yet. Both the wuhuan, soul rings, and soul skills were gifts from the system's beginner pack. Such a generous system promised abundant rewards in the future. Who knows, it might even grant him some unparalleled soul skills. When Fang Yu first acquired the 18-winged wuhuan, he was astonished. Wasn't the norm in Douluo a mere 6-winged angel wuhuan? Why had he been bestowed with an 18-winged angel wuhuan? The system responded, Esteemed host, the hacking system is designed primarily to ensure your enjoyment and invincibility. There are no convoluted logics here. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu couldn't help but grin widely. System, you're quite amiable. With the hacking system at his disposal, no matter what treacherous and malevolent tricks Tang San had up his sleeve, or the immense soul power of his father lurking behind him, he would unleash a thorough beating. Fearlessly, as Fang Yu stepped into the work-study students' dormitory, a rather repulsive-looking boy approached him. Tang San truly is an eyesore. Fang Yu's gaze fell upon Tang San's unsightly face, and he inwardly scorned. In contrast, Fang Yu was exceptionally handsome. With sword-like brows, starry eyes, and fair skin, he exuded an extraordinary aura. Just how handsome was Fang Yu? The esteemed readers need only glance in a mirror to find out. You are Fang Yu, correct? My wuhuan is blue silvergrass. What about yours? Tang San spoke with an air of arrogance, lifting his chin in a most infuriating manner. Potato. Fang Yu replied nonchalantly. At this, Tang San scoffed derisively. Food type wuhuan potato? I can't believe such a pathetic wuhuan actually exists. You can either acknowledge me as your leader directly, or I can give you a thorough beating first before you do. Choose one. To Tang San, food type wuhuan were inherently weak in combat, and he was certain he could easily overpower Fang Yu. Yes, let's have you fight our leader. Whoever wins becomes the new leader of the 7th dormitory. That is the rule of the 7th dormitory. A boy with a side-swept fringe stepped beside Tang San, offering him a sycophantic grin. Although our leader's wuhuan is the useless blue silvergrass, he possesses innate full soul power, so you definitely cannot defeat him. I suggest you acknowledge Sangu as your leader to avoid suffering. Fang Yu paid no heed to the sycophantic Wang Sheng, casting Tang San a cold smile. Tang San, stop spouting nonsense. Let's get this over with. Tang San's expression darkened, his eyes turning vicious. You're asking for it. Before his words had fully escaped, he lunged forward, fist raised to strike Fang Yu's face. Since you dare to be more handsome than me, I shall ruin your visage. No one in this dormitory can outshine me. As Tang San's fist launched towards Fang Yu, a wicked grin crept upon his lips. In his 2 lifetimes, he had mastered numerous Tang sect secrets and boasted innate, full soul power. Surely, defeating an inexperienced brat would be a walk in the park. Fang Yu, witnessing Tang San's overconfident punch, remained unfazed. In fact, a faint smile graced his lips. It was time for this cunning little man, Tang San, to witness the power of someone with a hacking system. In the face of overwhelming strength, your Tang sect secrets are utterly inconsequential. Slap! Before Tang San could even draw near, he was sent flying by a swift slap. The strike was as quick as lightning. Tang San had no time to react. Bang! Tang San was propelled 5 to 6 meters back, crashing against the wall, his face swelling from the impact. Furrowing his brow, he looked at Fang Yu, astonishment flashing in his eyes. How could this kid possess such strength? Beside him, Wang Sheng gaped in shock. One slap sent the innate, full soul power Tang San flying. Incredible. Fang Yu was likely to become the new leader of the 7th dormitory. Grimacing through the pain, Tang San rose to his feet, his expression dark as he glared at Fang Yu. Don't get cocky. I was merely careless and did not dodge. You want land another hit on me. With that, Tang San suddenly clenched his fists and charged at Fang Yu. His speed was significantly faster than before. Slap! Fang Yu delivered another resounding slap, sending Tang San flying once more. He sneered, "Ant try to shake a tree, utterly unaware of your own limitations." Bruised and battered, Tang San remained defiant, attacking Fang Yu again. Bang! 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 Tang San was utterly powerless, repeatedly sent sprawling by Fang Yu's strikes. With 30 levels of soul power, defeating a mere level 10 weakling was as easy as sipping water. After a while, Fang Yu grew tired of this futile exchange and unleashed his own soul power. Boom! A surge of terrifying soul power erupted from Fang Yu, sending the dormitory's furniture flying. By the heavens, why is your soul power so formidable? Tang San, taken aback, was caught off guard, instantly blasted several meters away. Ultimately, with a resounding bang, he smashed into the wall, leaving a human-shaped outline in the white plaster. The force of that blow was immense, causing Tang San to howl in pain, unable to rise for a considerable time. Stop! Please stop! I concede. With a swollen face, Tang San knelt before Fang Yu, begging for mercy. No longer was there a trace of his previous arrogance. Yet within, Tang San seethed with resentment toward Fang Yu. Fang Yu, there will come a day when I will bring you to your knees. Witnessing Tang San's defeat, Wang Sheng looked at Fang Yu with admiration. Leader Fang is truly formidable. Your soul power likely surpasses that of a certain teacher whose wuhuan is a bloated pig. The other roommates echoed in astonishment. Our leader is incredible. Chapter 2, Xiao Wu. At last, I have found the work-study students' 7th dormitory. Greetings. I am Xiao Wu, with Wu meaning dance. A sweet and endearing voice resonated from the doorway. Fang Yu turned to look. There stood a girl clad in a pink dress, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she surveyed the dormitory. Her charmingly cute face was flushed with a delicate pink, adorned with a pair of pink rabbit ears. Long braided pigtails cascaded down to her calves. With a tall figure, a waist as slender as a willow, and bright, captivating eyes, she radiated youthful vitality. Dressed in pink from head to toe, she exuded an aura brimming with energy and exuberance. Fang Yu gazed at the girl, a slight smile gracing his lips. Hello, Xiao Wu, I am Fang Yu. Hello. Xiao Wu responded with a bright smile. Wang Sheng, the boy with the sideswept fringe, approached and said, We have a rule in the 7th dormitory. For newcomers, each must spar with the current leader. If you win, you become the new leader. If you lose, you must obey the leader from then on. This individual before you is our current leader. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, "Great! Xiao Wu loves a good fight." Despite her adorable and delicate appearance, she was, in fact, a girl with a penchant for violence. When it came to fighting, she never held back. Fang Yu regarded Xiao Wu with a gentle smile. "Let us commence, ladies, first." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu immediately bristled. Furrowing her brows, she clenched her delicate pink fists, her tone fierce as she declared, "Are you underestimating girls? You'll soon learn that your Xiao Wu Jia is no pushover. Prepare yourself." With a burst of energy, Xiao Wu leaped, executing a swift flying kick aimed at Fang Yu. Fang Yu remained calm and collected, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. To the onlookers, Xiao Wu's speed appeared remarkable. Yet to Fang Yu, her speed was akin to that of a sluggish snail. After all, he possessed the 18-winged angel Wuhuan and was a 30-level soul master. Even without the use of a martial spirit, one could easily overpower a level 10 Xiao Wu. As Xiao Wu's foot missed its target, she promptly raised her other leg to strike Fang Yu. This time, her speed surpassed that of the last attempt, and a faint sound of air being sliced echoed in the air. Yet, Fang Yu effortlessly evaded her attack. Xiao Wu's temper flared instantly, her face flushed with indignation, fists clenched in frustration. "Fang Yu, if you possess any skill, stop dodging and face me head-on." "Very well, but do take care," Fang Yu replied, a faint smirk gracing his lips. "This time you must not evade." With a powerful push from her foot, Xiao Wu lunged towards Fang Yu. Just as she was about to close the distance, he slowly raised his right arm. Snap! Fang Yu snapped his fingers. An overwhelming surge of soul power emanated from him, filling the air. Xiao Wu, charging at Fang Yu, was taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically as she was forced to retreat. She found herself utterly powerless against this formidable soul energy. Xiao Wu stared at Fang Yu, her eyes wide with astonishment. His soul power was astonishing. She realized she was no match for him. Fang Yu promptly retracted the minimal soul power he had released. The outcome was clear. There was no need to harm Xiao Wu. Nearby, Tang San observed this scene with icy eyes, seething with anger. Fang Yu was clearly showing favoritism. When it came to him, Fang Yu fought with utmost intensity. Yet, when facing Xiao Wu, he had clearly held back his soul power and withdrawn it just in time. What else could this be but blatant bias? Xiao Wu looked at Fang Yu, a radiant smile gracing her lips. "Fang Yu, you are indeed strong. You have won, and you remain the leader of the 7th dorm." Though she had lost to Fang Yu, she felt no anger. Rather, she held him in high regard. For Xiao Wu understood that this was a world where the strong reigned supreme and the weak were prey. Acknowledging another's superiority was not an act of shame. Upon witnessing Fang Yu's victory, Wang Sheng erupted in cheers. "Leader Fang is truly incredible. The little calf has soared to the heavens. I, Wang Sheng, am willing to serve as your loyal steed, ready to face any peril." The other dorm mates also gathered to praise Fang Yu, referring to him as their leader. Only Tang San stood alone in a corner, his gaze cold, remaining silent. "Xiao San, what are you still doing there? Come over and acknowledge Fang Yu as the leader." Xiao Wu glared at Tang San, her expression displeased. She had just heard Wang Sheng mention that the ugly fellow was named Tang San, who had mocked Fang Yu only to be defeated by him. Most girls possessed a strong character, and Xiao Wu was no exception. Moreover, Xiao Wu was a 10,000-year-old soul beast in human form. In her youth, she had faced life-and-death battles in the forest. She was well aware of the world's perils. From the moment Fang Yu had bested her, she felt a newfound respect for him. Naturally, she could not tolerate Tang San's disrespect towards Fang Yu. Tang San's brow furrowed as he prepared to retort, but hesitated. He could not act impulsively. The 30-second rule of the Tang sect dictated. Avoid provoking a strong opponent and endure silently. Small grievances can disrupt grand plans. With a darkened expression, Tang San suppressed his anger and approached Fang Yu. Reluctantly, he uttered, "Leader." Ding! Detection of host's status enhancement. Becoming the leader of the 7th dormitory at Nodding Academy reward. 20,000 gold soul coins. Fang Yu's lips curled upward as he mused. "I was just pondering how to manage without money after my arrival, and now you bestow gold soul coins upon me. Truly, it's as if a pillow is offered to me when I'm sleepy system. You are incredibly considerate. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment. Esteemed host, this is merely the duty of the humble system. It is a great honor to serve the distinguished host. Fang Yu shall be the leader of the seventh dorm, and I will be the second. Do any of you object? Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, scanning the faces of Wang Sheng and the others. Anyone who disagrees can step forward and challenge me. Wang Sheng and the others shook their heads vigorously. No objections. From the earlier bout between Xiao Wu and Fang Yu, they recognized her prowess and knew they were no match for her. At that moment, Tang San stepped forward, his demeanor arrogant as he declared, I have an objection. How can a girl become the second of the seventh dorm? Having witnessed Xiao Wu's defeat at Fang Ye's hands, Tang San assumed she was weak and not a worthy opponent. Moreover, he had already conceded the leader's position. He would not allow anyone else to take the second place. What qualifications did a little girl have to claim the title of second in the seventh dorm? Tang San steadfastly adhered to the notion of male superiority over females. He had never accepted the concept of gender equality. How can a girl not be the second of the seventh dorm? You look down on females, don't you? Fine, since you have an objection, let's fight. Xiao Wu was incensed, her disdain for the ugly Tang San growing. What era is this, where one still clings to the notion of male superiority? Strength should determine everything. Taking advantage of Xiao Wu's momentary lapse in focus, Tang San squinted his eyes and launched a sneak attack. Standing nearby, Fang Yu frowned, unable to suppress his exclamation. Tang San, that scoundrel, truly lacks martial ethics. At the moment Tang San made his move, a self-assured smile spread across his face. If he could not defeat Fang Yu, surely he could handle a little girl? Though he had not yet mastered the secret techniques of the Tang sect, dealing with a mere child was more than sufficient. Chapter 3. Little dog, are you up to the challenge? Upon witnessing Tang San's underhanded tactics, a hint of disgust flickered in Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes. Tang San, the grotesque figure, truly evokes a sense of revulsion. In contrast, Fang Yu embodies the essence of a gentleman, displaying remarkable politeness. Not only did he refrain from causing her any harm, but he also judiciously retracted his formidable spirit power. Just as Tang San was on the verge of launching a surprise attack, Xiao Wu suddenly unleashed her most powerful kick. Bang! Tang San was propelled 7 meters away. Crashing heavily against the wall, blood streaming from his nose and the corner of his mouth, with several teeth shattered. This vividly illustrates the immense power behind Xiao Wu's strike. At that moment, Tang San's head was buzzing, utterly bewildered. How could Xiao Wu possess such strength? Just moments ago, during her bout with Fang Yu, she couldn't even graze him. This was entirely different from what Tang San had envisioned. Xiao San, do you still wish to fight me? Xiao Wu approached Tang San, towering over him with an icy gaze. Lying on the ground, gravely injured, Tang San shook his head repeatedly. No more fighting, I've lost. Observing Tang San's defeat, Fang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, a sense of satisfaction blooming within him. Tang San had it coming. After all, Xiao Wu was a transformed 10,000-year softbone rabbit. Her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Moreover, having recently bested Tang San, depleting his stamina to nearly nothing, how could he hope to contend with Xiao Wu? Wang Sheng, witnessing the resolution of the contest, chuckled. Xiao Wu is victorious. From this moment forth, she shall be our second in command. Everyone, hail the second. Wait. Xiao Wu interjected hastily. The title of second does not sound pleasant. You may call me Sister Xiao Wu instead. All right, Sister Xiao Wu. Wang Sheng brushed back his tousled bangs and turned to Fang Yu. Boss, shall we take a stroll outside to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings? Fang Yu hesitated for a moment before chuckling. Sure, there's nothing else to occupy us. Nevertheless, a sense of confusion lingered in his mind. This seemed amiss. According to the original narrative, I should be feeling hungry now, heading to the cafeteria to encounter Xiao Laoda. Yet, I find myself devoid of hunger, and Xiao Wu and the others appear similarly unfazed. Could it be that my transmigration has caused a shift in the plot? Indeed, the storyline has altered. It appears Xiao Wu did not express a desire to become the second in command in the original tale. Whatever the case may be, I possess an extraordinary system, rendering any changes inconsequential. After much contemplation, Fang Yu could only attribute the discrepancies to his transmigration. Wait for me. I shall join you. Xiao Wu quickened her pace to catch up with Fang Yu. Her long, scorpion braid swayed charmingly as she walked, exuding an endearing aura. After a brief hesitation, Tang San decided to follow Fang Yu and the others out of the academy. Anshin Street buzzed with life, thronged with a steady stream of pedestrians. Vibrant and bustling, numerous shops lined the roadside, each showcasing a variety of wares. A muscular man wielded a massive hammer, relentlessly striking a glowing red iron block. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike resonated loudly, sending sparks flying. "Excuse me, do you hire short-term workers here?" Tang San inquired as he stood beside the blacksmith shop. Once he earned some coin, he planned to bribe Wang Sheng and Xiao Wu, winning them over to his side, ultimately isolating Fang Yu. The world of martial arts is not solely about fighting. It also encompasses human relationships. Having lived 2 lives, Tang San's mind brimmed with cunning ideas. The blacksmith paused his work, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with a towel. Glancing at Tang San's diminutive stature, he chuckled, "Little pup, do you possess the capability? Whether I can or not, you'll know upon seeing." Tang San, aware that mere words held little weight, seized the blacksmith's hammer and lifted it high. "Wow, though young, you indeed have some strength," the blacksmith remarked with a smile at Tang San's obvious display. Just as Tang San was about to commence his forging, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Unable to best Fang Yu in combat, could he surpass him in blacksmithing? "Fang Yu, would you dare to challenge me in a forging contest? If you win, I shall reward you with 20 silver soul coins. If I win, you owe me 20 silver soul coins," Tang San declared with unwavering confidence. Even if Fang Yu's spirit power surpassed his own, he could not possibly rival his expertise in forging. Fang Yu cast a disdainful glance at Tang San, devoid of interest, while others remained oblivious to Tang San's hidden strengths. He was fully aware of them. Having practiced the art of blacksmithing alongside his father for nearly 7 or 8 years, Tang San possessed unparalleled skills in this domain, particularly with the formidable Haotian hammer as his martial spirit. Attempting to flaunt one's advantages? You shall find no opportunity for that. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Tang San squinted his eyes and scoffed. "You coward! How dare you speak to Fang Yu like that? Are you not aware that he is the leader of the 7th dormitory? If you continue to speak this way, Sister Xiao Wu will teach you a lesson." Xiao Wu shot a fierce glare at Tang San, growing increasingly exasperated with him. "Tang San, I've heard your father runs a blacksmith shop. Surely you have some experience in forging. Are you trying to show off at this opportunity? Since the leader has never forged himself, comparing yourself to him is simply an attempt to swindle his money." Wang Sheng raised his hand to touch his nose, appearing to defend Fang Yu. Ding! The system's melodious voice resonated in Fang Yu's mind, announcing, "Detection of Tang San's arrogance. Reward for the host. Max-level chaotic hammer technique." A torrent of immense memories and intangible power surged into him. In a mere moment, Fang Yu had mastered the art of blacksmithing to perfection. He turned to Tang San and smiled faintly. "Let us have a competition. However, should I emerge victorious, you will not only owe me 20 silver coins, but also must bark like a dog in the street." Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng looked at Fang Yu with concern and said, "Leader, Tang San's family runs a blacksmith shop. He possesses forging experience. How could you possibly compete with him?" Fang Yu patted Wang Sheng on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Trust me, my good brother. All right, even if you lose, you shall learn to bark like a dog in the streets." Tang San regarded Fang Yu with an expression of utter disdain. "In a contest of forging, you stand no chance against me." Although his chaotic cloak hammer technique had only reached a minor level of proficiency, there was no one among his peers who could rival him. "Let us each take a turn, and in the end, we shall see who forges the finest iron." Upon finishing his declaration, Tang San brandished a colossal hammer, equal in height to himself. Gritting his teeth, he swung with all his might towards the glowing red iron block. Bang! Sparks flew. Bang! As the first blow landed, another strike followed swiftly. Bang! 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 One strike after another, without a moment's pause. The blacksmith shop owner observed this with a slight nod, recognizing the lad's potential, albeit a bit overzealous. After delivering 10 consecutive strikes, Tang San finally ceased his efforts, utterly exhausted, panting heavily with his mouth agape, his clothes drenched in sweat. The iron block, once riddled with impurities, now bore fewer blemishes. Upon witnessing the results, Tang San confidently declared to Fang Yu, "You are destined to lose. Prepare to give me 20 silver coins for my lesson in canine vocalization." Chapter 4. Fang Yu's Hidden Depths. Fang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps not. He effortlessly lifted the colossal hammer, which seemed as light as a feather in his grasp. Fang Yu's wrist gently flicked. The colossal hammer flashed through the air like a bolt of lightning. Boom! Fiery golden-red sparks erupted in the sky, reminiscent of a magnificent firework display. The iron block, once riddled with black impurities, was now utterly pristine. It shone with a brilliant crimson hue. This was the apex of the chaotic hammer technique. Tang San, taken aback, stared in sheer disbelief. One strike to eliminate all impurities? How could this be possible? You have truly mastered the chaotic hammer technique to its utmost perfection. Tang San was astounded beyond measure. Were it not for the evidence before his eyes, he would never have believed that anyone could remove every impurity from iron with a single blow. Even his father, the drunken blacksmith, could not execute such a miraculous feat. One strike and it's done. The burly man from the blacksmith shop widened his eyes, his gaze towards Fang Yu filled with incredulity. After decades of forging, he had never witnessed anyone capable of perfecting a piece of iron with a single blow. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Wang Sheng stood in shock, his mouth forming an O shape. Surely, he could not be dreaming. Slapping himself, he felt the sharp sting on his cheek, a tangible reminder that this was no illusion. Once he regained his composure, Wang Sheng looked at Fang Yu with excitement, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Boss, you are truly a hidden gem. Incredible. If there were a second in blacksmithing, no one on the continent would dare claim the first." The other roommates from the 7th dormitory also beamed with praise for Fang Yu. "Boss, you are eternal. Truly, astonishing." The craft of blacksmithing was well known throughout the Douluo Continent. However, to achieve the removal of all iron impurities with a single strike was unprecedented. "Fang Yu, you are remarkable. Who would have thought that not only are you formidable in battle, but also exceptionally skilled in blacksmithing?" Even Xiao Wu, who had no understanding of the craft, could not help but commend Fang Yu. The disparity was glaringly apparent. The two pieces of iron laid side by side, akin to the difference between clouds and mud. Ding! The system detected that the host had profoundly astonished Tang San and rewarded the host with a mid-level storage bag, along with 180,000 gold soul coins. Ding! The system noted that Xiao Wu's favorability towards the host had increased and rewarded the host with a high-level soul guide device, a storage ring. The storage ring contained 100,086 cubic units of space. 1 equals 1 meter in height, width, and length. Good heavens! 180,000 gold soul coins? Adding to the previous 20,000 gold soul coins. I now possess a total of 200,000 gold soul coins. Fang Yu's heart swelled with joy upon discovering the storage ring within the system's spatial realm. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. 100,000 cubic units of space. Truly remarkable. If his memory served him correctly, a certain master's soul-guiding artifact. The 24 bridges on a moonlit night only possessed a mere dozen cubic units. The system indeed bestowed upon him splendid treasures. Fang Yu recalled that the last time the system had bestowed something remarkable was during a previous occasion. The burly blacksmith gazed at the youthful and accomplished Fang Yu, and a bold idea took root in his mind. Though you are young, you possess unparalleled blacksmithing skills that are unmatched in the world. I can offer you a monthly wage of 100 silver soul coins. Would you be willing to work as a blacksmith in my forge? The strong man, gripping his hammer, looked at Fang Yu with fervent eyes. If he could secure such a prodigious talent, he was certain to reap substantial rewards. The other blacksmiths nearby, overhearing this conversation, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 100 silver soul coins a month? That was an exorbitant sum. They earned merely 10 silver soul coins in a month. I'm afraid I am quite busy and do not have time to forge. Fang Yu declined without a moment's hesitation. Setting aside whether he had any spare time, the mere 100 silver soul coins failed to pique his interest. After all, he possessed a staggering 200,000 gold soul coins. 200 silver coins. No, 300, 500. Upon witnessing Fang Yu turning to leave, the burly man hastily raised his offer. Yet, Fang Yu remained steadfast in his refusal. This left the male assistants at the blacksmith's shop utterly envious. 500 silver soul coins a month. If only they could earn such an amount, they would surely be unable to sleep from sheer joy. Tang San, where are you off to? Do you lack even the courage to accept defeat? Fang Yu caught sight of Tang San, who was stealthily attempting to escape. Startled, Tang San trembled and turned around, revealing a look of profound grievance. Fang Yu, You should understand that I lost my mother at a young age and come from a humble background. Silence. Do not attempt to elicit my sympathy with such feigned sorrow. Fang Yu cast a cold gaze upon Tang San, the cunning trickster. All right, I shall comply. Tang San, realizing escape was futile, begrudgingly handed over 20 silver coins to Fang Yu. While 20 silver coins were a mere trifle for Fang Yu, they held significant importance for him, as they constituted his sustenance for this period. Hold on, you wish to depart before mastering the art of barking? Fang Yu realized that Tang San was truly not to be trusted. Fang Yu, I advise you not to push things too far. Tang San's expression darkened, his anger causing veins to bulge on his forehead. His left hand, concealed behind his back, tightly gripped several highly poisonous silver needles. Unable to bear it any longer, Xiao Wu furrowed her brows and, hands on her hips, sternly addressed Tang San. Xiao San, do you now find the wager too harsh? Have you forgotten how you mocked Fang Yu before? One must take responsibility for their words and actions. Now, bark like a dog. Otherwise, Sister Xiao Wu will beat you up. Do not forget that I am a tomboy with a propensity for violence. When it comes to a fight, I don't even blink. Anyone who dares to bully me or those I care about will surely receive a couple of punches from me. Sister Xiao Wu, please don't be so agitated. I was wrong. I was wrong. Upon seeing Xiao Wu's serious expression, Tang San immediately cowered. The memory of being beaten black and blue by Xiao Wu in the dormitory was still vivid in his mind. Under the watchful eyes of others, Tang San's face resembled a bitter melon, twisted in discomfort. Woof, woof, woof. He opened his mouth and barked a few times before turning and running off into the distance. Once far enough away, he glanced back, shooting a fierce glare at Fang Yu. In a voice only he could hear, he muttered, Fang Yu, you better not let me find a chance. Otherwise, you won't have a good outcome. After Fang Yu and Xiao Wu, along with their companions, departed from the blacksmith shop, they meandered through the streets for a while longer. Gurgle, gurgle. Wang Xing's stomach pleaded for assistance. Fang Yu felt a twinge of hunger and, accompanied by Xiao Wu and a few others, made his way to the cafeteria of the Nodding Academy. The cafeteria comprised 2 floors. The first floor was bustling with numerous young men and women queuing for their meals, creating a lively atmosphere. In contrast, the second floor was notably tranquil, with fewer patrons than half of those on the first floor. The meals on the first floor were generally quite affordable, catering primarily to work-study students and those from less affluent backgrounds. Meanwhile, the majority dining on the second floor were scions of wealthy families, possessing both affluence and influence. Chapter 5. To take you as my disciple? The first floor was too crowded. I shall lead you to the second floor for our meal. As Fang Yu and Xiao Wu ascended the stairs to the second floor, a brazen young man leaned over the railing, casting a disdainful gaze upon them. What status do you possess to even consider dining on the second floor? He mockingly queried. This arrogant boy was none other than Xiao Lada, the son of the Lord of Nodding City. He frequently exploited his father's influence to bully the work-study students of Nodding Academy. He is right. What qualifications do you impoverished wretches have to dine here? Are you even aware of the exorbitant prices of the meals on the second floor? A single meal here could sustain you for half a year in the cafeteria. His entourage of sycophants joined in, barking their agreement. Xiao Wu furrowed her brow, indignantly retorting. What of it if we are work-study students? We shall dine on the second floor. The cafeteria does not belong to you. Who are you to dictate our choices? Wang Sheng, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, raised a hand to touch his nose and remarked, Sister Xiao Wu, perhaps we should reconsider. The prices on the second floor are rather steep. Let us eat in the cafeteria instead. The others nodded in agreement, echoing, indeed, the second floor is a realm for the privileged. It is ill-suited for us work-study students. If we indulge in a meal there, we would inevitably be reduced to eating instant noodles with pickled vegetables for sustenance. The thought of dining in such an extravagant place was beyond their wildest dreams. Fang Yu cast a cheerful glance at Wang Sheng and the others, a bright smile illuminating his face. You need not worry about the expenses, he declared. I shall cover the cost of today's meal. Wang Sheng's eyes sparkled with delight, nearly moved to tears. Boss, you are too generous. Truly, you deserve the title of our esteemed leader. Fang Yu, your magnanimity knows no bounds. Next time, Sister Xiao Wu will treat you to carrots and greens. Xiao Wu beamed with joy. She had little money to her name, most of which was found during her journey to Nodding City. With Fang Yu graciously hosting the meal, the burden of financial concern was lifted. And how could she not feel elated? Fang Yu and Xiao Wu walked ahead, leading Wang Sheng and others towards the second floor. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Tang San noticed Fang Yu showing off in front of Xiao Wu and the others. igniting a fire of fury within him, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Damn Fang Yu. One day, I shall defeat you. Can you afford to treat them to a meal on the second floor? Tang San, having lost to Fang Yu in the iron forging contest, found himself without money for food and had no choice but to seek out Master Yu Xiaojing for a meal. Tang San, one must remain composed and not act on impulse. Anger will only cloud your reason. Master Yu Xiaojing, clad in a gray robe, consoled upon seeing Tang San's resentful expression. I understand, Master. I shall heed your teachings. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing Fang Yu and the others ascend to the second floor, Xiao Laoda's face broke into a scornful smile. Oh, you still wish to treat them to a meal? Do you have any idea how exorbitant the prices are on the second floor? You can't afford it. Best return immediately. Indeed. A group of lowly work-study students has no idea where they find the audacity to dine on the second floor. After Fang Yu and Xiao Wu, along with a few others, selected their preferred dishes, the cafeteria lady displayed a warm smile. That will be a total of 2 golden soul coins. Fang Yu readily agreed. And with a mere thought, a gentle white light emanated from the storage ring on his finger. Before him appeared a large burlap sack, ample enough to contain an entire Tang San without issue. Upon opening the sack, he was greeted by a dazzling array of golden soul coins, each radiating a soft golden glow. The eyes of the cafeteria lady widened in astonishment. This young man was indeed extraordinary, carrying a sack brimming with golden soul coins. Fang Yu withdrew 2 golden soul coins from a large burlap sack and handed them to the cafeteria lady. She was momentarily taken aback, but then reverently extended her hands to accept them. Xiao, who had been anticipating a spectacle at Fang Yu's expense, was taken aback upon seeing the sack brimming with golden soul coins. His face was a canvas of astonishment, and his mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate 2 eggs. Goodness, how could he possess such an abundance of golden soul coins? He is wealthier than I am. The entourage surrounding Xiao was rendered speechless, their eyes bulging as they stood frozen in disbelief. An entire sack filled with golden soul coins. They had never witnessed such a fortune during their time with Xiao. Just as they were about to head for a meal, Tang San abruptly halted, gazing up at Fang Yu with a look of utter astonishment. How could he possess so much wealth? Surely, it must be stolen. Yu Xiaojing's eyes were fixated on the storage ring adorning Fang Yu's hand, nearly bulging from their sockets. This is an advanced soul guiding device. He actually possesses an advanced soul guiding device. This individual's status is undoubtedly extraordinary. Yu Xiaojing hailed from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family and had only acquired a low-level soul guiding device after decades of hard work. Teacher, what are you staring at? Tang San inquired, noticing Yu Xiaojing's unwavering gaze filled with astonishment. Xiao San, did you see that ring on his hand? That is an advanced soul guiding device. What? An advanced soul guiding device. Tang San's eyes brimmed with incredulity as he looked at Fang Yu. Yu Xiaojing had previously informed him that advanced soul guiding devices are rare commodities, exceedingly difficult to procure regardless of the amount of golden soul coins one possesses. The number of individuals with advanced soul guiding devices across the continent is exceedingly scant, underscoring their rarity. Wang Sheng trembled with excitement upon beholding the sack of golden soul coins. So it turns out that the boss is a hidden, affluent magnate. Gulp. The collective gulp from his companions echoed as they swallowed hard. Could it be that Fang Laoda is not the scion of some illustrious family, here to indulge in a taste of campus life? Fang Yu gazed at Wang Sheng and chuckled. Do not be so excited. I am no wealthy benefactor. I am quite impoverished, possessing merely 200,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing this, Wang Sheng and the nearby Xiao Laoda stood frozen in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. You claim to be poor with 200,000 gold soul coins? Have you heard the words of others? The entire assembly was left in astonishment. Only a charming young girl clad in a pink dress exhibited little reaction. Xiao Wu, newly arrived in the human realm and inexperienced, held no clear understanding of money, oblivious to the significance of 200,000 gold soul coins. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojing hurriedly ascended to the second floor and approached Fang Yu. With a respectful smile, he said, Greetings, esteemed classmate. I am a teacher at the Shrek Academy, often referred to as master by many within the institution. My theoretical knowledge concerning martial souls surpasses that of all other instructors at Shrek Academy. A glimmer of pride shone in Yu Xiaojing's eyes. Might you be inclined to take me as your mentor? Fang Yu chuckled softly. You wish to take me as your disciple? I possess an 18-winged angel martial soul and an initial soul power of level 30. With my extraordinary system, is there truly a need for me to seek your mentorship? Apologies, but I have no desire to take on a master. Very well, Yuxiagang replied with a smile, turning to descend the stairs. He understood that someone of Fang Yu's remarkable stature would not easily submit to mentorship. He was merely testing the waters. Tang San, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow, filled with indignation and frustration. Fang Yu, you truly fail to recognize the opportunity before you. The teacher extended an invitation for you to become his disciple, yet you declined. Remember, he once fervently pleaded with you Xiaojiang to secure his apprenticeship. Chapter 6. The Appearance of the Criminal. At Notting Academy, on the second floor of the cafeteria. Wow. This chicken, simmered for 2.5 hours, is absolutely delectable. This pork knuckle is simply exquisite. Let me have a taste of the drumstick in your bowl. No, Jia, I can't. I've already savored that. The roommates in Dormitory 7 devoured their culinary delights with great enthusiasm. Fang Yu was also indulging in the delectable dishes laid out before them. It must be noted that the cuisine on the second floor of the Nottingham College cafeteria was indeed quite sumptuous. There was the fragrant yet not overly greasy braised pork, spicy ribs, sweet and sour tenderloin, and braised fish, among others. Wang Sheng wiped the grease from his lips and, with a face full of gratitude, looked at Fang Yu and said, "Boss, thank you for treating us to this meal. Without your generosity, we might never have had the chance to savor the food from the second floor of the cafeteria in our lifetime." Thank you, boss. You are truly wonderful. The other roommates also expressed their gratitude to Fang Yu, including Xiao Wu, who was chewing on a leafy green vegetable. Fang Yu beamed at the crowd, exclaiming, "No need for thanks. As your leader, it is only fitting that I treat you to a meal." With 200,000 gold soul coins at his disposal, the cost of a mere 2 gold soul coins for a meal was insignificant. When one's wealth reaches such heights, trivial amounts lose their importance. Tang San, clutching a fragrant roasted rabbit leg in his right hand, hurried up the stairs. With a sycophantic smile and an excited demeanor, he urged Xiao Wu, Sister Xiao Wu, "You must try this roasted rabbit leg. It's absolutely delicious. There's only this one left on the first floor, and I barely managed to grab it. This leg comes from a mother rabbit that roams the forest, feasting on greens. Its meat is exceptionally tender, and just the aroma makes my mouth water. Please, do try it. I assure you, once you taste it, you'll crave more." Noticing Xiao Wu's expression darkening, Tang San felt bewildered. "Sister Xiao Wu, why do you look so displeased? Has someone bullied you? Why are you clenching your fists? You really should try this roasted rabbit." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her fury. "Get lost," she bellowed, delivering a fierce kick to Tang San's abdomen. With a resounding thud, Tang San was propelled backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a dining table and shattering it into pieces. Ultimately, he tumbled down the staircase from the second floor to the first. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, exchanging puzzled glances. What just happened? In truth, as soon as Tang San ascended with the roasted rabbit leg, Fang Yu could not help but display a faint smile, pondering to himself, "This kid Tang San is truly bold. To extol the virtues of rabbit meat in front of a rabbit, and even offer it to her. It is quite merciful of Xiao Wu not to have killed him." While others were unaware that Xiao Wu had transformed from a 10,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit, Fang Yu was fully aware. However, he had no intention of enlightening the lovesick Tang San. Wang Sheng, stationed by the window on the second floor, halted his hand mid-reach towards the plate containing the rabbit leg. Gulping nervously, he glanced at Tang San, who had just been kicked away by Xiao Wu, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. I suddenly find the rabbit leg less appetizing," he muttered. Though he did not comprehend the reason behind Tang San's punishment, his instincts advised him against indulging in the roasted rabbit. Having rolled down from the second floor, Tang San's face resembled that of a beaten pig, bruised and battered, his body aching. He stared in confusion at Xiao Wu on the second floor. "Why did this happen? I brought her a tasty rabbit leg, yet she kicked me without hesitation." Even if he racked his brain, Tang San could not fathom the reason behind her actions. "Xiao San, what is going on? Are you all right?" queried Yu Xiaojiang, who was dining on the first floor, hurrying towards Tang San with a furrowed brow. Tang San steadied himself, supporting his waist, and shook his head. "Teacher, I'm fine. I just stumbled." It would be too embarrassing to admit that he was kicked for delivering a gift to a girl. To save face, Tang San concocted a plausible excuse. Meanwhile, Fang Yu, observing a leftover piece of greens on the dining tray on the second floor, thought to himself, even with an abundance of wealth now, one must not waste food. Fang Yu picked up the serving chopsticks and delicately transferred the last piece of green vegetable from the dish into Xiao Wu's bowl. Xiao Wu, eating more greens is beneficial for your skin. Thank you, Fang Yu. I absolutely adore vegetables. Xiao Wu beamed with joy, her happiness radiating. The tender green leaves crunched rhythmically under her pristine white teeth, producing a delightful crunch sound. Xiao Wu had a distinct aversion to meat, preferring a vegetarian diet. Although she never sought to hinder others from consuming meat, she could not tolerate anyone suggesting she eat rabbit meat. The reason was simple. She herself was a person transformed from a rabbit, and consuming rabbit flesh would be akin to cannibalism. Meanwhile, that foolish Tang San, in the presence of Xiao Wu, extolled the virtues of rabbit meat with such fervor. How could he not expect repercussions? From the first floor, Tang San cast a sidelong glance towards Fang Yu on the second floor, his expression darkening. Why was it that Fang Yu could make Xiao Wu so elated with a mere leaf of vegetable, while she coldly and violently rejected his offering of a fragrant roasted rabbit leg? Surely, Fang Yu had spoken ill of him in Xiao Wu's presence, leading her to spurn his generous gift. Tang San's gaze towards Fang Yu grew increasingly malevolent. Fang Yu, just wait for me. When I find the opportunity, you shall reap no rewards. Tang San imagined the noodles in his bowl as Fang Yu, taking a furious bite. Ouch! I bit my tongue. It hurts. Next to him, Yu Xiaojing shot a glare at Tang San upon hearing his eunuch-like exclamation. Little San, refrain from repeating words. It is rather nauseating, you know? Teacher, you just repeated as well. Yu Xiaojing tapped Tang San's head with his chopsticks, coldly retorting, that is only because you infected me. In the Douluo Continent, within the rock forest, whoosh, a flash of white light streaked across the sky. A man clad in black, with one eye open and the other shut, materialized out of thin air within the forest. Let us refer to him as the one-eyed man for now. He gazed around in bewilderment. Towering ancient trees reached for the clouds, while thick, gnarled vines twisted around one another. Weeds flourished in this desolate land. Where am I? What has transpired? What is this place? The one-eyed man's confusion deepened as he surveyed his surroundings. He was a notorious murderer, wanted nationwide on Blue Star. His hands were stained with blood, carrying the weight of dozens of lives. The act of killing had become a twisted hobby for him. He had long hidden himself in a remote mountain village, preferring the solitude of his home where he indulged in anime and novels. Apart from murder and robbery, he rarely ventured outside. Chapter 7. The Villain System. The One-Eyed Man Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully traversing to the Douluo Continent. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the villain system. A mechanical, ethereal voice echoed in the one-eyed man's mind. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, I have crossed into the Douluo Continent? A system? No way. The novel is real. There truly exists a system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving a beginner's gift pack. Shall the host open it? The one-eyed man smirked and replied, Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring level 10 soul power. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully obtaining the weapon soul, the Mad Blade soul. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully unlocking the first function of the villain system, soul energy conversion to soul power. As the name implies, this function allows the host to absorb the soul energy from the world and transform it into their own soul power, thereby enhancing their strength. Although utilizing this function requires meditation to actively absorb soul energy, and the absorption and conversion rates are relatively slow, it remains a formidable ability unique to the villain system. Upon hearing the series of notifications, the one-eyed man grinned. Hee, this beginner's gift pack is splendid. System, do you possess any additional functions? Indeed, host. Each time the host's soul power increases by 10 levels, a reward from the villain system will be granted. Excellent. A sinister smile crept upon the one-eyed man's lips. My soul power is still too low, and my strength is insufficient. I must bide my time. After all, the Douluo Continent harbors numerous formidable beings, such as Qian Douluo, Bibi Dong, and the sword Douluo Douluo. Once my soul power reaches an extraordinary level, I shall hunt down all the powerful figures of the Douluo Continent. I will eliminate the protagonist Tang San, as well as Xiao Wu and Deming Er Ming, seizing their soul rings. Those who stand in my way shall perish, and those who oppose me shall be vanquished. I shall become the sole ruler of the Douluo Continent. Hee, regardless of whether on Blue Star or in the Douluo Continent. The one-eyed man, a murderer at heart, could never forget the wicked desire to kill. Due to Fang Yu's crossing, the original trajectory of many events had inevitably shifted. Thus, the storyline of the original work would also undergo some alterations. Nodding Academy, Dormitory 7. After Fang Yu returned to his dormitory after dinner, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten to purchase bedding. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, he decided to go out and buy a comforter. Suddenly, a chime sounded. Host detected to be without bedding. The system rewards the host with a set of silk cotton quilts. The silk cotton quilt, enveloping him, was soft and comfortable, a treasure of immense value. Many affluent families could not afford such exquisite bedding. Fang Yu was preparing to venture out to purchase bedding when the voice of the system resonated in his mind. A faint smile graced his lips as he mused. Ah, dear system, how considerate of you to provide exactly what I lack. Indeed, such was the duty of a humble system. Having been fortunate enough to bind with a host, it would dedicate itself wholeheartedly to serving its esteemed master. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Xiaowu furrowed her brow at the meager bed frame before her. What on earth will I do without bedding at night? At that moment, Tang San approached, cradling the bedding gifted by his master. A sycophantic smile plastered across his face. Sister Xiaowu, this is the bedding my teacher bestowed upon me, and now I offer it to you. You needn't worry about me. I am not susceptible to the cold. If Xiaowu accepted his bedding, it would undoubtedly enhance her fondness for him. Tang San had always been kind to Xiaowu, and such goodwill would surely accumulate over time. Before long, he believed he could win her away from Fang Yu. Xiaowu gazed at the quilt in Tang San's arms, a flicker of hesitation crossing her delicate features. Having just entered the human world, she possessed little money and was uncertain whether her funds would suffice to purchase a set of bedding from the store. Perhaps she could reluctantly accept it. Ding! It was detected that Xiaowu was in urgent need of bedding, and the system rewarded the host with a set of celestial silk bedding. The host may choose whether to bestow this bedding upon Xiaowu. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly as he thought, this maneuver from the system perfectly aligns with my intentions. He retrieved a set of blankets from the system's space and offered them to Xiaowu. Xiaowu, I happen to have an extra set of new blankets here. Take them and keep warm. As he spoke, Fang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Tang San. Trying to win Xiaowu's favor with those blankets? I shall not allow you to succeed. How infuriating. Upon seeing the blankets Fang Yu had produced, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Is it a silk blanket made from heavenly silkworms? How could you possess such luxurious bedding? Wang Sheng also displayed astonishment. Our leader even has such extravagant blankets. He truly lives up to his title. Although Xiaowu was unaware of the significance of the heavenly silkworm silk blankets, she could easily discern that the bedding in Fang Yu's hands was vastly superior to Tang San's. As she reached out to accept the blankets from Fang Yu, a sudden thought struck her, and she withdrew her hand. If she took Fang Yu's blankets, what would he cover himself with at night? Unbeknownst to her, Fang Yu had another set of blankets in his system space. Xiaowu looked at Fang Yu with concern and asked, Fang Yu, you are giving me such fine blankets. What will you use to keep warm tonight? She continued, perhaps you should keep them for yourself. If Fang Yu only possessed this one set, Xiaowu would rather endure the cold than allow him to suffer. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu smiled faintly and directly retrieved another set of bedding from the system space. In truth, I possess yet another exquisite silkworm silk quilt. Tang San's expression shifted, his eyes brimming with disbelief as he gazed at Fang Yu. Such a luxurious and precious silkworm silk quilt. He actually owns two? It is rumored that even many noble scions find it difficult to acquire such a rare item. Wang Sheng was also taken aback. It seemed his leader might be the young master of a formidable power in the Douluo Continent, here to experience campus life. How could an ordinary person possibly possess two sets of such lavish bedding? Fang Yu, thank you. I shall not be polite then, Xiaowu exclaimed joyfully, reaching out to accept the silkworm silk quilt that Fang Yu offered. The reason she was not astonished was simply that she was unaware of the quilt's immense value. Nor did she comprehend the material from which it was crafted. Xiaowu only knew that Fang Yu treated her exceptionally well. The quilt given to her by Fang Yu far surpasses the one presented by Tang San. Upon seeing the quilt from Fang Yu in Xiaowu's possession, Tang San's gaze turned instantly malevolent. Damn that Fang Yu. Just wait until nightfall when you are asleep. You shall experience the sting of my Tang sect's hidden weapons. Deep within his heart, Tang San harbored a silent resentment towards Fang Yu, devising a plan for retribution. Had it not been for Fang Yu's gift of the heavenly silkworm quilt to Xiaowu, he would have already bestowed upon her the quilt given to him by the master, thereby successfully winning her favor. Chapter 8. Tang San's covert assault as nightfall gently descended. It gradually enveloped the entire continent. The bright full moon hung high in the sky, while the heavens sparkled with an array of dazzling stars, each radiating its own unique brilliance. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of the grand trees within Notting Academy. At this moment, all the dormitories in the academy were plunged into darkness, enveloped in a profound stillness. Utilizing the luminous moonlight, Tang San observed that Fang Yu lay on the bed not far away, his eyes already closed. The opportunity had arrived. Tang San fixed his cold smile upon Fang Yu's handsome visage. Fang Yu, it is undoubtedly your handsome visage that has effortlessly garnered Xiao Wu's affection. Soon, I shall employ a venomous needle to mar your countenance. Thus, when Xiao Wu beholds your grotesque appearance, she will surely distance herself from you and gravitate towards me. Tang San slowly extracted a poisoned silver needle from the concealed pocket of his sleeve. The needle's tip glimmered ominously, revealing a trace of black venom. Though this poison would not claim Fang Yu's life, it would irrevocably ruin his looks, transforming him into a true monstrosity. This toxin was exceedingly insidious. Even Tang San himself could not remedy the affliction it inflicted. Initially, Tang San contemplated a direct assassination of Fang Yu, yet he hesitated. He feared that should he actually kill Fang Yu, the Notting Academy would undoubtedly pursue the matter, with many formidable individuals at Notting Academy. Should the truth of his actions come to light, he would surely be expelled and face severe repercussions. Thus, Tang San opted for a more prudent approach. By using the poison needle to disfigure Fang Yu, he could avoid escalating the situation while still achieving his objective. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he believed few could rival his cunning. Tang San squinted as he fixated on Fang Yu's strikingly handsome visage. Fang Yu, allow me to introduce you to the taste of my Tang Sect's concealed weapon. With a firm grip on the venomous silver needle, he hurled it towards Fang Yu's handsome visage. Whoosh! A faint sound of air being sliced through echoed. Ding! The system detected Tang San's attempt to harm the host with a poison needle, rewarding the host with a one-time reflective damage armor skill. Skill introduction. This is a passive skill. Any attack received from an enemy will be immediately returned. Just as Fang Yu was about to close his eyes and surrender to slumber, he heard the system's notification and a slight smile graced his lips. He mused, how audacious of this old fool Tang San to launch a nocturnal ambush. Nevertheless, with my cheat system, there is nothing to fear. The one-time reflective damage armor skill is indeed splendid. It will allow Tang San to experience the potency of his own concealed weapon. Strange as it may seem, this reflective damage armor skill bears a striking resemblance to a defensive equipment found in some mobile game. The moment the system's voice resonated, the reflective damage armor skill was activated. Tang San, observing the poisoned needle hurtling towards Fang Yu from less than half a meter away, wore an expression of gleeful malice. He chuckled, Fang Yu, your handsome face is about to be marred. Soon, Xiao Wu will surely disdain you and abandon you. This is the fate of opposing me, Tang San. It is too late for regrets now. However, the ensuing scene rendered Tang San's smile frozen in place. The poison needle, poised to pierce Fang Yu's striking cheek, unexpectedly veered around and lunged towards Tang San instead. No, this cannot be. To me, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. How could the needle, which was meant for Fang Yu, now be aimed at him? Before he could fathom an answer, the venom-laden silver needle had already pierced his face. In agony, Tang San's visage contorted as he hastily yanked the needle from his skin. Yet, it was too late. The toxin had already infiltrated his system. Fang Yu cast a fleeting glance at Tang San, a faint smile gracing his lips. You brought this upon yourself. You deserve it. Tang San's anguished scream roused many from their slumber within the dormitory. In the dead of night, what are you shouting about, little San? Is something amiss? The awakened Xiao Wu glared at Tang San, her brows knitted in irritation. She detested disturbances during her sleep. Tang San, suppressing the agony etched on his face, shook his head. It's nothing. I just had a nightmare. I swear, Xiao Wu truly. He dared not confess that he had inflicted harm on Fang Yu with a poison needle, only to be injured by his own hidden weapon. Such a revelation would only incite Xiao Wu's disdain further. Just go back to sleep. If you dare to shout again, I'll smash your head. Xiao Wu shot him a fierce look before turning back to her slumber. The pain on Tang San's face gradually subsided, yet he felt as though something had altered on his visage. Secretly, he pilfered Wang Sheng's mirror from the bedside, using the bright moonlight to inspect his reflection. To his shock, he recoiled in horror. His face was marred with numerous black blemishes. This was the aftermath of the poison needle. Tang San's appearance had become grotesquely hideous, repulsing even himself. It was all Fang Yu's fault. Had it not been for Fang Yu, he would not have been reduced to this ghastly state. Anger boiled within him as he laid the blame squarely on the now sleeping Fang Yu. He pondered over the earlier incident. Could it be that he had miscalculated the force, resulting in the needle's trajectory reversing? Yes, that must be it. With renewed determination, he resolved to attempt once more, convinced he could disfigure Fang Yu. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. After all, he was already disfigured. Those who had nothing to lose were not afraid of those who did. What did it matter to try once more? Surely, he would succeed. Fang Yu, prepare to join me in this disfigurement. Tang San once again retrieved a highly toxic silver needle from his sleeve. He fixated on Fang Yu's handsome visage, took aim, and hurled it with force. Ding! The system detected Tang San's use of a poison needle, intent on harming the host. Ding! The host has been rewarded with a one-time counterattack skill. Before the needle could reach Fang Yu, it was forcibly returned to him. Once again, Tang San was struck by his own poison needle. Disbelief filling his gaze as he looked at Fang Yu. Damn it, Fang Yu is cheating. He had aimed with precision. How could the needle have returned to him? Ugh! Ugh! A sharp pain surged across Tang San's face, and he quickly covered his mouth, fearful of making a sound. He dreaded awakening Xiao Wu, who might deliver a harsh beating. The bruise from her earlier kick in the cafeteria still lingered. Tang San dared not attempt to backstab Fang Yu again. He feared that if he persisted, he would end up being slain by his own weapon. Before falling asleep, Fang Yu had already muted the system's notifications. He disliked being disturbed during slumber. Thus, he remained oblivious to the unfortunate Tang San, who was once again injured by his concealed weapon. Tang San cast a fierce glance at Fang Yu, thinking to himself, since this hidden weapon cannot harm you, I shall devise another means to deal with you. Revenge is a necessity. Chapter 9. What happened to your face? In the early morning hours, the dawn's light unveiled the gentle veil of night, revealing a splendid sunrise. A beam of golden morning light streamed through the window, gracing Fang Yu's handsome visage. He slowly opened his eyes, rose from his bed, and stretched languidly. Ah, what a delightful slumber! A night devoid of dreams, leaving him refreshed and entirely free of fatigue. Upon hearing the sounds of her roommates rising and folding their blankets, Xiao Wu also got up. By chance, she caught sight of Tang San's face, marred by an abundance of dark blemishes, and exclaimed, Ah, Xiao San, what has happened to your face? You have become so unattractive, even more so than before. Did some villainous fiend poison you? Tang San wore an expression of distress, at a loss for words in response to Xiao Wu's inquiry. He certainly did not wish to reveal that the malevolent being responsible for the poison was none other than himself. Fang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Tang San and chuckled. Now that he has become so unattractive, we should cease calling him Little San and instead refer to him as Ugly San. While others were oblivious to the underlying circumstances surrounding Tang San, Fang Yu was fully aware. You. Upon hearing Fang Yu's nickname for him, Tang San's brows furrowed in indignation, yearning to retort. Yet, he refrained from uttering any harsh words in Fang Yu's presence, for he feared the repercussions of a confrontation he could not win. Ugly San. Xiao Wu stifled a laugh, remarking that the name suited him perfectly. From now on, let us call him Ugly San. Tang San, upon hearing their banter, felt a surge of anger yet could only cede in silence, unable to retaliate or speak out. What could he possibly do? Wang Sheng poked at Tang San's face, which was marred by dark blemishes, with a broom. Hey, what are you doing? Tang San exclaimed, his temper flaring. Wang Sheng, sensing the storm brewing, quickly moved closer to Fang Yu, making it abundantly clear that he had Fang Yu's protection. Do you dare to strike me? Wang Sheng then addressed his roommates earnestly. Yesterday, I overheard the discipline committee from Nodding Academy stating that new students are required to clean the campus. Freshmen must tidy up the playground, restrooms, gardens, and squares. The discipline committee has assigned our dormitory to manage the square and its surrounding areas. Fang Yu understood upon hearing those words. Due to his traversal through time, he had indeed altered certain plot lines. However, the majority of the narrative evidently still followed the original text. For instance, the task of cleaning was indeed a component of the original story. Fang Yu glanced at the clock hanging on the dormitory wall and remarked, It is still early. The time for cleaning has not yet arrived. I shall go for a morning run for a few laps before joining you all at the square. Fang Yu had a fondness for morning runs, relishing the invigorating freshness of the early air and the comfort that followed physical activity. All right, I shall wait for you at the square, Xiao Wu replied with a slight nod. She was not particularly fond of running. Most gentle-boned rabbits tended to be somewhat lethargic, preferring to remain nestled in their beds until well past noon. Had it not been for her desire to bond with her dormitory companions, she certainly would not have risen early. Xiao Wu, the discipline committee mentioned that there aren't enough brooms reserved at the square. A few of us will go to collect new brooms. You can head directly to the square, Wang Sheng said, showing courtesy to the second-in-command of the 7th dormitory. Xiao Wu. He was determined to run a bit further himself, ensuring that Xiao Wu would not be burdened. After Wang Sheng departed with a few dorm mates, Tang San suddenly had a spark of inspiration and dashed out of the dormitory. Now, Xiao Wu was left to make her way to the square alone. Yet she felt no loneliness. She skipped along, humming a cheerful tune. Her long braided hair swayed behind her, exuding a delightful charm. A gentle breeze passed by, causing the rabbit ear hairpin atop her head to sway slightly, as if it were alive. As Xiao Wu approached the center of the nodding academy square, a perspiring Tang San rushed towards her, holding a small bag of fried dough sticks. A sycophantic smile adorned his rather unattractive face. Xiao Wu. The cafeteria on the first floor was particularly crowded this morning. I had to exert considerable effort to acquire these dough sticks. Had I been any later, they would have been gone. I offer these to you. I can manage on an empty stomach. Though the hidden weapons could not harm Fang Yu, Tang San devised alternative methods to target him. If he could win the favor of the tough girl Xiao Wu and draw her to his side, dealing with Fang Yu would become significantly easier. Dough sticks? I don't. Xiao Wu glanced at the fried dough sticks in Tang San's hand, preparing to decline his offer, but she hesitated, her expressive eyes swirling with thought. Fang Yu must be quite famished after his morning jog. Perhaps I should accept the fried dough sticks that Tang San gifted to me and later present them to Fang Yu. Xiao Wu is truly appreciative. Fang Yu had previously treated her to a meal and gifted her bedding. She had always sought an opportunity to express her gratitude. Is this not the perfect moment? Xiao Wu accepted the youtiao handed to her by Tang San, offering a perfunctory smile. Thank you for the youtiao, Cho San. Upon hearing her words, Tang San felt an overwhelming joy, nearly leaping from his spot. No need to thank me. It is my honor, as Tang San, to have Xiao Wu enjoy the youtiao I offered. How splendid. He had finally garnered Xiao Wu's favor. If this continued, she would inevitably be drawn into his camp. Distancing herself from Fang Yu, Tang San beamed with delight. However, not long after Xiao Wu accepted the youtiao, she spotted Fang Yu, who had just finished his morning jog, approaching the square with a calm demeanor. Fang Yu, these youtiao are for you, she cheerfully said, moving beside him and extending the youtiao in her hand. Witnessing this scene, Tang San's smile vanished in an instant. He stood there as if struck by lightning, engulfed by a profound sense of anguish. Why? What is it that makes Fang Yu so special? The fried dough sticks that he gifted to Xiao Wu, why did she immediately pass them on to Fang Yu? Those were hard-earned delicacies that she squeezed through the bustling crowd at the cafeteria's first floor to acquire. To purchase that bag of fried dough sticks, Tang San even borrowed money from Master Yu Xiaojing. He willingly endured his own hunger, choosing to give the fried dough sticks to Xiao Wu. Yet, she simply handed them over to Fang Yu. Tang San felt a profound ache in his heart, as if pricked by countless needles. Fang Yu had just heard the conversation between Tang San and Xiao Wu from a distance. Realizing that the fried dough sticks were a gift from Tang San, he felt no appetite whatsoever. He refrained from taking the dough sticks that Xiao Wu offered and, with a smile, remarked, I have no desire to eat the fried dough sticks sent by the unappealing San. I purchased some dumplings filled with chives and eggs along with soy milk after my morning jog. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled at the mention of chive and egg dumplings. Fang Yu, did you buy many? I would also like some. With that, she smashed the fried dough sticks in her hand with a resounding smack against Tang San's face. She had never liked the fried dough sticks he provided, and since Fang Yu shared her disdain, she decided to return them to Tang San. I happen to have bought 2 dumplings and 2 cups of soy milk. Here, this portion is for you. Fang Yu retrieved breakfast from his storage ring. Tang San, in a fluster, reached out to catch the fried dough stick that slipped from his face. He observed Fang Yu and Xiao Wu, who were enjoying their buns and soy milk, and his expression twisted into one of profound despair, as if he had just lost his parents. Flurries of snow danced through the air, while the north wind howled. In his mind, Tang San accompanied this scene with a melancholic soundtrack. Chapter 10, The Eternal Soul Ring. These buns are rather delightful. The soy milk is quite pleasant as well. Clad in blue, Fang Yu and Xiao Wu sat on a bench in the plaza of Nodding Academy, relishing their delectable breakfast. The chive and egg buns, accompanied by soy milk, were purchased from the second floor of the cafeteria. The buns were exceptionally fresh, having been made that very morning. The chives were freshly harvested, and the eggs came from a hen that had lived for 2.5 years and had just laid them today. The chefs on the second floor were also of a high caliber, crafting buns that were nothing short of extraordinary in flavor. Thus, the prices of meals on the second floor were significantly higher than those on the first. The food on the second floor was prepared and sold on the same day, and any unsold portions were designated as staff meals for the chefs and servers. The remaining food was sent to the first floor the following day for sale at reduced prices. As Tang San watched Fang Yu and Xiao Wu chat and savor their food, he suddenly found his fried dough stick unappetizing. His heart burned with fury. He felt as if he might explode with rage. Fang Yu, how I loathe you. If it weren't for Fang Yu producing the buns and soy milk, Xiao Wu might have devoured the fried dough stick he had given her. This was all Fang Yu's fault. With a venomous glare, Tang San furiously dumped the fried dough sticks from the bag onto the ground, trampling them underfoot with great force, staining the pristine white tiles with grease. He envisioned the fried dough stick as Fang Yu, crushing it beneath his foot. I shall crush you, you wretched Fang Yu. Tang San transformed the originally golden, glistening fried dough stick into a gray, flattened mass. The sound of squelching echoed through the air. Yet, Tang San remained unsatisfied, tearing the plastic bag to shreds, scattering debris everywhere. After this outburst, his anger subsided somewhat. Xiao Wu, who was enjoying her breakfast, furrowed her brow at this scene, poised to admonish Tang San for his environmental vandalism, when a group of individuals approached, clad in matching uniforms and adorned with a red cloth wrapped around their arms. Emblazoned with the conspicuous yellow characters spelling discipline, they drew near. Xiao Wu smiled faintly, relieved that she would not need to intervene. Fang Yu similarly wore a faint smile. It seems that Tang San is in for a tough time. The discipline committee member, walking at the forefront, cast a glance at the chaotic scene before him and glared at Tang San, saying, "Esteemed classmate, your willful destruction of the campus's public environment has severely tarnished the esteemed image of Notting Academy. As a member of the discipline committee, I cannot stand idly by. Therefore, I hereby impose upon you the punishment of cleaning the campus square for 2 months." Tang San's expression darkened. What? 2 months? Realizing the number of people around him and the authority of the committee member, he dared not voice any further objections. Fang Yu cast a glance at Tang San, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. You brought this upon yourself by damaging the environment. The disciplinary committee member turned to Fang Yu and Xiao Wu, smiling as he said, "You two need not clean the square anymore. Let that malicious vandal take on the task." Xiao Wu's heart soared with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. Hooray, hooray, no need to clean the square. Xiao Wu had never enjoyed cleaning, and this was perfectly in line with her wishes. Fang Yu also smiled broadly. How delightful it is to avoid the chore of cleaning. Cho-san, your maneuver was truly remarkable. A perfect score of 999. It was so impressive that it left everyone in awe. Fang Yu gazed at Tang San with a mischievous grin and remarked, "Thank you, ugly San. You deliberately marred the environment just to assist us in cleaning up, didn't you? You truly are a wonderful person." Haha. Tang San was on the verge of tears, seething with anger, yet unable to voice his frustration. Fang Yu, do not be so smug. Once I grow stronger, I shall undoubtedly deliver a thorough beating to you. Knocking out your teeth. Dressed in a delightful pink dress, Xiao Wu sat beside Fang Yu on a bench, savoring a sumptuous breakfast while observing Tang San, drenched in sweat, laboriously tidying the square alone. Tang San, panting heavily with beads of perspiration adorning his forehead, dared not cease his efforts. For he was under the watchful gaze of a dozen discipline committee members, each a seasoned student of Notting Academy, their prowess not to be underestimated. A middle-aged man clad in a gray robe and sporting a buzz cut approached Tang San. "Xiao San, pause for a moment. I have something to discuss with you." "Of course, teacher, please go ahead," Tang San replied, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow. Yu Xiaojing spoke slowly. "Your soul power has reached level 10. I have been rather occupied recently and could not accompany you to the soul hunting forest to hunt soul beasts and absorb soul rings. Today I am free. Let us venture to the soul hunting forest together. I will assist you in finding a suitable soul ring for you to absorb. With a soul ring, your strength will significantly increase." Tang San beamed with delight. "That sounds great. Thank you, teacher." He was convinced that upon acquiring a soul ring, his strength would surely surpass Fang Yu's. At that moment, he envisioned giving Fang Yu a proper thrashing, leaving him searching for his teeth on the ground. Tang San looked at Fang Yu with a grin, unable to suppress his pride as he tilted his chin and boasted, "I will soon possess a soul ring." Unlike certain individuals who lack even a teacher, let alone a soul ring to absorb. His words were pointed. In response to Tang San's mockery, Fang Yu merely scoffed. "Oh please, don't be disappointed, you ugly fool. I have long since possessed a soul ring." On the first day of school, when he had bested Tang San, Fang Yu had not revealed his soul ring or martial soul, merely showcasing the power of his soul energy. "Stop boasting, Fang Yu. We are both newcomers and have never been to the soul hunting forest. Where would you have obtained a soul ring? If you possess one, why not show it to me?" Tang San was utterly unconvinced that Fang Yu could possibly have a soul ring. Fang Yu scoffed. "What status do you hold? And what position do I occupy? Do you expect me to reveal my soul ring simply because you demand it? How presumptuous of you." Tang San let out a cold hum, continuing his derision. "Stop pretending. Fang Yu, you possess no soul ring, which is why you shy away from showcasing it. Are you bold enough to wager with me?" As he spoke, Tang San cast a glance at the silver soul guide device wrapped around his waist. "If you truly possess a soul ring, I shall bestow upon you the soul guide device, 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night, gifted to me by my teacher. However, should you lose, I shall become the leader of the 7th dormitory from this day forth, and I will have Xiao Wu follow me." Fang Yu furrowed his brows and firmly declined. "Xiao Wu is a person, not an object. She does not belong to me, nor to anyone else. She possesses her own freedom. Xiao Wu cannot be treated as a wager." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wu felt a warmth in her heart, deeply moved. Fang Yu truly holds her in high regard, possessing a commendable set of values. Her disdain for Tang San has only intensified. How utterly despicable of him to consider himself a wager. "So, does this imply that you lack the courage to bet against me? Fang Yu, you coward. I knew you were devoid of a soul ring." Tang San revealed a grotesque expression. Fang Yu's gaze turned slightly frosty. "Tang San, perhaps you should consume a bit less of that aioli, your words reek. I am willing to wager with you, but I cannot accept Xiao Wu as the stake. Should you emerge victorious, you shall assume the position of the leader of the 7th dormitory, and I shall grant you 10,000 golden soul coins. However, if you lose, you must surrender your 24 bridges on a moonlit night to me." Chapter 11. Absurd to the extreme. Fang Yu's storage ring, a soul guide device, possesses a capacity of 100,000 cubic units, ample for his needs, as he lacks nothing in terms of soul guide devices. However, the prospect of triumphing over Tang San, the sole owner of a unique soul guide device, and causing him distress brings a certain delight. Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. Winning would mean rewarding himself with 10,000 gold soul coins. Fang Yu seemed utterly bewildered. Tang San, fearing that Fang Yu might change his mind, hastily acquiesced. "Very well, let us wager upon this. None shall retract their words. Fang Yu, if you truly possess a soul ring, now is the time to reveal it." Tang San held no belief that this newcomer, Fang Yu, could possibly have a soul ring, convinced that Fang Yu was merely boasting. "All right, ugly San, widen your eyes and behold the truth." Fang Yu spread his palm, and with a mere thought, a golden potato materialized in his hand. Tang San wore a scornful smile. "Once again, you present that worthless food-type martial soul. Let us see what tricks you can conjure. My teacher is present. You cannot deceive him. He has spent years studying martial souls, and he will discern the authenticity of your soul ring at a glance." Duan Tiu Xiaojiang regarded the potato martial soul in Fang Yu's grasp with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. The food-type martial soul is simply too feeble. Even if Fang Yu truly possesses a soul ring, it should merely be one of a decade's worth. After all, his combat prowess is rather limited, making it arduous for him to hunt formidable soul beasts to absorb powerful soul rings. Tang San, you ought to cease your incessant chatter. On what grounds do you belittle Fang Yu's food-type martial soul? Have you forgotten how you were bested by Fang Yu on the day of enrollment? Truly, one cannot change their nature. You will always bark like a dog. Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, glared coldly at Tang San. Although she had yet to witness Fang Yu's soul ring, her inexplicable trust in him had grown over the past few days. Xiao Wu firmly believed that Fang Yu possessed a soul ring. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly upwards as he gently stomped his right foot upon the ground. Instantly, a circular black soul ring encircled him. An overwhelming pressure of soul power forcefully propelled Tang San away, like a deflated balloon. He was sent soaring back 7 or 8 meters, crashing violently onto the ground and creating a large circular crater. Tang San stared wide-eyed at Fang Yu. his gaze filled with astonishment. Goodness! Fang Yu truly possesses a soul ring. Moreover, it is an extraordinarily powerful one. The teacher had mentioned that a 10-year soul ring is white, a 100-year soul ring is yellow, a 1,000-year soul ring is purple, and a 10,000-year soul ring is black. Tang San's astonished eyes suddenly narrowed. Fang Yu unexpectedly possesses a millennium soul ring. How is this even possible? Did not the teacher mention that a soul master's first soul ring can at most absorb the essence of a soul beast that is around 400 years old? What is happening with Fang Yu? Yu Xiaojiang was similarly overwhelmed by the immense pressure of soul power, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. He gazed at Fang Yu. His mouth agape, a look of astonishment etched on his face. A 10,000-year soul ring. How could Fang Yu possess a 10,000-year spirit ring? He is so young, and his martial soul is of the food category. In this moment, Yu Xiaojiang's years of knowledge regarding martial soul theory crumbled before him. He could not comprehend why Fang Yu's first spirit ring could be of such an extraordinary age. A trace of astonishment flickered in the beautiful eyes of Xiao Wu as she gazed at Fang Yu. Fang Yu is truly remarkable. Her admiration and respect for Fang Yu are palpable. Nearby, Wang Sheng, who was engaged in cleaning, froze upon witnessing this scene. Good gracious! Is this a 10,000-year spirit ring? It is indeed astonishing, akin to a sparrow pecking the backside of a cow. No wonder she is the leader of our 7th dormitory. She is exceptional. The other roommates stood transfixed, dumbfounded. The leader possessing a 10,000-year spirit ring is immensely powerful. Tang San, enduring his pain, rose to his feet, gazing at Yu Xiaojiang with deep confusion. Teacher, did you not mention that the maximum age for a spirit ring for a spirit master is around 400 years? How is it possible that Fang Yu possesses a 10,000-year spirit ring? What qualifies her to have such a ring? Tang San found this utterly absurd, truly preposterous. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head. You inquire about this matter. I cannot say for certain. Well, she is. You know. It's just that. I don't really know, right? Tang San's lips twitched in frustration. Teacher, could you refrain from speaking nonsense? Suddenly, Yu Xiaojiang recalled something. His eyes lighting up, he turned to Fang Yu and asked, Fang Yu, may I be so bold as to inquire if you possess another powerful martial spirit? If possible, would you be so kind as to reveal it for me to see? Just a glimpse would suffice. Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Fang Yu with a pleading expression. His curiosity about the nature of Fang Yu's other martial spirit was insatiable. In his view, if Fang Yu indeed possessed another formidable martial spirit, it would explain how she could absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring as her first. Fang Yu smiled broadly. Today, I am in a splendid mood. So let me show you something, Xiaogang. Fang Yu slowly raised his right arm. Snap. He made a sharp sound with his fingers. Zing. Suddenly, behind Fang Yu, an ethereal 18-winged angelic spirit materialized. A divine radiance enveloped his form, with golden light shimmering in his eyes, exuding an aura of unparalleled sanctity. He appeared as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. An immensely powerful soul force instantaneously enveloped the surroundings, rendering the very heavens and earth dim in its presence. Upon sensing this terrifying aura, everyone felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling with fear. Merely gazing upon the spirit behind Fang Yu instilled a profound sense of reverence in their hearts. Tang San, witnessing the spectacle, was left astounded. His eyes wide as saucers, and his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate 2 eggs. Goodness! How is it possible that Fang Yu possesses another martial soul? Moreover, this martial soul is astonishing, featuring 18 wings. What kind of martial soul is this? Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted dramatically, revealing a look of sheer disbelief. An 18-winged angel martial soul. How could this be? How could such a martial soul exist? Could it be that this is a mutation of the 6-winged angel martial soul, evolving into an even more formidable form? What is the relationship between Fang Yu and Bibi Dong? Yu Xiaojiang's mind was on the verge of overload. He was aware of the 6-winged angel spirit from Douluo Continent, but had never heard of, nor seen, the 18-winged angel spirit. This spirit was entirely beyond Yu Xiaojiang's comprehension, leaving him bewildered. Wow, Fang Yu's spirit is so cool. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes widened, genuinely astonished. She had no knowledge of the 18-winged angel spirit, yet she sensed its power and magnificence. It was simply impressive beyond words. Wang Sheng was so taken aback that his scalp tingled, causing the broom in his hand to fall to the ground. Huh? The boss actually possesses another spirit? A dual spirit? The little cow's rear end is stuffed with firecrackers. What an explosion! The boss is truly remarkable. Fang Yu had suddenly become a towering figure in the hearts of his peers. Although Fang Yu had always been formidable, he now appeared even more extraordinary. Chapter 12. Into the soul-hunting forest. Xiao San, you were disrespectful to Fang Yu just now. Quickly apologized to him. Once Yu Xiaojiang regained his composure, he fixed his gaze on Tang San earnestly. If he did not compel his disciple to apologize to Fang Yu, Tang San's future path would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties, for he had provoked an immensely powerful individual. Teacher, Tang San initially intended to refuse. But upon encountering Yu Xiaojiang's cold and serious gaze, he swallowed his words. He dared not defy his teacher and reluctantly approached Fang Yu, lowering his head to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. I'm sorry. Although Tang San superficially offered an apology, his demeanor revealed his lingering defiance. Fang Yu retracted his martial spirit and soul rings, sneering as he declared, an apology is one thing, but you must still honor the wager we made. Fang Yu, I advise you not to push this matter too far, Tang San exclaimed, his eyes turning icy as he raised his head in fury. Having already apologized, he found Fang Yu's demand for his soul-guiding device utterly outrageous. Are you even a man, Cho-san? Were your previous words nothing but nonsense? You were the one who insisted on gambling with Fang Yu, and now that you've lost, you resort to deceit. Individuals like you are truly detestable. Xiao Wu glared at Tang San, her brows furrowed and hands on her hips. She despised men who lacked integrity and kept their word. If you don't hand over the soul-guiding device, believe me, Sister Xiao Wu will teach you a lesson. Seeing Xiao Wu prepare to take action, Yu Xiaojiang quickly interjected, addressing Tang San. San, a gentleman's word is as unyielding as a horse's reins. If you still acknowledge me as your teacher, you must fulfill your end of the wager. Yu Xiaojiang understood that if Tang San did not surrender the soul-guiding device he had given him, he might find himself in a predicament where both Xiao Wu and Fang Yu would unite to give him a beating before seizing the device. As a teacher, it was his duty to guide his disciple toward making the right decision. Faced with Xiao Wu's cold gaze and his teacher's serious demeanor, Tang San could only grimace as he reluctantly handed over the 24 Bridges Moonlit Night soul-guiding device to Fang Yu. He had cherished this device, which Yu Xiaojiang had gifted him just the day before, and now it was swiftly passing into Fang Yu's possession. A glimmer of frost flashed in Tang San's eyes. Once he grew stronger, he would reclaim the device his teacher had bestowed upon him. Well then, San, your wager with Fang Yu is concluded. I shall take you to the soul-hunting forest to seek a suitable soul beast for your soul ring, Yu Xiaojiang said calmly. Understood, teacher. As Tang San took a few steps, a thought struck him, and he turned to Xiao Wu with a smile. Sister Xiao Wu, you still haven't acquired your first soul ring, have you? Come with me and the teacher to the soul-hunting forest. If I find a suitable soul ring, I will let you have it. Additionally, I will catch a lovely little rabbit for you to play with. Upon hearing the last part, Xiao Wu's expression instantly darkened. I won't go, she declared, raising her clenched fist defiantly. Cho-san, if you dare harm that little rabbit, don't blame me for being rude. A slight smirk tugged at Fang Yu's lips. Tang San was truly courting disaster, thinking to catch a rabbit for Xiao Wu. He was simply asking for trouble. Tang San, noticing Xiao Wu's frigid stare and her formidable fist, retreated in fright. I won't harm the rabbit. Sister Xiao Wu, please don't be agitated. He recognized Xiao Wu as a girl with a propensity for violence. If he did not relent, he would surely face her wrath. Yu Xiaojiang led Tang San away from the nodding academy, renting a carriage to the soul-hunting forest. Shortly after they departed, Fang Yu conceived a whimsical notion. He turned to Xiao Wu beside him and said, Xiao Wu, I wish to visit the soul-hunting forest. Would you care to join me? At this, Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, pouting with indignation as she retorted, Are you also going to the soul-hunting forest to catch adorable little rabbits, Fang Yu? She detested the idea of humans harming rabbits. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly in a smile. Not quite, he said. I merely wish to visit the soul-hunting forest to admire the scenery and meander about, as I have nothing else to occupy my time. In truth, he harbored another motive for venturing into the soul-hunting forest, yet he refrained from disclosing it. This was because, as the saying goes, secrecy is vital to success. Sometimes, once certain words are uttered, they can inadvertently affect a situation, jeopardizing what could have been accomplished. Fang Yu harbored another intention, which was to thwart Tang San from acquiring superior soul rings. Since he had little else to occupy his time, he decided to treat this endeavor as a source of amusement. Upon learning that Fang Yu intended to visit the soul-hunting forest for its scenic beauty, Xiao Wu's furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and with a bright smile, she remarked, Oh, So it's for sightseeing. In that case, I shall accompany you. Fang Yu observed the swift change in Xiao Wu's emotions and could only remark that a woman's mood can shift more rapidly than the turning of a page in a book. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu, upon exiting Nodding Academy, hired a carriage. The coachman turned to Fang Yu and inquired, "Young man, where are you headed?" Fang Yu cast a glance ahead and replied, "Follow the carriage in front, heading to the soul-hunting forest." The carriage ahead bore the esteemed company of Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. "All right, do hold on tightly, you two." The sunlight was perfectly radiant, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. A gust of autumn wind swept through, lifting the golden-hued leaves from the ground, causing them to dance gracefully in the air. The path leading to the soul-splitting forest was a pale yellow dirt road, flanked by lush woods and blossoming flora. Birds chirped melodiously as they perched upon the branches, while the emerald leaves swayed softly in the breeze. The two carriages traversed the slightly rugged path, one following closely behind the other. Inside the rear carriage sat Fang Yu, clad in blue, alongside Xiao Wu, adorned in a delicate pink dress. With a mere thought, Fang Yu retrieved the 20 Bridges Bright Moon Night soul guiding device from his storage ring and presented it to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, this soul guiding device is a gift for you. I already possess a storage ring, so having so many soul guiding devices is of no use to me." Xiao Wu, being a straightforward girl, accepted the gift without hesitation. "Then I shall not be polite. Thank you," she exclaimed, her smile radiant. Having a soul-guiding device would be immensely convenient. She could store some vegetables within it. Whenever she craved greens, she could effortlessly retrieve them from the device, sparing herself the trip to the cafeteria or the store. Ding! The system detected a significant increase in Xiao Wu's affection towards the host, rewarding the host with 10,000 gold soul coins and the highest level token from the Spirit Hall. Fang Yu felt a surge of joy within, as anticipated. Gaining Xiao Wu's affection could very well trigger the system's detection function. It must be said that this token is indeed a remarkable item, which may prove useful shortly. After Xiao Wu accepted the soul guidance device, 24 Bridges in the moonlit night, she seemed lost in thought, silently gazing at Fang Yu beside her. "Xiao Wu, why do you keep staring at me?" Fang Yu inquired, perplexed. Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment before responding, I have a friend who wishes to ask you a question. If one day you discovered that your close friend had deceived you, would you harbor hatred towards her, despise her, and distance yourself from her?" Xiao Wu's large, beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Fang Yu, filled with anticipation for his response. Chapter 13. Let Xiao Wu be my sister. Fang Yu invited Xiao Wu to dinner, gifted her bedding and a soul-guiding device, treating her with exceptional kindness. Yet, she has been deceiving Fang Yu, which fills her with guilt and remorse. Xiao Wu finds herself in a dilemma, pondering whether to reveal her true identity to Fang Yu. Even if she chooses to remain silent, with Fang Yu's innate talent and capability, it is inevitable that he will someday discern that she is a transformed soul beast from 100,000 years ago. The thought of that moment terrifies Xiao Wu. She fears that Fang Yu will distance himself from her, cease their friendship, or even come to loathe her. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Fang Yu discerned that she was fabricating a friendship as an excuse to inquire about the questions she truly wished to pose. Fang Yu had a vague inkling of the deception she alluded to. If nothing unexpected occurred, it was likely that Xiao Wu intended to disclose matters concerning her true identity. Fang Yu pondered for a moment and replied with measured calmness. The issue of deception is quite intricate. It largely depends on the nature of the deceit. If it inflicts significant harm upon me or is malicious in intent, I would certainly distance myself from those who deceive. However, if the deception arises from personal privacy concerns and does not adversely affect my interests or the relationship between us, it hardly qualifies as true deception. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Xiao Wu, you may find my explanation somewhat unclear, so allow me to illustrate with an example. Xiao Wu nodded obediently, indicating her understanding. Fang Yu turned his head and glanced through the window of the carriage at the leaves swaying in the wind among the trees. Imagine a person who shares a profound friendship with a deity disguised in human form. One day, this individual discovers that their dear friend is, in fact, a celestial being descended to save the world. Although the deity, for various reasons, has chosen not to reveal their divine identity, thus deceiving the person, this revelation does not tarnish the bond they share. In truth, it may even deepen their connection. Such deception is not born of malice. Rather, it pertains to the sanctity of personal privacy, necessitating the use of benevolent untruths. Fang Yu gazed at Xiao Wu and inquired, Xiao Wu, I trust you comprehend my words now." He believed he had articulated his thoughts with utmost clarity, confident that Xiao Wu's intellect would grasp the essence. "Fang Yu, thank you for sharing this with me. I understand now," Xiao Wu exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon her as a radiant smile illuminated her face. After hearing the example Fang Yu provided, she felt reassured that she could temporarily withhold the truth about her identity. Her identity was a matter of privacy and personal secret, not a malicious deception towards Fang Yu. Fang Yu cast a sidelong glance out of the car window at the swaying flowers and grasses in the woods, lost in contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, he turned to the smiling Xiao Wu beside him and inquired, "Xiao Wu, I must confess that I am an orphan, and I have always yearned for a sister. Would you do me the honor of being my sister?" Fang Yu, during his time on Blue Star, was indeed an orphan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu blinked thoughtfully. Fang Yu is handsome, affluent, and exceptionally powerful. Being his sister would yield nothing but benefits. However, what if one day, her true identity jeopardized Fang Yu? Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment, gazing at Fang Yu, and asked, "What would you do if one day many people sought to take my life, and you found yourself unable to fend them off?" Fang Yu locked eyes with Xiao Wu and solemnly declared, "Then let them tread over my corpse. Let them follow Tang San's path, rendering him without any escape. This will infuriate him." Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Xiao Wu felt a warmth in her heart, deeply touched. Her crimson lips parted gently, exhaling like the fragrance of orchids. "Brother." "Alas." Fang Yu smiled gently. "From this day forth, he has a sister." Fang Yu gazed at the grinning Xiao Wu and declared with a commanding presence, "Xiao Wu, should anyone dare to bully you, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall ensure they meet their demise." Xiao Wu nodded obediently, exclaiming, "Yes, yes, brother. You are truly wonderful." Meanwhile, Tang San leaned against the window of the carriage, witnessing the burgeoning bond between Fang Yu and Xiao Wu in the carriage behind him. Anger surged within him, his eyes widening in fury, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, his face suffused with jealousy. "Xiao Wu, how could you be so foolish? This is merely Fang Yu's ruse. Are you not aware of the adage, today a friend, tomorrow a sibling, and the day after, hand in hand as lovers? Fang Yu is merely deceiving you." Tang San had originally intended to seize an opportunity to draw closer to Xiao Wu, but to his surprise, Fang Yu acted first. Tang San felt a pang of distress, realizing that no matter what he said now, it was too late. Even if he rushed over to tell Xiao Wu that Fang Yu was a fraud, she would never believe him. Yu Xiao Gang, observing Tang San's furious expression, inquired, "Xiao San, what troubles you? Are you all right?" "It's nothing," Tang San replied, taking a deep breath to calm his agitated emotions. Yu Xiao Gang pressed further. "Are you truly fine?" "Teacher, I assure you, I am perfectly well. Please do not worry." "Oh, if all is well, then enjoy some sweet and sour plums. They are quite delightful." With that, Yu Xiao Gang produced a packet of plums and offered them to Tang San. "Thank you, teacher." Tang San's eyes glimmered with gratitude. "You truly are. I'm overwhelmed." Tang San placed one of the plums into his mouth, only to be met with an intense sourness that caused him to shut his eyes tightly, grimacing in discomfort. "Goodness, why is it so sour?" he exclaimed, spitting out the plum and looking at Yu Xiao Gang with bewilderment. "Teacher, why don't you eat the plums?" Yu Xiao Gang replied, "They are too sour for me." Tang San muttered under his breath, his frustration evident. "If only I were strong enough to confront Yu Xiao Gang. I would have given him a piece of my mind for suggesting such a thing." Meanwhile, in the Douluo Continent, within the desolate rock forest, a secluded area devoid of human presence, lay several unattended grave mounds, exuding a somber and eerie atmosphere. Anyone who ventured here would surely feel a sense of oppression. Towering ancient trees and wild grass loomed high, casting a shadow over the land. A man clad in black sat cross-legged on the ground, immersed in meditation. He kept one eye open while the other remained closed, having lost its sight. The invisible soul energy of the forest gradually flowed into the one-eyed man, enveloping him in a dark aura, swirling with malevolence and ominous energy. The invisible soul energy streamed into him like rivers merging into the ocean, filling the man's dantian from all directions. His soul power was steadily rising. Ding! The antagonist system notifies the host that their soul power has reached level 12. The one-eyed man grinned wickedly. "I never anticipated such a rapid increase in soul power. In no time, I have risen 2 levels. At this rate, it won't be long before my soul power reaches an extraordinary level. When that time comes, I will emerge and wreak havoc. First, I shall eliminate Xiao Wu and the two Mings to obtain their soul rings, thereby significantly enhancing my strength. With these dark thoughts swirling in his mind, the one-eyed man continued to harness the invisible soul energy of the forest. Chapter 14. The highest level token of the Spirit Hall. The Soul Hunting Forest. Fang Yu, Xiao Wu, and Yu Xiaojing disembarked from the carriage and proceeded towards the entrance of the Soul Hunting Forest. The entrance was guarded by numerous soldiers clad in silver armor, wielding long spears. Surrounding the Soul Hunting Forest was a towering wall, adorned with spiked iron fences. Under ordinary circumstances, entry into the Soul Hunting Forest was prohibited without the permission of the soldiers from the Spirit Hall. This forest primarily served as a venue for soul masters to obtain soul beasts and their corresponding soul rings. Yu Xiaojing, sporting a crew cut, led Tang San to the front of the soldiers. Halt! Please present the Spirit Hall token. One soldier intoned with a serious expression. Yu Xiaojing retrieved a token from his pocket for the soldiers to inspect. Very well, you may enter, the soldier replied. As Yu Xiaojing passed by the lead soldier, he leaned in and whispered, I am not aligned with those two young individuals behind me. Do you comprehend my meaning? Fang Yu is not his disciple. On what grounds does he lead Fang Yu and Xiao Wu into the soul-splitting forest? Furthermore, Fang Yu has taken the soul guide device, 27 Bridges at Night, which he had gifted to Tang San. This has left Yu Xiaojing with a sense of aversion towards Fang Yu. Very well, I understand. The soldier nodded slightly. As Tang San was about to follow Yu Xiaojing into the soul-hunting forest, he turned back and mockingly remarked to Fang Yu, without the Spirit Hall's token, I wonder how you intend to enter. Tang San then shifted his gaze to Xiao Wu, flattering her with a smile. Sister Xiao Wu, if you wish to enter the soul-hunting forest, come with me. My teacher and I will escort you inside. No need. Wherever my brother is, that's where I will be. Xiao Wu coldly retorted to Tang San. A flicker of disdain crossed Tang San's eyes. Humph. Good intentions mistaken for foolishness. Without the Spirit Hall's token, I shall see how you manage to enter the soul-hunting forest. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu approached the soldiers. Please present the Soul Hall token. The soldiers crossed their spears in the middle of the path, obstructing the way of the two. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as his palm opened, revealing a resplendent and noble token. The soldiers, upon catching sight of the token in Fang Yu's hand, widened their eyes in astonishment, gasping in disbelief. This is the highest-ranking token of the Spirit Hall? We pay our respects to your holiness. All the soldiers simultaneously knelt in reverence before Fang Yu. Tang San, witnessing this scene, was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why are all these soldiers bowing to Fang Yu? Where did Fang Yu obtain the token in his hand? Is its level remarkably high? Is it truly impressive? Upon seeing the token held by Fang Yu, Yu Xiaojing was instantly astounded. He actually possessed the highest level token of the Spirit Hall. What is the relationship between Fang Yu and Bibi Dong? What is their connection to the Spirit Hall? Even Yu Xiaojing, hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, possesses merely a low-ranking token from the Spirit Hall. In contrast, the token in Fang Yu's possession is of the highest order from the Spirit Hall, akin to the presence of the Pope himself. At this moment, Fang Yu's companion, Xiao Wu, was equally astonished by the scene before her. Her beautiful eyes widened as she glanced at the kneeling soldiers, then tilted her head in perplexity to look at Fang Yu. What is Fang Yu's identity that compels these formidable soldiers to kneel and pay their respects? Once Yu Xiaojing regained his composure, he hurriedly approached Fang Yu, a smile gracing his face as he quietly inquired, Fang Yu, if I may be so bold, what is your relationship with Bibi Dong? And what is your connection to the Spirit Hall? Fang Yu cast a sidelong glance at Yu Xiaojing and offered a faint smile. As for my relationship with Bibi Dong, it's none of your business. With that, Fang Yu firmly grasped Xiao Wu's wrist and strode into the soul-hunting forest, disregarding Yu Xiaojing entirely. What a pretentious master. He hardly warranted such an explanation from me. Yu Xiaojing watched Fang Yu's retreating figure, a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth betraying his inner turmoil. Fang Yu has truly embarrassed himself before the soldiers. Teacher, let us hasten into the soul-hunting forest. I cannot allow Fang Yu to seize my soul ring, Tang San remarked, gazing at the dazed Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing felt a surge of frustration towards his unambitious disciple. Look at Fang Yu. At your age, he possesses the highest-ranking token from the Spirit Hall. And you? Lacking both status and strength, you still rely on me to enter the soul-hunting forest. Tang San muttered under his breath. And what of you? Despite being in your 30s, you also lack the highest-ranking token from the Spirit Hall. Hey, you dare to retort against your teacher. My apologies, teacher. I was wrong. Please don't hit my head, or I might become foolish. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San playfully bickered as they entered the soul-hunting forest. Inside, the forest was vibrant and lush, filled with an abundance of flora. A gentle floral fragrance wafted through the air. Spotting a sturdy bamboo, Tang San inquired, "Teacher, this bamboo appears quite robust. Could it serve as my first soul ring?" Yu Xiaojing explained, "Silly child, this bamboo is only around 30 years old, which corresponds to a white soul ring. Absorbing such a soul ring would squander your innate talent. You should seek a soul beast whose age is closest to that of your first soul ring to enhance your strength significantly." Tang San nodded. "Oh, I understand now." Yu Xiaojiang scanned the surroundings with a wary gaze. The soul-hunting forest harbored hidden dangers. Numerous soul beasts had lived for hundreds of years, with some even reaching a millennium. Your martial spirit is blue silvergrass, a control-type spirit. It would be wise to find a soul beast with strong control abilities and considerable offensive power for your first soul ring. Alternatively, a toxic soul beast could also serve well, compensating for the deficiencies of your martial spirit. Tang San nodded in agreement. "Understood, teacher." He felt his teacher's words were wise. A toxic soul beast would indeed suit him. Once he acquired the soul ring from a poisonous beast, he could secretly poison Fang Yu when he least expected it. As they walked, Tang San and Fang Yu spotted a tree laden with fruit. Peach spirit fruit tree. The fruits were pale pink, resembling peaches, and looked delectable. Tang San grinned, eager to act first. He exerted considerable effort to climb the tree and plucked 3 fruits. After handing one to Yu Xiaojiang, he casually wiped the largest peach spirit fruit on his clothing and cheerfully offered it to Xiao Wu. "Here, this largest peach spirit fruit is for you." Tang San deliberately picked 3, ensuring Fang Yu received none. "You can keep it, I don't want it." Xiao Wu declined without hesitation. She had just witnessed Tang San wipe his nose and smear mucus on his clothes. Now, with him rubbing the peach spirit fruit on his garment, it was utterly disgusting. Ugh! Fang Yu gazed at the peach spirit tree before him and gently waved his hand. An invisible and gentle soul force plucked 2 luscious peach spirit fruits, delivering them into his palm. Chapter 15. Inherit my system? Ding. Host's dehydration detected, rewarding the host with a bottle of Farmer's Bandit. Fang Yu smiled. He was contemplating how to wash the Tao Ling fruit without water when, to his surprise, the system provided him with some. Truly, it is as if the moment one feels drowsy, a pillow is offered. How considerate of you, dear system. Fang Yu, having cleansed the delicate, pink-tinged Tao Ling fruit with pristine farmer's spring water, presented it to Xiao Wu. "Thank you, brother. You're so kind," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her hands eagerly accepting the fruit, her face radiating joy. She felt truly fortunate to have a brother. "No need for thanks, Xiao Wu. You are my sister. There's no need for such formality between us." Fang Yu's lips curled slightly. Ding. The system detected that the host had successfully garnered the affection of Xiao Wu. As a reward, the host received a charming villa in the Tangshan's second residence. Description of the Tangshan's second residence villa. This is a luxurious, mobile villa, fully equipped with modern appliances, as well as an array of food and beverages. This villa has been stored in the system space, and the host can summon it at any time. Fang Yu was in high spirits, basking in delight. With this opulent little villa, he could choose to slumber wherever his heart desired. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu accept the Tao Ling fruit bestowed by Fang Yu, Tang San's gaze soured, turning venomous in an instant. His countenance was rife with jealousy. Why should she refuse the fruit he offered? Why should she accept the fruit from Fang Yu instead? Did it truly matter whether it was washed or not? In a fit of rage, Tang San bit down hard on the fruit in his hand. Ouch! My tooth! He had bitten down with such force that he struck the hard peach pit, nearly chipping a tooth. The pain contorted Tang San's face, leaving him grimacing in discomfort. Fang Yu, upon witnessing Tang San's embarrassing moment, couldn't help but break into a grin. "Are you attempting to make me die of laughter so you can inherit my system? You truly are a master of cunning." Xiao Wu chuckled heartily at the sight of the unseemly Tang San. "You deserve it." Once the pain in Tang San's teeth subsided, he began to devour the Tao Ling fruit with reckless abandon, completely unmindful of his appearance, leaving his face smeared with juice. Fang Yu savored the delectable peach spirit fruit with great enthusiasm. It must be said, the peach spirit fruit is truly delightful, crisp and sweet, with each bite releasing a torrent of sweet juice that cascades through the mouth before settling in the stomach. Xiao Wu cast a disdainful glance at Tang San, who was voraciously consuming the fruit, her expression betraying her distaste. How unbecoming his manner of eating. It was utterly unappealing. She then turned her gaze to Fang Yu, who was also enjoying the peach spirit fruit with gusto, a smile blossoming on her face. Boys should indulge in their food as Fang Yu does. It is so bold and generous. Her brother's manner of eating was truly admirable, and he was undeniably handsome. Clutching the pale pink peach spirit fruit, Xiao Wu delicately bit into it, her lovely eyes narrowing into charming crescent shapes. How delicious. In her solitary days in the forest, Xiao Wu had never given a thought to her eating habits. Now, as Fang Yu's sister, she inexplicably felt the weight of a girl's burden, an awareness that one ought to be mindful of their appearance while eating. Perhaps her subconscious was reminding her to maintain her image in front of her brother. As Tang San and Fang Yu continued to feast on the peach spirit fruit, they ventured deeper into the soul-hunting forest. After a considerable while, they finished the fruit but had yet to find a suitable soul beast for Tang San. Nightfall gradually enveloped the forest, casting shadows as the sky darkened. Teacher, it's almost dark. Shall we rest here for the night and resume our search for soul beasts tomorrow? Tang San suggested, halting his steps to address Yu Xiaojiang. Very well, came the reply. Tang San produced a folding tent from his sleeve. Once he had set it up, a proud smile graced his face. Thankfully, I purchased this tent in advance. Otherwise, we would have nowhere to sleep tonight. He glanced at Fang Yu with a teasing remark. Someone might just get bitten by mosquitoes tonight. Turning to Xiao Wu, he ingratiatingly proposed, Sister Xiao Wu, if you don't mind, why not share a tent with me tonight? The forest is teeming with mosquitoes, and it wouldn't be wise for a girl to sleep on the ground. Tang San seized every opportunity to win Xiao Wu's favor, believing that if he gained her affection, it would be easier to deal with Fang Yu. Xiao Wu's expression was icy and resolute. She had no desire to share a tent with him. The mere sight of Tang San's acne-ridden face repulsed her. The thought of sleeping in the same tent made her feel nauseous. In response to Tang San's taunts, Fang Yu merely scoffed, "What era are we in? Camping in a tent is so outdated." With a grand gesture, Fang Yu summoned forth a resplendent three-story villa, which materialized on the vacant lot before him. The exterior of this opulent dwelling exuded an unmistakable luxury, with walls radiating a subtle golden glow, worth a fortune. Upon beholding this magnificent villa, Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. What a marvel! Fang Yu carries an entire villa with him? How extraordinarily wealthy and extravagant! Yu Xiaojiang was equally astonished by the sudden appearance of the opulent villa. Is this the Tangchen Airpin Villa? It is rumored to be worth several million gold soul coins, a possession only attainable by the continent's elite aristocracy. Fang Yu's identity is terrifyingly formidable. What connection does he have with Bibi Dong and the Spirit Hall? His financial prowess is truly daunting. Upon seeing the opulent villa, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with astonishment as she exclaimed, "Wow, I never expected you to have a villa with you. You're incredible, brother. I truly admire you." Initially, Xiao Wu was contemplating how she would spend the night, but now she has a place to stay. Unbeknownst to them, in the distant thicket, two pairs of eyes glowed ominously, silently observing their every move. "Brother, look over there. There are fireflies," Xiao Wu exclaimed, noticing a cluster of faintly glowing green fireflies dancing through the air not far away. With that, she dashed towards them. As she ran, her long scorpion braid swayed playfully behind her, adding to her charm. Fang Yu gazed at Xiao Wu's silhouette and smiled gently before following closely behind. "Brother, look quickly. I've caught a firefly." Xiao Wu approached Fang Yu, cradling a softly glowing firefly in her hands. Indeed, Xiao Wu is truly remarkable. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he offered her a compliment. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu's joy intensified, and she began to leap with excitement. After observing the fireflies for a while, the two of them crouched down to gently inhale the sweet fragrance of the blossoms. The moonlight cascaded upon them, enveloping them in an ethereal veil. Bathed in this luminous glow, Fang Yu's already handsome features appeared even more defined, as if he were a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by the mundane world, exuding an extraordinary grace. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu, exhausted from their journey, settled side by side on the ground, leaning against a towering tree. They gazed upward at the vast sky, where a round moon, resembling a glutinous rice ball, hung serenely. The entire firmament was adorned with brilliant, twinkling stars, occasionally graced by the swift passage of a few resplendent shooting stars. Chapter 16. You are truly wonderful dressed in a delicate pink dress. Xiao Wu turned to admire Fang Yu's handsome profile and inquired, "Brother, Which do you find more beautiful? The moonlight or the glow of fireflies? Fang Yu gazed upwards at the luminous full moon, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In terms of aesthetic appeal, I believe there is no hierarchy between the moonlight and the glow of fireflies. Both possess their own enchanting beauty, radiating a unique luminescence. Much like individuals, each with their distinct personalities and varied life journeys. Xiao Wu looked at Fang Yu with admiration. Brother, I think you are absolutely right. You possess such profound knowledge. After admiring the night scenery for a while, Fang Yu and Xiao Wu returned to the charming villa at Tang San. Upon their return, Fang Yu felt a twinge of hunger and desired a late-night snack. The large refrigerator within the villa was stocked with an array of fresh delicacies, while the pantry held numerous essentials that might be needed in daily life. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu arrived at the outdoor terrace of the quaint villa, where they set up a small barbecue grill. The grill was adorned with skewers of lamb, enoki mushrooms, crayfish, and an assortment of vegetables, all delicacies beloved by both Fang Yu and Xiao Wu. As the meat on the grill was brushed with a layer of oil, it emitted a gentle sizzling sound, releasing a plume of fragrant smoke. Xiao Wu, the vegetables are ready for you, Fang Yu announced. Fang Yu handed the freshly grilled vegetables to Xiao Wu. Thank you, brother. You are truly wonderful, Xiao Wu exclaimed with a radiant smile, joyfully savoring the vegetables. Fang Yu also picked up the fragrant lamb skewers and began to indulge in them. The two savored their barbecued delicacies while sipping on icy cola, relishing the delightful experience. Nearby, within the tent adjacent to the quaint villa, Tang San caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma, causing his stomach to rumble in protest, and he found himself salivating uncontrollably. Through the tent's fabric, he cast a malevolent glance towards the luxurious villa beside him. Fang Yu, you truly deserve condemnation. Engaging in a barbecue at such an ungodly hour is utterly excessive. Who among the family understands? I am genuinely at my wit's end. Tang San, having not dined in the evening, is already famished. Fang Yu even prepared a barbecue, for he was so famished that he felt he could gnaw on tree bark. Howl! As Fang Yu finished his barbecue and was about to return to his room to sleep, a resounding howl of a wolf echoed from a distance. Fang Yu lifted his gaze and beheld a pack of 20 to 30 soul beasts, resembling wolves, swiftly advancing towards their location. Their fur was a striking black and white, with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs. Though they bore a resemblance to wolves, they were not genuine wolves. Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, upon hearing the howls, hurriedly exited the tent. This is dire. Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted to one of alarm as he surveyed the approaching pack. These were the Hassi beasts, creatures with a lineage akin to that of wolves. Although their wolf bloodline was incomplete, they could still be considered half-wolves. This group of Hassi beasts possessed at least several hundred years of cultivation, rendering them formidable in combat. Tang San, equally distressed, exclaimed, "What shall we do, teacher? We won't be devoured by the pack, will we?" Trembling with fear, his legs quaked, nearly betraying him. "Calm down, Xiao San. Teacher will unleash his martial soul to see if we can incapacitate them," Yu Xiaojiang replied, his demeanor resolute as he swung his arm and proclaimed, "Arise, Ro San Pao." A martial soul, resembling a rotund, pig-like creature, materialized before them. Yu Xiaojiang glared at the oncoming wolves and declared, "First soul skill, thunderous flatulence." Ro San Pao shot into the air. With a loud puff, it released a tremendous noxious flatulence directed at the approaching Hassi beasts. The yellow stench permeated the air, but rather than deterring the wolves, it seemed to enrage them. "Awoo! Awoo!" The leading Hassi beast howled defiantly, accelerating towards Yu Xiaojiang and the others. Witnessing this, Yu Xiaojiang hesitated no longer. He seized Tang San's arm and bolted, disregarding the fates of Fang Yu and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, gazing at the fierce pack of Hassi beasts, paled slightly. The fear of a little rabbit facing a big bad wolf is a primal instinct etched into the soul. Although the Hassi beasts lacked a complete wolf lineage, their sheer numbers conferred upon them combat abilities comparable to that of a wolf pack. The resemblance between the Hassi beasts and wolves was striking. They could easily be referred to as Hassi beasts or simply wolves. The distinction was negligible. "Brother, I'm scared." Xiao Wu quivered, inching closer to Fang Yu, her face betraying her trepidation. Yet, Fang Yu remained unperturbed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he reassured Xiao Wu. "Do not fear, Xiao Wu. They are merely a pack of pups. They are no match for me." Tang San, being dragged along by Yu Xiaojiang in a state of frantic retreat, could not help but wear a smug grin upon hearing this. "Pups, Fang Yu. Perhaps you did not hear my teacher's words. These beastly creatures possess at least several centuries of cultivation. Together, their strength is certainly not inferior to that of a millennium soul beast. Facing such formidable combat prowess, what do you intend to use to contend against them? Fang Yu compels you to act arrogantly. This time, your fate is sealed. A trace of regret flickered in Tang San's eyes. Alas, it is truly unfortunate for Xiao Wu, for she has leapt into the abyss alongside you. Yu Xiaojiang, however, fled in haste, not daring to glance back. For him, preserving his own life and that of his disciple was paramount. As for Fang Yu and Xiao Wu, if they were to perish, what concern was it of his? Fang Yu cast a glance at the disheveled Yu Xiaojiang as he fled in a panic, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such a pitiful Yu Xiaojiang, always resorting to flight in times of trouble, unable even to contend with a pack of whelps. Fang Yu, with an air of calm, gracefully lifted his right foot and gently stamped it upon the ground. In that instant, a radiant black soul ring materialized around him. The hounds, poised to charge towards the quaint villa, were struck by a profound shock upon witnessing the black soul ring adorning Fang Yu. Good heavens! A 10,000-year soul ring! How? The leading large hound momentarily froze, then, filled with terror, let out a frantic cry and turned to flee. Fellow wolves, run. This individual possesses a 10,000-year soul ring. We stand no chance against him. As the leader darted away, the other hounds hastily followed suit, turning to escape. Fang Yu gazed at the pack of huskies scurrying away with their tails tucked between their legs and couldn't help but smile. Since they had come this far, he decided to bestow upon them a few small gifts. Fang Yu waved his hand dramatically towards the hassy beasts, unleashing a terrifying surge of invisible soul power. With a resounding boom, all the hassy beasts let out a cry of despair, instantly propelled away. In the face of Fang Yu's formidable soul power, they were afforded no opportunity for resistance. After all, Fang Yu possessed a soul power level of 30, complemented by a soul ring aged 5,000 years. Even without employing soul techniques, his sheer soul power alone could effortlessly overpower this group of beasts with mere centuries of cultivation. Tang San, witnessing this spectacle, felt his pupils tremble with shock. Fang Yu's soul power is unexpectedly formidable. It appears that on the day of enrollment, when he battled Fang Yu, he did not exert his full strength. Tang San couldn't help but doubt whether Fang Yu's black soul ring was truly a 10,000-year soul ring. Does a soul ring of such age possess such immense power? The fleeing Yu Xiaojiang also halted, rendered speechless in astonishment. Fang Yu's soul power is likely surpassing even my own, and by a significant margin. This young man is truly formidable. Chapter 17, Teleportation. Brother, you are truly impressive. Xiao remarked with a smile, her admiration for Fang Yu evident. It is rare to find someone as young and powerful as Fang Yu across the entire continent. Ding. The system has detected that the host has successfully gained Xiao Wu's favor. Ding. The host is rewarded with a one-time skill, teleportation. One-time teleportation. This skill is an active ability that allows the user to instantaneously transport themselves to any location within 100 kilometers. Fang Yu grinned widely. This skill is quite impressive and practical. After the conclusion of the Hashi Beast incident, Fang Yu stored the small villa of Tang Chen in his storage ring and continued deeper into the soul-hunting forest with Xiao Wu and Tang San. As they ventured forth, a massive venomous ant suddenly charged out in front of them. It stood an imposing 2.5 zhang tall, with eerie azure eyes and a mouth that dripped with a greenish liquid. The venomous ant possessed over 20 claws, presenting a truly terrifying visage. Upon sighting the creature, Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed drastically. This is a poison ant beast. It can exhale deadly toxins, and its claws are exceptionally sharp, imbued with venom. This particular poison ant beast likely possesses around 3 centuries of cultivation, making it an ideal candidate for Tang San's first soul ring. However, it is far too formidable. My Luo San cannon would be no match for it. Instinctively, Yu Xiaojiang grasped Tang San's arm, preparing to flee. Suddenly, he recalled the powerful presence that stood beside him. Fang Yu, could you assist your disciple in acquiring the first spirit ring? Yu Xiaojiang immediately turned and said, Fang Yu, where are you? Where did Fang Yu go? He was just here a moment ago. Upon turning around, Yu Xiaojiang realized that, unbeknownst to him, both Fang Yu and Xiao Wu had vanished. Tang San complained. That despicable Fang Yu, leaving at such a crucial moment. Teacher, run. The poison ant is coming. With a cry of alarm, Tang San took off in haste. Yu Xiaojiang waved his arm and shouted, heaven-shattering, earth-rending, Luo San Pao. The first spirit skill, akin to thunderous flatulence, manifested in the form of the rotund Luo San Pao. With a loud puff, a foul, yellowish odor struck the poison ant. However, The poison ant merely paused momentarily, shook its head, and continued its charge towards Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. Clearly, the stench of Luo San Pao had little effect on the relentless creature. Ft, ft, ft. As the poison ant pursued Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, it expelled azure toxins from its mouth. The venom of the poison ant was formidable. Once it made contact, the victim would be instantly poisoned. At the moment Fang Yu spotted the venomous ant, he grasped Xiao Wu's wrist and activated a one-time teleportation skill. They were instantly transported to a distant thicket. Fang Yu gazed in astonishment at the colossal venomous ants relentlessly pursuing Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. If my memory serves me correctly, at this juncture, they should have encountered the mandala snake. How is it that they are faced with venomous ants instead? Could it be that my crossing over has altered the course of events? Indeed, it seems that my transference has led to numerous changes in the narrative. Fang Yu pondered deeply within himself. Beside him, Xiao Wu gazed at Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, who were ensnared in peril, and felt a surge of compassion. A hint of worry surfaced on her delicate face. Brother, do you think that Ugly San and his mentor might be devoured by the poison ants? Should we not lend them a hand? Although Xiao Wu harbored disdain for Tang San, she was still a Na'vi girl, new to the complexities of the human world, possessing an inherently kind heart. Nevertheless, even if Fang Yu chose not to assist Tang San, Xiao Wu would not hold it against him. After all, aiding Tang San was an act of goodwill, while refraining from intervention was merely a matter of duty. Fang Yu does not owe Tang San anything. Fang Yu gazed at the sorrowful Xiao Wu and chuckled softly. Do not fret, Xiao Wu. As far as I know, Cho San still possesses hidden cards yet to be revealed. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, he and Yu Xiaojiang are unlikely to perish. That rascal Cho San might even manage to turn the tables on the poison ant. While Xiao Wu remained unfamiliar with Tang San, Fang Yu was well acquainted with him. The sixth elder, having lived 2 lives, had mastered numerous Tang sect secret techniques and still had a plethora of concealed weapons at his disposal. Although his projectiles were not particularly formidable, they should suffice against a poison ant with roughly 3 centuries of cultivation. Upon hearing Fang Yu's words, Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment as she silently observed Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang being pursued by the poison ant. Her trust in Fang Yu is unwavering, leaving no room for doubt. With a vigorous swing of his arm, Yu Xiaojiang bellowed, second soul skill, tremendous blast. The rotund and boisterous Luo San Pao soared into the air, unleashing every ounce of strength upon the poison ant boom. A thunderous explosion erupted as the foul blast struck the poison ant, momentarily disorienting it and causing its massive body to sway slightly. However, that was all it managed. The poison ant swiftly regained its composure, its menacing jaws agape, revealing sharp fangs. With a sudden spray, a torrent of green venom splattered onto the unsuspecting Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San, the teacher has been poisoned. Yu Xiaojiang's words trailed off as he closed his eyes, collapsing to the ground. Teacher, Tang San shouted hoarsely, his eyes ablaze with fury. He glared at the poison ant, his voice cold as ice. Damn poison ant, I shall fight you to the bitter end. With a surge of rage, Tang San activated his purple extreme demon eye and Xin Yu hand. A glimmer of violet light flashed in his eyes as his hands transformed into an icy blue hue, exuding a chilling aura. Suddenly, the poison ant expelled a stream of green venom towards him. Shadowy phantom. Tang San deftly dodged the attack. With his teacher incapacitated and no one else around, he felt liberated to unleash his full potential without restraint. From his sleeve, he withdrew a collection of lethal silver needles, daggers, and crossbows, an array of assorted concealed weapons to unleash upon the poison ant. Bang, bang, bang. Silver needles, glimmering ominously, pierced the poison ant's body, resonating with a crisp sound. The sharp daggers swiftly severed many of the creature's tentacles, hampering its movements. Hidden among the distant bushes, Xiao Wu observed Tang San's ruthlessly lethal projectiles, her brows furrowing in concern. She had not anticipated that Cho San would resort to such cruel weaponry. He truly was not a good person. How foolish she had been to entertain thoughts of saving him. Disdain filled her gaze as she regarded Tang San. The prospect of those weapons being used on a living being was utterly horrifying. Tang San's actions unfolded precisely as Fang Yu had anticipated. Fang Yu gazed at Tang San, who was exerting every ounce of his strength to combat the venomous ant, a profound smile playing upon his lips. Ugly San, I hope you won't cry later. The venomous ant was swiftly rendered gravely injured by Tang San, lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Tang San fixed his gaze on the creature, panting heavily, sweat cascading down his back. With one final strike, he would be able to vanquish it. Once this soul beast was defeated, he could absorb its soul ring. The venomous ant boasted 300 years of cultivation. Surely, absorbing its soul ring would significantly enhance his own power? Contemplating this, Tang San felt an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through him. Armed with a dagger and a smile illuminating his face, he advanced step by step toward the venomous ant. Soon, he would acquire a formidable soul ring. Chapter 18. Tang San's fury. Just as Tang San was on the verge of delivering the fatal blow to the barely alive venomous ant, a striking figure suddenly appeared. With a sweeping gesture, Fang Yu unleashed a formidable surge of soul power that instantaneously shattered the dying poison ant into fragments. No. Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief as he let out a furious roar. The teacher had once stated that only the one who ultimately ends the life of a soul beast is entitled to absorb its soul ring. This meant that the poison ant, which he had painstakingly weakened, was slain by Fang Yu. The soul ring he had nearly grasped slipped away. Tang San's eyes turned crimson, filled with rage as he glared at Fang Yu. Why did you take my soul ring? Why? You already possess a 10,000-year soul ring. Why must you steal mine? Fang Yu, I despise you. He was so close, just one final strike away from vanquishing the poison ant and claiming its soul ring. Yet, Fang Yu had chosen that very moment to intervene, delivering the fatal blow to the nearly defeated creature. Fang Yu gazed at the nearly frantic Tang San, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Dear San, I am merely assisting you. I feared you might perish at the hands of the venomous ants, which is why I intervened. Tang San, on the verge of an explosive outburst, retorted, You speak nonsense. You intentionally seized my soul ring. It is all your fault. My soul ring is gone. My soul ring. Overwhelmed by despair, Tang San sank to his knees, weeping uncontrollably. The soul beast he had encountered after 3 centuries of cultivation, he had expended an immense amount of effort to severely wound it. Now it was lost. The soul ring irretrievably vanished. Ding! The system detected that the host successfully induced Tang San's breakdown and tears. Ding! The host is rewarded with 5 levels of soul power. Fang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed splendid. System, please access my personal panel. Certainly. Name, Fang Yu level, 30, original, 35, current, martial spirit 1. Food type potato. 50,000-year black soul ring, ancient bean spirit. Soul skill, annihilation bean might. Martial spirit 2, 18-winged angel martial spirit. No second soul ring yet. Upon observing his personal panel, Fang Yu nodded slightly. With the assistance of the system enhancing his soul power, attaining level 35 was quite effortless. In a dense thicket of the soul-hunting forest, a middle-aged man clad in brown stood, observing a few youths in the distance. A large hood obscured much of his face, rendering his features unrecognizable. The man's gaze was cold and menacing as he clenched his fist slowly. Boy, I shall remember this debt. With that, the middle-aged man flickered and vanished from sight. Lying on the ground, Yu Xiaojiang groggily opened his eyes and, upon seeing Tang San weeping inconsolably, murmured, Little San, teacher, before he could finish his sentence. Yu Xiaojiang succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Teacher. At that moment, Tang San recalled that his master had succumbed to poison and fainted. He hastily employed the Tang Sect's secret technique to detoxify Yu Xiaojiang. After a while, when Yu Xiaojiang awoke, his first sight was Fang Yu, mistaking him for his savior. He promptly rose to express his gratitude. Fang Yu, thank you for saving me. Had it not been for your timely intervention, both I and Little San would have perished today. Master, no. Hearing this, Tang San wished to clarify but quickly silenced himself. He could not reveal that he had used a Tang Sect hidden weapon to rescue Yu Xiaojiang, for that might lead the latter to question him, potentially jeopardizing their teacher-student bond. Fang Yu gazed at Yu Xiaojiang and broke into a hearty smile. No need for gratitude. Saving a life is more meritorious than erecting a 7-story pagoda. I have always derived joy from aiding others. Moreover, that venomous ant possessed merely a few centuries of cultivation, which I could easily overcome. A wave of emotion washed over Yu Xiaojiang's heart. Fang Yu, you are truly a kind-hearted soul. Tang San, standing nearby, wore a grimace resembling a bitter melon, remaining silent. The mute's suffering was akin to eating bitter herbs without the ability to voice one's pain. Yu Xiaojiang turned to Fang Yu and said, Fang Yu, should you encounter a soul beast suitable for Xiao San in the future, I kindly ask that you consider sparing it for him. After all, Xiao San has yet to acquire his first spirit ring, while you already possess a 10,000-year spirit ring. It would be gracious of you to yield. Fang Yu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh upon hearing those words. Yu Xiaojiang, truly excel at moral coercion. I possess a soul ring that has existed for 10,000 years. Why should I yield to him? What is Xiao San even worth? Does he deserve such regard? Fang Yu smiled faintly and said, Xiaojiang, I just remembered that my friend needs me for something, so I must take my leave. After speaking, Fang Yu grasped Xiao Wu's wrist and turned to depart. Tang San glared fiercely at Fang Yu's retreating figure, wishing he could plunge a knife into him. Fang Yu is simply unwilling to assist in obtaining the soul ring, deliberately crafting excuses to depart. Do not revel in your triumph. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. When Tang San acquires his formidable first soul ring, he shall undoubtedly administer a sound beating to Fang Yu, to alleviate the resentment that weighs upon his heart. After Fang Yu departed, Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang continued their quest for soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest. However, they dared not venture deeper into the forest, fearing another encounter with formidable soul beasts. Instead, they lingered cautiously around the periphery. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu rendered a carriage back to Nottingham Academy. "Brother, I am famished. Shall we go dine?" Xiao Wu implored with a pitiful gaze directed at Fang Yu. With her meager funds, she could not indulge in exquisite cuisine without appealing to Fang Yu for assistance. "Very well, I shall take you out for a meal." Fang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Xiao Wu is his younger sister, so inviting her to dinner is hardly an issue. Furthermore, with over 200,000 gold soul coins at his disposal, a meal would scarcely dent his finances. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu ascended to the second floor of the cafeteria, only to find a throng of students gathered around the bulletin board, engaged in animated discussion. "Is this the new meal set introduced by the cafeteria? My goodness, one glance is enough to astonish. The prices are exorbitantly high," exclaimed one student. "This meal set is truly unaffordable for me, despite my family's considerable wealth. However, one must acknowledge that there is a rationale behind such high prices. Just look at the exquisite selection, featuring only the finest delicacies." Fang Yu, accompanied by Xiao Wu, approached the bulletin board on the second floor of the cafeteria and glanced at it. There, inscribed in bold letters, was the announcement of the supreme luxurious duo meal, priced at 1,000 gold soul coins per serving. This exquisite meal consisted of an equal portion of vegetarian and meat dishes. The meat selection featured the extraordinarily fresh pickled fish and the spicy rock and roll stir-fried chicken, among others. This fish was not just any ordinary fish, nor was it merely a poetic symbol. It was the deep-sea bassa fish. Apart from a few prominent bones, it boasted an absence of small spines, and it was sliced to perfection, making it exceptionally delectable. The stir-fried chicken was no ordinary fare either. It came from the free-range chickens that had roamed the mountains of Kaikuan for 2.5 years. These chickens, having roamed freely, offered remarkably tender meat. The vegetarian offerings included Lingshan carrots and Highland greens, all crafted from the freshest ingredients to create a culinary delight. Fang Yu did not hesitate and spoke directly. "I would like to order the Supreme Deluxe Couples Set." Chapter 19, The Soul Ring of the 25-year-old Fat Chicken. As Fang Yu's words escaped his lips, the surrounding students exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in astonishment as their gazes fell upon him. What? He actually intends to purchase the Supreme Deluxe Couple S set? That cost a staggering 1,000 gold soul coins per serving, outrageously expensive. This young man is incredibly affluent. How I wish he were my boyfriend. It's astonishing that he can afford such an extravagant meal. He must possess immense wealth. Oh, how I envy him. Most of the students regarded Fang Yu with a glimmer of envy. Their ability to dine on the second floor already signified their own affluence. Yet the Supreme Deluxe Couple S set was beyond their financial means. Clearly, Fang Yu's financial capacity was on an entirely different level, one they could scarcely comprehend. After Fang Yu handed over 1,000 gold soul coins to the cafeteria ant, the top chef in the back kitchen immediately commenced preparing the meal. Xiao Wu, beaming with delight, gazed at Fang Yu and said, "Brother, thank you for treating me to such exquisite food." She felt not only elated but also deeply touched. She never expected that being Fang Yu's sister would afford her such lavish dining experiences. What Xiao Wu remained unaware of was that Fang Yu did not intentionally invite her to enjoy such sumptuous cuisine. Rather, it was his own desire to indulge. "There's no need to be modest. It's merely 1,000 gold soul coins, which is inconsequential to me," Fang Yu, with a smile gracing his lips, casually remarked. Showing no regard for the mere 1,000 gold soul coins, the classmates nearby widened their eyes in astonishment, their faces reflecting utter disbelief. What does he mean by merely 1,000 gold soul coins? Is that not a substantial sum? Typically, I only spend 1 gold soul coin for a meal on the second floor. The realm of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension, perhaps to him. 1,000 gold soul coins are but pocket change. In the cafeteria on the second floor, thanks to the dedicated efforts of several top chefs, the exquisite deluxe couple's meal was soon prepared. No fewer than a dozen waitstaff attended to Fang Yu, presenting a delightful array of culinary delights. The enticing aroma of various delicacies wafted throughout the cafeteria, causing several students nearby to salivate, their expressions filled with envy as they gazed at Fang Yu and his companion. How delectable! It looks utterly delicious. Once all the dishes were served, Fang Yu and Xiao Wu commenced their indulgence in the sumptuous feast. The fish was remarkably tender, and the fish soup boasted a pleasantly tangy and spicy flavor that was simply delightful. Fang Yu savored his meat, while Xiao Wu relished the crispness of her vegetables. To her, greens were far more delectable than meat. After they finished their meal, a roommate from the 7th dormitory rushed over, his face etched with worry. "Boss, something terrible has happened." Fang Yu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What is the matter that has you in such a fluster?" Wang Xing and his roommates have been cornered by Xiao Laoda and his gang on the playground. They are about to come to blows. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu frowned slightly, stood up, and said, "Let us go." As the leader of the 7th dormitory, he felt a responsibility towards his underlings. Before long, Fang Yu and Xiao Wu arrived at the playground. They beheld two groups engaged in a heated argument. With an air of arrogance, Xiao Laoda looked at Wang Xing and declared, "You working students are inherently inferior, unworthy of respect. A bunch of impoverished, worthless working students. The money I spend on a single meal could sustain you for half a year." Wang Xing clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. "Though we working students may not possess the wealth of you affluent heirs, you have no right to belittle us. Our lack of money does not imply that all working students are destitute." Xiao Laoda scoffed derisively. "Why bother saying so much? If you have the guts, let us settle this with a fight. Do you dare?" As Wang Xing was about to respond, he spotted Fang Yu approaching, his expression lighting up. "Boss, you've come." "Indeed," Fang Yu replied, casting a cold smirk at Xiao Laoda. "Since you wish to fight, let us engage." Xiao Laoda grinned widely. If memory serves me right, you are Fang Yu, the leader of the 7th dormitory, correct? A brawl must surely involve stakes. Otherwise, what would be the point?" He glanced at Xiao Wu beside Fang Yu and continued with a smirk. "How about this? We each send 2 representatives to duel. If you win, my subordinates and I will acknowledge you as our leader and will never again mock working students. If I win, however, you shall send that young lady beside you to me to wash my feet." Wang Xing's expression soured. "That is our Xiao Wu, you wishful thinker." Fang Yu gazed at big brother Xiao, his brow slightly furrowed. Just as he was about to decline the wager, Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, confidently declared to big brother Xiao, "Of course, no problem at all." Xiao Wu held immense faith in Fang Yu's abilities, believing that as long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, they would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Fang Yu initially had no intention of wagering Xiao Wu, but now that she herself had consented, he chose not to voice any further objections. Boss Xiao turned his gaze towards a robustly built young man and commanded, "You will exert your utmost strength. Do not hold back in any way. It matters not if you inflict injuries, just unleash your full potential." The burly youth nodded earnestly, responding, "Understood, Boss Xiao." With that, he spread his palm, revealing a yellow rod. "A weapon spirit." Boss Xiao tilted his chin towards Fang Yu and inquired, "We have selected our fighter. Who among you will be the first to step forward? Is it that apart from you, the rest are utterly inept, too timid to even engage?" Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, retorting, "You are the inept one. Your entire family is inept." Just as she spoke, Tang San hurriedly approached, a cheerful smile on his face. "Sister Xiao Wu, let me be the first. I have just returned from the soul-hunting forest, and I have acquired a formidable soul ring. My strength has vastly improved." Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, questioning, "Are you capable, you little mutt?" Tang San nodded vigorously. "Sister Xiao Wu, trust me, I can definitely do it." This was a golden opportunity for him to earn Xiao Wu's favor. If he could demonstrate his formidable prowess, she would surely regard him with newfound respect. "All right, I will trust you this once," Xiao Wu conceded, then turned to Fang Yu, asking, "Brother, what do you think about letting Ugly San go first? Is that agreeable to you?" Fang Yu nodded slightly in agreement. He too was eager to witness what soul ring Tang San had acquired. After all, it was a 2-on-2 match. Even if they lost the first round, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Xiao Laoda and Fang Yu's companion stepped back, clearing a space in the center. The boy holding the staff moved to the middle, preparing for battle. Tang San approached with a confident smile gracing his face. The match commenced. Tang San's body twisted strangely, a white soul ring spiraling around him, revealing a phantom of a hen behind him. Indeed, the soul ring of a plump hen, boasting 25 years of cultivation. Chapter 20. The plump hen's soul ring. Upon seeing Tang San's soul ring, Xiao Laoda erupted into laughter, unable to contain himself. "Haha, what a ridiculous soul ring. I'm laughing so hard I'm about to lose control." Tang San, wielding the plump hen's soul ring and grasping the blue silver grass, was ready to launch a confident attack. With a resounding thud, the boy with the staff struck Tang San on the head, sending him crashing to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Tang San was mercilessly pinned down and beaten by the staff-wielding boy. In no time, Tang San was left bruised and battered, his cries of despair echoing. Ouch. I was wrong, I concede. Please stop hitting me. Finally, Tang San could no longer hold back his pleas for mercy. Xiao Laoda laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. We VE won the first round. You study abroad students are indeed worthless. Xiao Wu, infuriated, kicked Tang San sharply, her brows furrowed in discontent. How could you be so pathetic? Ugly San? I shouldn't have let you compete. You're such a loser. Tang San, with a face resembling a bitter melon, attempted to explain. It's not like that, Sister Xiao Wu. Listen to me. I just acquired my first soul ring today, and I'm not yet skilled with it, so. In truth, he had hidden weapons yet to be utilized, which would have significantly increased his chances of victory. However, Tang San was reluctant to employ them in such a public spectacle, fearing the news of his secret weapons would reach his teacher's ears. What nonsense. Those are just excuses. Xiao Wu was utterly disappointed in Tang San, her trust in him shattered. She turned to Fang Yu, winking as she said, Brother, it's all up to you now. Xiao Wu had no desire to wash the feet of Xiao Laoda, the villain who constantly bullied the study abroad students. She could only place her hopes in Fang Yu, for he was the strongest among them. Fang Yu gazed at Xiao Wu's pitiable expression and, with a gentle smile, reassured her, Do not fret, for I am here. And all shall be well. Following the victory of the stick-wielding boy over Tang San, the arrogant demeanor of boss Xiao escalated even further. Striding confidently to the center of the playground, he beamed at Fang Yu and declared, I shall take on the second match. Who among you is brave enough to challenge me? I shall, came the response. Fang Yu approached with an expression devoid of emotion. Wang Sheng and his companions erupted in cheers. Go, boss. Defeat that arrogant fellow, Xiao Qinyu. Xiao Laoda twisted his neck, and suddenly, a wolf-shaped phantom materialized behind him. The expressions of his subordinates shifted dramatically. This was Xiao Laoda's lone wolf martial spirit. It appeared that the boss was serious this time, opting to employ his martial spirit right from the outset. In truth, I deemed it unnecessary. After all, the opponents were merely a group of insignificant work-study students. The boss could easily overpower them without resorting to his martial spirit. Xiao Laoda cast a scornful smile at Fang Yu. Fang Yu, I am showing you a modicum of respect by using my martial spirit against you. Under normal circumstances, defeating lowly work-study students like you would require but a mere finger. Let the battle commence, Fang Yu. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he shook his head at Boss Xiao. Boss Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but then scoffed derisively. What is this? Have you lost your nerve? Afraid to challenge me? With such cowardice? How can you even call yourself the leader of the 7th Division? Truly disgraceful. Fang Yu let out a cold laugh, disdainfully remarking that he deemed his opponent too feeble to warrant a solo confrontation. He suggested that his adversary summon his lackeys to join the fray. Upon hearing this, Xiao, the leader, displayed a scornful smile. What audacious nonsense are you spouting? Do you truly believe you can take on 20 of us alone? You must be out of your mind. The underlings of Xiao echoed their leader's contempt, their expressions rife with derision. Such arrogance. How can a mere student laborer possess such confidence? What a farce. He truly deserves a beating. One of the subordinates urged, Boss, let us all take him down together and give Fang Yu a sound thrashing. Xiao grinned widely. Very well. Since you were so eager for a beating, Fang Yu, allow my companions and me to deliver it. Meanwhile, upon realizing Fang Yu's intention to confront them single-handedly, Xiao Wu's delicate visage betrayed a hint of concern. Can Fang Yu truly contend against so many adversaries? Is there a possibility of unforeseen circumstances? Xiao Wu is aware of Fang Yu's remarkable strength, yet taking on 20 opponents seems rather exaggerated. At that moment, Wang Sheng and his roommates wore expressions filled with apprehension. The leader is actually daring to challenge everyone on the opposing side alone. Can he truly manage it? Although they have witnessed Fang Yu's prowess, the notion of him facing 20 opponents is indeed far from realistic. After all, Xiao Laoda and his companions possess considerable strength, generally far surpassing that of the work-study students. Tang San gazed at Fang Yu with a sense of schadenfreude. Facing 20 opponents? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fang Yu, this time you will be left searching for your teeth after the beating you will receive. Tang San cannot even contend with a single opponent from their side, which clearly illustrates the formidable strength of the adversary. Yet, Fang Yu intends to confront them all, a notion Tang San finds utterly implausible. He has even begun to envision in his mind the scene of Fang Yu being ruthlessly beaten. The expression on Zhao's face is filled with arrogant delight. Brothers, charge with me. Let us bring this ignorant rookie to his knees. Understood, boss. Let's make him cry. Onward. With Zhao's command, he and his subordinates surged towards Fang Yu like a swarm. They unleashed their respective martial souls, exuding formidable energy. Their faces were adorned with expressions of confidence and disdain, entirely dismissing Fang Yu. Just as Xiao and his companions were about to close in on Fang Yu, Fang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. He leisurely raised his right arm. Slap. Fang Yu snapped his fingers, and suddenly, an 18-winged angel martial soul emerged from his outstretched hand. Divine light swirled around him, radiating an aura of unparalleled holiness. Dazzling rays of light shot skyward. Thunderous roars echoed as the heavens and earth altered. With lightning flashing and thunder crashing, a terrifying presence enveloped the vast playground in an instant. The overwhelming pressure of his soul power left everyone present in a state of shock and trepidation. Xiao Lao's face paled in astonishment as he sensed the immense soul power looming over him. His eyes widened in horror as he gazed at Fang Yu. Surrounded by sacred light. What on earth? Is that the 18-winged angel martial soul? I thought there was only the 6-winged angel martial soul. Could this be an even more formidable divine gift martial soul? Xiao Lao's subordinates also displayed expressions of anguish, unable to move another step forward. Their mouths agape in shock, they exclaimed, "Oh my! Oh my! Oh my!" Such a powerful pressure of soul power. Terrifying indeed. It's so overwhelming that I can even see my long-deceased great-grandmother waving at me from the heavens. I concede. No more fighting. We are simply no match for him. In that moment, Xiao Lao knelt before Fang Yu, shouting, "Boss, we admit defeat. From now on, you are our leader. We shall serve you." It was only then that he realized how formidable Fang Yu truly was. He had been but a jester. Following Xiao Lao's lead, his subordinates promptly knelt in unison. "Boss, we lost. You are too powerful. You are my idol. Boss, you are amazing." Chapter 21. So impressive. Tang San gazed at the powerful aura emanating from Fang Yu, his pupils suddenly constricting. Such formidable soul power. Why did he sense that Fang Yu's strength was greater than before? Or perhaps, Fang Yu had not revealed his full power previously? Overwhelmed by the sacred and potent soul power, Tang San's face turned pale, his body trembling. Wang Sheng looked at Fang Yu, whose 18-winged angel martial soul floated behind him, his expression a mix of astonishment and delight. What can I say? Being Fang Yu's subordinate feels like an honor. The roommates from the 7th dormitory were equally stunned. Heavens! So our boss is this powerful. Is this truly the legendary 18-winged angel divine gift martial soul? Incredible. Absolutely formidable. Does anyone have spare pants? I got a bit too excited just now, and... Xiao Wu stared wide-eyed at Fang Yu, who was radiating light. So this is Fang Yu's true strength. Her brother is so impressive. Xiao Wu felt an even deeper admiration for Fang Yu. Fang Yu retracted his martial soul and gazed at the kneeling Xiao Qinyu and others with a gentle smile, saying, "Rise, my loyal companions." Yes, esteemed leader. Xiao Qinyu felt no disdain at being addressed as dog by Fang Yu, for he held great admiration for Fang Yu's prowess. After the skirmish, a twinge of hunger struck Fang Yu, prompting him to join the others in the dining hall. "Make way for the young master." A resounding voice called out. A throng of people surrounded a striking couple as they entered through the dining hall doors. Xiao Qinyu, Wang Sheng, and the others stood in perfect alignment, forming 2 neat rows. Clad in blue, Fang Yu advanced through the midst of them with a warm smile gracing his face. Ahem. Xiao Qinyu cleared his throat a couple of times, casting a knowing glance at the others. Fang Yu's subordinates immediately understood. They collectively bowed in deference and exclaimed, "Boss, please." Fang Yu, with an air of calmness, walked steadily between 2 rows of people, exuding an undeniable charisma that left the audience in awe. The students in the cafeteria gazed at Fang Yu and his companions, whispering amongst themselves, "Isn't that the notorious big brother Xiao, the most feared figure in our academy? Why do he and his entourage show such deference to that young man in blue? Need you ask? Surely, the young man in blue possesses exceptional prowess." The atmosphere was charged with an impressive aura. If I were that young man striding through the crowd, I would be overwhelmed with excitement. Even the cafeteria lady, who was serving food, was momentarily taken aback, her spoon trembling in her hand as she fixed her astonished gaze upon Fang Yu. What a remarkable scene this is. Suddenly, Xiao Wu, realizing something, placed her hands on her hips, pouted her lips, and, with a displeased expression, reprimanded Xiao Qinyu. Why is it that only my brother receives such accolades, while I am overlooked? Have you forgotten about me, Xiao Wu? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinyu smacked his forehead in realization. I apologize, Sister Xiao Wu, it was my oversight. Allow me to rectify this at once. He then called out to the cafeteria, make way for the young lady. Following this proclamation, he swiftly gestured to Wang Sheng and the others. All of Fang Yu's subordinates immediately bowed in unison. Sister Xiao Wu, please enter. With this, Xiao Wu raised her chin slightly in satisfaction and followed Fang Yu into the dining hall. After Fang Yu and his companions ascended to the second floor of the cafeteria and selected their preferred dishes, they commenced to indulge in the culinary delights. Boss, the shrimp is peeled, Xiao Qinyu remarked, conscientiously presenting the spicy crayfish he had expertly shelled while donning disposable gloves, placing it delicately onto a plate before handing it to Fang Yu. Indeed, he exhibited a commendable sense of thoughtfulness. Fang Yu smiled broadly. You flatter me, boss. This is merely what a subordinate ought to do. Xiao Qinyu chuckled awkwardly. Fang Yu and others on the second floor indulged in a sumptuous and delectable meal, while Tang San, all alone on the first floor, consumed the unappetizing remnants of yesterday's feast. The reason was simple. He lacked funds and was too proud to humble himself before Fang Yu. As he listened to the sounds of laughter and clinking glasses from the second floor, a sinister glint began to emerge in his eyes. One day, when he grew powerful, he vowed to exact revenge upon Fang Yu. The mere sight of Fang Yu's good fortune stirred a sense of discomfort and jealousy within him. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, munching on tender green lettuce, produced a crisp crunching sound. Turning to Fang Yu, who was savoring a chicken leg, she said, Brother, on our way to the cafeteria, I overheard some girls mentioning that the flowers in the college garden have bloomed. After we finish our meal, will you accompany me to the garden to admire the blossoms? Fang Yu swallowed the delicious chicken in his mouth and declined, saying, I'm too lazy to move after dinner. You can go by yourself. Xiao Wu pouted her small lips, grasped Fang Yu's hand, and playfully shook it, saying, My dear brother, would you accompany me, please? Would you? Fang Yu gazed at the pitiful little Wu, a resigned smile gracing his lips. Very well then. I shall indulge my own sister. Hee, you're the best, brother. Little Wu adores you. Little Wu's laughter was radiant, her joy uncontainable. Below, Tang San overheard their exchange, his appetite vanishing in a surge of frustration. His expression darkened. How infuriating, Fang Yu. Why does little Wu treat you with such affection? A glimmer of malice flickered in Tang San's eyes as he hastily departed the dining hall. After finishing their meal, Fang Yu descended from the second floor of the cafeteria with Xiao Wu. Everyone, step aside, roared Xiao Qinyu, the notorious bully of the campus. Upon witnessing the throngs of students on the first floor of the cafeteria, the moment the students heard the bully's voice, they trembled in fear and swiftly parted to create a wide path. It evoked a striking resemblance to a scene from a black society gathering. Fang Yu felt that this was rather inappropriate, so he addressed Xiao Qinyu, saying, It is permissible to clear a path, but one must speak with civility and refrain from using vulgar language. Understood, boss, I assure you it will not happen again. Xiao Qinyu replied with a nod and a cheerful smile. The surrounding students, upon overhearing their exchange, could not help but feel a sense of admiration for Fang Yu. This is the epitome of a true leader in my eyes. Such strength combined with such civility is indeed a rarity. The virtues of this young man are worthy of my emulation. He possesses power yet remains humble, never resorting to bullying weaker classmates. Unbeknownst to Fang Yu, he had garnered a few admirers. Afterward, he and a few others, including Xiao Wu, made their way to the garden of Nodding Academy, where they encountered a group of girls huddled together, engaged in animated conversation. Their faces were marked by expressions of indignation and confusion, as it appeared that a certain incident had incited public outrage. As Fang Yu and Xiao Wu approached, they beheld the garden of the academy, where every single flower had withered away. It was not a natural decay. It appeared as though they had been poisoned. Xiao Wu's brows furrowed in anger, and her temper flared instantly. Who could be such a scoundrel? It is utterly despicable to have poisoned all the flowers on campus. If I ever catch him, I shall surely make him pay dearly. Fang Yu gazed at the poisoned flowers, his brow furrowing slightly. Judging by the residue of venom on the petals, it must be the handiwork of that repulsive creature. Fang Yu had already surmised who the culprit was. Chapter 22. Tang San's Envy and Resentment. In a secluded corner of Nodding Academy, Tang San stealthily concealed himself behind a tree, peering intently at the distant garden. He fixated on Fang Yu, whose lips curled into a self-satisfied smile. Humph. If I cannot have it, neither shall you. Wishing to admire the flowers? Not a chance. Tang San, having left his meal unfinished, had hastily rushed to the garden, secretly poisoning all the blossoms with Tang Sec's lethal toxin. His intent was clear, to infuriate Fang Yu. The jealousy that consumed Tang San was profound. He could not bear to see Fang Yu thrive. After all, Fang Yu had taken his sister, claimed his soul ring, and surrounded himself with a throng of followers. This only deepened Tang San's envy and resentment. As Fang Yu surveyed the area in search of the perpetrator, his gaze inadvertently met Tang San's. Tang San, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and met Fang Yu's stare without fear. A triumphant smile crept onto his lips, his eyes seemingly taunting. Yes, it was I who did this. What will you do about it? The flowers are dead. Even if you were to strike me, you could not revive them. The poison Tang San employed was particularly insidious. The flowers he had slain could not be resurrected, no matter the expense of the continent's finest remedies. Fang Yu's gaze turned slightly frigid. That despicable scoundrel, Cho San, truly deserves a beating. Ding. It has been detected that the flowers in the garden have been maliciously poisoned by Tang San. The host is rewarded with the skill Blooming Thought, a one-time ability. Blooming Thought. With merely a single thought, one can restore life to the deceased flowers. Fang Yu's lips curled into a smile. The system truly was remarkable, possessing such extraordinary abilities. Thank you for the compliment, host. Xiao Wu, feeling disheartened, said to Fang Yu, Brother, these flowers have already withered. We can no longer see their beauty. Let's go. Xiao Wu, don't be anxious. Please wait a moment longer. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly in a subtle smile. Xiao Wu, with a look of confusion, asked, What are we waiting for? These flowers have been completely poisoned by the vile villain. There's nothing left to see. Fang Yu remained silent, slowly raising his right arm. Snap! With a resounding click of his fingers, a miraculous scene unfolded. In the garden, all the flowers that had succumbed to poison astonishingly revived. The once drooping stems stood tall again, blooming vibrantly with colorful petals. Not a drop of toxic liquid remained upon the blossoms. A breathtaking spectacle of blooming flowers filled the air with their enchanting fragrance. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth agape in sheer delight. Wow, all these flowers have come back to life. Brother, you are simply incredible. I never imagined you possessed such extraordinary power. In the distance, Tang San stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, unable to move. His eyes bulged, and his mouth hung open wide enough to fit 2 eggs. He wore an expression of utter disbelief. What on earth? How did Fang Yu achieve this? It can't be real. Those flowers were undeniably poisoned by him. How could they suddenly be so vibrant and full of life? Tang San, even if he racked his brain, could not fathom how Fang Yu accomplished this feat. Rubbing his eyes for a clearer view, he was left in shock, his scalp tingling. The flowers had truly revived. This was utterly preposterous. Is Fang Yu a deity? If it weren't for Tang San witnessing it with his own eyes, he truly could not believe that the flowers, once poisoned, could be revived. Wang Sheng's pupils constricted, and he gasped in astonishment. Could it be? He wasn't mistaken, was he? The flowers that had been poisoned had remarkably returned to their former glory. Their leader is truly formidable. The little cow on the steamer is impressively brilliant. Xiao Qinyu, witnessing this miraculous scene, trembled in shock. What an astonishing feat. Has the leader obtained some sort of cheat? Truly, he lives up to their expectations. How impressive. The surrounding girls were equally dumbfounded, their gazes fixed upon Fang Yu's handsome visage. He is so remarkable. To think he could resurrect the dead flowers. Wow. The way he snapped his fingers paired with a gentle smile is simply breathtaking. I adore him. He is my idol. Ding. The system has detected that the host has successfully gained Xiao Wu's affection. The host is rewarded with 5 levels of soul power. Fang Yu felt a sense of delight welling up within him. Having effortlessly attained a 5th level spirit power was truly exhilarating. Initially possessing a spirit power of 35, he had now ascended to a remarkable 40. It had barely been a few days since his last enhancement in spirit power. The speed of this progression was astonishing. Who else could rival such a feat? After the flowers in the garden of Nodding Academy blossomed anew, a multitude of butterflies that had previously taken flight returned. The butterflies seemed to recognize that it was Fang Yu who had revived these blossoms. After circling around him a few times, They arranged their bodies on the ground to form the character for thank you. Wow, brother, look. These butterflies are expressing their gratitude towards you, Xiaowu exclaimed, utterly captivated by the scene unfolding before her. Fang Yu gently lowered his gaze to the vibrant butterflies dancing upon the ground, letting out a soft chuckle. Indeed, these butterflies possess a certain spirit. It is worth mentioning that the fragrance of the flowers, upon their reblooming, has become even more delightful than before, seemingly a result of the system's capabilities. The sweet scent of blossoms and their vivid colors uplift one's spirits and provide a sense of comfort. A male teacher within the academy, witnessing the resurrection of the garden's flowers, widened his eyes in astonishment. His finger trembled, causing the book in his hand to fall to the ground with a thud. The flowers, once poisoned, had regained their vitality. How had that student accomplished such a feat? This matter required immediate notification to the principal. The teacher hurriedly picked up the fallen book and rushed to the principal's office. Principal, there is a student who has revived the flowers in the garden that were poisoned. The middle-aged man, clad in a suit and sporting a prominent beer belly while holding a thermos, shook his head with a smile at the claim. You must be mistaken. How could flowers that were poisoned possibly come back to life? The principal had only recently returned from the cafeteria and had noticed the wilting flowers in the garden, contemplating investigating who had poisoned them, but had been too preoccupied with other matters. The male teacher, brimming with excitement, insisted, Principal, I did not misjudge. That student truly revived the dead flowers. I witnessed it with my own eyes. If you do not believe me, come and see for yourself. That student has a kind heart. Please do not let him feel disheartened for doing a good deed. The principal remained skeptical, confidently asserting, Do not jest. The flowers in the garden are no ordinary blooms. Even I cannot revive those that have been poisoned. How could a mere child accomplish such a miraculous feat? As the highest authority in Noting Academy, with the greatest soul power, he believed that if he could not achieve it, then certainly a child could not either. The male teacher, furrowing his brow in agitation, replied, Oh, my esteemed principal, your limitations do not signify that others share them. Perhaps this matter is unrelated to soul power. It could be due to some other force. I am not jesting. The flowers in the garden have truly reopened. Understanding the need for proof, the teacher seized the portly principal and hurried him toward the garden. Chapter 23. Fang Yu wins an award upon witnessing the resurrected flowers in the garden. The rotund principal was left momentarily speechless, his eyes filled with disbelief. That student truly accomplished it. How did he manage such a feat? With a loud crash, the principal's thermos slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the ground. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon the garden. With resolute determination, the principal declared, Such an exceptional student must be awarded. He turned to the male teacher and inquired, Who is that student? Where is he? There he is, the teacher replied, guiding the principal to Fang Yu. You must be Fang Yu, the student who managed to revive all the poisoned flowers. Truly remarkable for one so young. The principal exclaimed, his face alight with curiosity. Could you share with me how you accomplished this? He gazed at Fang Yu, eagerly anticipating his response. Fang Yu paused for a moment before saying, I simply did this. And then that, and thus I achieved my goal. The principal was taken aback. What? You brought back to life the flowers that were poisoned with just a snap of your fingers? Ah, so that is how it is, the principal exclaimed, a smile of understanding dawning on his face. Fang Yu, your commendable deed truly deserves recognition. I shall promptly organize a ceremony to award you. Xiaowu, with a radiant smile, turned to Fang Yu and said, Brother, you're going to receive an award. She felt an overwhelming joy for her brother's achievement, even more so than if she had won an award herself. Fang Yu, however, was not as exuberant. He merely smiled lightly. The principal, indeed, was decisive and acted swiftly. The award ceremony commenced shortly thereafter, with all the teachers and students of Noting Academy in attendance. Fang Yu ascended the elevated platform, traversing the crimson carpet. The principal, adorned in a suit, held aloft a resplendent golden trophy in his left hand, while his right grasped a storage device imbued with golden soul coins. The principal beamed with a smile as radiant as a blossoming flower. I hereby declare the commencement of the award ceremony. The moment the male teacher's voice faded, a fervent applause erupted. The principal, with a warm demeanor, gazed at Fang Yu and proclaimed, Fang Yu's act of reviving the Academy's garden is indeed a commendable deed. Today, I present Fang Yu with the Outstanding Student Award, along with 1,000 golden soul coins. May all faculty and students of Noting Academy aspire to emulate Fang Yu's selfless benevolence. With that, the principal cheerfully handed the trophy and the storage device to Fang Yu. The students in the audience cast envious glances at him. Wow, he is the first in our academy to receive the Outstanding Student Award. That's remarkable. The award itself may not hold great significance, but the 1,000 golden soul coins are what truly matter. With that bounty, I could indulge in a sumptuous feast on the second floor of the cafeteria. Why is everyone so fixated on that? Am I the only one who finds Fang Yu's feat of resurrecting the withered flowers astonishing? Wang Xing exclaimed excitedly, indeed. Our leader has performed such a noble act and certainly deserves recognition. At that moment, Tang San's expression darkened. How infuriating. How could that fellow Fang Yu receive an award? In the end, my act of poisoning the flowers has merely adorned Fang Yu's triumph. Tang San gritted his teeth in fury, his fists cracking ominously. After the ceremony concluded, the principal, still smiling, addressed Fang Yu. Fang Yu, with your talents, you should consider attending Shrek Academy, where superior instructors await you. That is where you truly belong. Should you desire, you may depart from Nodding Academy at any time. If you succeed in gaining admission to Shrek Academy, I, as your principal, would take great pride in your achievement. Fang Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, it was about time to head to Shrek Academy. He had grown weary of his time at Nodding Academy. Fang Yu turned to Xiao Wu beside him and inquired, Xiao Wu, would you like to accompany me to Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu obediently nodded and smiled mischievously. Wherever you go, brother, I shall follow. I wish to be with you forever. Fang Yu's lips curved into a slight smile. All right, we shall set forth to Shrek Academy tomorrow. Douluo Continent. The rocky forest lay desolate. A panorama dominated by wild grasses and withered trees. Surrounding it were several ominous tombstones, evoking a sense of discomfort. A solitary man clad in black, with a single eye, sat cross-legged on the ground, cultivating his inner energy. In this vast forest, the invisible soul aura surged towards him as if drawn by a vacuum. As the soul energy flowed into his dantian, it gradually transformed into soul power, enhancing his strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully elevated your soul power to level 15. The one-eyed man smirked, a sinister gleam in his eyes. At this pace of advancement, it won't be long before I can wreak havoc everywhere. But before that, little Wu, you must not perish. I am eagerly awaiting your 100,000-year soul ring. Dark light flickered around the man, a malevolent aura enveloping him, as he bore a charmingly wicked smile. Nodding Academy. A student approached Tang San, saying, Tang San, the master wishes to see you. He asked you to come at once. All right, I understand. I shall go immediately. Creak. Tang San pushed open the door and entered the room where Yu Xiaojing awaited. Teacher. You called for me. Yu Xiaojing nodded, setting down his teacup. Xiao San, you possess extraordinary dual martial soul talent. The golden dragon is no ordinary creature, given your aptitude. You ought to receive superior cultivation resources. Although your soul ring is merely a few decades worth of a gluttonous chicken soul ring, somewhat beneath Shrek Academy's admission standards. I have already made arrangements for you. They have agreed to admit you, albeit with some reluctance. You shall head to Shrek Academy tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Tang San's face lit up with excitement. Wonderful. Thank you, teacher. Once I enhance my strength at Shrek Academy, Fang Yu shall not have it easy. Unbeknownst to them, night had quietly fallen. The dormitories of Nodding Academy glimmered with warm orange lights. Little Wu reached out to touch the soft quilt and turned to Fang Yu, saying, Brother, I wonder if Shrek Academy provides quilts. When we leave tomorrow morning, shall we take the silk quilt with us? It would be a pity to leave such a fine quilt here. Fang Yu set down the toothbrush cup in his hand. I believe it is feasible. Upon reflection, the conditions at Shrek Academy were indeed inferior, even compared to Nodding Academy. It would be wise to bring along the luxurious silken quilt. Tang San, seated on his bed cultivating the Xiantian skill, squinted slightly. It turned out that Fang Yu and Xiao Wu were also heading to Shrek Academy. This development could prove advantageous once he grew stronger. He would have greater opportunities to exact his revenge on Fang Yu. After the dormitory lights extinguished, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Tang San gazed at Fang Yu, who had already closed his eyes, a flicker of violet light passing through his gaze. Chapter 24. Will one perish here? Fang Yu had succumbed to slumber. This presented an opportune moment for a clandestine strike. Tang San furrowed his brow and blinked. Yet, he pondered. What if the toxic needle were to rebound as it did previously? A strategy was imperative. After a brief interlude, a spark of inspiration ignited in Tang San's eyes. He had devised a plan. He stealthily crept into the restroom, leaving the door ajar. With a wicked grin curling the corners of his mouth, he fixed his gaze upon Fang Yu in the distance. Once he employed the poisonous needle, he would promptly shut the door. Even if the needle were to rebound, he would have the door as a safeguard. From his sleeve, Tang San extracted a silver needle laced with potent venom. This needle, known as the bite needle from the Tang sect, guaranteed that any victim struck by it would develop grotesquely large buck teeth. Tang San mused that transforming Fang Yu into a buck-toothed miscreant would surely incite disdain from Xiao Wu, as well as from his peers at Shrek Academy, who would undoubtedly abhor a companion with such unsightly features. Concealed behind the door, Tang San extended a hand through the crack, deftly aiming the needle at Fang Yu before hurling it with force. Whoosh! A faint sound of air being sliced echoed through the air. A triumphant smile spread across Tang San's face. Huh! Fang Yu, prepare to become hideous. Ding! The system detected Tang San's use of the poison needle, intent on transforming the host into a hideous, buck-toothed fiend. The host was rewarded with a one-time rebound skill. Fang Yu, who had not yet drifted into deep sleep, felt the system's voice resonate within him, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Tang San was indeed relentless, even at this late hour, seeking vengeance. Fortunately, he possessed a cheat system. Tang San was about to face dire consequences. The once triumphant expression on Tang San's face morphed into sheer horror as the poisonous needle returned to him. How could this be? Why had the needle come back? Does Fang Yu possess an innate ability for automatic rebound? Tang San's mind was on the verge of exploding, utterly perplexed as to how Fang Yu had discreetly deflected the poison needle back. Nevertheless, Tang San had anticipated this encounter and reacted swiftly. He hurriedly shut the bathroom door, relieved to have taken refuge there, lest he be harmed by his own concealed weapon. Just then, that slender poison needle unexpectedly shot through the narrow crack of the door. With a soft thud, it pierced Tang San's chin. Ouch! That hurts, he cried, clutching his jaw in agony. He was utterly bewildered. How could this poison needle possess tracking capabilities? He had never witnessed such prowess when using it himself. By the time Tang San extracted the needle, it was too late. The toxin had already infiltrated his body. In a frantic rush, he stood before the bathroom mirror, gazing at his own reflection. To his horror, he observed that his row of teeth had grown several centimeters within mere seconds. His lips could no longer contain them, rendering his appearance frightfully grotesque. Tang San felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Why was it always he who suffered? The following morning, the resplendent sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, its radiant beams painting the sky with hues of crimson and gold. The golden morning light streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the pristine white floor of the dormitory. Upon awakening, Fang Yu sprang from his bed with the agility of a fish leaping from water. There was no ulterior motive. It was simply a display of his prowess. His roommates were left in astonishment, truly embodying the essence of a leader. Such a unique way to rise. You are truly impressive, brother. Xiao Wu, witnessing this scene, beamed with delight and gave Fang Yu a thumbs up. Fang Yu stored the luxurious celestial silk quilt in his storage ring and cast a light-hearted glance at Xiao Wu. Not bad, I suppose, a tad handsome, he remarked. Xiao Wu inadvertently caught sight of Tang San's fearsome overbite and pronounced dark circles under his eyes, exclaiming, "Ah, ugly San, why have your teeth become so terrifying? How did you manage this? You look even more unsightly than before." Tang San revealed a face contorted with dismay. Perhaps I have ground my teeth too much, resulting in this appearance," he lamented, having spent a sleepless night, his eyes resembling those of a panda. Fang Yu smiled without uttering a word. "Ugly San, this is what you call bringing misfortune upon yourself." After Fang Yu and Xiao Wu completed their ablutions, they departed from Nodding Academy, subsequently renting a luxurious carriage to proceed towards Shrek Academy. Tang San, being destitute, could only hire a dilapidated and small carriage to follow Fang Yu and the others. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed along the somewhat narrow woodland path, creating a steady thud, thud, thud. Dust swirled on the yellowed ground, and small stones scattered in every direction. The clatter of hooves reverberated throughout the forest, while a nearby stream babbled vigorously, producing a cacophony of sounds. The brisk water collided with the smooth, egg-shaped pebbles, sending forth glistening splashes. In a secluded jungle somewhere in the Douluo Continent, a tall girl clad in black leather was being relentlessly pursued by dozens of soul beasts. A cold gleam flickered in her clear eyes. Suddenly, her fingers elongated into sharp claws, revealing her martial soul, the nether spirit cat. The girl darted through the jungle with ghost-like agility, her speed unparalleled. The sound of her claws slicing through the air echoed sharply. The soul beasts chasing her let out shrieks of agony as they bored deep, gruesome wounds. Realizing that the girl was formidable, they began to flee. Once the soul beasts retreated, the girl exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful for the reprieve. However, She felt lightheaded, her body swaying dangerously close to collapse. Her soul power was nearly depleted. Had the soul beasts not backed down, she would have certainly perished. As she turned to leave, her heart skipped a beat upon witnessing the scene before her. Her delicate, cold face paled. Oh no, oh no, oh no, OMG, how could the magic fail? A melody from an untimely musician echoed in her mind. To her dismay, she found herself confronted by another 20 or 30 soul beasts that had appeared out of nowhere. Among them were wild boar beasts, wolf beasts, and bear beasts, each one formidable and not to be underestimated. With her brows furrowed and despair creeping into her icy gaze, the girl pondered, could today truly be the day I meet my demise? Her soul power was on the brink of exhaustion, rendering her incapable of contending with this powerful group of soul beasts. A roar erupted from the ferocious beasts as they charged towards her. The girl's expression darkened. She was at a loss for how to proceed. Just then, in this critical moment, a handsome man rushed forward. Clad in blue, Fang Yu positioned himself protectively in front of the girl, showing no fear of the fierce soul beasts before him. With a gentle stomp of his right foot on the ground, a surge of formidable soul power erupted, sending all the soul beasts flying. The girl gazed at Fang Yu in astonishment, her eyes wide with admiration for his overwhelming soul power. Coming back to her senses, she promptly bent her body in a respectful bow to Fang Yu. Thank you for your timely rescue. Otherwise, I would have met my end at the hands of those soul beasts. Fang Yu smiled gently. There is no need for thanks. It was merely a trifling effort. Ding. The system detected that the host has successfully gained Zhu Zhuqing's favor, rewarding the host with 2 levels of soul power. With these 2 additional levels, Fang Yu's soul power has now reached 42. Not long ago, while traveling in a carriage through a dense forest, Fang Yu heard the distant sounds of a battle and hastened to investigate. Tang San, fearful of death, chose to hide alone in the carriage. Chapter 25. Zhu Zhuqing, a girl clad in black leather, smiled brightly. My name is Zhu Zhuqing. You may call me Zhuqing. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly as he said, I am Fang Yu. Just then, Xiao Wu, clad in a pink dress, hurriedly approached. Her pace was not as swift as Fang Yu's, which was why she had only just arrived. Fang Yu glanced at Xiao Wu and introduced her to the two. This is my younger sister, Xiao Wu. Turning to Xiao Wu, he continued, the young lady you just met encountered some danger. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Xiao Wu and smiled gently. Hello, Xiao Wu. I am Zhu Zhuqing. Hello, I am Xiao Wu. With Wu meaning dance, Xiao Wu replied, her smile radiant. Fang Yu suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhu Zhuqing, inquiring, by the way, what brings you here? According to the original narrative, Zhu Zhuqing should not have been present at this moment. Perhaps it was due to his translocation that the natural course of events had been altered. Zhu Zhuqing elucidated, I encountered a soul beast on my way to Shrek Academy, and I was pursued here by those soul beasts. Before meeting Fang Yu, she had already been entangled with the soul beasts for quite some time. It seemed that Zhu Zhuqing had inadvertently wandered into the territory of the soul beasts. That ferocious soul beast led a pack of its kind, relentlessly pursuing Zhu Zhuqing. Fang Yuming realized that you two would be attending Shrek Academy, so let us embark on this journey together. Our carriage awaits just over there. Zhu Zhuqing smiled gently. All right. Tang San, seated inside the carriage, furrowed his brow upon noticing the girl in black beside Fang Yu. How infuriating. Fang Yu had not only survived the onslaught of soul beasts, but had also returned with a companion. Tang San disembarked from the carriage and, addressing the approaching Zhu Zhuqing, remarked with a smile, Greetings, beautiful. If you would not mind, might you accompany me in my carriage? Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Tang San, her demeanor cold as she replied, Thank you for your kindness, but no, I shall ride with Fang Yu. Disgust surged within her as she observed Tang San's lecherous gaze, his unsightly buck teeth, and the smattering of acne that marred his face. The thought of sharing a carriage with such a person would surely haunt her with nightmares. In contrast, Fang Yu was not only kind-hearted but also quite handsome. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing was more than willing to share a carriage with him. 2 carriages proceeded in tandem towards Shrek Academy. Along the way, Zhu Zhuqing and Fang Yu engaged in light conversation, taking the opportunity to learn more about one another. Fang Yu discovered that Zhu Zhuqing, like him, was also enlisting at Shrek Academy. The distance from Nodding Academy to Shrek Academy was particularly great, and the slow pace of the carriage resulted in several individuals still not having arrived at Shrek Academy by evening. Fang Yu sat by the window, casting a sidelong glance outside. The sun, resembling a plump, golden yolk, hung low on the western horizon. Its radiant glow illuminated half the sky with a splendid crimson hue, akin to a fiery cloud. Indeed, one must admit that the sunset's beauty was quite captivating. After an indeterminate passage of time, the carriage rolled into a city named the Kingdom of Gouchi. Brother, it is getting late. Shall we rest here for the night and proceed to Shrek Academy tomorrow? Xiao Wu inquired. Very well, Fang Yu replied with a slight nod. The group disembarked from the carriage, greeted by the bustling streets teeming with passers-by. Numerous vendors lined the thoroughfare, offering a variety of delectable snacks. Remembering something, Zhu Xing turned to Fang Yu and said, I forgot to bring a blanket when I left home. I will find a shop to purchase one. We can meet at the Rose Hotel nearby afterward. Yes. Do as you wish, Fang Yu replied softly. Brother, there's a stall selling candied hawthorns. Let us go buy some. Xiao Wu exclaimed, pointing to a nearby vendor with a cheerful smile. All right. The vendor selling the candied hawthorns was a middle-aged man with a somewhat weathered appearance. Known to everyone as Old Mo, he held a sturdy wooden stick adorned with a large tuft of straw at the top, which served to secure the candied hawthorns. At that moment, only 3 gleaming candied hawthorns remained on the stick. Fang Yu approached and said, Hello, boss. I would like 2 candied hawthorns. Certainly. That will be 2 copper coins in total. Fang Yu retrieved a golden soul coin from his storage ring and handed it to Old Mo. No need to search, he stated. Old Mo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Good gracious. This young man is indeed wealthy. Moreover, he possesses a high-grade soul tool. His background must be extraordinary. Meanwhile, Tang San, standing nearby, watched the candied hawthorn with longing, swallowing hard. He lacked the funds to indulge in such a treat. Just as Fang Yu prepared to pay for the candied hawthorn, a resounding voice interrupted from the side. Don't move. Leave the candied hawthorn for this young master. Fang Yu raised her eyebrows slightly and looked up. She noticed a blond man approaching with a pair of beautiful sisters. Fang Yu smiled faintly. I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be Dai Mubai. With an air of arrogance, Dai Mubai declared, I shall take these 3 candied hawthorns. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu furrowed her brows and, hands on her hips, retorted, We have already paid for them. Why should we give the candied hawthorns to you? Who do you think you are? What are you even? Dai Mubai frowned slightly. I spotted them from afar first. Therefore, they are rightfully mine. Of course, I will pay for them. I'll simply refund your money. Old Mo, wearing a smile, addressed Dai Mubai, My dear sir. I regret to inform you that these 2 have already settled the payment. If you wish to enjoy candied hawthorns, you may purchase one. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in protest. No way. We 3 must have 3. Xiao Wu, incensed, clenched her fists. Why should what you saw first be yours? If that were the case, since I saw this world first, wouldn't that mean this world belongs to me? The pair of sisters beside Dai Mubai, noticing the escalating quarrel, interjected, Do you know who Dai Xiao is? He is the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire, the youngest and most formidable genius of Suatua City. Forget about candied hawthorns. If a golden soul coin were to fall from the sky on this street. If Dai Xiao declares it bears the surname Dai, then it must. Old Mo's expression darkened upon hearing this. What a predicament. Both sides are influential figures I cannot offend. To whom should I sell these candied hawthorns? Had he known selling candied hawthorns would be so arduous, Old Mo would have opted to sell fish instead. Meanwhile, Tang San wore a smug smile, relishing the unfolding drama. Fang Yu, you are in deep trouble now. You have unwittingly provoked the 3rd prince of the Starry Empire. You are surely destined to face dire consequences. Fang Yu, upon hearing the revelation of the other's identity, remained undaunted. He stepped forward with a cold smirk and declared, What of the 3rd prince of the Star Luo Empire? This candied hawthorn is not for the likes of you. Dai Mubai also advanced a step, boldly challenging, You've got guts, kid. Care to spar with me? The victor shall claim this treat. Fang Yu smiled coldly, unfazed by the confrontation. Is that all you've got? Do you think I fear you? Xiao Wu waved her fist and exclaimed, Brother, this fellow is far too arrogant. Let us give him a good thrashing. No problem, he replied. Xiao Wu, you should step back for a moment. Otherwise, you might get caught in the crossfire. Fang Yu's lips curled into a smirk. Chapter 26, Dai Mubai. The golden-haired man. Dai Mubai crossed his arms before him, tilting his chin upwards with an air of arrogance. I am Dai Mubai, a rank 37 soul master of the assault system. With the beast martial soul of the white tiger. As his words echoed, a spectral image of a white tiger materialized behind him. In an instant, Dai Mubai's aura surged with formidable power. Tang San, witnessing this scene, revealed a sinister smile on his grotesque face. A rank 37 soul master. Fang Yu is doomed. Prepare to be utterly defeated, Fang Yu. Tang San could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the spectacle of Fang Yu being subdued and beaten down by Dai Mubai. In his eyes, Fang Yu was merely a recent addition to Nuoding Academy, a fledgling whose soul power, regardless of its strength, could never surpass that of Dai Mubai. It was inconceivable that he could triumph over a rank 37 soul master. Seeing Dai Mubai unleash his martial soul, Xiao Wu's eyes glimmered with concern. She never anticipated that this arrogant and domineering individual possessed such formidable soul power at rank 37. Can Fang Yu triumph over him? Xiao Wu remains unaware of Fang Yu's current level of soul power. Fang Yu opened his palm, revealing an ordinary potato. At the rank of Soul Master, level 42, he wielded the food-type potato spirit. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Fang Yu. What? Her brother's soul power had actually reached level 42. His speed of advancement was astonishingly rapid. Dai Mubai, casting a dismissive glance at Fang Yu, scoffed, level 42 Soul Master? Are you kidding me? With such a worthless food-type spirit, how could one possibly attain soul power of level 42? As the most talented individual in Soto City, he himself had only reached level 37. Dai Mubai was resolute in his disbelief that Fang Yu, of similar age, could possess soul power of level 42. The pair of sisters behind Dai Mubai joined in with mocking laughter. What use is a feeble food-type potato spirit? Are you going to serve me stir-fried potato shreds? This is utterly ridiculous. Someone actually claims their food-type spirit has reached level 42. Tang San's expression mirrored disbelief. Level 42 soul power? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Despite his arduous cultivation of the Xiantian skill for so long, his own soul power had scarcely improved. Fang Yu has done nothing but engage in brawls. How could he possibly elevate his soul power so rapidly? Tang San is utterly incredulous. Upon hearing the taunts and skepticism from Dai Mubai and the pair of sisters, Xiao Wu immediately placed her hands on her hips, indignantly stepping forward to defend Fang Yu. What of a food system martial soul? It can still obliterate you. Just because you cannot reach level 42 in soul power does not imply my brother cannot attain it. Such short-sighted beings are truly vexing. Dai Mubai raised his hand to brush aside his golden bangs that nearly obscured his vision, proclaiming loudly, "Enough with the trivialities. Prepare to be struck, Fang Yu." With a swift motion of his arms, his aura surged, revealing 3 soul rings: yellow, yellow, and purple. White Tiger Vajra Transformation. White Tiger Radiant Wave. White Tiger Shield. To avert any unforeseen mishaps, Dai Mubai opted for the most reliable strategy. Instantly, he unleashed his full power. A terrifying aura radiated from him, forcing the nearby Lao Mo and Tang San to stagger backward. The wind howled violently, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Observing this, the sisters behind Dai Mubai immediately praised him with bright smiles, exclaiming, "Dai Xiao is truly impressive," simultaneously unleashing 3 soul skills. Dai Xiao is incredible. He will undoubtedly prevail. Go, Dai Xiao, we adore you. Squinting against the gusts, Tang San watched the spectacle with a sinister grin. Indeed, a soul power of 37 is formidable. Fang Yu was undoubtedly unable to withstand the soul skill of this soul sovereign. In the face of Dai Mubai's formidable assault, Fang Yu remained utterly unperturbed. A slight smile gracing his lips, Fang Yu lifted his right foot and gently stomped it down. With a resounding thud, a large black soul ring manifested around him. The instant the soul ring appeared, his aura transformed completely, becoming several times more formidable than before. Fang Yu spoke softly, world-destroying being. In an instant, a terrifying soul power surged forth. Crack! The ground surrounding him could not withstand his immense strength, fracturing into spiderweb-like cracks. An overwhelmingly powerful aura swept across the area. Dai Mubai, upon witnessing the soul rings released by Fang Yu, widened his eyes in shock, resembling 2 bronze bells, utterly taken aback. Fang Yu actually possesses a 10,000-year spirit ring. Moreover, his spirit power surpasses that of his own. The arrogance that once adorned Dai Mubai's face vanished without a trace, replaced by astonishment and dread. The pair of sisters behind Dai Mubai turned pale, retreating in shock. What? Fang Yu truly possesses a 10,000-year spirit ring. It appears he genuinely wields spirit power exceeding level 40. How astonishing. Who was it that just claimed food-type spirit abilities were worthless? Step forward and face my wrath. Alas, Dai Xiao is in dire straits. Tang San stood in disbelief, his mouth agape. Fang Yu truly possesses soul power exceeding the 40th level. How could he have elevated his soul power to such heights in such a brief span of time? This is simply astonishing and utterly out of the ordinary. Xiao Wu lifted her chin slightly, her smile radiant. She had always believed that her brother must indeed possess soul power beyond the 40th level. Xiao Wu unconditionally trusted Fang Yu's words. The white tiger's radiant wave unleashed by Dai Mubai collided swiftly with the soul power exerted by Fang Yu. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the ground and creating a massive crater. Dai Mubai let out a pained cry, soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. After being propelled several meters away, he crashed to the ground, convulsing in excruciating agony. Dai Mubai was gravely injured, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Fang Yu, you are indeed formidable. I concede, these candied hawthorns are yours. With the support of a pair of sisters, Dai Mubai managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Had he known Fang Yu was this powerful, he would not have gone to such lengths for a few candied hawthorns. Now, not only had he failed to enjoy the treat, but he had also endured a beating. Most importantly, his pride was utterly shattered. Xiao Wu beamed at Fang Yu. Brother, you are truly amazing. You truly live up to being my brother. Fang Yu retracted his martial spirit, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It was satisfactory, merely a touch formidable. The outcome was already determined. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu had successfully acquired the candied hawthorn. The sweet and sour delicacies were particularly delightful, devoid of seeds, thus sparing them the worry of dental discomfort. Tang San observed Fang Yu and Xiao Wu savoring the candied hawthorn, his throat tightening with longing as he swallowed. He too yearned for a taste, yet he was without funds and felt too proud to beseech Fang Yu for assistance. Consequently, he could only watch enviously as they relished their treats, his stomach audibly protesting in hunger. He shot a resentful glare at Fang Yu, vowing that when he had the means, he would indulge in a grand feast, tempting Fang Yu in return. As Dai Mubai, supported by the twin sisters, prepared to depart, he fortuitously encountered Zhu Zhiqing, who had just returned from purchasing bedding. Dai Mubai paused momentarily, quickly suppressing his pain to stand upright, pushing aside the sisters. He hastily sought to clarify. Zhiqing, please don't misunderstand. Allow me to explain. I have no relationship with them, truly. Chapter 27. Rose Hotel. Hey. What are you doing? Zhu Zhiqing cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai, her expression laced with disdain. Every moment spent seeing you makes me feel nauseous. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. As twilight descended, Fang Yu, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhiqing arrived at the Rose Hotel, securing a room for their overnight stay. Fang Yu pushed open the door and entered his own room. Upon witnessing the opulent decor, a subtle smile graced his lips. Not bad at all. With over 200,000 golden soul coins at his disposal, he naturally opted for the finest accommodations. The pristine white bed was immaculate, adorned with a luxurious silk quilt. While it may not rival Fang Yu's own heavenly silkworm quilt, it was still quite commendable. The room boasted a grand floor-to-ceiling window. Fang Yu donned a pair of disposable slippers and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. As he raised his gaze, the city below was ablaze with lights, the brilliance of the neon signs dazzling to the eye. The streets bustled with an incessant flow of vehicles, creating a lively atmosphere. Fang Yu's room was situated on a high floor, and from this vantage point, the people below appeared no larger than ants. After admiring the nocturnal scenery for a while, he made his way to the bathroom to prepare a warm bath. Immersed in the pristine, steaming tub, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him, an exquisite comfort enveloping his entire being. Once he had finished bathing, a server arrived with a delectable dinner. The meal included fragrant yet not overly rich braised pig trotters, spicy crayfish, and a savory corn rib soup. This was a privilege exclusive to the luxurious suite, a level of treatment not afforded to other rooms. After savoring the delightful feast, Fang Yu reclined upon the sumptuous bed adorned with a brand known for its tranquility. The mattress was soft and exuded a faint, pleasant aroma, creating an environment that was both inviting and serene. Fang Yu felt a slight chill and decided to turn on the powerful air conditioning. The room instantly became warm and cozy. Before long, he drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Tang San approached the front desk of the Rose Hotel. Wearing a smile and mustering the audacity to inquire, "Hello, do you have any complimentary rooms available?" The front desk staff displayed visible impatience. After all, this was a luxurious 5-star hotel. How could there possibly be rooms without charge? It was one thing to be unattractive, but how could one be so foolish? Tang San was promptly ejected from the hotel. He then stumbled upon an unattended chicken farm beside the hotel. It seemed he would have to spend the night there. Tang San muttered to himself, harboring resentment towards Fang Yu. Fang Yu is truly despicable and miserly. With such wealth, why does he refuse to secure a room for himself? He possesses no compassion whatsoever. Tang San silently cursed Fang Yu, his expression resembling that of a resentful woman. He believed that the affluent ought to feel pity for those who are impoverished like him. Tang San arrived at an unattended poultry farm, where the ground was littered with refuse, permeating the air with an unbearable stench. Cluck, cluck. A flock of chickens, startled by the sight of Tang San's prominent overbite, scurried about in panic. Gurgle. His stomach growled in hunger. Yet, no one came to deliver him food, and he lacked the means to purchase anything to eat. Glancing at the refuse on the ground, ugh, never mind. He resolved to endure his hunger and sleep instead. Tang San, suppressing his discomfort, lay down in a corner, closed his eyes, and yearned to swiftly pass through this wretched night in anticipation of a brighter tomorrow. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a chicken leaped onto his face and pecked at his nose. Ouch! What are you doing? Tang San frowned and swatted at the hen. As the darkness deepened, the temperature dropped significantly. It was so cold. Tang San curled up, hugging himself in the corner of the poultry farm, trembling from the chill. Meanwhile, Fang Yu had just finished a delightful meal and was comfortably sleeping in an air-conditioned room, neither too hot nor too cold. Tang San glared at the towering Rose Hotel with a vengeful gaze. Damn Fang Yu. If only he had granted me a room, I would not have to endure this filthy, foul-smelling place. Why does he only provide rooms for Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, neglecting his own comfort? In this environment, Tang San's resentment towards Fang Yu deepened. At that moment, a brown figure darted past outside the poultry farm, and a large blanket fell from the sky. Tang San's face lit up with joy. Oh, who tossed me this blanket? How kind of them. Could it be my father? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. It could not possibly be his father, that drunken fool who was oblivious to his whereabouts. Surely, that inebriated man was passed out in a drunken stupor somewhere. Never mind, he thought. I must hurry and retrieve this blanket. It will keep me warm tonight. Tang San sprang to his feet and ran to catch the descending blanket. However, fate had other plans, and he failed to grasp it. The large quilt landed squarely atop a pile of foul refuse. Tang San's composure shattered, and he erupted in anger. Who the hell threw this blanket? Can't they aim better? He glared at the filthy quilt smeared with excrement and declared, I, Tang San, would rather freeze to death tonight than cover myself with this disgusting, vile blanket. With that, he endured the cold and hunger, lying on the ground with his eyes closed, preparing to sleep. A piercingly cold wind swept through, causing Tang San to shiver uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. He opened his eyes and stood up, glancing around. No one is here. He reluctantly picked up the filthy quilt tainted with refuse and draped it over himself. Ah, now this is warm. The following morning, dawn broke, lifting the veil of night to reveal a splendid sunrise. The golden sun rose from the eastern horizon, its rays piercing through the clouds, illuminating the land. Fang Yu rose from his slumber, indulging in a delightful stretch. Ah, what a refreshing sleep it has been. Fang Yu, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had just exited the Rose Hotel when they encountered Tang San, whose hair was in disarray. How foul! Tang San, have you fallen into a cesspit? Xiao Wu exclaimed, pinching her nose in disgust. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows and took a step back. Tang San glared at Fang Yu with indignation, exclaiming, Fang Yu, if you had secured me a room, would I have to endure such a stench in this shabby place? This appearance of mine is entirely your doing. Fang Yu furrowed her brow. What position do you hold? Why should I grant you a room? Smack. Fang Yu utilized his soul power to deliver a forceful slap towards Tang San, sending him flying into the nearby pool. Wash away the stench that clings to you, Fang Yu exclaimed. You, gurgle. Tang San, drenched and shivering from the cold, had even swallowed a few mouthfuls of pool water. Well done. Xiao Wu praised Fang Yu with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Tang San, unable to afford a room for himself, instead blamed his brother. Such a person is indeed morally coercive and deserving of a lesson. Although Zhu Zhuqing did not voice her thoughts, she silently agreed with Fang Yu's actions. Tang San's mindset was undeniably foolish, insidious, and selfish, provoking outrage. Fang Yu owes him nothing. On what grounds does he demand kindness from Fang Yu? Financial support for a hotel room? After the farce concluded, Fang Yu and his companions continued their journey to Shrek Academy. Chapter 28. Shrek only accepts monsters, not waste. Dressed in blue, Fang Yu and Xiao Wu soon arrived at the location of the admissions office of Shrek Academy. At first glance, Shrek Academy appeared to be situated near a quaint village, with its buildings being rather antiquated. The surroundings were adorned with dense woods and narrow dirt paths. At this moment, a long queue stretched ahead, primarily composed of parents accompanying their children for enrollment. Upon witnessing the lengthy queue, Fang Yu hesitated to join and said to Xiao Wu and Zhu Shiqing, "You may proceed first. I shall relax here under the sun." With that, he reclined against a massive stone nearby, resting his head on his hands, delightfully basking in the warmth of the sun. The gentle rays enveloped him, providing a soothing and pleasant sensation. "All right, brother, once we finish our registration, I shall call for you," Xiao Wu replied with a smile in her enchanting eyes. At the entrance of Shrek Academy stood an old, weathered wooden table behind which sat an elderly man with white hair. At that moment, he was embroiled in a heated argument with a couple. "I have already informed you that your child does not meet the standards. Why are you still lingering here?" the old man said with evident displeasure. The middle-aged man, whose temples bore signs of gray, pleaded with hopeful eyes. "My child achieved level 9 soul power at the age of 13. He is the finest among the youth of our village. Such a talent should surely be accepted into Shrek Academy." The elderly man waved his hand dismissively, responding impatiently, "Level 9 soul power at 13 is hardly a talent. It is merely waste. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not refuse." Though the old man appeared somewhat frail, he stood upright and exuded a robust aura. Unmistakably an individual of considerable power, a formidable soul master indeed. With the strength of Shrek Academy backing him, he spoke without restraint. The young boy, upon hearing these words, felt his temper flare. Grabbing his father's hand, he declared, "Father, let us forget it. I never had any regard for this pitiful academy. Let us go and register at another institution." The woman furrowed her brow and coldly insisted, "If you refuse to accept my son, then refund our registration fee." The old man pressed his hand firmly on the coin box, coldly stating, "Once payment is made, it is non-refundable." Upon hearing this, the woman became frantic, throwing herself onto the ground and wailing, "Are you not blatantly trying to swindle us? You do not even disclose your admission standards, yet demand payment up front. Only after we pay do you declare we do not meet the criteria. This is a deceitful academy." The 10 gold soul coins required for registration represented a significant sum for an ordinary family, equivalent to an entire year's salary for the middle-aged man. It was money their family had painstakingly saved over time. Losing this amount would be a tremendous blow to them. The woman turned to the crowd behind her, shouting, "Everyone, leave. This is a deceitful academy, one that is solely interested in extorting money." Anger flickered across the old man's face. "Mubai, escort them out." "Yes." A golden-haired young man, named Dai Mubai, leapt down from a nearby branch. He brushed aside his fringe, which threatened to obscure his eyes, and with a sweeping gesture, a powerful white tiger apparition emerged behind him. Dai Mubai coldly fixed his gaze upon the woman and her family. "If you wish to avoid trouble, you should vacate immediately." The woman and the middle-aged man felt the oppressive aura and were instantly alarmed. They recognized they were no match for him. Just as they prepared to leave, pulling their child along, a melodious and clear voice rang out from a distance. Fang Yu, still lying on the large stone, heard the enchanting sound and murmured to himself, "Ning Rong Rong?" Fang Yu turned his head and beheld a young maiden clad in a pale blue dress, gracefully approaching the elderly man with white hair through the throngs of people. Her skin was as fair as snow, her beauty exquisite, and her figure slender, exuding an air of extraordinary elegance. She was evidently the daughter of a noble family. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow slightly, her face reflecting righteous indignation as she confronted the old man. "At the outset, you did not even disclose the enrollment criteria, yet you accepted others' money. Now you claim they do not meet your standards. Why did you not inform everyone of the criteria in advance? This is nothing less than a scam. Refund their money immediately." Ning Rongrong was a girl of kind heart and strong sense of justice, unable to tolerate the oppression of the weak. Though 10 gold soul coins were of little consequence to her, she was acutely aware of their significance to the common folk. Dai Mubai, embodying the white tiger spirit, took a few steps forward, chin raised, and arrogantly declared, "Are your ears not functioning, girl? We have already stated that once payment is made, it is non-refundable. If you continue to cause a ruckus here, do not blame me for being impolite." Ning Rongrong's brows knitted in displeasure. She realized that further words would be futile and waved her hand decisively. A radiant little tower floated above her palm. The old man's expression shifted dramatically. The 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. He stared at Ning Rongrong and inquired, "Are you the daughter of Ning Fengji?" Indeed. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms defiantly in front of her, her voice cold. Do you intend for Shrek Academy to confront the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? Refund that family's money at once. The elderly man immediately cowered. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was immensely powerful and not something a mere soul emperor like him could provoke. Dai Mubai, return the money to that family. Furthermore, inform those yet to register about our enrollment standards. The old man sighed, muttering to himself, alas, encountering such a formidable opponent. This year, it seems we shall collect. Oh no, receive far less money. After Dai Mubai refunded the couple, they bowed in gratitude to Ning Rongrong, moved to tears. Fang Yu, basking in the sun atop a large stone, witnessed this scene and mused. It seems that the little demoness Ning Rongrong is not as unreasonable and arrogant as depicted in the original text. Perhaps my crossing over has caused some alterations in her experiences, thus naturally altering her character as well. Dai Mubai, addressing the lengthy line of applicants, proclaimed loudly, our Shrek Academy only accepts prodigies, not the inept. The enrollment criteria are that applicants must not exceed the age of 13 and must possess a soul power of 21 or higher. Those waiting in line momentarily paused upon hearing this and shook their heads as they departed. Alas, such stringent standards. It seems unlikely anyone can meet them. Truly, as the rumors suggested, they only admit prodigies at this academy. If a 13-year-old could attain soul power exceeding 20, they would indeed be considered a prodigy. Tang San, witnessing the crowd disperse, grinned broadly and hurried towards the elderly man. Registering early means entering the academy sooner to enhance my abilities. Chapter 29. Ning Rongrong Tang San sat in a chair opposite the elderly man, rolling up his sleeves to expose his wrist. The old man's gnarled hand rested on Tang San's wrist as he began to assess his soul power. Moments later, he clicked his tongue in astonishment. 13 years old. Level 20 soul power, no. Just as the old man was about to refuse, he suddenly recalled the words of Shrek's principal. Yu Xiaojiang had recently visited Shrek Academy and conveyed Tang San's situation to the principal, who then relayed it to the elderly man responsible for admissions. You barely meet the standards of Shrek Academy, the elderly man stated with indifference. Tang San's joy erupted into exuberant antics. Haha, I have successfully entered Shrek Academy. Unbeknownst to him, had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang's intercession, he would have had no qualifications to enter. All right, next. The elderly man waved his hand, signaling Tang San to step aside and not obstruct the process. The maiden in the pale blue dress, Ning Rongrong, approached. After a brief assessment, the old man's eyes brightened. 13 years old, level 26 soul power, a little prodigy indeed. It is no wonder she is the daughter of Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Her talent is impressive. Next came Zhu Zhuqing, clad in black leather, her expression calm. 13 years old, level 27 soul power, another little prodigy. Haha. The elderly man beamed broadly. Dai Mubai, with a sycophantic smile, looked at Zhu Zhuqing and said, Zhuqing, congratulations on successfully joining Shrek Academy. From now on, we shall be classmates. Rest assured, I will take good care of you and ensure you do not suffer any grievances. Zhu Zhuqing, with a cold demeanor, replied, I do not require your care. With that, she turned away, disregarding Dai Mubai entirely. In a pink dress, Xiao Wu bounced toward the elderly man. Her long, scorpion braid swayed adorably behind her. 12 years old. Level 29 soul power. Another little prodigy. Haha. Did our principal foresee this good fortune? How fortunate we are to receive so many prodigies this year. The elderly man stroked his snowy beard, his smile warm and inviting. In previous years, he often struggled to find even one applicant with decent qualifications. This year, however, he was elated to welcome so many prodigies. Perhaps the principal would be in a splendid mood and grant him a bonus. Xiao Wu glanced at Fang Yu, who was still lounging on the large stone, and called out, Brother, it is your turn to register. Oh, I'm coming. Fang Yu rose leisurely, stretching his limbs as he made his way toward the admissions office. Upon spotting Fang Yu, Dai Mubai paused momentarily, the memory of his defeat lingering vividly in his mind. The encounter from the previous day still left him somewhat apprehensive. This individual was indeed formidable. The silver-haired elder regarded Fang Yu with a hint of disdain, perceiving him as a sunbather, likely indolent and neglectful of his training. He assumed that Fang Yu's soul power could not possibly meet the standards of Shrek Academy. However, the elder refrained from voicing his thoughts, considering that the young lady in the pink dress was Fang Yu's sister. Should he mock Fang Yu, it might dissuade her from joining Shrek Academy, leading to a significant loss of potential. The elder's face betrayed a flicker of scorn as he mused, a lazy child. Preoccupied only with indulgence, can his soul power even reach level 10? Perhaps he cannot even attain that. Yet, a twinge of concern crept in. If Fang Yu fell short of the admission criteria, would Xiao Wu also choose not to enroll? He extended his hand, gently placing it on Fang Yu's wrist to gauge his soul power. Moments later, the elder sprang from his chair, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, 13 years old and a soul master at level 42. How can someone so young possess such power? Am I mistaken? Fang Yu let out a cold laugh, suggesting that if one did not believe him, they could take another look. The elderly man with white hair again placed his hand on Fang Yu's wrist to probe further. The astonishment was beyond measure. He truly was a soul master of level 42. This was indeed a remarkable little prodigy. Hearing this, Ning Rongrong, clad in a light blue dress, raised her hand to partially shield her face, which was filled with astonishment. 13 years old, and already a level 42 soul master. His talent was astonishingly exceptional. Such a formidable genius must be persuaded to join the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Zhu Zhiqing, usually cool and composed in her black leather attire, also gazed at Fang Yu with eyes wide in surprise. His soul power had indeed reached level 42. What a strong man. The crucial point was that he was the same age as her, just 13. The disparity between individuals could be so immense at times. Xiao Wu wore a smile, proudly glancing at Fang Yu's handsome face. Indeed, my brother is that impressive. Envious, are you? Awed, are you? Some onlookers who had not wandered far stopped in their tracks, their faces filled with disbelief upon hearing the elderly man's words. What? Did I hear that correctly? At merely 13 years of age, he has already achieved level 42 soul power. So there really are such young soul masters in the Douluo Continent. Incredible. The old man spoke truly. To possess such high soul power at such a tender age was indeed remarkable. The comparison was disheartening. My own son, at 18, has only reached level 7, while he, at 13, has attained level 42. Tang San cast a jealous glance at Fang Yu. What is so impressive about that? Sooner or later, he too would reach such soul power. Tang San believed that Fang Yu must have endured significant hardships and diligent training to achieve such heights at a young age. After all, how could one possibly attain such accomplishments without considerable effort? Unbeknownst to him, Fang Yu had not exerted much effort at all to reach level 42 soul power. Wubai, take this group of prodigies directly to participate in the 4th assessment of our Shrek Academy. There is no need for them to undergo the 2nd and 3rd tests. Understood. Damubai nodded. He led Fang Yu and the others into the depths of Shrek Academy. Unlike the bustling nodding academy, Shrek was rather quiet, with hardly a soul in sight apart from their group. Upon entering, they realized that aside from themselves, not a single figure could be seen. Moreover, the buildings and decor were antiquated, having aged significantly over the years, far inferior to those of Nodding Academy. However, it was undeniable that Shrek Academy was indeed a prestigious soul master institution. The teachers there possessed higher cultivation than those at Nodding Academy. After all, Nodding Academy was merely a primary soul master academy, and few high-level soul masters were willing to teach there. Ning Rongrong, with a smile in her eyes, turned to Fang Yu and introduced herself. Hello, I am Ning Rongrong. From this day forth, we shall be classmates. Let us get to know one another. It was crucial to cultivate a good relationship with Fang Yu, as it would facilitate his recruitment into her sect. I am Fang Yu, with you meaning universe. Fang Yu responded with a smile. Hello, Rongrong. I am Xiao Wu, as in the dance. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhiqing. And Ning Rongrong exchanged greetings and engaged in light-hearted conversation. Meanwhile, Tang San walked alone, his demeanor overshadowed by his acne-ridden face and prominent overbite, leaving him unnoticed by others. Suddenly, the elderly man with white hair, who was tidying up tables and chairs at the entrance of Shrek Academy, recalled something and furrowed his brow. Those little monsters have yet to pay their registration fees. He dashed a couple of steps towards the academy before halting. Never mind. I've already collected quite a few gold soul coins today. I won't miss those few. In truth, the elderly man was primarily reluctant to swallow his pride and approach Fang Yu and the others for the payment. Before long, Dai Mubai arrived at the plaza of Shrek Academy, accompanied by Fang Yu and the others. Fang Yu beheld a robust, middle-aged man standing there with his arms crossed. It was undoubtedly Zhao Waoqi. Dai Mubai, accompanied by the others, approached Zhao Waoqi and introduced, "This is our esteemed teacher Zhao, who is also responsible for the 4th assessment of new students at our academy. Only by passing this 4th challenge can one truly become a student of Shrek Academy." Damubai then addressed Zhao Waoqi, Teacher Zhao. They have all bypassed the second and third challenges, coming directly to the fourth. Oh? It appears these little prodigies possess some strength. Zhao Waoqi raised an eyebrow and, casting a serious glance at Fang Yu and the others, said, "Little prodigies, please introduce yourselves." "Certainly, teacher." Tang San, noticeable with his distinctive package, eagerly began, "Teacher Zhao, I am Tang San, 13 years old, with the martial soul of blue silver grass. And I am a soul master of level 20. Zhao Waoqi gave a slight nod, acknowledging him without further comment. He had already been informed about Tang San's circumstances by the dean, and it was an exception for him to join Shrek Academy. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang and their dean being the Golden Iron Triangle, gaining admission for Tang San would have been significantly more challenging. Ning Rongrong, dressed in a light blue dress, smiled gently. "I am Ning Rongrong, 13 years old, with the auxiliary martial soul of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. And I am a great soul master of level 26. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Waoqi's eyes. He had not anticipated that even the daughter of Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would come to Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing, clad in black leather, maintained a detached demeanor. "I am Zhu Zhuqing, 13 years old, with the martial soul of the Nethercat, and I am a great soul master of level 27. In a pink dress, Xiao Wu beamed with delight. "I am Xiao Wu, as in dance, 12 years old. My martial soul is the soft bone enchantress rabbit, and I am a great soul master of level 29. Zhao Waoqi smiled and nodded. "Indeed, you are all little prodigies. It is unprecedented to receive so many prodigies at once in previous years. What has transpired this year? Has the dean stepped on a dog's tail?" Fang Yu spoke softly. "I am Fang Yu, 13 years old, with a food-type potato martial soul. I am a level 42 soul master." Zhao Wujia's eyes widened in disbelief. "Level 42 soul master? Young man, are you jesting with me?" Dai Mubai interjected. "Teacher Zhao, Fang Yu is indeed a level 42 soul master. He was tested just moments ago at the entrance. What a remarkable little prodigy." Zhao Wuji mused, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "A genius?" He relished the opportunity to tease geniuses. Dai Mubai continued. "This fourth round will be personally assessed by Teacher Zhao. He is a level 76 soul sage, renowned in the realm of soul masters, known as the Unmovable King. His strength is formidable. He once faced 10 soul sages alone without faltering." Dai Mubai turned to Zhao Wujia and inquired, "Teacher Zhao, how do you plan to assess these little prodigies? Will it be the same as in previous years?" Zhao Wujia shook his head, crossing his arms before him. "No, I shall individually assess this level 42 soul master. The others will face the usual group test. If anyone can withstand my presence for the duration of a single incense stick without my martial soul, they shall be deemed successful and admitted to Shrek Academy." Hearing this, Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, glaring at Zhao Wujia with indignation. "Teacher Zhao, isn't this a bit excessive? You are a level 76 soul sage, while my brother is merely a level 42 soul master. Isn't it clear you intend to bully him? Even without your martial soul, with your soul power, how could a soul master possibly stand against you?" Tang San wore a cunning smile. "Dai Mubai, at level 37, cannot compete with Fang Yu. Surely, Teacher Zhao, as a level 76 soul sage, will be able to subdue Fang Yu effortlessly. Just wait, Fang Yu. You're about to receive a beating. Who told you to possess such formidable soul power? This will be quite the predicament." Ding. The system detected Zhao Wujia's intention to oppress the host. Ding. Reward. Level 85 Soul Power Experience Card. Level 85 Soul Power Experience Card. Upon using this card, the host will possess level 85 soul power for 30 minutes. Fang Yu grinned widely. "System, your arrival is truly timely. Hehe. Thank you for the compliment, esteemed host. Since I have been bound to such a distinguished master, I will certainly devote myself to serving you wholeheartedly." Fang Yu gazed at Zhao Wuji with a faint smile and said, "No problem. I can engage in a one-on-one battle with Teacher Zhao." "Brother." Xiao Wu immediately panicked, her eyes filled with concern. Fang Yu observed a subtle smile on his sister's lips. "Xiao Wu, trust me." "Oh, very well." After seeing Fang Yu's resolute gaze, Xiao Wu inexplicably felt a sense of trust towards him. Zhao Wuji, upon hearing Fang Yu's response, broke into a hearty laugh. "Excellent. You little monster possess considerable courage, which I truly commend." He continued, "Now, apart from Fang Yu, all of you unite to launch an assault against me. If you can withstand my onslaught for the duration of an incense stick, you shall earn the right to become disciples of Shrek Academy." should you fail to endure. Back to where you came from. Zhao Wuji's demeanor was one of unrestrained arrogance, as if he were the very master of Shrek Academy. With a flick of his finger, he ignited an incense stick that embedded itself in the floor. The fourth challenge officially commences. Dai Mubai declared. Zhao teacher, prepare yourself. The combative and impulsively aggressive Xiao Wu was the first to charge forward, leaping to deliver a kick aimed at Zhao Wuji's shoulder. Bang! Zhao Wuji, with arms crossed defensively before him, absorbed Xiao Wu's strike without budging an inch, remaining utterly unyielding. Little girl, though you wield a soul power of 29, your strength is still insufficient. Zhao Wuji sneered derisively. Renowned in the Soul Master community as the unyielding king, his defensive capabilities were indeed formidable. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, she lunged at Zhao Wuji, her speed astonishing. Swish, swish, swish. Her sharp claws grazed against Zhao Wuji's robust arms. Yet it was of no consequence. Zhao Wuji maintained a smiling visage, as immovable as a statue. Behold my technique, fat chicken entwined. Tang San shouted, as a white soul ring manifested around him. He charged towards Zhao Wuji with a spectral image of a plump chicken. Cluck, cluck. The cacophonous clucking encircled Zhao Wuji. How utterly grating. Zhao Wuji grimaced, then struck Tang San across the face. The pain surged through Tang San as if he had been struck by a massive truck, and he was sent hurtling through the air. Bang! He crashed onto the ground several meters away, bruised and battered, a woeful expression etched across his face, tears welling in his eyes. Why must I always be the one to suffer? I truly cannot bear it. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing surged forward, unscathed, while Tang San lamented the unfairness of his predicament. However, he dared not voice these thoughts, fearing further punishment. Ning Rongrong elegantly waved her delicate hand, and a dazzling 7 treasures glazed pagoda materialized in her grasp. 7 treasures glazed pagoda, first for strength, second for speed. 2 radiant beams of light enveloped Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Both were momentarily stunned, feeling a significant enhancement in their strength and speed. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, my martial spirit is of the support type, and it has augmented your power and velocity. Give it your all. All right, thank you. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison before launching their assault. Phantom Strike. Dressed in black leather, Zhu Zhuqing activated her Phantom Cat martial spirit, her speed now a tempestuous gale, swift beyond reckoning. Her form darted through the air like a specter, leaving only a fleeting shadow. Zhao Wuji, a muscular figure with arms crossed, regarded this with a dismissive grin. Before the unyielding King Zhao Wuji, your combined efforts are futile. A confident smile graced Zhao Wuji's face. No matter how well several soul masters coordinated, they could not hope to unsettle him. Phantom claws, Zhu Zhuqing called out, unleashing her razor-sharp claws. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of rending air echoed. Yet, Zhao Wuji remained as steadfast as a mountain, his defensive prowess astonishing. Even against Zhu Zhuqing's attack, powered by her 27-level soul force, he could afford to disregard her efforts. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, clad in a pale blue dress, noticed something and smirked cunningly. Zhao teacher, you have underestimated them. Unbeknownst to Zhao Wuji, Xiao Wu had stealthily positioned herself behind him. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu's close combat prowess was formidable, and with the augmentation of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, her combat effectiveness surged exponentially. Zhao Wuji sensed a gust of wind at his back, and his expression shifted. Not good. He hastily turned to defend, but it was too late. Bang! Xiao Wu delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhao Wuji sprawling face-first to the ground. At that moment, the incense stick on the ground had just burned out. Zhao Wuji rose, dusting himself off, and proclaimed, you all have passed the assessment. Yay! Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing rejoiced, exchanging high fives in celebration. I wish to join in. Tang San, battered and bruised, approached with a flattering smile. Ugly San, you dream. Xiao Wu crossed her arms and glared at the awkwardly large-toothed Tang San. With such an unappealing visage, what audacity do you have to celebrate with us? Ning Rongrong shot a disdainful glance at Tang San's pockmarked face. An average boy, truly disappointing. Zhao Wuji turned to Fang Yu, a hint of malice in his smile. Little monster, it is your turn for a private assessment. I lost face before those girls. Now I have the perfect opportunity to reclaim my dignity by besting you. Oh, here I come. Fang Yu also wore a smile as he rose from his chair. Although Xiao Wu refrained from further dissuading him, The concern in her gaze revealed her apprehension regarding Fang Yu's capabilities. Could her brother truly triumph over a soul sage of the 76th rank? The disparity in their levels was indeed substantial. Xiao Wu blinked, contemplating the implications. If her brother failed the evaluation and was unable to remain at Shrek Academy, she would undoubtedly choose not to stay either. Xiao Wu vowed to follow her brother forever, never to be separated. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed a profound sense of dependency on Fang Yu. The thought of his absence would leave her feeling profoundly uneasy. At that moment, Ning Rongrong regarded Fang Yu with a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Fang Yu appeared utterly unperturbed, moving with a calmness that was almost surreal. Could it be that he truly possessed a means to contend with a soul saint of level 76? Such a notion seemed implausible. Ning Rongrong, hailing from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, had a profound understanding of combat prowess. Although there existed a disparity of over 30 levels between the 42nd and the 76th, the gulf between them was unfathomable. Ning Rongrong believed that even without the use of a martial soul, a soul saint at level 76 could easily vanquish a soul sect member, while Fang Yu had barely passed the assessment with the assistance of her and her companions. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, that had occurred under the circumstances where Zhao Wujing had not fully unleashed his true power and had been somewhat negligent. Now, Fang Yu faced Zhao Wujing alone. Moreover, having previously suffered from his own oversight, Zhao Wujing would undoubtedly be far more cautious this time. Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a black leather outfit, shared a sentiment of concern akin to that of Xiao Wu as she gazed anxiously at Fang Yu's retreating figure. Did the soul sect truly stand a chance against a soul saint? Even if they did, the odds seemed exceedingly slim. Just moments earlier, Fang Yu had saved her life, leaving her with a favorable impression of him. Naturally, she wished to avoid witnessing his failure in the assessment or, worse still, seeing him harmed by Zhao Wujing. Tang San observed Fang Yu's silhouette, a grin stretching across his face as if he could scarcely contain his glee. It was as though the words Schadenfreude were etched upon his countenance. Fang Yu was up against a soul saint of level 76. What could he possibly leverage in his favor? He could only await the inevitable onslaught. The mere thought of witnessing Fang Yu being ruthlessly beaten by Zhao Wujing filled Tang San with delight. A part of him eager for Fang Yu to experience the taste of defeat he himself had endured. Dai Mubai, the golden-haired youth, brushed aside his golden bangs that threatened to obscure his vision, a mischievous smirk playing upon his lips. Fang Yu, you are indeed formidable, however. When confronted with the formidable Zhao, a level 76 soul sage of the unmoved king, your only fate is to endure a beating. Dai Mubai, upon his admission to the academy, had also faced the scrutiny of Zhao Wujia and suffered greatly. He is acutely aware of Zhao Wujia's immense prowess. Having been struck yesterday, Dai Mubai harbors deep resentment and is now eager to witness Fang Yu share the same fate of being knocked down. The robust Zhao Wujia stands with his arms crossed over his well-developed chest, exuding an air of arrogance as he gazes at Fang Yu. Little monster, your assessment is devoid of any time constraints. As long as you can compel me to utter the words assessment concluded, you shall pass. I fear that I may inadvertently inflict too much harm upon you. Hence I shall refrain from utilizing my martial soul. You may employ yours now, little monster. Chapter 32. The Experience Card of 85 Level Soul Power. Very well. Fang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he opened his palm. A seemingly ordinary potato materialized in his grasp. Zhao Wuji scoffed with disdain. To elevate a food-type martial spirit soul power to level 42 is indeed an accomplishment. However, what can such a diminutive potato accomplish? Are you planning to cook me a meal? Fang Yu revealed a smile imbued with significant meaning. You shall soon discover the truth. Fang Yusin mused. System. Activate the level 85 soul power experience card. Understood, esteemed host. The level 85 soul power experience card has been successfully initiated. Fang Yu instantaneously felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his entire being, a formidable power that seemed inexhaustible and boundless. Fang Yu lifted his right foot and gently stomped it against the ground. With a whoosh, the small potato in his hand soared high into the sky, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a size reminiscent of a towering mountain, casting a vast shadow that obscured the sun. Yet, this was not the most significant aspect. The most crucial detail was that the once unremarkable potato erupted with an overwhelming surge of soul power. The previously clear sky became shrouded in ominous clouds. Thunder roared, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Crack, crack. Golden lightning danced wildly in the air. This scene resembled the apocalypse. The terrifying pressure descended upon Zhao Wujia, leaving him aghast, his face pale with fear. He gazed up at the colossal potato, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Good heavens! Is this the soul power that a soul master of level 42 can unleash? Impossible! This soul power is extraordinarily potent, far surpassing his own. It must be the terrifying soul power of at least level 80. How could Fang Yu possess such formidable soul power exceeding 80 levels? Zhao Wujia was utterly bewildered. The overwhelming soul pressure from the colossal potato instantly sent Tang San and Daimu Bai flying several meters away. The two stared in astonishment, their mouths agape. How is Fang Yu's soul power so extraordinarily high? How has he cultivated his food-type martial soul to such a terrifying degree? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xiao Wu's eyes, soon replaced by a radiant smile. Her brother's soul power is astonishingly potent. It seems her previous concerns were entirely unwarranted. Xiao Wu is unaware of the precise level of the soul power Fang Yu has unleashed, yet she can distinctly feel its overwhelming strength. At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing gazed at Fang Yu with disbelief. They too were profoundly shaken by his formidable soul power. If it weren't for the palpable aura of terrifying strength so close to them, they would find it hard to believe that this emanated from a food-type soul master. This power is even more ferocious than that of a strong attack-type soul master of the same rank, akin to a tumultuous wave that instills fear and trepidation. Boom! The ground beneath Zhao Wujia's feet could no longer withstand this terrifying force and collapsed beneath him. His brow furrowed deeply, his body bending increasingly under the immense pressure. The sensation of oppression was so overwhelming that he could scarcely breathe, rendering him unable to straighten his back. The colossal potato above had yet to descend. Yet Zhao Wujia felt he was on the brink of collapse. He promptly swung his arms, summoning his martial soul. Suddenly, a robust brown bear phantom materialized behind him, and upon its appearance, his aura surged dramatically. Nevertheless, it remained insufficient to rival the oppressive weight of the enormous potato, which loomed like a mountain in the sky. At that moment, the gigantic potato continued its relentless descent towards Zhao Wujia's position. With each increment of its fall, the pressure he experienced intensified. Little monster, please cease. The assessment has been passed. Zhao Wujia, drenched in sweat, bent over, his expression one of utmost distress. Fang Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Teacher Zhao, what did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Zhao Wuji, do you not revel in tormenting geniuses? Today, let me allow you to experience the sensation of being overwhelmed. The colossal golden potato continued its descent. A piercing roar resonated through the air. The very fabric of space seemed on the verge of succumbing to this force. Zhao Wuji's body bent increasingly, his head barely able to rise. Little monster, I declare that you have passed your assessment. You have indeed passed. Please cease. The oppressive aura of an 85-level soul power was utterly beyond the capacity of Zhao Wuji, a 76-level soul sage, to withstand. Moreover, this 85-level soul power was not merely the manifestation of a food-type martial spirit. It was the most formidable soul power among all 85-level martial spirits. Zhao Wuji, crushed by this terrifying force, found himself kneeling, nearly prostrated on the ground. Fang Yu, you have passed your assessment. Truly passed. I implore you, please stop. Zhao Wuji felt that if this enormous potato were to truly collide with him, it could very well be the end. It could indeed be fatal. Since Teacher Zhao has said so, I shall refrain. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly. Alas, how has it slipped beyond my control? Fang Yu revealed a mischievous smile. The colossal potato continued its descent towards Zhao Wuji. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji was utterly alarmed, his face etched with terror. What? It was out of control. Could it be that he would meet his demise here, crushed beneath it? Cold sweat instantly drenched his garments, his heart racing and his body trembling in fear. Just as the enormous potato was less than a meter away from Zhao Wuji, with a mere thought, Fang Yu ceased to release his soul power. The potato immediately froze in midair, motionless. As the terrifying pressure that had enveloped him dissipated, Zhao Wuji lifted his gaze towards the colossal potato above. Gulp! Zhao Wuji's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard, fear rendering his legs weak, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Goodness, I nearly met my end. Just moments ago, he had seen his long-deceased great-grandmother beckoning to him from the air, as though he had 1 foot already in the realm of the dead. Fang Yu approached Zhao Wuji with a friendly smile. Teacher Zhao, are you all right? Zhao Wuji appeared slightly dazed, trembling with remnants of fear as he shook his head gently. I'm fine. It's not a big issue. just nearly faced death. Once regaining his composure, Zhao Wuji suddenly recalled something and stood up to address Fang Yu. Little monster, do not touch that potato for the time being. I shall summon the dean. The overwhelming soul power emitted by a food-type soul master was exceedingly unusual. He felt it necessary for the dean to personally investigate. After speaking, Zhao Wuji dashed towards the interior of Shrek Academy, his demeanor suggesting he was being chased by a dog. Xiao Wu approached Fang Yu with a beaming smile, giving him a thumbs up. Brother, you are truly amazing. Her admiration for Fang Yu was growing exponentially. She perceived Fang Yu's strength as if it had skyrocketed like a rocket just days ago. He possessed around 30 levels of soul power, yet now he could unleash such formidable energy. Ning Rongrong also approached with a smile, praising him. Fang Yu, you are extraordinary. I have never encountered such a powerful food-type soul master. A sense of admiration for Fang Yu blossomed within her heart. Even Zhu Xing, who was typically aloof and reticent, offered a gentle smile and praised him. Fang Yu, you are quite formidable. Chapter 33. 2 roasted chickens. Fang Yu gazed at the 3 young maidens surrounding him, a slight smile gracing his lips. They were not particularly formidable, rather mediocre. In fact, not far away, Tang San shot a venomous glare at Fang Yu, his expression filled with malice. Zhao Wujie, having activated his martial soul, was still no match for Fang Yu, proving to be utterly useless. Tang San had expected Fang Yu to be overpowered by Zhao Wujie, yet it was Zhao Wujie who found himself crushed instead. This was not the outcome he desired. In a fit of humiliation and rage, he blamed Zhao Wujie for his inadequacy. What Tang San failed to realize was that had the terrifying pressure of the massive potato's soul power continuously bombarded him, he would have been reduced to mere pulp long ago. Within the confines of Shrek Academy, a middle-aged man donned in a black-gray trench coat sat on a stool, engrossed in a book while adjusting his glasses. Flinder, something serious has happened. Zhao Wujie burst in, his robust figure rushing in with urgency. Flinder, unfazed, lifted his gaze to regard Zhao Wujie. What is it that has you so flustered? A 13-year-old child has unleashed nearly 80 levels of soul power. Zhao Wujie exclaimed, brimming with excitement. 13 years old and releasing over 80 levels of soul power? Flinder's brows furrowed in disbelief. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Old Zhao, you must be joking. There isn't a single 13-year-old on the entire Douluo Continent capable of such a feat. Moreover, he possesses a food-type martial soul, which makes it even more implausible. Flinder's countenance was etched with skepticism, convinced that Zhao Wujie was jesting. That 13-year-old truly released over 80 levels of soul power. I am not jesting. Zhao Wujie's excitement was palpable. Flinder remained composed, still seated, even neglecting to put down the book in his hands. Impossible. Old Zhao, you must have misjudged. After all these years in the Soul Master realm, have you ever encountered a 13-year-old child with such prowess? Perhaps you didn't sleep well last night and your vision is blurred. Flinder teased with a smile. That gigantic potato is still there. Go take a look for yourself. Zhao Wujie insisted, growing increasingly impatient. He seized Flinder's arm and yanked him from the chair, ceasing any further discussion as he dragged him toward the Shrek Academy square at a frantic pace. Old Zhao, have you lost your mind? Release me. Old Zhao. Before long. Zhao Wujie brought Flinder to the square. Upon seeing the enormous golden potato suspended in the air and feeling the immense soul power it contained, Flinder's eyes widened in shock. Is this real? He wondered, as if caught in a dream. With a thud, he dropped an ancient book he had been holding. Zhao Wujie gave Flinder's arm a gentle twist. Hiss. Old Zhao, what are you doing? Zhao Wujie chuckled. This is to help you accept reality. Surely you believe now? Flinder remained silent, staring vacantly at the colossal potato. Could this truly be the soul power released by a 13-year-old child? Was that child genuinely a food-type soul master? Flinder could sense the profound soul power emanating from the potato, confirming it was indeed over 80 levels, immensely powerful. Faced with the undeniable truth, he had no choice but to believe. Flinder turned to Zhao Wujie, inquiring with urgency, Old Zhao, which child released this soul power? Zhao Wujie pointed to Fang Yu, who was chatting with the 3 girls not far away. It's that little monster in the blue attire. His name is Fang Yu. He just officially joined our Shrek Academy today. Flinder hurriedly approached Fang Yu, asking, Little monster, what is your soul power level? How did you unleash such formidable power? Fang Yu replied with a faint smile, level 42. After a brief pause, he continued, I am uncertain about what just transpired. It is the first time I have encountered such a situation in my entire life. Matters pertaining to the system cannot be disclosed. I can only concoct a plausible explanation to navigate through this. Fang Yu cast a glance at the enormous potato beside him, and with a mere thought, it instantly reverted to a normal size, akin to that of a hand. Flanders furrowed his brow, bewildered. Was this the first time such an occurrence had transpired in his life? How could this be? He mumbled to himself. Unable to fathom how Fang Yu achieved such a feat at that moment, Zhao Wujie suddenly recalled something and regarded Fang Yu and the others, saying, I forgot to introduce everyone. This is our esteemed Dean of Shrek Academy, Flanders. Hello, Dean. Greetings, Dean. The crowd offered their salutations in unison. Meanwhile, Flanders' mind was preoccupied with thoughts regarding the peculiar potato. He turned to Dai Mubai and instructed, Mubai, please escort the new students to familiarize themselves with the academy. I have pressing matters to attend to. After Flanders turned, a pair of ethereal wings materialized behind him, and with a swift motion, he soared into the depths of Shrek Academy. He needed to return and investigate the records to comprehend the situation surrounding Fang Yu. Xiao Wu gazed at Flanders' retreating figure, her mind swirling with thoughts. Thankfully, the Dean's soul power was not particularly formidable, allowing her true identity to remain concealed. Yet, what would happen if she were to encounter a soul master with exceptional strength who could unveil her secret? Her gaze shifted to Fang Yu's handsome profile. How would she explain everything to her brother when that moment arrived? Let us go. I'll show you around the academy, Dai Mubai addressed Fang Yu and the others. A group of them proceeded into the academy, engaging in light-hearted conversation along the way. On the Douluo Continent, in the rock forest, two wild chickens strolled leisurely. Cluck, cluck, the hen squawked loudly. What a splendid day for a stroll, replied the rooster. Just then, a one-eyed man clad in black suddenly charged at the two wild chickens. With a swift strike, he killed the hen and plucked its feathers. He then kindled a fire and roasted the chicken. The rooster was left in shock, followed by tears. Who understands the plight of domestic fowls? Just as we were enjoying our leisurely walk, guess what happened? My wife is gone. He lamented, sobbing. The one-eyed man, feeling that one chicken was insufficient, proceeded to kill and eat the grieving rooster as well. After devouring both roasted chickens, he wiped his mouth and face with his sleeve and resumed sitting cross-legged on the ground, absorbing the soul energy from the forest and converting it into soul power. Ding. The villain system alerts the host that their soul power has reached level 30. Ding. The system will dispense rewards for every 10 levels of soul power gained. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring, with the first soul skill named Black Hawk Hunt. The one-eyed man grinned. With this 10,000-year soul ring, my strength has received a tremendous enhancement. Chapter 34. Uncle Sausage at Shrek Academy. Dai Mubai was guiding Fang Yu, Xiao Wu, and the others around the campus. As they strolled, Xiao Wu spotted a scruffy man with glasses selling sausages by the roadside. Uncle Sausage, how much are these sausages? She inquired as she approached him. Oscar frowned slightly and retorted, Please don't call me Uncle Sausage. I'm nearly your age. You should refer to me as the dashing brother Sausage. He narcissistically ran his fingers through his smooth hair, offering a grin he deemed charming. Dai Mubai explained to the group, Oscar is also a student at Shrek Academy, specializing in the food system. His martial spirit has resulted in a more robust appearance than most men, but he is actually of similar age to you. Oscar's gaze lingered on the newcomers, particularly resting on Ning Rongrong's lovely face for an extended period. Finally, he turned to Dai Mubai and asked, Boss Dai, are they all new students at our academy? Indeed, Dai Mubai replied, brushing aside his golden bangs that threatened to obscure his vision. Oscar beamed at the new students and declared, Since you are all new here, I shall treat you to sausages today. No charge. Although his words were directed at the entire group, his true attention was fixed on Ning Rongrong. Really? Free of charge? Tang San exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Oscar, taken aback by Tang San's large front teeth, retreated slightly, chuckling awkwardly. Yes, truly free for you all. That is fantastic. I want tea hold back then. Thank you. Tang San responded, eager to indulge. You're quite kind. He quickly began stuffing sausages into his mouth from the cart. Within moments, he consumed 4 or 5 sausages, reveling in the delightful prospect of free food. What a steal. Who would pass up such an opportunity? He thought, finishing them all without leaving any for Fang Yu and the others. Xiao Wu frowned at Tang San's greedy face. Tang San, don't you have any manners? What about the rest of us? They offered to treat you, not to let you devour everything. After her remark, she and Ning Rongrong moved forward to grab a few sausages for themselves. Of course, Xiao Wu also intended to secure a portion for her brother. Wait, Fang Yu promptly called out to Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Brother, what's the matter? Xiao Wu blinked, her heart filled with astonishment. If I don't hurry over to grab a few, that shameless fellow, Tang San, will devour all the sausages. Fang Yu did not respond to Xiao Wu's words. Instead, he turned to Oscar and smiled faintly, saying, Oscar, I have an aversion to grilled sausages. Would you be able to conjure a fresh sausage on the spot? This. Upon hearing Fang Yu's request, a flicker of panic crossed Oscar's eyes, and he adjusted his glasses, seemingly at a loss. Come on, Oscar. You must create one right away. With how much Tang San has been consuming, it simply won't suffice for everyone if you don't make more, remarked the blonde-haired Douluo V, brushing back his bangs that were nearly obscuring his vision. From now on, we are all students of Shrek Academy, sharing our days together. The newcomers will inevitably learn about your little quirks sooner or later. Ning Rongrong, clad in a light blue dress, narrowed her beautiful eyes. What is going on? It seems there is something amiss with Oscar's sausage. Xiao Wu, dressed in a pink frock, also fixed her gaze upon Oscar, puzzled by the sausage situation. Upon hearing Douluo V's words, Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong and the others, and with an exasperated smile, he relented. All right then. Coughing lightly, he adjusted his glasses that threatened to slip from his forehead. He began to chant a peculiar incantation. You love me, I love you, sweet honey sausage. As he recited the incantation, he intermittently poked his nose and dug in his ears, creating an utterly unseemly scene. Ultimately, Oscar produced a large sausage using his hands that had just invaded his nose and ears. Tang San, who was voraciously devouring sausages, froze at this sight. His chewing ceased, and the sausage in his mouth suddenly lost its appeal. Moreover, Tang San felt an overwhelming wave of nausea wash over him. Ugh, ugh, ugh. He hunched over, retching on the ground. What on earth had he just eaten? Ning Rongrong glared at Oscar, her brows furrowing. Why is the method of summoning sausages so revolting? Fortunately, Fang Yu intervened in time. Otherwise, she too would have been compelled to vomit like Tang San. Xiao Wu stepped back with a frown. How disgusting. Thank goodness I didn't eat any. It seems listening to my brother was indeed the right choice. Fang Yu felt a slight astonishment within. He had not anticipated that his crossing over would alter even the manner in which Oscar summoned sausages. Moreover, the incantation resonated with a peculiar familiarity, reminiscent of a certain exclusive jingle from a bubble tea and ice cream shop in Blue Star. The system detected an increase in Ning Rongrong's affection towards the host, rewarding him with an opulent villa. This lavish villa is fully furnished, equipped with all necessary appliances, and boasts a generous supply of provisions. Furthermore, it is mobile. The host can effortlessly withdraw it into the system's space or release it at any moment. Fang Yu felt a flicker of joy in his heart. Merely preventing Ning Rongrong from consuming the sausage had garnered her favor. Such a reward was effortlessly obtained. He relished this kind of system, unlike others that demanded arduous tasks for mere recognition. Tang San, seething with indignation, glared at Oscar. Why didn't you mention beforehand that this sausage was made using your spirit power? You are truly reckless. Tang San's fists clenched in fury. He was tempted to give Oscar a piece of his mind. How could he have consumed 7 or 8 of such revolting sausages? With a hint of remorse, Oscar turned to Tang San and said, my sincerest apologies, I completely forgot. To express my contrition, you may enjoy my sausages free of charge from now on. Tang San was infuriated. Is this your idea of an apology? You are clearly causing me distress. Even if I were to perish, I would never again touch your sausages. The thought alone makes me want to retch. Ignoring Tang San's outburst, Oscar pushed his cart outside to sell sausages. Douluo V led the others as they continued to familiarize themselves with Shrek Academy. Before long, they arrived at the dormitory's location. Although referred to as a dormitory, it was merely a dilapidated 2-story building. The walls were riddled with cracks, rendering it a hazardous structure. The surrounding floor was littered with weeds and cobwebs, and one could even spot insects scuttling across the ground floor. In comparison, the second floor was slightly better, not as worn down. Douluo V gazed at the shabby dormitory and declared, "This is our accommodation. The male students will reside on the second floor, while the females will be on the first." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately expressed her displeasure, her brows furrowing. Why must we females be relegated to such a decrepit first floor? Chapter 35, Level 99 Limit Douluo. The first floor is teeming with cockroaches and insects. The walls on the verge of collapse. I refuse to reside here. Ning Rongrong crossed her arms defiantly, her expression sour. Douluo V furrowed his brow and coldly addressed her. This is the rule of Shrek Academy, and there is only one available dormitory on the second floor. It is already a privilege for you new male students to share accommodations with us, seasoned members. Do not be ungrateful. Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips, retorted. Who established this rule? It seems to have originated with you. Why are the male dormitories allowed on the second floor while we are confined to the first? Why not switch places? The conditions on the first floor were intolerable. Ning Rongrong hailed from a prominent sect, having grown up in luxury, with accommodations, food, and entertainment that ordinary people could only dream of. Thus, she found it exceedingly difficult to accept living in such a filthy, old dormitory infested with insects. Dai Mubai brushed back his golden bangs that nearly obscured his eyes, regarding Ning Rongrong with a haughty gaze. Ning Rongrong, do not presume that your affiliation with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School grants you the right to act with impunity. This is Shrek Academy, and since you have chosen to attend, you must adhere to its regulations. As I have informed you, the female dormitory is restricted to the first floor. If you find the environment unsuitable, you are free to leave at any time. As the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai had been raised in indulgence and was naturally not inclined to show leniency to Ning Rongrong. Furious, Ning Rongrong clenched her tiny fists, her brows knitted tightly. You. At that moment, Fang Yu, with a smile, addressed Ning Rongrong. If you do not mind, you may stay with me. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately broke into a mocking grin. Fang Yu, I acknowledge your strength, but allowing a girl to reside in our male dormitory is rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree? Tang San chimed in. Indeed. Fang Yu, are you not blatantly trying to take advantage of her? I never imagined your thoughts could be so base. Fang Yu cast a cold smile at Dai Mubai and Tang San, saying, I merely suggested that Ning Rongrong stay with me. I never implied that she should reside in the boys' dormitory. Fang Yu waved his hand, and a magnificent ultra-luxurious villa materialized before the dormitory building. Its resplendent golden splendor and opulent decor stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated and grimy dormitory across the way. Upon beholding the grand villa, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, Fang Yu carries a luxurious villa with him? How extraordinarily wealthy he must be. Tang San stared in astonishment. This villa is even larger than the one Fang Yu previously unveiled in the soul-hunting forest. Where did Fang Yu acquire such an abundance of wealth to purchase a villa? Is his fortune inexhaustible? Although Ning Rongrong was indeed astonished by the opulence of the grand villa, her greater concern lay with the storage ring adorning Fang Yu's finger, a sophisticated soul-guiding device. Fang Yu possesses such an exquisite soul guide. His identity must be quite extraordinary. Ning Rongrong, as the daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's master, has been well acquainted with the rarest of treasures since childhood. She has encountered many precious items that others have yet to see. Although she is quite affluent, high-grade soul guides are not mere commodities that can be purchased with wealth. These items are valuable yet scarce. Throughout the entire Douluo Continent, very few individuals possess high-grade soul guides. In this moment, Ning Rongrong's curiosity about Fang Yu's identity deepened significantly. Zhu Qing, clad in a sleek black leather outfit, glanced with astonishment at the opulent villa. The exterior alone revealed its considerable worth, surely amounting to several million or even tens of millions of gold soul coins. After a brief moment of shock, Xiao Wu beamed at Fang Yu, exclaiming, Brother, you truly are a master of concealment. To think you own such a vast and luxurious villa. How splendid. We won't have to stay in that old dormitory infested with cockroaches tonight. Fang Yu gazed at Ning Rongrong with a light chuckle and remarked, although this villa is not particularly opulent, it surpasses the accommodations at Shrek Academy by a significant margin. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong cast a peculiar glance at Fang Yu. The walls are adorned with diamonds and gold, and you claim it lacks luxury? Fang Yu, this villa is truly splendid. May I take up residence here? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked towards Fang Yu. After being astonished by the high-grade soul-guiding apparatus moments earlier, she seemed to have forgotten that Fang Yu had invited her not long ago. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Of course, there are so many rooms in the grand villa, there's no need to worry about a lack of space. Thank you so much. Ning Rongrong replied, her laughter radiant. She found Fang Yu to be truly admirable, not only for his formidable strength, but also for his kind heart. Ding. The system detected an increase in Ning Rongrong's affection for the host, rewarding the host with a level 99 Ultimate Douluo arrangement card. Upon hearing the system's melodious notification, Fang Yu was in high spirits. As he had anticipated, Winning Ning Rongrong's affection proved to be remarkably effortless. Fang Yu, undoubtedly motivated by the desire to attain the rewards of the system, invited Ning Rongrong to reside in her grand villa. He is not the type of altruist who performs good deeds without expecting anything in return. If he were to gain nothing, what justification would he have for being kind to others? Fang Yu pondered within. System, what precisely does the 99th level limit Douluo arrangement card entail? Can it directly summon a 99th level limit Douluo? For how long can the summoned individual remain? The 99th level limit Douluo arrangement card is designed for the system to designate a 99th level limit Douluo to serve the host. The summoned individual is entirely obedient to the host and possesses profound knowledge of the Douluo world. The summoned character can exist for the duration of 1 hour. Fang Yu's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, this card would be best utilized when faced with grave troubles. In the realm of Douluo Continent, extreme Douluo had essentially become an invincible force. Xiao Wu, taking the silent and reserved Zhu Zhuqing by the hand, approached Fang Yu and cheerfully inquired, "Brother, why don't we invite Zhuqing to reside with us in the Grand Villa? The Academy's dormitory is rather antiquated, and with no one occupying the first floor, it's likely that Zhuqing would find it unappealing as well." Through the past few days of companionship, Xiao Wu had discerned that Zhu Zhuqing was an introverted girl who preferred silence. Thus, in such moments, she opted to voice Zhuqing's unspoken thoughts. Zhu Zhuqing, taken aback as her inner sentiments were articulated by Xiao Wu, felt a wave of shyness wash over her, lowering her gaze and avoiding eye contact with Fang Yu. "That sounds agreeable," she finally responded. Fang Yu did not hesitate and readily agreed. The house was spacious with plenty of rooms, so accommodating one more person was no trouble at all. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of joy as she looked up at Fang Yu, offering a gentle smile. "Thank you, Fang Yu." She certainly did not wish to reside in the dilapidated dormitory of the academy. Yet, she felt too shy to directly express her desire to move into the Grand Villa. Fang Yu's lips curled into a smile. There's no need for formality. After all, the villa is vast with plenty of rooms to accommodate everyone. Chapter 36. The arrival of the titled Douluo. The golden-haired man, Dai Mubai, gazed at Fang Yu as he prepared to enter the Grand Villa, a flattering smile gracing his face. "Fang Yu, I was unaware that you intended to invite Ning Rongrong and the others to stay in the villa. I mistakenly assumed you meant for them to reside in the boys' dormitory. It was a misunderstanding on my part, and ignorance is no crime. Might I also request the privilege of residing in your magnificent villa?" Dai Mubai felt that when one was under another's roof, it was prudent to show humility. Having lived in the dilapidated old dormitory of Shrek Academy for so long, he had grown weary of that decrepit room. Now, with the splendid villa before him, he felt compelled to seize this opportunity. Fang Yu glanced at the spacious villa, which boasted numerous vacant rooms. He then turned to Dai Mubai with a mischievous grin and said, "I truly apologize, but it appears all the rooms are already occupied, leaving no place for you to stay." Fang Yu did not forget how Dai Mubai had just mocked him. Such a person was unworthy of residing in his villa. "Fang Yu." After being rebuffed by Fang Yu, Dai Mubai's expression immediately shifted, his words caught in his throat. Never mind. He could not contend with Fang Yu anyway, so it was better to refrain from uttering any unpleasant remarks. Dai Mubai was not foolish. He understood the vast chasm that lay between him and Fang Yu. Even if he and Tang San joined forces, they would still be no match for Fang Yu. Under the envious and jealous gazes of Dai Mubai and Tang San, Fang Yu, accompanied by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, settled into an opulent villa. Naturally, he resided in the master suite, while the three ladies occupied the adjacent rooms. The luxurious mansion exuded grandeur and sophistication, adorned with exquisite and high-end furnishings. It boasted an array of lavish sofas, coffee tables, refrigerators, and automated cleaning devices, all meticulously provided. Each room was spacious and featured its own private bathroom. Fang Yu reclined on the luxurious and exquisitely crafted bed, stretching his limbs with a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Ah, how comfortable this is." In stark contrast, Tang San, upon entering the dormitory, was met with a sight that contorted his face into an expression as grim as a bitter melon. Is this truly the dormitory of Shrek Academy? How does it fall so short compared to Nodding Academy? Wasn't it said to be a prestigious Soul Master Academy? The walls of the dormitory were riddled with numerous cracks, exuding an unsettling impression that the building might collapse at any moment. One could only wonder how many years this dormitory had withstood the test of time to become so dilapidated, not to mention the cobwebs adorning the corners. The most alarming sight was the cockroaches and spiders scuttling about on the beds and walls. Tang San's expression darkened. Is this really a dormitory? It felt more like a forsaken and decrepit structure, long abandoned. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his gaze turned venomous. That detestable Fang Yu. With such a lavish villa boasting so many rooms, why had he not extended an invitation to himself and Dai Mubai to stay there? Fang Yu is exceedingly selfish. Unbeknownst to him, night has already fallen. The sun has set, and the moon has taken its place. Inside his room, Zhao Wujie was diligently cultivating when suddenly, a stone came hurling through the window, striking him on the head. Frowning slightly, Zhao Wujie turned to see who was responsible. Who could it be? The underbrush in the forest rustled, yet he saw no one. The unyielding king, Zhao Wujie, ventured into the dense woods. A voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, echoed from the depths of the forest. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Wujie leaped from the window and dashed into the thicket. Since the other party recognized his name, it was clear they were acquainted. In such circumstances, he deemed it prudent to meet face to face. Otherwise, dire consequences might ensue. Upon reaching the forest outside Shrek Academy, he spotted a man clad in brown, standing with his back to him at a short distance. Feeling the profound aura emanating from this individual, Zhao Wujie's heart raced with unease. He bowed respectfully and inquired, I am Zhao Wujie. May I ask your esteemed name and the purpose of your visit? The man in brown did not rush to answer. He slowly turned, removing his hood that obscured his face. Tang Hao, with a swift motion of his right hand, grasped a massive hammer enveloped in electric light. He approached Zhao Wujie, each step illuminating a soul ring around him. With each ring that lit up, Tang Hao's aura multiplied exponentially. A tempest arose, bending the trees in its wake as an overwhelming pressure of soul power engulfed the surroundings. Upon seeing the hammer in Tang Hao's grasp and the rings adorning him, Zhao Wujie's expression shifted dramatically. The Haotian hammer. You are His Excellency, Haotian? The youngest title Douluo in the entire continent. Tang Hao. Zhao Wujie, oppressed by the formidable soul power, found himself unable to stand straight, his complexion paling. You possess quite the audacity, daring to strike my son. Tang Hao advanced toward Zhao Wujie, his tone grave. What? I struck your son? Zhao Wujie was taken aback. When had he ever harmed Tang Hao's child? He was utterly unaware of who that might be. Before Zhao Wujie could process this information, Tang Hao retracted his martial soul and soul rings, coldly declaring, It has been a while since I've had the chance to stretch my muscles. Consider yourself a practice target. With that, Tang Hao surged toward Zhao Wujie. Startled, Zhao Wujie had no time to react and was sent flying by a punch. Boom, boom, boom. Zhao Wujie's robust form crashed through 10 trees as thick as barrels before hitting the ground. Grimacing in pain, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and managed to ask, Might I inquire who His Excellency Haotian's son is? Boom. Before he could finish, Tang Hao appeared behind him, delivering another punch that sent him soaring into the air. Boom, boom, boom. What followed was a relentless onslaught where Zhao Wujie was mercilessly beaten, unable to retaliate. After all, he was facing a titled Douluo. A mere soul sage like himself stood no chance, and any attempt to fight back would only incite the fury of this powerful figure. Despite Zhao Wujie's formidable defenses, known as the unyielding king, he was left severely injured and battered within mere minutes, his face bruised and swollen. Should you dare to bully my son again, I shall not show mercy. With that, Tang Hao vanished into the forest. Zhao Wujie, clutching his chest with his left hand and leaning against a tree with his right, barely managed to rise. His mind was still in a daze, utterly perplexed about who Tang Hao's son could be. From above, Flander, with the illusion of wings and an owl perched on his shoulder, descended. Old Zhao, are you all right? No. There's a significant issue. Zhao Wujie glared at Flander in frustration. You truly lack loyalty, standing there watching me get beaten without offering assistance. Flander smiled helplessly. Old Zhao, it's not that I wouldn't help you. Tang Hao is a titled Douluo. Even if we teamed up, we would be no match for him. Moreover, if he truly wished to kill, even my intervention would not save you. Zhao Wujie nodded, acknowledging the truth in Flander's words. He was well aware of the might of a titled Douluo. By the way, Tang Hao mentioned I struck his son. Who is that? Zhao Wujie asked, confusion etched on his face. Old Zhao, you spend all your time cultivating. Your mind has grown dull, Flander chuckled, looking at Zhao Wujie. Among the new students at Shrek Academy, the only one with the surname Tang is that one. Who else could it be? Zhao Wujia asked Tang San. That boy possesses the most mediocre martial soul, blue silver grass, and has the worst aptitude among the new students. How could he possibly be the son of the Haotian Douluo? How could someone so remarkable have such a seemingly useless child? Flander adjusted his glasses, frowning slightly as he retorted, Gao didn't tell you that Tang San possesses twin martial souls? Zhao Wujia shook his head. No. He only mentioned that this child entered Shrek Academy as an exception for certain reasons. He didn't elaborate further. To think Tang San is actually a twin martial soul user. What is his other martial soul? Flander gazed at the rustling branches in the distance and replied. Tang Hao's son would undoubtedly be exceptional. Tang San's other martial soul is the Haotian hammer. I suspect Xiao Gang refrained from telling you this to prevent you from leaking the information. Flander suddenly turned serious, looking at Zhao Wujia. Old Zhao, you must keep this matter confidential. If you let it slip, it could lead to serious trouble. He realized he had misspoken, recalling that Yu Xiaojiang had instructed him not to disclose anything to anyone. If one wishes for secrets to remain undisclosed, one must not share them. Rest assured, I am a person of discretion. I will not speak of it to others, Zhao Wujia assured him with a nod. Flander adjusted his glasses, gazing into the tranquil woods, and remarked, although Tang San possesses twin martial souls, I still believe that Fang Yu is the most gifted among this year's new students. At merely 13 years of age, he has already reached level 42 in soul power. Furthermore, he is a food system soul master. Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement. Indeed, I, too, believe Fang Yu's talent is unparalleled. Throughout history, no food system soul master has ever achieved level 42 by the age of 13 across the entire Douluo Continent. Shrek Academy. Fang Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing out the window at the star-studded night sky. Suddenly, a letter soared toward him from afar. Fang Yu raised his right arm, pinching the envelope between his index and middle fingers. Upon picking it up, he noticed the inscription, If you are a man, and not a coward, meet me in the dense forest outside. Fang Yu smiled coldly, having already surmised who wished to see him. Yet, he remained utterly unperturbed. Fang Yu arrived in a secluded forest outside Shrek Academy. Tang Hao, once again attempting to project an air of superiority, stood with his back to Fang Yu at a short distance. Why again? Because he had previously turned his back on Zhao Wujia. Tang Hao could have simply faced Fang Yu directly. His actions were merely a fade to elevate his own status. Ah, you've arrived, Tang Hao said, slowly turning around and removing the hood that had obscured his face. Much like his earlier encounter with Zhao Wujia, he grasped the Haotian hammer and walked towards Fang Yu with measured steps. With each stride, a soul ring illuminated, enhancing his aura. Yet, Fang Yu displayed no signs of trepidation or fear. Instead, a hint of disdain graced his features. Title Douluo? Is that truly impressive? I find it amusing. Fang Yu, undaunted and self-assured, exuded an air of calmness that perplexed Tang Hao, causing his brow to furrow with astonishment. How could this young man display not a trace of fear, but rather a hint of disdain? Was he rendered speechless by his own terror? Tang Hao's thoughts drifted to the grievances his son had endured, igniting a fiery rage within him. His gaze upon Fang Yu turned icy. You, who have usurped my son's soul ring and relegated him to the confines of a chicken coop, have repeatedly humiliated him, driving him to the brink of despair and tears. Have you ever contemplated the repercussions of your malevolent actions? Let me make this abundantly clear. My son, Tang Hao's offspring, is not some trifling creature to be bullied. As all of Tang Hao's soul rings illuminated, a formidable aura emanated from him. A tempest arose, uprooting numerous trees in the vicinity, while leaves danced wildly in the air. Fang Yu's heart was as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any ripples. He observed the nearly enraged Tang Hao and let out a cold chuckle. So, you intend to bully the weak to vent your frustrations for your son, is that it? Tang Hao's gaze was icy. Indeed, I shall resort to overpowering the weak. What can you do about it? In the world of Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. Without power, you are utterly insignificant, just as Tang Hao prepared to strike. He was poised to unleash a fierce beating upon Fang Yu. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly upwards as he contemplated. System, deploy the level 99 ultimate Douluo arrangement card. A resounding boom echoed through the air. A figure of overwhelming power, a masked man, tore through the fabric of space, materializing beside Fang Yu. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from this masked individual, Tang Hao's eyes widened in astonishment, his face etched with horror. Could this aura possibly belong to an ultimate Douluo? The existence of ultimate Douluos in the Douluo Continent was indeed a reality. after traversing the Douluo Continent for so many years. This was Tang Hao's first encounter with an ultimate Douluo. The aura was simply too formidable. No one other than an ultimate Douluo could exude such power. Moreover, this was without the masked man unleashing his martial soul and spirit rings. What unimaginable strength might he possess if he were to unleash them? Just the thought made Tang Hao's hands tremble uncontrollably. The masked man knelt before Fang Yu, one knee touching the ground, and offered a respectful salute. Master. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly as he said, "All right, rise." Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Hao's expression drastically changed, overwhelmed by shock. What? The limit Douluo actually referred to Fang Yu as his master? Who on earth is this young man, and what status does he hold? Even the limit Douluo shows him such deference. This is disastrous. I have unwittingly provoked such a terrifying being. Tang Hao panicked, his face pale and frozen in place. Too frightened to move. If the limit Douluo desired his demise, he would possess no power to resist. System detected host's profound shock. Reward issued. 30 million gold soul coins. Fang Yu was filled with immense joy. There was an abundance that could never be exhausted. Fang Yu gazed thoughtfully at the masked man before him, shrouded in a veil of black. What name should I bestow upon him? Perhaps Little Black? No, Little Hay suits him better. Tang Hao quickly contemplated and retracted his martial spirit and soul rings. He bowed respectfully to Fang Yu, saying previously, "I failed to recognize your esteemed presence and inadvertently offended you. I sincerely apologize for my earlier transgressions. I am truly sorry." Tang Hao understood that there are times when one must exhibit humility, otherwise, one's very life could be at stake. Fang Yu observed Tang Hao, whose attitude had undergone a complete reversal, and a faint smile graced his lips. "A mere apology would not suffice. My spirit has been gravely affected." After a moment of silence, Tang Hao opened his palm. A storage soul guide flew towards Fang Yu. Chapter 38. Tang San's father is beaten. Fang Yu extended his hand to receive the storage bag soul guide device, slightly bowing his head to open it. Upon inspection with his mind, he discovered it contained 100,000 gold soul coins and a pill radiating a faint green light. What kind of elixir is this? Fang Yu glanced towards Tang Hao in the distance with a hint of curiosity. The golden soul coins were of little significance to him, as he already possessed a considerable amount. His primary concern lay with the elixir in question. Tang Hao's gaze fell upon the storage pouch in Fang Yu's hand, and he elucidated, "This is a superior revitalizing pill. Upon consumption, it can instantly restore 30% of one's soul power. Moreover, this elixir bears no adverse effects and is worth its weight in gold." In a desperate bid for survival, Tang Hao was compelled to bestow upon Fang Yu this invaluable treasure he had long cherished. "Well, this elixir is passable," Fang Yu remarked. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly as he stored the elixir within his spatial ring, although its effects were comparable to Oscar's restorative sausages. The significance of the recovery pill was paramount in the absence of a healing soul master like Oscar, particularly in life and death battles. The instantaneous restoration of 30% of soul power could very well turn the tide of the confrontation. Tang Hao observed Fang Yu's satisfaction with the gift he had presented and let out a subtle sigh of relief. If there were no further matters at hand, he intended to take his leave. However, just as Tang Hao prepared to hastily depart, Fang Yu unexpectedly called out to him, "Allow me to bestow upon you a few gifts before you go." Fang Yu glanced at the figure beside him, the enigmatic Little Black, intending to impart a lesson. The masked Little Black nodded, acknowledging the command of his superior. Tang Hao, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "I have already given you my elixirs and golden soul coins. Why do you still seek to strike against me?" Fang Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Did I ever say that I wouldn't strike you once I accepted your elixirs and gold soul coins?" "You." Tang Hao's brow furrowed, a tempest of rage simmering within him. Yet he dared not voice his indignation. Were it not for the presence of a limit Douluo beside Fang Yu, he would have undoubtedly reduced Fang Yu to a state of begging for mercy. Suddenly, Xiaohei vanished from sight, causing Tang Hao's heart to race with alarm. His hand trembling. "This is bad." Bang! Xiaohei's fist collided with Tang Hao's chest. "Ah!" Tang Hao's eyes widened in pain, his face paling as he was propelled backwards like a kite severed from its string. Bang! Before he could even touch the ground, Xiaohei reappeared behind him, delivering a crushing blow to his back. Boom! 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 After crashing through a dozen trees as thick as barrels, Tang Hao finally plummeted to the earth, creating a large circular crater, dust swirling in the aftermath. Not only did Tang Hao refrain from retaliating, he was too afraid to even summon his martial soul. As long as he kept it sealed, the predicament was not insurmountable. He would merely endure a beating. However, should he unleash his martial soul, it would mean his demise. After all, he faced a limit Douluo. Even if he were to activate his martial soul, a title Douluo like himself could never hope to contend with a limit Douluo. After enduring a relentless barrage from Xiaohe, Tang Hao finally succumbed, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he collapsed to the ground. That will suffice. Let us depart. Fang Yu deemed it sufficient and promptly halted the battle. Should the fight continue, Tang Hao would undoubtedly meet his demise. As you command, responded his subordinate. In an instant, Xiaohe teleported beside Fang Yu, gesturing grandly to rend the fabric of space. Together, they returned to the opulent villa of Shrek Academy. Once they departed, Tang Hao, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, pressed one hand against his chest and slowly rose to his feet. Bathed in the silvery light of the moon, he gazed toward the distant Shrek Academy and let out a bitter smile. Little San, it is not that your father is unwilling to seek vengeance for you. Rather, it is that Fang Yu is accompanied by a limit Douluo, someone your father cannot contend with. Thus, the scene unfolded at Shrek Academy. Upon returning to his grand villa, Fang Yu instructed Xiaohe to take his leave. He indulged in a warm bath and changed into his pajamas, preparing for slumber. Knock. Knock. A gentle rapping resonated at the door. Fang Yu, are you asleep? A melodious voice floated in from the outside. Fang Yucho gazed towards the entrance, his brows slightly raised. Ning Rongrong, you are still awake. Is there something you wish to discuss? Fang Yu rose from his slumber and opened the door to his room. I wish to discuss something with you. Shall we proceed to the living room? Ning Rongrong replied with a charming smile, certainly. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who was on the second floor preparing to soak her feet, paused upon hearing the conversation between the two on the first floor. She gazed down at the pair who descended into the resplendent living room, blinking in confusion. What could Rongrong possibly want with my brother at this late hour? Fang Yu reclined on the lavishly comfortable sofa, while Ning Rongrong gracefully lifted the teapot to pour him the tea that had been brewed in advance. It must be said that a girl hailing from a prestigious sect possesses an exceptional mastery of etiquette. Ning Rongrong raised her delicate hand to tuck away the slightly disheveled strands of hair behind her ear. With a gentle smile, she inquired, Fang Yu, may I be so bold as to ask if you have a sect backing you? Fang Yu gently sipped from his teacup and shook his head slightly. No. Was Ning Rongrong intending to recruit him into the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? If that were the case, he would not beat around the bush. He would speak candidly. Ning Rongrong looked at Fang Yu with a smile and said, Fang Yu, your strength is formidable and your talent is exceptional. I hold you in high regard. Therefore, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our Seven Treasures glazed tile school. We are one of the 7 great sects of the Douluo Continent, with a rich heritage. If you choose to join us, I can offer you 3 million gold soul coins. Moreover, 2 titled Douluo-level powerhouses from our sect will serve as your guardians, protecting you until you surpass their strength. Ning Rongrong was indeed considering the interests of her sect. If she could recruit such a rare genius as Fang Yu, the influence of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school would undoubtedly experience a tremendous enhancement. 3 million gold soul coins, along with the protection of 2 titled Douluo. Surely, Fang Yu would not refuse such an offer? Ning Rongrong felt this matter was nearly certain. On the second floor of the villa, in the corner of the corridor, Xiao Wu eavesdropped on their conversation, her brows furrowing at this revelation. Rongrong actually intended to take her brother away? If her brother truly wished to join the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, then Xiao Wu would accompany him. Even if she could not join, she must stay by her brother's side. Xiao Wu could not be without her brother. Her lips pursed slightly as she resolved herself. Fang Yu cast a glance at the eagerly expectant Ning Rongrong, a subtle smile grazing his lips. As he had anticipated, it was indeed as he expected. One could only say that she truly is the daughter of Ning Fingxi, exhibiting remarkable potential to inherit her father's esteemed position. Fang Yu replied with a smile. I'm afraid I must decline the invitation to join the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Why? Ning Rongrong inquired, her brows furrowed in surprise. Is it because the remuneration is insufficient? After all, it's 3 million gold soul coins. Surely that is ample compensation? Fang Yu placed a black card upon the table. Firstly, I am not lacking in funds. Feel free to pick up the card and examine it. Secondly, I have an aversion to feelings of constraint. Fang Yu was acutely aware that once he pledged himself to a sect, he would be bound to serve it diligently. Many aspects of his life would be dictated by the sect's arrangements, which would profoundly impact his daily existence. Fortunately, he possessed a remarkable system that ensured his safety. Even in the absence of the title of a protector of the Douluo, The power of a limit Douluo far surpassed that of a titled Douluo. In Chapter 39, 30 million gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong picked up a black card from the table and, upon inspecting it with her mind, gasped in astonishment. 30 million gold soul coins. Fang Yu is surprisingly affluent. No wonder he remains unmoved when I offer 3 million gold soul coins. It turns out he is not in want of wealth at all. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is a prestigious sect with an abundance of gold soul coins, even Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the sect leader, cannot readily produce 30 million gold soul coins. After all, that is no insignificant sum. Ding. It has been detected that the host has astonished Ning Rongrong. As a reward, the host receives a piece of reverse fire paper. Reverse fire paper. Flames released by soul masters of the soul master level below that of soul Douluo can be reflected back. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. This is indeed a remarkable item. It will not be long before it proves useful. Just how soon, you may wonder. Well, it shall be soon enough. On the second floor of the opulent villa, Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing Ning Rongrong's exclamation. 30 million gold soul coins. Her brother is incredibly wealthy. Having lived in the human world for quite some time, Xiao Wu has grown familiar with the concept of gold soul coins. They are the most valuable currency, surpassing even silver and copper soul coins. A common person would never exhaust the wealth of 30 million gold soul coins in a lifetime. Understanding that Fang Yu had made up his mind, Ning Rongrong chose not to press further. Fang Yu, since you do not wish to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I shall not compel you. Do rest well. Good night. Fang Yu rose and returned to his room, drifting into a dreamless sleep. Fang Yu enjoyed a restful slumber. The following morning, as the crimson sun rose, its radiant light pierced through the clouds, illuminating the entire continent. Brother, the morning air is quite delightful. Shall we take a stroll? Xiao Wu, having finished her breakfast, gazed at Fang Yu with sparkling eyes. All right. Fang Yu swallowed the luxurious hamburger in his mouth. Shrek Academy is situated in a remote location, far from the bustling metropolis. Surrounding the academy are numerous quaint villages and lush fields. Clad in blue, Fang Yu walked alongside Xiao Wu. He gazed at the verdant bamboo grove in the distance and took a deep breath. A wave of comfort enveloped him. The morning air was refreshingly crisp, invigorating his spirit and uplifting his mood. Fang Yu and the young girl Xiao Wu, adorned in a pink dress with long braided hair, were walking when they heard a commotion arising from a nearby village. They turned to investigate the source of the disturbance. A woman with pronounced dark circles under her eyes was furiously confronting a stout red-haired man. You snore every night, and it's as loud as a tractor. It's driving me insane. I haven't had a good night's sleep in ages. We are incompatible. Let us break up. The red-haired man immediately grasped the woman's arm, pleading, I'll change. I promise I won't snore anymore. You've said that countless times before. The woman, devoid of any lingering affection, shook off his grip and turned to leave. The man, desperate, chased after her. Yinzi, please don't go. Don't leave me. I beg you for one more chance. Yinzi, how can I live without you? She ran, he pursued. She felt trapped, unable to escape. Xiao Wu, witnessing the man's relentless pursuit of the girl, was filled with indignation. With hands on her hips, she declared sternly, let her go. She has made it clear that you are not suited for each other. Can you not take a hint? Do you have any idea how repulsive your behavior is? Ma Hongjun, already seething over his breakup, furrowed his brow at Xiao Wu's words and coldly retorted. This is between Yinzi and me. You, a mere child, should not meddle in adult matters. Leave now, or I shall burn your hair. Rotund fool. You're asking for trouble. Xiao Wu's temper flared, and without hesitation, she charged towards Ma Hongjun. Oh, little girl, you possess quite the audacity. Do you really think you can challenge me? Ma Hongjun scoffed, dismissively touching his nose. Suddenly, a fiery phoenix apparition materialized behind him. His martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix. Several dazzling soul rings illuminated his figure. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled towards Xiao Wu. The air he inhaled transformed into a torrent of searing flames. Seeing the inferno approach, Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, propelling herself sideways to evade the blaze. Boom! She narrowly escaped, but the flames scorched the ground where she had just stood, igniting the surrounding foliage in a conflagration. Now, let us see how you evade this. Phoenix Fire Line. Ma Hongjun cackled wickedly, unleashing another wave of flames. This time even larger than before. Xiao Wu's face paled. This hefty fool's flames were indeed formidable. Ma Hongjun grinned triumphantly. You are far too weak, little sister. Go train for 2.5 years before you dare to face me again." Just then, Fang Yu swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiaowu. Xiaowu stepped back. As he spoke, he produced a sheet of paper to shield himself. "Okay," Xiaowu obediently nodded. "Be careful, brother. This fool's flames are quite intense." Ma Hongjun, observing Fang Yu, mocked, "Are you foolish? Don't you know that paper is most vulnerable to flames? You think a mere piece of paper can protect you? This is utterly hilarious." He scoffed, convinced that Fang Yu's mental state was questionable. Fang Yu chuckled coldly. "You'll soon discover whether you can withstand this pitiful flame." As the roaring fire unleashed by Ma Hongjun was about to strike the reverse fire paper, the originally palm-sized paper instantaneously expanded to a massive size of approximately 2 zhang in length and width. Suddenly, a brilliant white light emanated from the reverse fire paper, and the crimson flames were astonishingly repelled back. Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of horror. "What on earth is this? It can actually reflect my flames." Caught off guard, he was scorched by his own fire. "Ah, so hot, so hot." Ma Hongjun, engulfed in flames, jumped about while clutching his rear, before rolling frantically on the ground. "Humph, that'll teach you to bully girls." Xiaowu huffed, her gaze fixed on the reverse fire paper before Fang Yu, astonished. She hadn't expected her brother to possess such a formidable treasure, capable of reflecting even flames. "Stop, don't fight any longer." Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San rushed over from the direction of the academy. Upon seeing the large paper before Fang Yu, their expressions shifted dramatically. How did Fang Yu manage to acquire the precious treasure known as the reverse fire paper? It is said that this exquisite paper possesses the extraordinary ability to reflect all flames beneath the soul duel. Such a terrifying prospect. The well-informed Ning Rongrong also recognized the reverse fire paper, her delicate hand partially obscuring her astonished visage. Reverse fire paper. Fang Yu's background is quite remarkable. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell upon the reverse fire paper, and a glimmer of intrigue sparkled in her icy eyes. This artifact is priceless and exceedingly rare. Chapter 40. This man is unbelievably powerful. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tang San's eyes gradually turned cold as he looked at Fang Yu. How infuriating that someone like Fang Yu has acquired such a precious treasure as the reverse fire paper. Ding. The system detected that the host's use of the reverse fire paper astonished Ma Hongjun. Ding. The host has been rewarded with a strength and stamina amplification card. Upon using this card, the host's strength will increase 5-fold and stamina 10-fold within 2 hours. Fang Yu smiled. Indeed, these 2 cards hold significant power. Dai Mubai stepped forward and said, "Fang Yu, fatty, cease your altercation. We are all classmates. Ma Hongjun is a senior at our Shrek Academy and a personal disciple of the Dean. So what if we are classmates? Does that grant one the right to meddle?" Ma Hongjun retorted indignantly, casting a glance at Dai Mubai. "Dai, since you are so formidable, you ought to uphold justice and give him a beating. Look at how Fang Yu has reduced my paper to ashes." Dai Mubai's expression darkened as he grasped Ma Hongjun's arm and pulled him aside to speak quietly. "Fatty, it's not that I am unwilling to help you. Fang Yu's strength is overwhelming. I was also defeated by him once." Dai Mubai could not forget the moment he was left bloodied after being struck by Fang Yu while buying candied hawthorn in Soto City. "What? Even you were beaten by him, Dai? Fang Yu is that impressive?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he glanced at Fang Yu in the distance. Indeed, despite being of similar age, he has already attained the rank of Soul Master. Dai Mubai said earnestly. Ma Hongjun's heart raced at this revelation. To become a Soul Master at such a young age. He thought it best to avoid confrontation. Dai Mubai placed his arm around Ma Hongjun's shoulder and approached the group, cheerfully declaring, "A misunderstanding akin to floodwaters overwhelming the Dragon King's temple." Oscar, wearing a pair of spectacles, rushed over from afar. He gazed at Ning Rongrong, tousled his hair, and flashed what he considered a charming smile. "Rongrong, do I look more handsome after shaving off my beard?" "It's just about the same," Ning Rongrong replied dismissively, her gaze drifting to Fang Yu's striking visage. Feeling a profound disparity, Oscar's face contorted into a pained grimace. Despite having shaved, he still paled in comparison to Fang Yu. The goddess's heart seemed to be swayed by Fang Yu. Xiaowu, dressed in a pink dress, glanced at Fang Yu's handsome profile and proudly declared, "Indeed, my brother is the most handsome." Zhu Zhuqing, clad in black leather, stole a furtive glance at Fang Yu before hastily averting her gaze, seemingly fearful of being caught observing him. Though she said nothing, she silently acknowledged that Fang Yu was the most attractive among them. Tang San's face was etched with jealousy. How could it be that Fang Yu was so extraordinarily handsome? He had captivated all the girls' attention. It was infuriating. Oscar adjusted his glasses, which were sliding down his forehead, and remarked, "Oh, by the way, the dean instructed us to gather at the square. He said the first phase of training is about to commence." Upon arriving at the square, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in a gray-black trench coat and black glasses standing there. Shrek Academy's dean, Flandra, a level 78 soul sage, the Academy's strongest force. Flandra adjusted his glasses with a flick of his finger and addressed the row of students before him. "Young prodigies, I trust you have familiarized yourselves with your fellow students and the Academy's environment. As soul masters, it is imperative to possess not only extensive combat skills and experience, but also a robust physique. A strong body will greatly aid you in absorbing soul rings and battling adversaries." He continued, "We shall commence the first training session. Each of you must run 20 laps around the square, without the use of your martial souls or soul power." Tang San's expression soured. Running 20 laps without using soul power or martial souls. "Dean, this is rather harsh." Flandra's demeanor was stern. "Shrek Academy accepts only prodigies, not wastrels. Since you have entered the Academy, you must adhere to its training regimen." Except for Fang Yu, the others, though displeased, began running around the square. After all, this was their first lesson at Shrek Academy, and regardless of their reluctance, they had to push through. Additionally, many new students were unaware of their physical limits, believing that completing 20 laps would not be overly strenuous. Reality quickly revealed their underestimation of the difficulty of those 20 laps. They overestimated their stamina. Not long into the run, Tang San was exhausted, drenched in sweat, his forehead dotted with beads of perspiration as he gasped for breath. Running laps is so tiring. Oscar was not faring much better, hunched over like a shrimp, panting heavily. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were equally drenched in sweat, struggling to keep pace. Ning Rongrong, glistening with fragrant sweat, found it challenging due to her upbringing as the daughter of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's leader. She had never endured such hardship. She felt dizzy after only a short while. "Rongrong, how about I carry you while we run?" Oscar, despite his fatigue, wore a smile and attempted to appear relaxed as he addressed Ning Rongrong. "No need," she replied coldly. Zhu Zhuqing, accustomed to exercise, exhibited slightly better stamina than the others. Though she too was feeling the strain, small beads of sweat forming on her forehead. While everyone felt fatigued, only Fang Yu maintained steady breathing, exuding an air of calm detachment. The reason was simple. Before commencing his run, Fang Yu had utilized a strength and stamina enhancement card. At this moment, as he sprinted, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. He could easily run another 100 laps. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with astonishment as they regarded Fang Yu. How was it possible that after such a prolonged run, he had not even broken a sweat? Furthermore, he appeared entirely unfazed. How did he achieve this? Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance at Fang Yu, her eyes reflecting a blend of admiration and reverence. This man is truly formidable. Even though she engaged in regular exercise, she could not match Fang Yu's extraordinary endurance. Xiao Wu, feeling exhausted, turned to Fang Yu and softly said, "Brother, I am so tired. Could you carry me while you run?" Fang Yu declined on the spot. "No, running can enhance your physique and is beneficial for your health." Xiao Wu pouted slightly, playfully saying, "Oh, my dear brother, just carry me, will you? I'm so tired, I can hardly run any longer." "Very well then." Fang Yu smiled faintly and lifted Xiao Wu onto his back. After all, one must cherish their own sister. Moreover, with the strength enhancement card at his disposal, carrying Xiao Wu while running felt effortless. "Hee, you're the best, brother." Xiao Wu beamed, her arms wrapped around Fang Yu's neck. Tang San watched this scene with a disdainful smile, thinking to himself, does he believe he possesses boundless stamina? How dare he run with Xiao Wu on his back? He'll surely be exhausted in no time. Chapter 41. Has Fang Yu activated a cheat? After running several laps, Tang San was nearly worn out. His body hunched like a shrimp, gasping for breath as if he might collapse at any moment. Turning his gaze towards Fang Yu, who was effortlessly carrying Xiao Wu, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, Fang Yu maintained a steady breath and an untroubled expression, radiating vitality. Could it be that he has activated a cheat? Tang San's eyes were filled with incredulity as he looked at Fang Yu. Fang Yu, inexplicably devoid of soul power and martial spirit, managed to carry Xiao Wu without exhibiting any signs of fatigue. Not only was Tang San astonished by Fang Yu's stamina, but also the golden-haired Dai Mubai. The red-haired, chubby Ma Hongjun and Oscar gazed at Fang Yu with wide-eyed disbelief. While they struggled with their own burdens, nearly collapsing from exhaustion, Fang Yu appeared utterly unfazed. Truly remarkable. As Fang Yu carried Xiao Wu for a while, she glanced at her brother's profile and blinked thoughtfully. It occurred to her that after such an extended period of being carried, he must be feeling fatigued. Although her brother appeared effortlessly composed on the surface, she sensed that Fang Yu, too, would experience weariness. She realized she could not continue to rely on him to bear her weight for long. Feeling a pang of concern for Fang Yu, she gently urged, "Brother, please set me down. My strength has returned considerably." Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Following Xiao Wu's descent, the two continued to walk side by side. Ning Rongrong, drenched in fragrant sweat, found herself beset by an unwholesome thought. Perhaps she could seize the opportunity, while the dean was preoccupied, to sneak into the city for some bubble tea and shopping? No. Ning Rongrong shook her head, casting aside the notion as swiftly as it had come. If she merely sought to evade difficulties, when would she ever grow? Could she escape the first day and then the 15th? Now, as she stood within the academy, if she were to encounter a formidable foe in the future, isolated and without support, how could she possibly flee? With this realization, Ning Rongrong dismissed any thoughts of clever evasion. Gritting her teeth and clenching her delicate fists, she resolved to persevere, no matter the fatigue. After completing 20 laps, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Xiao Wu and the other girls were equally breathless. Yet, Fang Yu stood upright, as spirited and composed as before, exuding vitality. With the enhancement of his strength and stamina, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Flinder adjusted his glasses, raising his middle finger in a playful gesture, and remarked, "Fang Yu, your stamina is truly remarkable. You must train diligently in your spare time. After running for so long, you hardly seem winded or sweaty. This deserves commendation." Ding. Flinder's admiration for the host has been registered. Ding. The host is rewarded with a 70,000-year soul ring. Fang Yu, in a state of elation, affixed this soul ring to the 18-winged angel martial soul. Excellent, host. At last, the 18-winged angel martial soul has acquired its inaugural soul ring. The name of the first soul skill is Angelic Holy Sword. It is widely recognized that once a martial soul receives a soul ring, its power is significantly enhanced, particularly when the soul ring is of a higher grade. Fang Yu's second spirit ring is an astonishing 70,000 years old. One must ponder, who in the entirety of Douluo Continent could possibly achieve such a feat? Under normal circumstances, an ordinary individual would be unable to absorb a spirit ring of such age. Yet, Fang Yu is no ordinary person. He possesses an extraordinary advantage. Flinder's gaze shifted to Tang San and the others who lay on the ground, his expression darkening. To be exhausted after just 20 laps indicates a lack of physical fitness. Look at Fang Yu. He is the paragon you should aspire to emulate. Tang San, gasping for breath on the ground, wore a grim expression. How infuriating. Once again, Fang Yu has outshone us. After chastising Tang San and his companions, Flinder turned his attention to Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. A smile graced Flinder's lips as he nodded slightly, saying, "Although your stamina may not match Fang Yu's, it certainly surpasses that of Tang San, Mu Bai, and Hongjun." Xiao Wu had engaged in underhanded tactics by having Fang Yu carry her during the run. However, she promptly corrected her course of action, which is forgivable. Rongrong, despite being a support-type spirit master and thus somewhat weaker in stamina, persevered admirably and deserves commendation. Meanwhile, in the locked forest of Douluo Continent, a one-eyed man clad in black was meditating in cultivation. The vast forest was suffused with invisible soul energy, gradually flowing into his body. This soul power was swiftly converted into spirit power, enhancing his strength. Ding. The villain system alerted the host that his spirit power had reached level 35. The one-eyed man smirked wickedly. With the villain system, the speed at which he cultivates his spirit power is astonishing. Before long, he shall dominate the entire Douluo Continent. His first spirit ring was a 10,000-year spirit ring. Surely no one could rival him. As he heard faint footsteps nearby, he squinted and turned his head. A youth, no older than his teens, was looking about, seemingly searching for something. He muttered to himself, "Where can I find a suitable spirit beast?" The one-eyed man felt a wicked intent arise within him and approached the boy. Suddenly, a massive black spirit ring illuminated around him, and a large broadsword materialized in his hand. The frenzied blade martial soul. The boy, terrified, turned pale and froze in place. This man does not seem benign. The one-eyed man fixed his gaze upon the boy, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. This mountain was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll. The boy's face turned anxious as he hastily clutched the storage pouch at his waist, slowly retreating. Who would have thought that searching for a spirit beast would lead to an encounter with a robber? What do I do now, family? I need help urgently. The one-eyed man, brandishing his large sword, approached the boy leisurely. With a crooked smile, he said, "Kid, there is an old saying in the Empire, those who recognize the times are wise. If you wish to live, hand over your money." "All right, I'll give you the money, just don't kill me." The boy realized that while money could be earned again, life once lost was irretrievable. After reluctantly parting with a portion of his copper soul coins, the one-eyed man frowned and exclaimed, "Baka, hand over all your money." With no other choice, the boy surrendered all his possessions to the one-eyed man. "Yoshi, you are quite the good citizen." The one-eyed man, satisfied with his haul, returned to his cultivation. He planned to wait until his spirit power was sufficiently high before venturing forth to wreak havoc. To slay Xiao Wu for her spirit ring, to eliminate Bibi Dong and become the new pope, to eradicate all who could not be of use to him. The one-eyed man was, in fact, a murderer transported from Blue Star to Douluo Continent. Apart from killing, his greatest pleasure was reaping without labor, robbery. At Shrek Academy, Flender adjusted his glasses with a finger and addressed the students. "Once you've eaten and rested sufficiently, we shall commence the second phase of training. We will head to the Soul Arena in Soto City for a soul fight. If you do not acquire a silver soul badge before graduation, you will not graduate." Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, waved her pink fists and exclaimed, "Hooray, we can finally engage in battle." Chapter 42. A formidable opponent. Flender led the Shrek 7 monsters along the forest path toward Soto City. The weather was splendid, with clear skies and gentle breezes. Fang Yu subtly lifted her gaze to the nearby tree, where several small birds were chirping merrily. Dai Mubai raised his hand to smooth his golden bangs, which were nearly obscuring his eyes. Occasionally, he stole glances at Zhu Zhuqing, yet she remained indifferent to his attention, responding only with a cold and disdainful glare. The rotund, red-haired Ma Hongjun chuckled while patting his plump belly, exclaiming, "After the competition at the Soul Arena, we can indulge in a delightful feast in the city. The conditions at Shrek Academy are rather poor, and the food leaves much to be desired. I yearn for the culinary delights of the metropolis." Oscar turned to Flander with a question. "Director, considering the considerable distance from Soto City to Shrek Academy, why not arrange for a few carriages to expedite our journey?" Flander adjusted his glasses with a finger and offered a sheepish smile. "Well, it's all for the sake of conserving our academy's funds. A single carriage costs no less than 10 silver soul coins. 2 would amount to 20, and 3. Tang San cast a disparaging glance at Flander, thinking how miserly the director was, especially compared to his own generous teacher, who would not hesitate to rent even a single carriage. Ning Rongrong raised her delicate hand to smooth the strands of hair tousled by the wind, glancing around with a sigh. "Money is not an issue for me. The main concern is that in this desolate wilderness, finding carriages to rent is quite futile." Xiao Wu's expression mirrored her displeasure. "Alas, with such a long journey ahead, we will arrive in Soto City too fatigued to engage in battle." Fang Yu furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed along the desolate woodland path, pondering where he might procure a carriage. As a soul master of over level 40, the journey to Soto City would not be particularly taxing for him. However, it would be a considerable waste of time. Ding. A carriage is urgently required by the host. Ding. The host is rewarded with an extraordinarily large and luxurious carriage. Fang Yu's lips curled into a smile. "It seems that with the arrival of the sleep system, you have graciously provided me with a pillow. Whatever is lacking is immediately fulfilled. Truly remarkable." Fang Yu shifted aside, maintaining a comfortable distance from the crowd, and with a grand gesture of his hand, an extraordinarily opulent carriage materialized out of thin air. Flander halted in his tracks, momentarily stunned. Goodness! Fang Yu carried a grand carriage with him. Tang San gazed at Fang Yu with wide eyes, finding it somewhat unbelievable. How could Fang Yu possibly have such a substantial amount of money to purchase such a grand carriage? Could it be that he possesses several million gold soul coins? Oscar, after casting a glance at the carriage, was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Wow, I never imagined, Fang Yu. That you would carry such an impressive carriage with you. This is splendid. We no longer need to walk to Soto City. Ma Hongjun rubbed his eyes, a hint of perplexity dawning upon him. How did Fang Yu conjure the carriage? Xiao beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. You even brought along a grand carriage." Zhu Zhuqing, typically aloof, momentarily exhibited a glimmer of astonishment in her eyes. Ning Rongrong, after casting a glance at the magnificent carriage, shifted her gaze to the storage ring on Fang Yu's finger, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "A high-grade soul guiding storage ring. Fang Yu must undoubtedly be backed by a formidable power, even possessing a high-level soul guide. Such a caliber of soul guide is scarce throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Even Ning Rongrong, as the daughter of the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, does not possess a soul guide of this level." At this moment, she felt a profound admiration for Fang Yu. Following Ning Rongrong's exclamation, Flinder, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing all shifted their gazes toward Fang Yu's storage ring, their faces reflecting astonishment. Dai Mubai, as the noble third prince of the Star Luo Empire, also lacked a soul guide of this caliber. Once Zhu Zhuqing regained her composure, she became intensely curious about Fang Yu's identity. Surely, he could not be affiliated with the Spirit Hall, could he? Apart from the Spirit Hall, Zhu Zhuqing could think of no other major force capable of acquiring high-level soul guides. Tang San cast a glance at the high-level soul guide on Fang Yu's finger, sneering disdainfully. Wasn't he merely a high-level soul guide? Once he grew stronger, he could easily obtain one. Oscar, brimming with excitement, looked at Fang Yu and inquired, "Fang Yu, were you born into a superpower family? Are you here to experience campus life?" Fang Yu's lips curled slightly in a smirk. "Not at all. I am merely an orphan, devoid of any significant power." Upon hearing this, disbelief etched itself on the faces of the crowd. How could one without formidable influence acquire such advanced soul-guiding devices? Such artifacts cannot be obtained solely through wealth. Oscar presumed that Fang Yu was reluctant to reveal his true identity and chose not to press further. After boarding Fang Yu's opulent carriage, they continued their journey to the Soul Arena in Soto City. Before long, Flanders and the Shrek 8 arrived at Soto City, adjusting his glasses with a fingertip. Flanders addressed the group. The badges of the Soul Arena are categorized into iron, copper, and silver. The combat formats include 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and multi-person battles ranging from 7 to 10 participants. Except for the support-type Soul Master Ning Rongrong and the healing-type Soul Master Oscar, who are exempt from 1-on-1 matches. The rest of you will need to participate in all 3 modes today. Engaging in combat not only enhances your fighting experience and reveals your shortcomings, but also allows for a slight increase in soul power through battle. The regulations of the Soto City Soul Arena permit injury or even killing. Should you encounter an opponent beyond your capabilities, surrender is an option. Now, I have conveyed the essentials. You may proceed with the 1-on-1 matches, and I will arrange the 2-on-2 groupings after that. Understood, Dean. The Shrek 8 chorused in unison. As Tang San took the stage, he waved his arms, unleashing his martial spirit. A rotund chicken apparition materialized behind him. First soul skill, Fat Chicken Bind. The sound of a crowing chicken accompanied the assault of blue-silver grass vines towards his opponent. Bang! Tang San's adversary, adorned with a yellow century soul ring, swiftly knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Subsequently, he was kicked off the battle platform. The match concluded, and he faced a dismal defeat, eliminated in just 1 round. Flanders cast a glance at Tang San, sighed, and shook his head slightly. The disparity between decades-old and century-old soul rings was indeed substantial. Furthermore, the boy's soul power was too low to contend with his youthful opponent. Soon, it was Fang Yu's turn to take the stage. "Brother, good luck. I believe you can win," Xiao Wu said, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. Indeed, Fang Yu replied with a smile. Upon his arrival on the platform, the referee, microphone in hand, announced, "This young man is a food-type soul master, participating in the Soul Arena for the first time. Unfortunately, he has been matched against a formidable opponent. His adversary, Bo Zitong, not only possessed abundant combat experience, but had also achieved 5 consecutive victories. Who among them will emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome." Chapter 43. The food-type soul master. The audience buzzed with chatter upon hearing the referee's declaration of Fang Yu as a food-type soul master. What? He is a food-type soul master? Who gave him the audacity to engage in a 1-on-1 battle? The combat prowess of food-type soul masters is notoriously weak. His defeat seems inevitable. There's no need to watch this match. I'll place all bets on Bo Zitong for a guaranteed win. Not necessarily. I believe this food-type soul master, daring to step up, must possess some degree of confidence. I'll wager 10 silver soul coins on his victory. The disparity in bets was striking. A plethora bet on Bo Zitong's triumph, while only one person placed their faith in Fang Yu. After all, in the minds of the majority, food-type soul masters are exceedingly weak, comparable in strength to support-type and healing-type soul masters. It is rare for food-type soul masters to engage in one-on-one combat. Bo Zitong cracked his neck, producing a series of crack sounds, casting a disdainful gaze at Fang Yu. Kid, I advise you to surrender immediately. I have no desire to fight a food-type soul master. Winning wouldn't even be a point of pride. Fang Yu regarded the audacious Bo Zitong with a derisive smile. It is you who ought to concede. Otherwise, you shall suffer a most grievous defeat. Bo Zitong's gaze turned frigid, exuding arrogance. What can a mere, feeble food-type soul master like you possibly use to triumph over me? If you refuse to surrender, then I shall be compelled to force you into submission. With a twist of his neck, Bo Zitong spread his palm, and a whip radiating azure electric light materialized in his hand. Weapon soul, lightning whip. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air, brandishing the long whip. First soul skill, lightning 5 strikes. In a matter of seconds, Bo Zitong had unleashed 5 swift lashes. 5 formidable streams of soul power surged towards Fang Yu. Their momentum overwhelming, the blue electric light flashing brilliantly in the air. On the observation platform, Flandra adjusted his glasses with a solemn expression. Fang Yu is in considerable trouble now. The lightning whip, Bo Zitong's weapon soul, ranked among the top 10 in existence, its might exceedingly formidable. The red-haired rotund figure of Ma Hongjun watched the two silhouettes on the soul fighting stage, his complexion shifting. He absent-mindedly touched his nose, astonished that the lightning whip was indeed one of the top 10 weapon souls. Oscar's countenance grew grave. The combat prowess of weapon souls is inherently robust, and Bo Zitong's proactive strike placed Fang Yu at a distinct disadvantage. Xiao Wu gazed at Fang Yu's retreating figure, concern etched in her beautiful eyes. Brother, please do not come to harm. Ever since Xiao Wu learned of Bo Zitong's 5 consecutive victories, her worry for Fang Yu had taken root. Fang Yu is making his debut, and he is at a disadvantage against an opponent seasoned in combat. Furthermore, the adversary possesses a formidable weapon spirit, specializing in powerful offensive soul techniques. This realization has caused Xiao Wu's heart to race with anxiety. Ning Rongrong blinked, her mind filled with suspicion. Fang Yu, can he withstand this lash? From the aura emanating from the lightning whip of Bo Zitong, she could discern that this weapon spirit possesses formidable power. Even an ordinary offensive-type soul master might not be a match for Bo Zitong. It is no wonder that Bo Zitong has achieved 5 consecutive victories. Indeed, it is largely attributable to his weapon spirit. Although Zhu Zhuqing, clad in black leather, remained silent, her gaze lingered on Fang Yu, never wavering. A hint of concern subtly etched itself onto Zhu Zhuqing's countenance. Fang Yu had once saved her life, and she was deeply concerned for his safety. A malicious smile appeared on Tang San's unattractive face, reveling in the misfortune. Fang Yu, you are in for a grim fate. Confronted by an opponent wielding a martial soul of equal soul power, you are bound to find yourself in a most unfortunate predicament. Dai Mubai raised his hand to brush aside the golden bangs that nearly obscured his eyes, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. Having harbored resentment since Fang Yu had bested him in a previous encounter, Dai Mubai now found himself in high spirits at the prospect of Fang Yu's impending defeat. He eagerly anticipated the sight of Fang Yu being brought to his knees by a single strike. Standing upon the soul arena, Fang Yu faced the 5 approaching manifestations of soul power without a trace of trepidation. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Is this all? I had imagined your whip to possess far greater prowess. Fang Yu gently stomped his right foot on the ground. In an instant, a colossal black spirit ring enveloped him. This was not an ordinary 10,000-year spirit ring. It was one of 50,000 years. A seemingly mundane golden potato hovered in the air before Fang Yu. Faced with an opponent as weak as Bo Zitong, Fang Yu could hardly be bothered to unleash his spirit abilities. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed a torrent of formidable spirit power. Boom! Bo Zitong's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the black spirit ring adorning Fang Yu. A 10,000-year spirit ring. How could a food-type spirit master possess such a powerful spirit ring? How had he absorbed such an extraordinary spirit ring? The terrifying spirit power crashed into Bo Zitong. making him feel as though he had been struck by a massive truck, and he was sent flying out of the spirit fighting arena in an instant. A decisive victory in a single move. The referee was momentarily stunned. A food-type spirit master, this formidable? Having witnessed countless matches, he had never encountered such a powerful food-type spirit master before. I declare, Fang Yu the victor of this match. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief. No way. Did I just see that correctly? A food-type spirit master defeated a powerful attack-type spirit master in one blow? Bo Zedong's martial spirit was ranked among the top 10. How could he be so easily overwhelmed by Fang Yu? Oh no, I'm bankrupt. Refund me, R&M. Bo Zedong. You worthless fool. Laughter erupted from those who had placed their bets on Fang Yu. I knew it. Fang Yu truly possesses remarkable talent. The spectators who had bet on Bo Zedong were in tears, while the one who had wagered on Fang Yu was grinning from ear to ear. This was undoubtedly the wisest decision he had ever made. In a single match, he had transformed from a pauper into a millionaire. Tang San wore an expression of sheer disbelief. What? What just happened? Fang Yu swiftly eliminated the formidable weapon spirit soul master, who had boasted 5 consecutive victories. How could his soul power have surged to such unprecedented heights? Damubai, filled with indignation, pounded his fist against the iron railing in frustration. Useless Bazatang. Unable to endure even a single round, Damubai had anticipated that Fang Yu would be thoroughly dominated by Bazatang, yet he was taken aback by the latter's instantaneous defeat. After a brief moment of astonishment, Fland burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Well played. Fang Yu has significantly elevated the reputation of Shrek Academy in this encounter. Subsequently, he can engage in discussions with advertisers for potential collaborations. Haha. Flinder has already envisioned himself seated on a stool, counting his riches. Xiaowu gazes at Fang Yu with unrestrained joy. Truly, he is my brother. Remarkably impressive. Ning Rongrong looks at Fang Yu, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Fang Yu once again shattered her perceptions. It turns out that food system soul masters can be this formidable. Upon witnessing Fang Yu's victory, Zhu Zhuqing's anxious heart gradually began to settle. A subtle smile emerged on her previously cold and serious visage. Chapter 44. The Dance of Yu and the duo Dai Mu Bai raised his hand to brush aside the golden bangs that were nearly obscuring his eyes. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing with a smile. Zhuqing, the 2-on-2 battle is about to commence. Let us form a team. You are well aware of my strength. The renowned genius of Soto City is not merely a title. Zhu Zhuqing cast a dispassionate glance at Dai Mu Bai. No. Dai Mu Bai furrowed his brow, questioning. Why not? With my prowess, teaming up with me guarantees victory. I will ensure your safety and will not allow you to be harmed. Truly, Zhuqing, trust me. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained frigid. You are unworthy. She despised Dai Mu Bai, the base man. Dai Mu Bai's countenance darkened, clenching his fist yet refraining from exploding in anger. He understood that angering Zhu Zhuqing further would only deepen her disdain for him. Tang San, with an audacious grin and a sycophantic demeanor, approached Xiaowu. Sister Xiaowu, let us team up. My fat chicken entanglement combined with your melee soul skills will undoubtedly prove formidable. I will restrain our foes. And you can send them flying with a single kick. Xiaowu shot him a disdainful glance. You dare mention your fat chicken entanglement? And you're one-on-one. You failed to ensnare your opponent and were knocked down with a single punch. I refuse to team with you, oh fish ugly. Tang San's face fell into a grimace of disappointment, opting for silence. Oscar adjusted his spectacles and, with a cheerful smile, addressed Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, if you don't mind. Shall we form a team? My recovery sausage can swiftly replenish your soul power. Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Oscar. Have you ever seen 2 support-type soul masters team up? We merely stand back casting spells. Who would go forth to fight? Upon observing Fang Yu exit the arena, Ning Rongrong's face lit up with a welcoming smile. Fang Yu, let us team up. My 7 treasure glaze tile can significantly enhance your strength and speed, making you even more formidable. From Fang Yu's earlier one-on-one battle, Ning Rongrong had recognized his immense power. Pairing with him in a 2-on-2 battle would surely lead to an effortless victory. Thus, Ning Rongrong resolved to act swiftly and secure Fang Yu as her partner. Before Fang Yu could utter a word, the young girl in the pink dress, Xiaowu, expressed her discontent. With her delicate brows slightly furrowed, she grasped Fang Yu's hand and raised her chin slightly to face Ning Rongrong. No, I want to team up with my brother. Ning Rongrong paused for a moment before replying with a gentle smile. Xiaowu, you have spent so much time with Fang Yu. Why not let him join me this time? She continued. Xiaowu, you are the most beautiful. Please allow me to team up with Fang Yu, won't you? However, Xiao Wu was not swayed by her words and continued to hold Fang Yu's hand tightly. No, I insist on teaming up with my brother. Fang Yu smiled at the two women but remained silent. If he were compelled to choose one, he would undoubtedly select Xiao Wu, for she was his sister, his only sister. Zhu Qing, clad in a black leather outfit, observed Fang Yu being playfully contested by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, remaining taciturn. Fang Yu possesses remarkable prowess, and she yearns to form a team with him. However, Zhu Qing, naturally reserved, finds herself increasingly hesitant as both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong vie for Fang Yu's attention. This leaves her feeling even more reluctant to express her desire to team up with him. Ma Hongjun, scratching his nose, gazes at Fang Yu with a hint of envy. It is indeed fortunate to possess such strength, as even the three most beautiful maidens of Shrek wish to partner with him. How envious Fang Yu makes one feel. Flander approached the group and declared, I shall assign you to pairs for a reasonable 2-on-2 arrangement. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu were paired together, having already formed a bond at Nodding Academy as they are akin to siblings. Thus their familiarity ensures a more harmonious collaboration. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu beamed with joy, her face alight with a radiant smile as she playfully shook Fang Yu's hand. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong pouted slightly, her delicate features betraying her dissatisfaction. Yet, with the director's decision made, she had no choice but to reluctantly accept the reality. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu share a sibling bond, and she indeed finds herself at a disadvantage. Flinder adjusted his glasses with a casual flick of his middle finger and continued observing the little monsters. He remarked, the duo of Rongrong and Zhu Qing is quite fitting. Zhu Qing's speed is already remarkable, and with the enhancement of the 7 treasure glazed tile, her velocity reaches astonishing levels. Mubai and Xiao San, Hongjun and Xiaoyao. Very well. You shall proceed to the front desk to register and select a team name for yourselves. Understood, Dean. The Shrek 8 monsters chorused in unison. After Xiao Wu and Fang Yu arrived at the front desk, Xiao Wu blinked and tilted her head, inquiring of her brother, Brother, what should we name our combination? Fang Yu paused for a moment before saying, let us call ourselves the Dance Universe. Yes, indeed. That's a splendid name. Xiao Wu giggled. The young lady at the registration desk for the Fighting Spirit Arena's teams brightened upon seeing Fang Yu. Wow, he is truly handsome. Xiao Wu wrinkled her delicate nose and exclaimed, Hey, stop staring and hurry up with our registration. Oh, right, of course. Before long, it was Fang Yu and Xiao Wu's turn to take the stage. As they stepped forward, the referee, microphone in hand, announced, the teams entering the arena now are the Dance Universe and the Foxdog Alliance. The referee smiled and remarked, Dance Universe. Does this name imply that you aim to leave your opponents speechless? Haha, what a delightful team name. Fang Yu gazed at the Foxdog duo across the arena. The woman, adorned in a striking red dress and donning a pair of red fox ears, exuded an irresistible charm. Her partner, a man with a pronounced beer belly, sported a shirt emblazoned with a fierce dog emblem. The audience murmured amongst themselves, casting glances at the two teams in the battle arena. If my memory serves me correctly, hasn't the Foxdog duo achieved 7 consecutive victories? Indeed, they have triumphed 7 times in a row. This team is exceptionally formidable. The Dance Universe team comprises novices, one of whom is a food-type spirit master, and facing such opponents could prove to be quite a challenge. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the Foxdog duo is almost certain to secure victory this round. Xiao Wu turned to her brother Fang Yu and said, Brother, please refrain from intervening just yet. Allow me to step forward and engage them in battle. Xiao Wu believed her brother's prowess was so formidable that if he took action from the outset, she might not have an opportunity to demonstrate her own abilities. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. The cunning figure adorned with fox ears, Hu Chou, cast a mischievous glance at Xiao Wu. Hello, little sister. You certainly have a grandiose tone. Do you think our Foxdog duo is easy to bully? Hu Chou instructed her partner. Go Dan, you stay back. Let me teach this presumptuous girl a lesson. Of course, Go Dan nodded. He held immense trust in Hu Chou's formidable strength, having relied on her prowess to secure victories in their previous matches. Thus, he believed that defeating Xiao Wu would pose no challenge for her. Hu Chou ran her fingers through her vibrant red hair, gazing at Xiao Wu with a wicked grin. Little sister, when you are defeated by your elder sister, do refrain from shedding tears here. There are many onlookers. Chapter 45. Enchantment. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, cutting through the banter. Enough talk. Prepare yourself. With that, she propelled herself towards Hu Chou. Oh my, a feisty little sister indeed. I relish the opportunity to strike down such an arrogant child. Hu Chao's lips curled into a devious smile as she lunged at Xiao Wu. As the two approached one another, Xiao Wu blinked playfully, a smile dancing on her lips. First soul skill, enchantment. Hu Chao, quick to react, narrowed her eyes, unleashing her own first soul skill, fox spirit enchantment. Both combatants locked eyes, their forms frozen in the center of the arena. At this moment, it was a battle of mental fortitude. The one with superior spirit power would ensnare the other. Xiao Wu, transformed from the 10,000-year-old soft-bone charm rabbit, possessed an exceptionally potent enchanting ability, far surpassing ordinary skills. Suddenly, Hu Chao stumbled, nearly losing her balance. With her eyes shut and hands clasped around her head, her expression turned grim. "Ah, my head. It hurts." Clearly, her enchanting prowess was no match for Xiao Wu's. Now was Xiao Wu's chance. With a light laugh, she seized the opportunity, tightening her fists and launching herself forward with incredible speed. If Hu Chao fell victim to her enchantment, recovery would be impossible for a short time. It was a prime opportunity to secure victory. However, as Xiao Wu closed in, Hu Chao suddenly flashed a cunning smile, a red glow enveloping her. The look of pain vanished from her face as she dispelled Xiao Wu's enchantment with her second soul skill, Fox Spirit Purification. Following swiftly, she unleashed her third soul skill, Fox Spirit Claw. In an instant, long, sharp crimson nails sprouted from her fingers. Hu Chao grinned triumphantly at Xiao Wu. "Little sister, you've been deceived." While she had indeed been affected by Xiao Wu's enchantment, Hu Chao's second soul skill allowed her to instantly negate all negative effects, including mental control. With claws bared, Hu Chao lunged at Xiao Wu. "You are still too naive. This strike will send you packing." A hint of panic crossed Xiao Wu's face, her brows furrowing in realization. She had not anticipated that Hu Chao possessed a skill to dispel her enchantment. From the observation platform, Ning Rongrong watched the unfolding drama with furrowed brows, her frustration palpable as she stamped her foot. This Hu Chao is insidious. She could have dispelled Xiao Wu's enchantment earlier, but chose to wait until Xiao Wu was close, catching her off guard. Given Hu Chao's higher level and her consecutive release of skills, Xiao Wu was bound to be unprepared. Flander, observing the duel between Xiao Wu and Hu Chao, adjusted his glasses and remarked solemnly, "The arena is a realm of deception. Underestimating the enemy is a grave mistake." Xiao Wu is suffering from her lack of combat experience. Nonetheless, even if she faces defeat, it matters not, for Fang Yu is there. Flander was more concerned about Fang Yu than Xiao Wu, recognizing him as the most outstanding and powerful among the Shrek 8 monsters. Godan smirked as he watched Hu Chao and Xiao Wu. The little girl is ultimately just a little girl. How could she possibly contend with the cunning fox? He understood Hu Chao well. She thrived on deceitful strategies, catching her opponents off guard with stealthy assaults. Dressed in blue, Fang Yu observed Xiao Wu's precarious situation, yet showed no intention of intervening. The corners of her lips curled into a subtle arc. Could Fox Chao engage in close combat with Little Dance? She might be unaware that close combat is precisely Little Dance's forte. Fang Yu was well aware of Xiao Wu's prowess, leaving no room for concern. Just as the sharp claws of the fox demon were about to grasp Xiao Wu, she let out a cold laugh. "The one who has fallen for a trick is you." With a sudden bend of her body, she executed her first soul skill, the waist bow. Upon witnessing the fox demon utilize the Fox Spirit Purification soul skill to dispel her charm, Xiao Wu felt a flicker of surprise. However, the look of panic on her face was a mere fade intended to deceive the fox demon. Had she not acted thus, she could not ascertain whether the fox demon would immediately lunge at her. Xiao Wu's waist bow unleashed an astonishing force, striking with remarkable swiftness. The fox demon, caught off guard, turned pale with alarm. "This is bad." The rapidity of Xiao Wu's attack left her no time for defense or evasion. With a resounding thud, Xiao Wu's kick landed squarely in the fox demon's abdomen. The fox demon's face drained of color, akin to a kite severed from its string, as she was sent hurtling backward. After flying several meters, she gritted her teeth and managed to stabilize her form. Her shoes sole perilously close to the edge of the battle arena, a mere 5 centimeters away. That was close. She nearly plummeted. Cold sweat beaded on the fox demon's forehead as she regarded Xiao Wu with newfound respect, devoid of any previous contempt. "I never expected this little girl to possess such formidable close combat abilities. I have been careless." Observing the fox demon at a disadvantage, Godan's expression soured, and he immediately launched a sneak attack on Xiao Wu. Fierce dog shockwave. Godan opened his mouth wide, and purple soul rings illuminated his body. A black shockwave, infused with immense soul power, surged toward Xiao Wu. It struck with the swiftness of lightning, its force extraordinarily fierce. Xiao Wu's heart sank, her elegant features paling slightly. The speed of Godan's ambush was too swift for her to evade. In that critical moment, Fang Yu sprang into action. He dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Wu, and lightly stomped his right foot upon the ground. In an instant, a golden potato materialized in Fang Yu's hand. Godan sneered. You think a mere potato can withstand my fierce dog shockwave? What a foolish dream. Fang Yu paid no heed to the barking of his dog. With a mere thought, a colossal black soul ring materialized around him. Annihilation beam power. Boom. What appeared to be an ordinary potato suddenly unleashed an overwhelming surge of soul power. Dog Egg gaped in astonishment. A 10,000-year soul ring. Such terrifying soul energy. No, this is no ordinary 10,000-year soul ring. This must be a soul ring of at least 40,000 years to emit such formidable energy. Fox Ugly, equally taken aback, widened his fox-like eyes in shock. This food-type soul master harbored hidden depths. His soul power is immense. Dog Egg immediately knelt before Fang Yu, pleading for mercy. Great One, spare us. We surrender. If Fang Yu's soul power were to strike him, it would undoubtedly result in severe injury, at the very least. Fang Yu waved his hand, dispersing the soul power. Thank you, esteemed one, for sparing my life. Dog Egg bowed respectfully to Fang Yu, nearly losing control of himself in fear. Xiao Wu gave Fang Yu a thumbs up. Brother, you are truly amazing. She knew that once her brother intervened, the opponents were certain to falter. The referee raised Fang Yu's arm and proclaimed loudly, I declare that the Wu Yu duo is victorious. The onlookers erupted in exclamations. What an exhilarating match. This is the first time I have witnessed a food-type soul master as formidable as him. Anyone who dares to say that food-type soul masters are weak, I shall gladly correct their misconceptions. What a heroic moment for a brother to protect his sister. After Fang Yu and Xiao Wu descended from the soul fighting platform, Ning Rongrong raised her delicate hand to smooth the few strands of hair that had been tousled by the wind. With a smile in her beautiful eyes, she approached Fang Yu. Fang Yu, you are truly remarkable. Ning Rongrong acknowledged that had it not been for Fang Yu's presence, Xiao Wu alone would have been unable to triumph over the fox-dog duo. Fang Yu smiled faintly, remarking that it was acceptable, merely a tad impressive. Flander gazed at Fang Yu as he adjusted his glasses, grinning from ear to ear. In this match, Fang Yu has successfully enhanced the reputation of Shrek Academy. Once the fame grows even further, Dean Flinder will be able to seek sponsorship and advertisements. At that point, the Academy's funding will no longer be a concern. Haha. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others have also taken to the stage to commence their 2-on-2 battles. However, victories in the Soul Arena are not easily attained. Aside from the duo of Fang Yu and Xiao Wu, every other 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 match ended in defeat. Not a single victory was achieved. Although Flinder felt a twinge of disappointment witnessing the little monster's failures, he refrained from placing blame on them. After all, it was their first experience in the Soul Arena. And lacking combat experience, losses were quite natural. Ma Hongjun, with a downcast expression, lamented, seeing Fang Yu and Xiao Wu fight so effortlessly makes us feel even more disheartened. Why is it so difficult for us? Flinder chuckled and reassured him. It's simply a matter of lacking strength and combat experience. With more practice, you will improve. Typically, battles in the Soul Arena are matched according to the respective strengths of the participants. Only in cases where there is a shortage of opponents might there be a significant disparity in strength. Overall, it wasn't too bad. Everyone should take a moment to rest and recuperate their soul power before engaging in a team battle. Understood, Dean. The Shrek 8 sat in the audience, recovering their soul power while observing the matches. Fang Yu lifted his gaze towards the soul fighting platform. Before him stood two teams, just having taken the stage. Yet the battle had yet to commence. The characteristics of the team on the left were unmistakable. Every member boasted a physique of well-defined muscles, adorned with horn protective gear, exuding an air of formidable strength. The spectators, captivated by the sight of the two teams, engaged in animated discussions. It had been quite some time since the Wild Buffalo team last appeared, and rumors circulated that their previous opponents had all forfeited. What? Why did they forfeit? Could it be that the Wild Buffalo team is so powerful that their adversaries dare not engage? Indeed, the Wild Buffalo team is exceptionally fierce, having scarcely tasted defeat. Each encounter often leaves their opponents grievously injured, and on one occasion, they even claimed a life. The referee, microphone in hand, announced, the Wild Buffalo team will face off against the Black Tiger team. The Wild Buffalo side was comprised entirely of offensive-type Soul Masters, while Black Tiger employed a well-balanced composition featuring agile attackers and supportive Soul Masters. Who, among these two teams, would emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. As the match commenced, the Wild Buffalo team formed a serpentine formation, advancing towards the Black Tiger team. Look out! Everyone scatter! The Black Tiger captain shouted in alarm. Yet, it was already too late. The Wild Buffalo team surged forward, confronting the Black Tiger team head-on. With a resounding crash, the Wild Buffalo captain sent the Black Tiger captain hurtling through the air, effortlessly overcoming the remaining opponents. In less than a minute, the skirmish concluded. Ning Rongrong, witnessing this spectacle, raised her delicate hand to partially shield her astonished face. The Wild Buffalo team was overwhelmingly powerful. She fervently hoped they would not be matched against them later. Tang San nodded in agreement, saying, yes, let us pray we do not face them, or our defeat would be assured. Fang Yu's expression remained as calm and unperturbed as ever, his silence unwavering. A mere team of Wild Buffalo posed no real threat. After the match observation concluded, the Shrek 8 returned to the lounge, preparing for their upcoming team battle. With a creak, Dean Flander pushed open the door and stepped inside, his countenance marked by evident discontent. Oscar adjusted his glasses and approached, inquiring, Dean, what brings such a countenance? What has transpired? Which team have we been matched against? Flander cast a glance at Oscar and sighed heavily. Alas, we have been unfortunate. Our team has been matched against the Wild Buffalo team. I propose we forfeit this match. Upon hearing Flander's words, Xiaowu sprang up from her seat in disbelief. Forfeit? How can we concede before even playing? That is unacceptable. The others, too, displayed a myriad of expressions, their gazes fixed on Flander, seemingly eager to understand the rationale behind such a decision. Although they had observed the formidable prowess of the Wild Buffalo team, it seemed excessive to surrender without contesting. Flander adjusted his glasses, his demeanor despondent. Dear little monsters, you are unaware of the full picture. He glanced down at a small notebook in his hand, which contained details about the Wild Buffalo team. The captain was a sole sovereign, the vice-captain also held the same rank, and among the remaining 6 members, 4 were Soul Emperors and 2 were Great Soul Masters. In contrast, our team boasts only Fang Yu as a single Soul Sovereign. The comprehensive strength of the Wild Buffalo team far exceeds ours. Were it not for the current unavailability of teams of comparable strength in the Soul Arena, we would not have been matched against them. Therefore, forfeiting appears to be the wisest course of action. Upon learning that their adversaries were the Wild Buffalo team, Flander felt an acute sense of distress. To engage would likely result in defeat, and there was even the potential for peril to the little monsters. Conversely, opting out would significantly tarnish Shrek's reputation, particularly in terms of sponsorship. After all, this was the inaugural battle for the Shrek team. Fang Yu stood up and addressed Flander, saying, Dean, I believe there is no need to abstain. The Buffalo team is not to be feared. Fang Yu had already devised a plan to confront the Wild Bull team. Tang San immediately stood up to retort, Fang Yu, what do you intend to use to contend against the Wild Bull team? They have 2 Soul Masters on their side. No matter how formidable you are, it is impossible to defeat 2 Soul Masters, right? Moreover, the other members of their team possess greater soul power than ours. We stand no chance. Daimu Bai, feeling disheartened, joined Tang San in lamenting, Xiao San is right. The Wild Bull team is too formidable. We are not their match. We might as well forfeit. Embarrassment is better than defeat. Zhu Shiqing cast a cold glance at Daimu Bai. Coward. Xiaowu, hands on her hips, glared at Tang San and said, can you not be so timid? This is our Shrek team's first group battle. The impact of forfeiting would be significant. I believe in my brother. We cannot lose confidence before we even begin. After contemplating for a moment, Flinder addressed the little monsters. How about this? Raise your hand if you agree to battle the Wild Bull team. No need to raise your hand if you disagree. We will decide by vote. Upon seeing Fang Yu's resolute gaze, Flinder harbored a glimmer of hope for him. Chapter 47. Can we defeat the Wild Bull team? Ning Rongrong, seeing Fang Yu raise his hand, inexplicably felt a surge of confidence in their ability to triumph over the Wild Bull team. Initially, she was quite fearful of them. I agree to battle the Wild Bull team, Ning Rongrong declared, raising her snow-white arm. Zhu Shiqing, clad in black leather, also raised her arm. I agree as well. She admired Fang Yu's confidence and courage, unlike that of a certain coward who merely cowers in the face of adversity. Oscar, witnessing Ning Rongrong's courage, mustered his own and raised his arm. The Shrek team cannot back down. Ma Hongjun scratched his nose and raised his fist, stating solemnly, "We are monsters. Monsters do not fear the wild bull. We may lose, but we shall never be cowards who flee in the face of battle." Flinder scanned the crowd, and aside from Tang San and Dai Mubai, everyone else had raised their hands. Flinder smiled heartily. 6-2, we will not forfeit. Let us engage the wild bull team fiercely. Victory or defeat is inconsequential. Little monsters must prioritize their safety. If faced with life-threatening danger, do not hesitate. Simply abandon the match. In truth, Flinder was never keen on forfeiting. His primary concern was the safety of the little monsters. After all, this group of children possessed the greatest talents Flinder had ever encountered, particularly Fang Yu, who had reached the rank of Soul Master at the tender age of 13. With Fang Yu leading the charge, Flinder felt a measure of hope for this team competition. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, their faces grim, yet ultimately raised their hands. Let us participate, otherwise, we would truly be humiliated. Flinder adjusted his glasses and addressed the crowd. Discuss your strategies. The match will commence shortly. Flinder was well-versed in commercial matters, but lacked understanding in tactical aspects, which was why he allowed the little monsters to devise their own strategies. Tang San squinted at Fang Yu. Fang Yu, your strength is the greatest, and you are the leader in this competition. Will it be all right for you to stand at the front? Tang San believed that whoever stood at the forefront bore the greatest pressure and was most susceptible to injury. Thus, he sought to place this daunting position upon Fang Yu, compelling him to confront the wild bull team head-on. Fang Yu was well aware of the nefarious thoughts swirling in Tang San's mind, that awkward, buck-toothed fellow. Nevertheless, his intention was to take the lead. No problem. I shall stand before you all. Xiao Wu grasped Fang Yu's hand, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at him. Brother, you must promise to protect yourself. Do not get hurt. Rest assured, I will be fine. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Ning Rongrong lifted her delicate hand to smooth a few strands of hair near her ear, tucking them behind. With a smile gracing her lips, she looked at Fang Yu and said, Fang Yu, shortly I will bestow upon you enhanced strength and speed using the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The rest shall be entrusted to you. Fang Yu smiled faintly and said, all right. Before long, the Shrek 8 monsters took the stage. The referee announced, this match is between the Wild Bull team and the Shrek team. The overall strength of the Shrek team pales in comparison to that of the Wild Bull team. And this is their first team battle in the Soul Arena. It remains uncertain whether they can triumph over the Wild Bull team. The audience, observing the diminutive figures of the Shrek team, shook their heads in disbelief. There was no need to watch. The disparity in strength was too vast. Shrek was destined to lose. Who would have thought that Shrek would dare to challenge the Wild Bull team in their inaugural match? Were they out of their minds? Or did they simply not comprehend the prowess of the Wild Bull team? The Wild Bull team had been on an unbroken winning streak for an extended period, seemingly never having tasted defeat. The robust captain of the Wild Bull team, adorned with horned armor, cast a disdainful glance at Fang Yu and the others. A bunch of children dare to contend with our Wild Bull team? I suggest you concede and surrender quickly. Otherwise, you won't even have the opportunity to yield later. The captain believed they could dispatch the Shrek team in a single round. With hands on her hips, Xiao Wu glared defiantly at the captain, retorting, being young does not equate to being weak. Just wait and see. My brother will undoubtedly defeat you. The Wild Bull captain scoffed dismissively. Oh, do not underestimate this little girl. Her fierce demeanor is rather adorable. I suppose a single punch from me would leave her in tears for quite some time. Wouldn't it? Ha! Brothers, unleash your martial souls. We will finish off these little brats in one round. At the captain's command, all members of the Wild Bull team activated their martial souls simultaneously, their presence instantly magnifying. Behind each member, a powerful brown bull phantom materialized. Aside from Fang Yu, the members of the Shrek team also released their martial souls. Evil Fire Phoenix, Evil Eye White Tiger, Nether Spirit Cat, 7-treasure glazed tower. The Wild Bull captain bellowed, form ranks. Instantly, the Wild Bull team arranged themselves into a formidable formation resembling a dragon. The Bull Charge formation, renowned for its immense power, was both offensive and defensive. The Wild Bull team had triumphed over countless squads with this maneuver. Leading the charge, the stout captain barreled toward Fang Yu, causing the ground to tremble beneath them. The overwhelming aura instilled fear in Tang San, causing his legs to tremble. Ning Rongrong, witnessing the ferocity of the wild bull team, felt her face pale. This force was even more intense than what she had observed from the spectator's stand. Can Fang Yu withstand them? Xiaowu and Zhu Qing were grave expressions, fully prepared for battle. Prior to stepping onto the field, they had conferred. Their every action would heed Fang Yu's command. Dai Mubai, trembling with fear, retreated to the side of the auxiliary soul master Oscar, which only deepened Zhu Zhuqing's disdain for him. After all, he was a powerful assault-type soul master. How could he be so cowardly? He paled in comparison to Fang Yu, clad in a delicate blue dress. Ning Rongrong elegantly waved her jade hand. The diminutive Seven Treasures glazed tower radiated a brilliant light, shimmering resplendently. The Seven Treasures glazed tower, known for its might and swiftness. Ning Rongrong gestured towards Fang Yu, enveloping him in two beams of colorful light. Fang Yu immediately sensed a significant enhancement in both his strength and speed. Captain Wild Bull, observing that Fang Yu had yet to unleash his martial soul, chuckled mockingly. Have you been rendered senseless by our presence, young lad? With that, he activated his first soul skill, the Wild Bull's stunning roar. The captain and his teammates unleashed a deafening roar, enveloping the members of Shrek in an invisible sound wave. Xiao Wu and the others were instantly left dizzy, their vision blurring as their bodies swayed unsteadily. Although the Wild Bull's stunning roar possessed limited lethality, its disorienting effect was profoundly potent. Fang Yu reacted with remarkable swiftness, springing into the air with a powerful leap to evade the sonic assault. Zing! A colossal black soul ring manifested around Fang Yu, as a radiant figure emerged behind him, illuminating the surroundings with a divine glow. The 18-winged angel martial soul. Fang Yu gazed intently at the members of the Bison team, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The angelic holy sword. Chapter 48. This is the true little monster. At the moment Fang Yu grasped the golden angelic holy sword with his right hand, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. A golden radiance flickered in his eyes, and divine light coursed through his being, enveloping him in a resplendent glow. The golden sword shimmered with an ethereal brilliance, dazzling to behold. Fang Yu stood majestically in the void, wielding a golden sacred sword. In that moment, he resembled a celestial deity descending to the mortal realm, instilling both awe and trepidation in all who beheld him. His demeanor was nothing short of transcendent. Fang Yu wielded the golden angelic sword and struck fiercely at the members of the Wild Bull team. Boom! A brilliant beam of golden light, infused with an overwhelming spiritual power, erupted forth. It was as ferocious as a tumultuous tide and as terrifying as the creation of the world itself. The members of the Wild Bull team stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with horror. Goodness! Such formidable spiritual power. It's over. We're doomed. Isn't he a food-type soul master? How can he be this powerful? The golden light unleashed by the angelic sword was extraordinarily swift. The members of the Wild Bull team had no time to evade and were instantly sent flying off the soul duel platform. Bang! 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 They all crashed to the ground, unconscious, lying there like lifeless dogs. A massive crack appeared on the soul duel platform, as if it were on the verge of shattering. The audience, stunned, leapt from their seats. Their eyes widened in disbelief. A dual martial soul? This young man actually possesses a dual martial soul. Incredible. He annihilated 8 individuals with a single strike. The entire Wild Bull team has been vanquished. Truly remarkable, like a cow that refuses to calve. I recall him only having a 6-winged angel martial soul. How could there be an 18-winged angel martial soul? Is the protective shield of the soul duel platform about to break? Had it not been for the timely activation of the protective shield, a significant number of spectators would have met their demise. The sword unleashed by Fang Yu caused the protective shield of the soul fighting arena to tremble violently, nearly shattering. Tang San gazed at Fang Yu with eyes filled with disbelief. When did Fang Yu acquire such formidable soul skills? He had never witnessed Fang Yu wielding this soul technique before. Dai Mubai's pupils suddenly contracted. What? Fang Yu possesses a twin martial soul. Moreover, it is the divine martial soul of the 18-winged angel. Xiao Wu's gaze fell upon Fang Yu, suspended in the air, her charming face illuminated by a radiant smile. Brother, you are truly remarkable. She was aware of her brother's strength, yet she never anticipated that Fang Yu could reach such extraordinary heights. With a single strike, he obliterated the entire Wild Bull team. His opponents included 2 soul masters. How terrifying. Ning Rongrong gazed at Fang Yu with eyes filled not only with astonishment, but also with admiration. Brother Yu, you are truly impressive. Just moments before, she had been concerned about Fang Yu's ability to triumph over the Wild Bull team. Now, it was evident that her worries were entirely unfounded. Oscar, with a look of disbelief, was taken aback upon hearing Ning Rongrong's address towards Fang Yu. He was on the verge of tears. Rongrong, you actually call him Brother Yu? I can't believe it. Oscar understood that Ning Rongrong's change in address indicated her deepening admiration for Fang Yu, to the point where her heart was nearly his. Ma Hongjun rubbed his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the defeated Wild Bull team sprawled on the ground like dead dogs. What on earth? Fang Yu effortlessly dispatched every member of the Wild Buffalo team with a single strike. Truly remarkable. The young cow's grandmother is extraordinarily formidable. Flander, standing in the observation platform, was taken aback, his hands trembling in shock. Fang Yu possesses a dual martial soul, an extraordinary 18-winged angel martial soul, unique across the entire continent. Truly a marvel. This is the epitome of a prodigious talent. Suddenly, Flinder was struck by an idea and chuckled heartily. Splendid. This will surely bring fame to our Shrek Academy. We need not worry about the Academy's funding any longer. It won't be long before we collaborate with advertisers or manufacturers for promotions. Suspended in midair, Fang Yu glanced at the enormous crack on the soul fighting platform, a hint of apology gracing his smile as he addressed the referee. I apologize. I exerted too much force. I should have used only 50% of my strength instead of 70. As Fang Yu's words echoed, the audience gasped in astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. What? Such a formidable strike, and he only exerted 70% of his strength? If he had unleashed his full power, the entire battle arena would have been reduced to ruins. Impressive. To wield such tremendous force with merely 70% of his strength commands my admiration. The referee, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Fang Yu and chuckled lightly, assuring him, no need to worry about damages. We shall handle it ourselves. In truth, he dared not demand compensation from Fang Yu, fearing that Fang Yu might cleave him in two with a single stroke. The referee then raised Fang Yu's arm triumphantly and proclaimed loudly, I announce, the Shrek team is victorious. The audience erupted in applause and cheers. The Shrek team is extraordinary. Fang Yu is my idol. Tang San watched as Fang Yu basked in the adulation of the crowd, his expression darkening. How infuriating. He never anticipated that Fang Yu could genuinely defeat the Wild Bull team. Once again, he had been outshone. Although none of the others managed to secure victories in their one-on-one or two-on-two bouts, they nonetheless gained valuable combat experience, enhancing their soul power slightly. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and others all elevated their soul power to the 30th level, now capable of hunting for and absorbing their third soul ring. Not long after arriving at the battle arena, Zhao Wujie approached the little monsters with a cheerful demeanor. Little monsters. I heard from Dean Flinder that you achieved victory in your first team match. Is that true? You truly are the remarkable little monsters of Shrek Academy. Winning against the Wild Bull team in your debut. Ning Rongrong smiled at Fang Yu, saying, it is all thanks to Brother Yu. Without him, we could not have triumphed over the Wild Bull team. Xiao Wu wrapped her arms around Fang Yu's, nodding with a grin. Indeed, my brother is incredible. He eliminated everyone from the Wild Bull team with a single strike. The robust Zhao Wujie patted Fang Yu on the shoulder, grinning. Well done, well done. I always knew you were exceptional. Zhao Wujie has yet to forget this moment. Fang Yu previously conjured a massive potato that nearly crushed him. Haha. Teacher Zhao has overly praised me. Fang Yu glanced at Ning Rongrong and remarked, in truth, Rongrong has played a significant role. Her 7 treasures glazed tower is indeed formidable. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's joy knew no bounds, and simultaneously, Fang Yu's stature in her eyes elevated even further. Ning Rongrong was acutely aware that she had not contributed substantially to enhancing Fang Yu's power. It was primarily Fang Yu's own strength that was truly remarkable. Fang Yu not only refrains from claiming all the credit for himself, but also offers her a commendation. Fang Yu's character garnered immense admiration and recognition from Ning Rongrong. With a beaming smile, Flinder approached Zhao Wujie and remarked, Old Zhao, many of the children have already reached the 30th level. Why don't you take them out for a meal, then venture into the Star Doe forest to hunt for suitable soul beasts to acquire their soul rings? Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow in response to Flinder's inquiry. Aren't you coming along? Chapter 49. Zhu Zhuqing's affection for such men. Flinder adjusted his glasses with a playful gesture, grinning widely. I shall not accompany you, as I have discussions to conduct with advertisers and manufacturers. No sooner had Flinder finished speaking than a businessman clad in a black and white suit approached him. Are you the renowned Dean Flinder? I represent the shabby manufacturer and wish to discuss a potential collaboration. Might you have a moment? Flinder's countenance radiated joy as he replied, Indeed, indeed. Let us step outside to enjoy some tea while we discuss our partnership. Greetings, Dean Flinder. I am from the Farmer Bandit manufacturer, and I would like to. Several other manufacturers soon approached Flinder to discuss collaboration, much to his delight. A gentle breeze swept through the arena, causing the maple trees to sway delicately. A vibrant orange pentagonal maple leaf danced in the air for a few moments before gracefully landing on the smooth pavement, which was the very path recently traversed by the Shrek 8 monsters and Zhao Wujia. Fang Yu glanced at a lavishly decorated grand hotel by the roadside and suggested, Let us dine here. Oscar cast a fleeting glance at the five-star establishment, adjusted his glasses with a slight hand to his forehead, and furrowed his brow as he replied, The expenses at this restaurant are exorbitant. Perhaps we should consider another venue. The big-toothed, unattractive San nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, the dishes here must be quite costly. We cannot afford them. Fang Yu looked at the crowd and broke into a hearty smile. You need not worry about the expenses. This meal is on me. He had over 30 million gold soul coins in his pocket, more than enough to indulge. Naturally, they would feast on the finest and most exquisite dishes. Ma Hongjun, with a friendly grin, touched his nose and gazed at Fang Yu with appreciation. Fang Yu, you are so generous and wealthy. Thank you. You truly are a remarkable person. Xiao Wu, with a hint of pride, raised her chin slightly. Of course, my brother is not only kind-hearted but also fabulously rich. As the Shrek 8 monsters were about to enter the five-star restaurant, a black owl swooped down, clutching a letter in its talons, heading towards Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia glanced at the letter's contents and said to the little monster, Flinder mentioned he has some matters that require my assistance. You all go ahead and enjoy your meal. I shall return once I have finished my tasks. Dai Mubai brushed aside his golden bangs that nearly obscured his eyes and nodded. Understood, Teacher Zhao. After taking a few steps, Zhao Wujia felt an ominous premonition wash over him. He halted, turned around, and addressed the little monsters, While I am away, do not stir trouble and take care of yourselves. However, should anyone bully you, do not hesitate to stand your ground. Once Zhao Wujia departed, the Shrek 8 monsters entered the five-star restaurant, where many patrons were already dining. As Fang Yu and his companions entered, they were promptly greeted by a beautiful waitress. After placing their orders, they settled down at a large round table. At that moment, a group of youths clad in matching deep blue uniforms entered the grand restaurant. Each of them sported an identical circular badge emblazoned with the characters, Sanghui. The leader of the group, a boy with golden hair, spotted the Shrek 8 monsters and mockingly exclaimed, Oh, do the impoverished students of Shrek Academy dare to dine in a five-star hotel? Can you even afford it? Do you think you belong here? No sooner had he finished speaking than a number of waitstaff approached Fang Yu's side to serve the dishes. Mr. Fang, your meal is ready. Please enjoy. After all the dishes were served, the beautiful waitress respectfully poured red wine for Fang Yu. Upon seeing the exquisite food laid out before Fang Yu, the golden-haired boy's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that the rock and dance fried chicken worth 1,000 gold soul coins? The high-end 1982 Mo's Lac red wine? The golden-haired boy was bewildered. How could these so-called poor individuals afford such lavish delicacies? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he sneered. You must have scrimped and saved for years just to indulge in a meal here, right? A poor boy will always remain a poor boy. The other students from Sanghui Academy joined in the ridicule, taunting, I heard Shrek Academy's dormitories are still the decrepit ones from centuries ago. They're nearly collapsing. Ha! How dare this group of impoverished individuals come to dine here? Don't they know their place? Standing up with her hands on her hips and her brows furrowed, Xiao glared at the golden-haired youth and coldly retorted, We are not impoverished. You lowly creatures with disdainful eyes, if you dare to speak disrespectfully again, do not blame me for being unkind. The golden-haired boy's expression darkened. You little brat, you really asked for it. Brothers, let us teach these impoverished Shrek students a lesson. Show them the might of Sanghui Academy. The golden-haired boy charged forward. Dai Mubai, eager to impress Zhu Xing, took the lead to confront him. Bang! Dai Mubai was knocked to the ground, his face pale. The opponent was far too strong. He was no match. Ouch! Why are you hitting me when I didn't say anything? Though Tang San did not rush in, he too was soon brought down. "It's because you're so ugly. We just want to hit you," scoffed the golden-haired youth, stepping on the head of the unfortunate Tang San. He then lunged towards Xiaowu, declaring, "I'll make you cry." Fang Yu sat calmly on the stool, crossing one leg over the other, without sparing a glance at the crowd from Tsanghui Academy. In his left hand, he held a goblet filled with red wine, gently swirling it. His right hand slowly ascended. Clap! Fang Yu nonchalantly snapped his fingers. Boom! A formidable surge of soul power erupted instantaneously. The yellow-haired youth, rushing toward Xiaowu, was struck with terror. What an overwhelming force of soul power! It's over. Bang! 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 In that moment, the yellow-haired youth and the others from Tsanghui Academy were violently propelled backward as if they were kites severed from their strings. They ultimately crashed harshly to the ground, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Numerous tables and chairs around them were also swept away by the invisible soul force, crashing down with a cacophony. The students of Tsanghui Academy gazed at Fang Yu in astonishment. When did Shrek Academy boast such a powerful student? Xiaowu, smiling brightly, looked at Fang Yu and said, "Brother, thank you for stepping in to protect me." "No need for thanks," he replied. "I am your brother. There is no need for such formality between us." Fang Yu rose to his feet and gently patted Xiaowu's head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Ning Rongrong gazed at Fang Yu's handsome profile, her heart racing with excitement, a flurry of butterflies in her chest. Yu Ge was so elegant just now. Such charm and charisma. Yu Ge is simply stunning. Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a sleek black leather jacket, cast a fleeting glance at Fang Yu before hastily averting her gaze. Her delicate face tinged with a faint blush. Fang Yu is truly handsome, imposing, and remarkable. Zhu Zhuqing is undeniably fond of such men. Tang San, with a bruised face, rose from the ground, casting a sinister glare at Fang Yu. How infuriating. Why didn't Fang Yu make his move sooner? If Fang Yu had acted sooner, he would not have had to endure such a beating. Upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's affectionate gaze directed at Fang Yu, Dai Mubai's expression soured considerably. He had initially intended to seize this opportunity to impress Zhu Zhuqing and win her heart, only to have all the limelight usurped by Fang Yu. Chapter 50. Has the Soul King come knocking? The patrons dining in the five-star restaurant were rendered speechless. Their chopsticks, poised to grasp their food, hovered motionlessly in midair. All eyes were astonishingly fixed upon Fang Yu. This young man not only possessed formidable soul power, but also exhibited a unique style in his moves. Quite impressive. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has gained Zhu Zhuqing's favor. Ding. The host is rewarded with a will of the Spirit Hall. This item has been stored in the system space, and the host may retrieve it at any time. Fang Yu heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind, and he pondered with curiosity. The will of the Spirit Hall? What is this? He had never encountered such a concept before. Esteemed host, your inquiry is quite astute. Allow me to elucidate. The will of the Spirit Hall is precisely the will of the Spirit Hall. Fang Yu, what difference does it make whether you speak or remain silent? Haha, I won't jest with the host any longer. The will of the Spirit Hall, to put it simply, is akin to the status of Pope Bibi Dong. Fang Yu nodded slightly, understanding the situation. A middle-aged man with a scar across his face stormed into the five-star hotel, seething with rage. Who has harmed our students from Tsanghui Academy? Are they tired of living? Fang Yu took a step forward and calmly stated, I struck them. Is there an issue with me teaching a lesson to the students of your academy who have rather foul mouths? The young man with yellow hair stood beside his middle-aged teacher, pointing angrily at Fang Yu, exclaiming, It was he who assaulted us. Do not heed his fabrications. We said nothing upon entering the restaurant, and he immediately attacked us. Indeed, it was the Shrek Academy that instigated the conflict. The other students from Tsanghui Academy joined in the slander against Fang Yu. With her hands on her hips, Xiaowu retorted indignantly, You are slandering us. It was you who first ridiculed and belittled us before charging in to strike. We merely defended ourselves. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face narrowed his eyes and barked, You Shrek Academy students have quite the audacity to strike those from Tsanghui Academy. In this tense moment, the scarred man immediately sided with his own academy, placing greater trust in the words of his students. Suddenly, 5 soul rings illuminated around him. Yellow. Yellow. Purple. 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 His aura surged dramatically, causing the cutlery on the nearby tables to tremble and clatter. The 8 from Shrek Academy instantly sensed an overwhelming presence approaching them. Ning Rongrong stared at the scarred man in shock. A soul king? Ma Hongjuan's face was filled with panic. This is bad. He is a Soul King over level 50. Tang San trembled in fear initially, then began to blame Fang Yu. This is all your fault. Had you not injured a student from Tsanghui Academy, we would not have provoked a Soul King. What are we to do now that you've angered him? Xiao Wu shot a glare at Tang San, hands on her hips. Do you have no conscience, Tang San? How can you blame my brother at this moment? If it weren't for my brother's timely intervention against those scoundrels from Tsanghui Academy, you would be left searching for your teeth. So what if he is a Soul King? A fight is a fight. Dai Mubai raised a hand to brush aside his golden bangs that nearly obscured his eyes and stated, regardless of the circumstances, Fang Yu is responsible for this incident. If he had not injured a student from Tsanghui Academy, their teacher would not have come looking for us. Fang Yu is quite the capable one, is he not? Let him bear the consequences of his own actions. Dai Mubai sought to shift the blame onto Fang Yu, hoping to preserve his own standing amid the turmoil. Fang Yu had previously overshadowed him, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Dai Mubai wished to shift the blame onto Fang Yu, aiming to humiliate him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing cast a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai. He repulsed her. Fang Yuming, having safeguarded everyone and performed a commendable deed, now finds himself in a predicament. The coward, Dai Mubai, swiftly shifts the blame onto Fang Yu to evade responsibility. Just moments ago, when the individuals from Tsanghui Academy charged forward, it was Dai Mubai who instigated the conflict first. Oscar glanced at the Soul King, the scarred man opposite him, his brow furrowed in confusion. With Master Zhao Wuji absent, the 8 of them stood no chance against a single Soul King. What could they possibly do? The scarred man coldly regarded the Shrek 8, demanding, "Kneel and apologize to our students at once. Otherwise, I shall personally ensure you little brats pay a grievous price." Ning Rongrong's expression darkened. With their combined strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to overcome a Soul King, whose prowess far surpassed that of Soul Sovereigns and Soul Emperors. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing clenched their fists, their faces serious as they prepared for battle. Apologizing was out of the question. They would rather fight to the bitter end. Tang San and Dai Mubai, meanwhile, plotted in their minds how to escape when the confrontation ensued. Fang Yu gazed at the arrogant and overbearing scarred man, who seemed oblivious to right and wrong, and let out a cold laugh. "It is you who should be apologizing." Fang Yu, feeling disinclined to exert himself, casually waved his hand to summon the will of the Spirit Hall from the system space. It was not that he could not triumph over the instructors of the Tsanghui Academy if he were to simultaneously wield his dual spirits. He could easily overpower the scarred man. However, why exert unnecessary effort when there are more efficient means at his disposal? In an instant, a colossal phantom of the Spirit Hall materialized in the air, embodying the essence of its will. Upon witnessing this manifestation, the scarred man's eyes widened in terror, his face paling. Could it be that this was the legendary will of the Spirit Hall? The status of the young man before him was akin to that of the Pope Bibi Dong. This was dire. He had provoked someone far beyond his reckoning. Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the Spirit Hall phantom. How could Yu Gu possess the will of the Spirit Hall? What connection did he have with it? She recalled her father mentioning that aside from the Pope, only those recognized by the Spirit Hall's Pope, possessing sufficient strength, could release the will of the Spirit Hall. To witness this will was tantamount to encountering the Pope himself. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was enveloped in a profound curiosity regarding Fang Yu's true identity. Aside from her and the instructors of Tsanghui Academy, the remaining onlookers gazed at the Spirit Hall phantom with a mix of confusion and intrigue. What was this entity? Knowledge of the will of the Spirit Hall was scarce, limited to the esteemed instructors of various academies, high-ranking members of the 7 sects, and those affiliated with the Spirit Hall itself. The blonde youth, glancing at the phantom overhead, turned to his teacher and exclaimed, "Teacher, why are you standing there in a daze? Go and confront them." He merely conjured an illusion to create a spectacle. Unbeknownst to him, the expression on his teacher's face was one of utter disbelief. With a resounding slap, the scarred man sent the blonde youth flying, bellowing, "You insolent fool! Show respect to your elders, or I shall end you." Chapter 51. The Spirit King kneels before Fang Yu in surrender to everyone's astonishment. The scarred man suddenly knelt before Fang Yu, bowing deeply as he spoke. "I, a lowly wretch, am blind to my own ignorance and did not intend to offend you. Esteemed senior, I implore you to overlook my transgressions and grant me a chance at redemption." Aside from Ning Rongrong, every other individual present wore expressions of utter bewilderment. They glanced between the kneeling scarred man and Fang Yu, utterly perplexed. What had transpired? Just moments ago, this middle-aged teacher had been brash and arrogant, yet now, upon encountering the phantom above, he suddenly knelt before Fang Yu. Could it be that Fang Yu was a concealed powerhouse? Had the Tsanghui Academy's instructor been struck with fear upon discovering Fang Yu's true identity? Speculations swirled in the minds of the onlookers. Their gazes toward Fang Yu tinged with newfound reverence. Dai Mubai and Tang San, who had been preparing to slip away, were equally stunned, their eyes fixed on Fang Yu in astonishment. The object released by Fang Yu is astonishingly capable of compelling a Soul King to kneel and plead for mercy. Fang Yu gazed upon the scarred man, trembling on the ground, and scoffed, "Compel your disciples to apologize to us." "Why, yes, my lord," the scarred man replied, nodding vigorously. He then turned to his students and bellowed, "All of you, kneel and apologize to Shrek Academy, or face dire consequences." The students from Tsanghui Academy were left in a state of shock. One by one, they knelt down, including the previously defeated youth with the yellow hair. "We are sorry. We were wrong to mock you. We apologize." Though these students were unaware of the significance of the ethereal figure above, they could see that even their instructor was petrified. They realized that failing to apologize could indeed lead to their demise. This was no jest. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of satisfaction amidst their astonishment. Fang Yu rendered this group of arrogant individuals utterly cowed. Xiao Wu fixed her gaze upon the kneeling members of the Tsanghui Academy, slightly raising her chin, a hint of pride gracing her features. "Humph. You thought you could act so boldly, but now you've come to realize the might of my brother? Haven to you? You deserve it." After the Tsanghui Academy members offered their apologies, Fang Yu remarked coolly, "Leave now, and do not disturb my meal." "Yes, yes," they replied, retreating in disarray. As soon as this group departed, Zhao Wuji returned. Upon entering, his eyes were immediately drawn to the ethereal manifestation of the spirit hall hovering in the air, causing his expression to shift dramatically. "This is the will of the spirit hall." Fang Yu unexpectedly possesses the will of the spirit hall. Zhao Wuji hurriedly approached Fang Yu, inquiring, "Little monster, what is your connection to the spirit hall?" Fang Yu retracted the will of the spirit hall from the air and smiled gently. "It matters not. How then do you possess the will of the spirit hall?" Fang Yu paused momentarily and remarked, "I am at a loss. It appeared out of nowhere." Zhao Wuji frowned, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. Yet he found himself unable to grasp its intricacies. Disliking mental exertion, he decided to abandon his thoughts. Zhao Wuji glanced around at the overturned tables and chairs, inquiring, "Little monsters, what transpired just now?" Xiao Wu approached and explained, "Teacher Zhao, the situation unfolded as follows. Not long ago, Tsanghui." She recounted the entire sequence of events to Zhao Wuji. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, had it not been for Fang Yu's intervention to protect us, we might have sustained serious injuries." The typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing also stepped forward, acknowledging Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's statements with a nod. Upon learning the details of the incident, Zhao Wuji smiled and patted Fang Yu's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, little monster. Although we at Shrek Academy do not instigate trouble, we are not afraid of it either. When action is required, we must act decisively." Suddenly, Xiao Wu recalled something and shot a cold glare at Tang San and Dai Mubai, stating, "Teacher Zhao, as soon as that Soul King appeared, those two began blaming my brother, shifting the responsibility onto him. Furthermore, it seemed they were contemplating a stealthy escape when we were in peril." Tang San's expression darkened. Infuriatingly, Xiao Wu had witnessed his previous behavior. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's remarks, Zhao Wuji's gaze shifted to Tang San and Dai Mubai, his expression growing stern. "Shrek is a collective. How could you entertain thoughts of fleeing in such a situation?" Zhao Wuji shook his head, sighing, "I am deeply disappointed in both of you. You pale in comparison to Fang Yu." Tang San and Dai Mubai lowered their heads in silence, their hearts filled with resentment. They harbored even greater animosity towards Fang Yu, for had it not been for him, they would not have faced Zhao Wuji's reprimand. After finishing their meal, the Shrek 8 monsters followed Zhao Wuji into the Douluo forest. Clad in a pink dress, Xiao Wu gazed at the lush trees and blooming wildflowers, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. She was exceedingly familiar with the Douluo forest and hoped that such events would not recur. Anxiously, she feared that a particular occurrence might take place. Fang Yu, dressed in blue, surveyed the dense flora surrounding him. He inhaled deeply, noting that the air within the forest was more refreshing than that outside, due to the towering trees, which obstructed much of the sunlight. The temperature here was slightly cooler than outside the forest. As they walked, small squirrels and rabbits, representing lower-tier soul beasts, scurried about. Leading the way, Zhao Wuji spoke slowly. The Douluo forest is significantly more perilous than the domesticated hunting soul forest. Here, one can encounter soul beasts ranging from 10 to 100 years old. And even those that are thousands or tens of thousands of years old. The hunting soul forest is a designated area provided by the Spirit Hall for soul masters to acquire soul rings. In contrast, the Douluo forest is an untamed wilderness. Little monsters, be vigilant. We may encounter danger at any moment. The Shrek 8 monsters nodded in response. Understood, Teacher Zhao. As they continued, a massive butterfly suddenly emerged from the depths of the forest. This soul beast, known as the giant winged blue butterfly, possessed approximately 1,400 years of cultivation. Zhao Wuji grinned and remarked to Oscar, "Little Oscar, your defensive capabilities are rather weak. This soul beast would be an excellent choice for your third soul ring. My strength is too overwhelming for me to engage. Let the other little monsters assist you in subduing this creature." "Certainly, Teacher Zhao," Oscar replied, smiling as he directed his gaze towards Daimubai. "Big Dai, you." Before he could finish, Daimubai shook his head in refusal, stating, "Find someone else. I expended too much soul power fighting with the Tsanghui Academy earlier and need to recover." In truth, Daimubai had not exhausted much soul power. He simply did not wish to assist Oscar. Oscar's smile gradually faded, and he felt a pang of disappointment. He had thought that he and Daimubai shared a reasonably good rapport, even referring to him as Big Dai. However, now that he faced a challenge, he realized that their bond lacked genuine brotherhood. Chapter 52. A single blow to subdue a 1,000-year soul beast. Desperate, Oscar turned to Ma Hongjun and Tang San for help. Ma Hongjun was disinterested in assisting, and Tang San claimed he could not defeat the giant-winged blue butterfly. Left with no choice, Oscar cast a pleading look towards Fang Yu. "Fang Yu, could you possibly?" Before he could finish, Fang Yu smiled and replied, "I will help you." Oscar was so touched that he nearly shed tears. Adjusting his glasses and expressing, "Fang Yu, thank you." Fang Yu's lips curled into a delicate arc as he gazed upon the giant-winged blue butterfly in the sky. In the original narrative, he should have encountered the mandrake serpent at this juncture. Perhaps due to the circumstances of his transference, the course of the story has been altered. Nevertheless, the changes are not overly significant. Both the giant-winged blue butterfly and the mandrake serpent possess the ability to fly, making either of them well-suited for Oscar. Fang Yu leaped into the air with remarkable agility. Bang! His fist struck the colossal winged blue butterfly on its head, inflicting severe injury and sending it crashing to the ground. Xiao's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, her laughter radiant. Truly worthy of being called brother, a single punch sufficed to vanquish a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Though Xiao Wu had transformed from a soul beast into a human, her kinship lay with the soul beasts. Yet, soul beasts were not all alike. They could be categorized into benevolent and malevolent. Xiao Wu was no saint. She did not extend compassion indiscriminately to all soul beasts. To illustrate, just as among humans, there exist both virtuous and wicked individuals. The demise of a villain elicits not cruelty, but applause. The colossal winged blue butterfly was indeed a nefarious creature, reveling in the torment and slaughter of weaker soul beasts. Thus, Xiao Wu wholeheartedly supported Fang Yu's assault on the malevolent butterfly. Oscar, witnessing Fang Yu's formidable blow that grievously injured the butterfly, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Fang Yu, no, I should say, Boss Fang. Thank you for assisting me in hunting this soul beast. I am truly grateful. Oscar recognized that, without Fang Yu's aid, he would have been unable to contend with the massive butterfly, which boasted over a millennium of cultivation. Upon hearing Oscar's altered address for Fang Yu, Daimubai furrowed his brow. His position as Oscar's esteemed leader had been usurped by Fang Yu. Oscar would no longer call him Boss Dai. Daimubai resolved to seek an opportunity for retribution against Fang Yu. Ding. Detection of increased affection from Oscar towards the host. Ding. Rewarding the host with level 3 soul power. Fang Yu felt a surge of joy. With the addition of this third-level soul power, his soul energy had ascended to level 45. As he had anticipated, assisting Oscar garnered him the latter's goodwill, subsequently leading to a reward from the system. Fang Yu gazed at Oscar with a faint smile and said, "Let us postpone our expressions of gratitude for later. Hasten over and deliver the final blow to absorb the soul ring of the giant-winged blue butterfly." "Understood, Boss Fang," Oscar replied. gripping his dagger as he approached the nearly lifeless giant-winged blue butterfly on the ground. Trembling with excitement, he realized he was finally about to acquire his third soul ring. Oscar brimmed with anticipation regarding what kind of soul skill he would gain from this soul ring. Stop. Just as Oscar was poised to end the giant-winged blue butterfly's life with a single strike, a furious voice echoed from nearby. The Shrek members turned to the source of the sound, where they beheld an elderly woman with white hair, leaning on a cane, accompanied by a young girl emerging from the thicket. Upon recognizing the two, Zhao Wujin's brow furrowed. It was the snake matriarch and her granddaughter, Meng Iran. What were they doing here? Zhao Wujin respectfully addressed the snake matriarch. I am Zhao Wujin. May I ask why you wish to prevent our Shrek Academy students from absorbing the soul ring? The snake matriarch fixed her gaze on Zhao Wujin and replied solemnly. Unmoved King Zhao Wujin, it has been a long time. This giant-winged blue butterfly was previously injured by me. If you doubt my words, you may inspect its wounds. I was momentarily careless and allowed it to escape. Therefore, this soul beast is our prey, and your Shrek Academy students cannot absorb it. Meng Iran stood with her arms crossed, lifting her chin slightly as she regarded the Shrek members. Indeed, the soul ring of this soul beast belongs to me. Zhao Wujin scrutinized the giant-winged blue butterfly and noted the faint traces of injury on its body, consistent with the snake matriarch's cane. A look of hesitation crossed his face. If he were to relinquish this soul beast to the snake matriarch, it would prove challenging to find another suitable soul beast for young Oscar. However, refusing the snake matriarch could lead to complications. Zhao Wujin was acutely aware of the inseparable bond between the Dragon King and the snake matriarch. With the snake matriarch's presence here, it was possible that the Dragon King lurked nearby as well. While he could handle a one-on-one confrontation with the snake matriarch, the prospect of the Dragon King suddenly appearing to join forces against him was a grave concern. After much deliberation, Zhao Wujin ultimately decided to concede the soul beast. Since this giant-winged blue butterfly is your quarry, dear matriarch, please take it. Upon hearing this, Oscar's expression darkened. After searching tirelessly in the Douluo forest, he had finally encountered a soul beast that was a perfect match for him. Would he truly let it slip away just like that? Fang Yu took a few steps towards the serpent mistress and spoke softly. This spirit beast cannot be relinquished to you. Although you have indeed wounded it, you have not slain it, hence it does not rightfully belong to you. Xiao Wu joined Fang Yu's side, placing her hands on her hips as she addressed the serpent mistress. What my brother says is true. Your infliction of harm upon the spirit beast does not grant you ownership. By your reasoning, if I were to summon a gust of wind using my soul power to sweep through the Douluo forest, would the entire forest then belong to me? You two little brats possess an audacious spirit. The serpent mistress, infuriated, thrust her staff into the ground. Suddenly, 7 soul rings illuminated around her, and her aura surged dramatically. The expressions of the Shrek Academy members changed in an instant. A soul sage of over level 70. Meng Iran chuckled with pride. Are you frightened? Hurry and hand over the spirit beast. Upon realizing that the serpent mistress was a soul sage, Oscar panicked. He looked at Fang Yu, forcing a smile. Brother Fang, let us not pursue this any further. I honestly do not have a strong desire for the spirit ring of this beast. Oscar's words were, of course, Ifade. He did not wish for Fang Yu to suffer harm because of him, or worse, face mortal danger. No, I must assist you in acquiring this spirit ring, Fang Yu declared with an imposing demeanor. Oscar, moved to tears, felt a surge of emotion. Ding. It has been detected that Oscar's fondness for the host has increased once more. Ding. The host is rewarded with a skill that guarantees success every time. A playful smile appeared on Tang San's face. Fang Yu, you are destined to face a beating this time. Your opponent is a soul sage, a being even feared by Master Zhao Wujia. What do you intend to use against her? Even the snake lady has proven her prowess as a soul sage. Fang Yu remained utterly composed, sneeringly declaring, what of the soul sage? This soul beast shall not be relinquished to you. Fang Yu possesses a 50,000-year spirit ring and a 70,000-year spirit ring. It is well known that the higher the level of the spirit ring, the more formidable the power it imparts. If Fang Yu were to unleash both of his martial souls, he would have no trouble dealing with the snake matriarch. It is important to note that the 18-winged angel martial soul is far more powerful than the 6-winged angel martial soul. The snake matriarch narrowed her eyes as she scrutinized Fang Yu. This young man was merely a soul zone. Yet he showed no hint of fear despite knowing she was a soul sage. Could it be that he possessed some formidable trump card? Or was there an expert of title Douluo caliber secretly protecting him? Chapter 53. Quite absurd. The snake matriarch pondered deeply and resolved not to confront Fang Yu directly. Instead, she opted for a prudent approach to help her granddaughter acquire a soul ring. At her age, she had little to lose by taking risks. However, her granddaughter, Meng Iran, was still young, and she wished to shield her from any potential danger, no matter how slim the odds. The snake matriarch fixed her gaze on Fang Yu and spoke in a grave tone. "Young man, how about this? You and my granddaughter engage in a target practice duel. If we win, you shall grant us the soul beast. If you prevail, I shall no longer pursue the matter of this soul beast. What do you think?" Although the snake matriarch articulated her proposition in such a manner, she held no belief that her granddaughter would lose to Fang Yu. After all, her granddaughter's greatest skill was target practice. How could something honed from childhood possibly be bested by an amateur? Fang Yu smiled faintly. No problem. Not long ago, he had just acquired the skill of perfect accuracy, making it exceedingly suitable for target practice. Meng Iran observed as Fang Yu took a few steps forward and softly introduced herself. "I am Meng Iran, a level 39 Soul Master." "What is your name?" "Fang Yu." "Level 45 Soul Master," he replied. Meng Iran's expression shifted, and a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze as she regarded Fang Yu. She had not anticipated that this youth, seemingly of similar age, was already a Soul Master. Yet, what did it matter? Target practice was not determined by soul power. Meng Iran felt confident in her ability to surpass Fang Yu. Ning Rongrong cast an admiring glance at Fang Yu's profile. Earlier, when they had enrolled at Shrek Academy, he had only been a level 42 Soul Master. Now, not long after, he had ascended to level 45. The speed at which he was enhancing his soul power was truly remarkable. The snake lady looked at her granddaughter gently and said, "Iran, you may go first." "All right." Meng Iran nodded. The snake lady suddenly thrust her cane into the ground with a thud. Boom. A subtle wave of energy surged towards a nearby tree, causing it to shudder and shed numerous leaves. Meng Iran's gaze sharpened as she focused on the leaves falling through the air. With a flick of her delicate hand, she hurled 10 small darts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 of the 10 falling leaves were struck by the darts, embedding themselves into the trunk of the tree. Zhao Wujie frowned. Indeed, the dart-throwing skills of the snake lady's granddaughter were well-deserved of their reputation. Her accuracy was commendable. It seemed that Xiao Ao would not be acquiring that soul ring. Tang San's eyes widened with astonishment. Meng Iran's mastery of throwing darts far exceeded his expectations. Even with his years of practice in the Tang sect's hidden weapons, spanning 2 lifetimes, he could only manage to hit 7 of the leaves simultaneously. Seeing Meng Iran's exceptional dart skills, a mischievous smile crept across Tang San's face. "Fang Yu, you are destined to lose this time." Oscar cast a glance at the dart thrown by Meng Iran, and a chill swept over him. With such precision in her aim, could Fang Laodao possibly rival her? Observing the astonished expressions on Zhao Wujie and the others, Meng Iran could not help but display a proud and triumphant smile. After years of honing her dart-throwing skills, Fang Yu could never surpass her. Granny, she nodded in satisfaction. Her granddaughter's spirit ring was secure. "Young man, witnessing this scene, do you still intend to compete with my granddaughter? It would be wiser to concede and save your energy." Granny, she remarked to Fang Yu with a hint of disdain in her smile. Fang Yu let out a cold laugh, certainly willing to compete. The serpent woman shook her head, truly unaware of her limitations. She raised her cane and struck it down once more. In the distance, a great tree swayed, shedding 10 leaves. Fang Yu focused his thoughts, activating his impeccable skill of precision. He gripped the dart tightly and suddenly hurled it forth. The speed was as swift as lightning. At the moment the dart struck the leaf, embedding itself into the tree, Meng Iran widened her beautiful eyes, gazing at Fang Yu with an expression of utter disbelief. Fang Yu remarkably pierced 10 leaves with a single dart, fastening them to the tree. His dart could curve. How outrageous. It is utterly preposterous. The serpent woman widened her eyes, fixated on the dart embedded in the trunk. She was left in a state of shock, her scalp tingling with disbelief. How could this be possible? Fang Yu, that young lad, astonishingly pierced through 10 leaves with but a single dart. Tang San gazed at him with a look of sheer disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Even with years of experience in using concealed weapons, Tang San could not achieve this level of skill nor produce a dart that could curve mid-flight. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, brother, your dart actually curves. How incredible. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the other members of the Shrek team were equally mesmerized by this spectacle. Oscar leapt with joy, elated in his heart. Boss Fang, you are truly remarkable. Once Meng Yuran regained her composure, she addressed Fang Yu, saying, Fang Yu, the evidence is irrefutable. Your dart skills surpass mine. I accept my defeat, and this soul beast shall belong to you. With that, the snake lady left, her face etched with displeasure as she took her granddaughter away. Fang Yu observed the beaming Oscar, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Xiao Ao, quickly absorb the soul ring, he urged. All right, Boss Fang, thank you, Oscar replied, his heart brimming with genuine gratitude towards Fang Yu. Without Fang Yu's assistance, he would not have been able to acquire the soul ring from this soul beast. After swiftly ending the life of the giant winged blue butterfly, Oscar settled cross-legged to commence the absorption of the soul ring. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was evident that, given Oscar's current strength, absorbing the soul ring from this millennium-old soul beast posed a considerable challenge. Upon witnessing the anguished expression on Oscar's face, Fang Yu couldn't help but marvel internally at the advantages of possessing a system that alleviates the suffering associated with the absorption of soul rings. Through relentless perseverance, Oscar finally absorbed the giant winged blue butterfly soul ring. With a beaming smile, he rose to his feet and inquired of Fang Yu, Boss Fang, can you guess what ability I have acquired? Being well-versed in the intricacies of the Douluo Continent, Fang Yu immediately deduced the nature of Oscar's newfound soul skill, the ability to fly, correct? Oscar gazed at him in disbelief and exclaimed, Boss Fang, you truly have a prophetic insight. Indeed, my third soul skill allows me to soar through the skies. As Oscar unleashed his third soul skill, there was no need for him to engage in any peculiar gestures. The incantation to summon sausages had also transformed. With merely an open palm and the utterance of rapid flight butterfly sausage, he could activate his third soul skill. Dai Mubai brushed aside his golden bangs that nearly obscured his vision and inquired of Oscar, after consuming this butterfly sausage, how long can you maintain flight? 1 minute. Oscar replied. Dai Mubai chuckled. Just 1 minute? What use is such a short duration? Isn't that a rather trivial soul skill? Oscar smirked knowingly. When I say 1 minute, I mean flying at the speed of the giant winged blue butterfly. What? Flying at the speed of the giant winged blue butterfly for a whole minute. The smile on Dai Mubai's face froze in place. Suddenly, he found himself envious of Oscar's soul skill. Boom. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. The Shrek 8 and Zhao Wujie simultaneously turned to gaze in the direction of the commotion, only to behold a colossal soul beast charging toward them. Upon seeing the towering creature, Ma Wu's beautiful eyes widened in alarm, her heart sinking. Her worst fears had indeed materialized. Zhao Wujie's expression shifted drastically as he focused on the approaching soul beast. It's the forest king, the Titan giant ape. How did it come to be here? The Titan giant ape, with its formidable cultivation of at least several tens of thousands of years, was far beyond their capacity to confront. Moreover, its strength surpassed that of other soul beasts of the same rank. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Wujie shouted to the young ones, Run! I will hold it off. With a thunderous roar, he activated his seventh soul skill, manifesting a powerful brown bear behind him. His aura surged exponentially. In truth, even before Zhao Wujie had spoken, cowardly Tang San had already fled, disappearing from sight. Dai Mubai had initially considered retreating as well, but he feared that such an action would only deepen Zhu Zhuqing's disdain for him. Thus, he abandoned the idea of escape. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows, her gaze resolute. Teacher Zhao, I will not flee. You said that we of Shrek are a collective. If we leave together. If we die together. With a graceful sweep of her hand, a radiant small tower materialized before her. 7 treasures glazed tower, 1 for speed, 2 for strength. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists firmly, declaring, I refuse to run. Ghostly piercing strike. Ma Hongjun opened his mouth wide, aiming at the Titan giant ape. Phoenix fire line. Fang Yu lightly stomped his right foot on the ground, and a golden potato materialized in his hand. He casually unleashed a surge of soul power, refraining from demonstrating his true strength. Fang Yu was aware of the Titan Great Ape's intentions. It had no intention of harming the members of Shrek Academy. With a single punch, the Titan Great Ape sent Zhao Wujie flying. Bang! Zhao Wujie crashed into a large tree, falling to the ground in pain, gritting his teeth. Even when employing his most formidable martial soul manifestation, he could not inflict the slightest injury upon the Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape let out a thunderous roar directed at the Shrek ape monsters. Whoosh! A powerful gust of wind forced everyone to stagger backward. Crack! Crack! Numerous trees in the vicinity were snapped in half by the force of the wind. The Titan Great Ape reached out and grasped Xiao Wu from the crowd, preparing to leave the scene. Xiao Wu stood in the Titan Great Ape's enormous hand, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she gazed down at Fang Yu, extending her arm and exclaiming, "Brother!" Fang Yu, with a visage marked by sorrow, extended his arm toward Xiao Wu from a distance. Xiao Wu. The two were separated by a considerable space, rendering any physical contact impossible. In truth, Fang Yu harbored no genuine concern for Xiao Wu, for the Titan Great Ape would never inflict harm upon her. However, surrounded by numerous onlookers, he felt compelled to feign distress. Otherwise, his demeanor would appear exceedingly strange. After all, Xiao Wu was his sister. Were he to display indifference while his sister was ensnared by a soul beast, what would the spectators think? Oscar, caught in the powerful gust generated by the Titan Great Ape, was knocked to the ground, dazed and disoriented. By the time he regained his footing and prepared to summon the rapidly flying butterfly intestine, the Titan Great Ape had already fled with Xiao Wu in its grasp. Fang Yu did not pursue the Titan Ape, instead gazing thoughtfully at the distant woods. Ning Rongrong, believing Fang Yu was overwhelmed with sorrow, approached him to offer comfort. "Brother Yu, do not be too heartbroken. One cannot bring the dead back to life. Try to let it go." Fang Yu nodded, his countenance tinged with sorrow as he uttered, "I wish to be alone for a while." He ambled over to a grand tree not far away, leaned against its roots, and sat in silence. Deep within the Douluo forest, the Titan giant ape brought Xiao Wu to the side of a vast lake. Xiao Wu leaped down from its enormous hand and, with a furrowed brow, admonished, "Ming, you mustn't act so recklessly next time. You need to communicate with Ming. Do you understand?" Ming stared blankly for a moment, nodding foolishly, seemingly oblivious to Xiao Wu's words. Suddenly, from the previously tranquil waters of the lake, a colossal soul beast emerged, possessing the head of an ox and the body of a python, exuding an extraordinarily powerful aura. Upon seeing Ming, the Titan giant ape began chattering in beast language. After listening to Ming's words, the Tianqing Niumang's expression grew serious as it turned to Xiao Wu. "Sister Xiao Wu, why are you with humans? Have they harmed you? If they bully you, tell me, and I shall take Ming to deal with them." Xiao Wu chuckled lightly and shook her head. "No, they are all my good friends. They have not harmed me." Ming nodded slightly, saying, "Sister Xiao Wu, the human heart is treacherous, and their world is rife with deception. You must take care of yourself in our absence. Remember, do not trust humans too easily. Many humans delight in using sweet words to confuse and deceive others, so you must remain vigilant." Xiao Wu gazed at Ming, smiling brightly. "Yes, Ming, you have told me this many times. I understand these truths. You need not worry." She then added, "Oh, by the way, I have a brother in the human world who treats me exceptionally well. He genuinely cares for me, regards me as his own sister, and always comes to my aid when I am in peril." Ming smiled faintly. "Sister Xiao Wu, since you are safe and happy in the human world, and have someone to protect you, I can rest easy." Xiao Wu turned her gaze around, pondering. Now that she had been brought out by Ming, she would seize this opportunity to awaken her third soul skill. She sat cross-legged on the lush green grass, slowly closing her beautiful eyes to begin the awakening. A soft pink glow enveloped her. Transformed soul beasts can awaken their soul skills independently, without the need to hunt other soul beasts. From a distance, a ferocious wolf soul beast slowly approached Xiao Wu's location, drooling with insatiable hunger. "Hee, I smell the fragrance of a little white rabbit. Here I come. My delightful little white rabbit." The Tianqing Niumang shot a cold glare at the wolf, causing it to cower in terror and lose its vitality on the spot. The Tianqing Niumang was a soul beast with over 100,000 years of cultivation. Even a tidal Douluo would evoke no fear in it. In another part of the Douluo forest, Zhao Wujie glanced around, only to realize that Tang San was nowhere to be found. Where has Tang San gone? Zhao Wujie recalled the incident where Tang Hao had beaten him, feeling a pang of anxiety. He hurriedly led the Shrek 7 monsters in search of Tang San throughout the vast forest. Beep. Detection indicates that Tang San is engaged in a fierce battle with a faceless demon spider within the Douluo forest. Beep. Reward for the host. 1 teleportation skill. Fang Yu heard the voice of the system echoing in his mind, a slight smile gracing his lips. If all went as anticipated, this human-faced demon spider possessed a soul bone. What a remarkable opportunity. Ning Rongrong lifted her delicate hand to smooth the strands of hair that had been disheveled by the wind, gazing into the woods ahead as she inquired, "Brother Yu, where do you think Tang San might have gone?" Her words, however, received no reply. Turning her head, she discovered that Fang Yu had vanished without a trace. Just moments ago, he had employed a teleportation skill. In the heart of the Star Doe forest, Tang San found himself battered and bruised by a purple-black human-faced demon spider. Following the encounter with the Titan giant ape, he had swiftly taken flight, only to stumble upon the demon spider deep within the dense woods. With a series of swift attacks, the demon spider unleashed white silk threads upon Tang San. Furrowing his brow, battered and weary, Tang San executed the ghost shadow perplexing track, deftly dodging the spider's lethal threads. The capabilities of his blue-silver grass proved inadequate to vanquish this formidable foe. Even his hidden weapons inflicted only minor wounds. What was he to do? Anxiety washed over him as he glanced around, realizing he was utterly alone. At this desperate juncture, he had no choice but to wield the Haotian hammer. With a mighty leap, he swung the massive hammer towards the demon spider. With a resounding crash, the human-faced demon spider was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Tang San, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, had expended nearly all his soul power in this protracted battle. Yet, he had ultimately triumphed over the demon spider, which had over 1,000 years of cultivation. Stowing away the Haotian hammer, he approached the fallen demon spider, a short blade in hand. Absorbing this demon spider's soul ring would undoubtedly elevate his strength significantly. Once his soul power increased further, he would be able to absorb the soul ring of a 10,000-year soul beast. A sinister smile played upon Tang San's lips, for in due time, he would gain immense power after assimilating the 10,000-year soul ring. Fang Yu, that despicable creature, is undoubtedly no match for him. Tang San is determined to deliver a thorough beating to Fang Yu. Reflecting on this, Tang San felt immense joy in his heart and quickened his pace. He yearned to swiftly absorb the soul ring of this faceless demon spider. Just as Tang San was merely a meter away from the faceless demon spider, Fang Yu appeared out of thin air, hurling a colossal potato towards the human-faced demon spider. No. Tang San's eyes widened in horror as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. Bang! He was unable to intervene in time, and Fang Yu's potato struck the demon spider dead. Tang San stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, his heart ablaze with fury. Fang Yu, why did you seize my soul ring? Why? You already possess a 10,000-year soul ring. Could you not spare this soul beast for me? I have toiled tirelessly to injure this soul beast. Fang Yu gazed at Tang San, who was roaring in a frenzy, a mischievous smile adorning his face. Oh, Tang San, I am but your protector. What if you were to fall victim to the malevolent soul demon spider? Tang San Yu, having already exhausted his soul power and weakened in strength, the mounting fury became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. Unable to catch his breath, Tang San's vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. Is it truly possible to faint from rage? Fang Yu shook his head with a smile. Choosing to disregard Tang San, he arrived at just the right moment, neither too early nor too late. Tang San had already dealt with the faceless demon spider for him. Fang Yu's gaze fell upon the corpse of the human-faced demon spider. This creature possessed merely over a millennium of cultivation, far too insignificant to warrant the absorption of its soul ring. Instead, he resolved to dissect it and extract the soul bone within for his own consumption. Ding! Detection confirms the host has slain a human-faced demon spider with an age of 1,300 years. Ding! The host is rewarded with the ability to elevate a 1,000-year soul ring to a 10,000-year level. Ding! Detection reveals a 1,000-year soul bone. The host is rewarded with the ability to upgrade it to a 10,000-year soul bone. A 1,000-year soul ring can be transformed into a 60,000-year soul ring. And the same applies to soul bones. Just as Fang Yu prepared to act upon the human-faced demon spider, a series of system notifications resonated in his mind. A slight smile graced his lips. This is splendid. The human-faced demon spider possesses formidable control abilities, coupled with the potential to enhance into a 10,000-year soul ring. It is indeed worthy of absorption. As Fang Yu prepared to settle down and absorb the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, Zhao Wujin and the Shrek 5 approached swiftly. Having consumed Oscar's rapid-flight butterfly sausage, they sprouted delicate, translucent wings of a pale blue hue. Little monster, what has transpired? Zhao Wujin inquired, casting a glance at Tang San, who lay on the ground, before turning his attention to Fang Yu. Fang Yu explained with utmost seriousness. When I found Tang San, he was engaged in a fierce battle with the faceless spider, suffering grievous wounds and teetering on the brink of death. As a member of our Shrek family, I could not stand idly by while he faced such peril. Thus, I intervened to assist Tang San in vanquishing the faceless spider. Tang San, already gravely injured, fainted from sheer exhilaration after being rescued. Zhao Wujia smiled and nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Fang Yu's shoulder. "Well done, my child." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing regarded Fang Yu with a mixture of admiration and respect. Fang Yu is truly a remarkable individual. Oscar has developed an even greater admiration for Fang Yu. The esteemed Master Fang is truly remarkable. Upon learning that Tang San had gone missing, he disregarded the peril to his own life and ventured here alone to rescue him. Dai Mubai raised his hand to brush aside the golden bangs that threatened to obscure his vision. He furrowed his brow, filled with perplexity. Is it truly so? Will Fang Yu rescue Tang San? Although Dai Mubai harbors doubts, he refrains from contesting Fang Yu's reasoning. Zhao Wuji's gaze rests upon the corpse of the human-faced demon spider as he remarks, "Little creature, this millennium-old human-faced demon spider is well suited for you, and it has fallen by your hand. You shall absorb its soul ring. I shall guard you here, and no one shall disturb your endeavor." Fang Yu's lips curled slightly upward. "All right, thank you, Teacher Zhao." As Fang Yu seated himself, preparing to absorb the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, a figure clad in a pink dress emerged from the nearby thicket. "At last, I have found you," exclaimed Xiao Wu. Upon seeing her, Zhao Wuji, Ning Rongrong, and the others exchanged startled glances. "Xiao Wu, you're alive?" Ning Rongrong uttered in disbelief. Realizing her words might be ill-timed, she quickly added, "No, don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. I'm simply curious. How did you manage to escape from the Forest King, the Titan Great Ape?" The rest of the Shrek members turned their attention to Xiao Wu, eager for her response. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Wu chuckled softly and recounted. "After the Titan Great Ape took me deep into the Douluo forest, a thunderous bellow of a cow echoed through the air. The Titan Great Ape then released me and ran off. Oh, and by the way, the bellow stunned a soul beast, which I seized as an opportunity to absorb its soul ring, thereby acquiring my third soul skill. My third soul skill is teleportation." Ning Rongrong blinked in confusion, slightly dazed. "Is that even possible?" Zhao Wuji stroked his chin thoughtfully, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "A cow's bellow? I haven't heard of any peculiar cow sounds deep within the Douluo forest." With a cheerful grin, Xiao Wu sprinted toward Fang Yu, who stood beside the human-faced demon spider. "Brother, I'm back." Fang Yu looked at his sister with a gentle smile and softly inquired, "You weren't hurt, were you?" "No," Xiao Wu replied, shaking her head lightly. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly, a hint of satisfaction evident. "That's good. Brother, what is the story behind the corpse of this enormous spider on the ground? What transpired just moments ago?" Xiao Wu inquired, her gaze shifting to the lifeless body of the humanoid spider sprawled on the floor. The situation unfolded as follows. Fang Yu recounted the words he had recently spoken to Zhao Wuji to Xiao Wu once more. Upon hearing them, Xiao Wu felt a deep sense of appreciation for her brother. Despite the fact that Cho San was undeniably detestable, her brother still chose to extend a helping hand to him. Just as Fang Yu was about to settle down to absorb the soul ring and soul bone of the man-faced demon spider, an elderly couple accompanied by a young girl emerged from the nearby thicket. "You are the one who has stolen my soul beast," the girl exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Fang Yu. Fang Yu lifted his gaze, and the newcomers were none other than Long Gong and Shi Pe, accompanied by Meng Yiran. "I am the one who vanquished this soul beast. How can there be any talk of theft?" Long Gong, grasping his staff, advanced a few steps and spoke in a deep tone. "Previously, I inadvertently injured this human-faced demon spider. However, in a moment of carelessness, I failed to evade its swift strike. It swiftly escaped with a sudden lash of its leg. Had I not feared that a single blow would obliterate the demon spider, thus depriving my granddaughter of her soul ring, I would certainly not have allowed its escape." Zhao Wujia respectfully bowed to Long Gong and Shi Pe, stating, "Esteemed seniors, this human-faced demon spider was previously pursuing a student from our academy, cornering him into a desperate situation, which compelled Fang Yu to take action and slay it. Moreover, Fang Yu was unaware that the soul beast was your quarry, which is why he ended its life. Now that the demon spider has been vanquished by Fang Yu, your granddaughter can no longer absorb its soul ring. Perhaps, in your magnanimity, you could allow this soul ring to be bestowed upon our academy's student." Shipa struck the ground with her staff, coldly retorting, "Zhao Wujia, how naive you are. This boy, Fang Yu, has repeatedly seized our Iran's soul beasts. How can I simply turn a blind eye to that?" Zhao Wujia's expression grew grim, and he dared not speak further. Although he faced two formidable soul saints of over level 70, the combined might of Long Gong and Shipa, utilizing their martial soul fusion technique, was on par with a typical soul Douluo. A mere soul saint like Zhao Wujia dared not confront such overwhelming power. Fang Yu gazed at Long Gong and Shipa with a cold smile, saying, "You let it escape. That is your affair, not mine. The spirit beast has already been slain by me, and the soul ring is beyond your reach." Xiao Wu stepped forward, hands on her hips, glaring at Long Gong in support of Fang Yu. "My brother is right. Just because you injured this spirit beast does not mean it belongs to you. Regardless, my brother has already vanquished it, and even if you wish to seize it, it would be futile." Humph. Long Gong was infuriated, slamming his staff onto the ground with a resounding bang. Impudent. With a flash, 7 soul rings erupted around Long Gong, his aura surging dramatically. Shipa, equally enraged, unleashed her own soul rings to display her prowess. Fang Yu had already claimed the soul ring twice. Today, he must perish. Long Gong seethed, his anger palpable. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, her face etched with concern. Before them stood 2 soul saints. Deming and Erming were absent. What were they to do? Ning Rongrong regarded Long Gong, and Shipa with a grave expression. Even teacher Zhao feared them. Their strength was undeniably formidable. Ning Rongrong thought to herself how wonderful it would be if Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa were present. They could surely assist Yu Gu in acquiring his rightful soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing's brows knitted tightly, her fists clenched, fully prepared for battle. Fang Yu had saved her life, and she would never stand idly by while he faced death. Zhu Zhuqing resolved that even if she were to perish here, she would protect Fang Yu. Ma Hongjun, seeing the escalating tension between the two parties, timidly shifted towards Zhao Wujia's position. He understood the formidable strength of his opponents and knew he stood no chance against them. It was best to avoid trouble. Oscar appeared flustered, unsure of what to do. As a support-type soul master, his combat abilities were woefully inadequate. How could he possibly protect the esteemed Fang Yu? At that moment, Oscar was engulfed by a profound sense of helplessness. Daimubai wore a grin of malicious delight. "Come on. Let the fight commence and unleash a thorough beating upon Fang Yu." Ever since Fang Yu had struck him for buying candied hawthorn in Soto City, Dai Mubai had harbored resentment, always plotting his revenge. Now, witnessing Fang Yu in peril brought him such joy that his smile seemed on the verge of splitting his face. Zhu Zhuqing caught a glimpse of Dai Mubai's gleeful demeanor from the corner of her eye, a flicker of disdain crossing her features. This coward, Dai Mubai, showed no concern for his companion in danger, instead wearing a despicable grin. Zhu Zhuqing felt only increased disappointment and aversion towards him. Long Gong fixed his gaze on Fang Yu, his voice low and menacing. "I shall see you dead by the 3rd watch. Who could possibly spare you until the 5th? Prepare to meet your end, brat." Just as Long Gong was about to strike Fang Yu let out a cold smile and waved his hand, summoning a colossal phantom of the spirit hall that materialized in the air. Upon witnessing this apparition, Long Gong's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is the will of the spirit hall. How could you possess such power? Could it be that you are?" The serpent lady, equally taken aback, turned pale. The ability to summon the will of the spirit hall indicated a status second only to Bibi Dong. Could he be the heir to the next pope? With a resounding thud, Long Gong and the serpent lady simultaneously knelt before Fang Yu. "I mean no offense, esteemed sir. Please forgive my transgression." The 2 elderly figures trembled on the ground. Meng Yiran stood in stunned silence. What was happening? Why did her grandparents suddenly become so frightened upon seeing this phantom? Yiran. "Kneel." The serpent lady, not waiting for Meng Yiran to comprehend the situation, seized her and forcibly compelled her to bow before Fang Yu. The trio from Shrek Academy, witnessing this scene, momentarily froze before the concern on their faces dissipated, replaced by faint smiles. They had forgotten that Fang Yu possessed such a formidable ability. Previously, he had unleashed the will of the Spirit Hall in a 5-star hotel, an event witnessed by the Shrek group. However, apart from Zhao Wuji and Ning Rongrong, the others remained unaware of the significance of the Spirit Hall's will. Nevertheless, they understood that Fang Yu had the power to make 2 soul saints kneel and plead for mercy. Fang Yu is truly remarkable, absolutely formidable. The smile on Dai Mubai's face froze, his expression darkening as if he were mourning the loss of his parents. How is it that two soul saints would be so utterly terrified upon encountering the phantom of the spirit hall? What exactly is Fang Yu's identity? What is this shadow of the spirit hall? Dai Mubai felt an intense discomfort in his heart, having not witnessed Fang Yu being beaten. Fang Yu gazed at the trembling dragon lord and snake matron on the ground, sneering, "Begone. Why yes, thank you for sparing my life, my lord." The dragon lord and snake matron bowed several times to Fang Yu before hastily fleeing with Meng Iran, after they had escaped to a considerable distance. Meng Iran looked at the snake matron and asked, "Grandmother, what was that shadow of the martial soul hall? Why are we so afraid of it?" "It was clearly his fault. He stole." Chapter 57. Trouble. Fang Yu is in danger. Silence. The dragon lord, wielding his staff, was filled with rage as he reprimanded Meng Iran. "Do not speak disrespectfully of that individual." Meng Iran was taken aback. Usually, her grandfather doted on her, catering to her every whim. Why was he so fierce with her today because of Fang Yu? What, after all, is Fang Yu's true identity that instills such fear in her grandfather, long gone? After observing the perplexed expression on her granddaughter's face, the snake matriarch pondered for a moment before stating, "Iran, Fang Yu is an existence we cannot provoke." Meng Iran, bewildered, inquired, "Grandmother, what is his true identity? Can you disclose it to me?" The snake matriarch, her expression grave, replied in a hushed tone, "Fang Yu is very likely the heir to the next pope of the spirit hall." Meng Iran stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, her delicate face paling. She did not anticipate that Fang Yu held such a lofty position. No wonder even his grandparents dared not cross him. In that moment, Meng Iran felt no trace of disdain for Fang Yu, only an overwhelming sense of reverence. In the Stardow forest, in truth, Fang Yu had no fear of Long Gong and the snake matriarch even without unleashing the spirit hall's phantom. If he were to fully activate both of his spirit abilities, he could at least match them, if not defeat them. The 18-winged angel spirit was several times more powerful than the 6-winged angel. However, if he could effortlessly dominate his opponents, why would he settle for a mere stalemate? Fang Yu sat cross-legged on the ground under the protection of Zhao Wuji, beginning to absorb the soul ring and soul bone of the human-faced demon spider. Tang San, who had been lying on the ground in a deep stupor for a long time, awakened upon seeing Fang Yu absorbing the soul ring. He rose in anger and exclaimed to Zhao Wuji, "Teacher Zhao, Fang Yu has stolen my soul ring. I had already severely wounded this human-faced demon spider, and then Fang Yu suddenly appeared and killed it. You must uphold justice for me, Teacher Zhao," Tang San said, his face flushed with indignation. Zhao Wuji frowned slightly. "Xiao San, how can you repay kindness with enmity and slander Fang Yu in such a manner? If he had not come to save you, how could he have slain the human-faced demon spider?" The three beauties of Shrek and the others glared at Tang San with displeasure. Fang Yu saved Tang San. Yet this fellow, upon awakening, turned on Fang Yu. Tang San shook his head frantically, a look of desperation on his face as he explained, "Teacher Zhao, it's not like that. Fang Yu didn't save me. I was perfectly fine and in no danger. He deliberately appeared to steal my soul ring." Xiao Wu, unable to contain herself, placed her hands on her hips and glared at Tang San, exclaiming, "Tang San, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? My brother possesses a 10,000-year soul ring. Do you truly believe he needs to steal your mere 1,000-year soul ring? He saved you out of kindness, yet you repay him with ingratitude. Truly, it is like a dog biting El Dongbin without recognizing a good person's heart." Zhao Wujian nodded in agreement, saying, "Little San, one cannot live without a conscience. With your soul power barely over 20 levels, and your weak blue-silver grass martial spirit, do you possess the ability to slay a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider?" Tang San was at a loss for words. Recalling what Master Yu Xiaojing had advised him, to avoid revealing the existence of his twin martial spirits, he could not divulge that he had severely injured the man-faced demon spider with the Haotian hammer. Feeling utterly helpless, he silently loathed Fang Yu. Meanwhile, Fang Yu, who was absorbing the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider, suddenly found himself enveloped by a dark aura. Zhao Wujia's expression shifted dramatically. The resentment was palpable. Trouble was brewing for this little creature. Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows and turned to Zhao Wujia, asking, "Teacher Zhao, what is this resentment?" Zhao Wujia stroked his chin and explained, "Resentment is the anger and unwillingness accumulated in the hearts of soul beasts before their death, ultimately manifesting as this negative energy. The greater the resentment of a soul beast, the more painful and difficult it is for a soul master to absorb its soul ring. There is even a risk of losing one's life. I have heard of renowned soul masters perishing while attempting to absorb rings heavy with resentment. The man-faced demon spider had been injured by the Dragon King and had narrowly escaped, feeling quite pleased. However, upon encountering Tang San, it was tormented by his vicious hidden weapons, causing its mood to plummet and accumulate a vast amount of resentment. Subsequently, it was crushed to death by Fang Yu with a potato, further intensifying its resentment. Upon realizing the life-threatening danger Fang Yu faced, Xiao Wu's brows knitted tightly, her heart hanging in suspense. "Brother, please do not come to harm." Tang San, on the other hand, wore an evil grin. "Serves you right, Fang Yu, for stealing my soul ring. Now you're in trouble. It would be best if you failed to absorb it and died here." Suddenly, as Fang Yu absorbed the soul ring, a purple bone protruded from his right arm. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes widened. It was a soul bone. Daimu Bai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tang San, and Xiao Wu all changed their expressions. It truly was a soul bone. Moreover, it was an external soul bone. Soul bones are exceedingly precious, and external soul bones are even rarer than phoenix feathers. Upon witnessing the emergence of the soul bone, Fang Yu's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. Zhao Wujia's gaze was fixed on Fang Yu, his expression grave. It was over. This little creature was truly at risk of losing his life. The soul ring of the man-faced demon spider carried immense resentment, making absorption incredibly difficult and fraught with danger. Moreover, the process could not be interrupted. Now, with Fang Yu obtaining the external soul bone from within the man-faced demon spider, the intensity of the resentment had doubled, rendering absorption even more torturous. The danger level had escalated to an alarming 99%. Xiao Wu's face was etched with worry, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Fang Yu. "Brother, you must endure. If you die, I will never live on alone." She had silently resolved to stand by Fang Yu, come what may. Ning Rongrong also looked at Fang Yu with deep concern. "Yu Gu, such an extraordinary talent should not perish here. That would be an immense loss." Zhu Zhuqing, upon learning of the significant danger Fang Yu faced, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Her heart ached as if pricked by 1,000 needles, and she struggled to breathe under the weight of despair. She would willingly trade her own life for Fang Yu's safety, but alas, she lacked the power to do so. All she could do was pray in her heart that Fang Yu would withstand the resentment of the man-faced demon spider. At this moment, Tang San's face was filled with malicious glee. "A death rate of 99%? Fang Yu, this time you are doomed. No one can save you." Fang Yu has seized Tang San's soul ring, and his animosity towards Fang Yu is profound. Dai Mubai's face reveals a faint, disdainful smirk. He too wishes for Fang Yu to perish here, for it would eliminate a rival and facilitate his pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing. Ding. The presence of a significant amount of vengeful energy from the faceless spider is detected, interfering with the host. Ding. The host is rewarded with the ability to eliminate vengeful energy once. Fang Yu's furrowed brow relaxed, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The call has come through. Chapter 58, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate. Fang Yu, with a mere thought, activated his ability to dispel resentment. The swirling black aura that enveloped him suddenly vanished. Tang San, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. How could this be possible? Fang Yu astonishingly dispelled all his grievances. How did he achieve such a feat? Dai Mu Bai gazed at Fang Yu in a daze. To instantly eradicate all grievances in a single moment? Truly, what a remarkable display. Zhao Wuji, taken aback for a moment, looked at Fang Yu and nodded with a smile. The ability to effortlessly eliminate such profound grievances is indeed extraordinary. Fang Yu, you are quite the enigma. The Shrek trio was equally astonished, their previously worried expression significantly softened. Oscar adjusted his glasses and beamed at Fang Yu. "Boss Fang, you are incredible." While he was unaware of how Fang Yu managed to dispel the grievances, Oscar recognized that Fang Yu accomplished something that ordinary individuals could not. Thus, he felt an unspoken admiration. After Fang Yu dispelled his grievances, the process of absorbing the soul ring became significantly smoother. However, he still experienced some discomfort. Had he known that absorbing the soul ring would be so unpleasant, he would have refrained from doing so. It would have been much better to wait for the system to bestow a soul ring upon him, sparing himself from this ordeal. Fang Yu pondered silently. The process of absorbing a soul ring was accompanied by a certain oppressive force, akin to someone pressing their hands firmly upon your shoulders, inducing a sense of discomfort. Ding. It has been detected that the host feels uneasy while absorbing the soul ring. Ding. The host is rewarded with the ability to absorb soul rings without sensation once. Fang Yu smiled. Truly, it is a remarkable and omnipotent detection system. What sheer delight! He is utterly enamored with this system. Upon utilizing the senseless soul-absorbing ring, Fang Yu was instantly liberated from the oppressive sensation that had previously engulfed him. The discomfort vanished completely, leaving behind a wave of exhilaration. Who else across the entire continent could wield the senseless soul-absorbing ring? Before long, Fang Yu successfully absorbed the soul ring and soul bone of the man-faced demon spider. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully employing the skill to transform a 1,000-year soul ring into a 10,000-year soul ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully employing the skill to transform a 1,000-year soul bone into a 10,000-year soul bone. These were skills that Fang Yu had acquired prior to absorbing the soul ring. The soul ring of the man-faced demon spider, boasting an impressive cultivation of over 1,300 years, was upgraded to a 60,000-year soul ring. The soul bone similarly ascended to a 60,000-year soul bone. This resulted in a profound enhancement of his power. Let us affix the soul ring to the potato martial soul. Fang Yu contemplated this notion. He decided to first focus on cultivating his primary martial spirit, and once he had made significant progress, he would then proceed to bestow soul rings upon his secondary martial spirit. After successfully augmenting the potato martial spirit with a soul ring, Fang Yu has acquired a new soul skill, Earth Spirit Cannonball. This ability bears resemblance to a certain Dai's White Tiger meteor shower. In addition to this newfound skill, Fang Yu has also gained the ability to release spider webs. Name: Fang Yu level 45 martial soul high. Food type potato first soul ring. 50,000 year black soul ring. Ancient bean spirit second soul ring. 60,000 year black soul ring. Human-faced demon spider soul skill 1. World-destroying bean might soul skill 2. Earth Spirit Cannonball special ability. Web binding. Silk entanglement. Martial soul 2. 18-winged angel first soul ring. 70,000 year soul ring. Soul skill 1. Angelic holy sword soul bone. 60,000 year right arm external soul bone, capable of being controlled by thought to simultaneously release one or multiple bone blades, with a maximum of 8. Each bone blade is imbued with deadly poison. Gold soul coins, over 30 million. After glancing at the system panel, Fang Yu nodded in satisfaction. This enhancement is remarkable. Upon seeing Fang Yu rise from the ground, the petite figure clad in a pink dress, Xiao Wu, joyfully leapt into his embrace. Brother, are you all right? Fang Yu gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, chuckling softly. It's all right. Xiao Wu nestled in Fang Yu's embrace, as obedient as a charming little rabbit. Brother, you nearly frightened me to death just now. I am relieved that you are safe. If anything were to happen to you, The words trailed off unspoken, yet Fang Yu could discern her sentiments. A smile played upon his lips as he gazed down at his sister in his arms. Rest assured, I shall remain unharmed. I still have the duty to protect you. Tang San observed as Fang Yu successfully absorbed the soul ring and soul bone, his envy and resentment boiling within him as he watched the siblings embrace. He felt his teeth nearly grind to dust. Had it not been for Fang Yu's intervention in claiming his soul beast, this 1,000-year soul ring and soul bone would have rightfully belonged to him. How infuriating! Dai Mubai's expression mirrored that of a withered, bitter melon, his fists clenched tightly. Fang Yu, your fate truly is remarkable. To have survived such overwhelming resentment. Were it an ordinary person, they would have surely met their demise. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, upon witnessing Fang Yu's safety, felt their anxious hearts finally ease, and beautiful smiles graced their lovely faces. Their joy for Fang Yu was genuine. Zhao Wujia approached Fang Yu with a cheerful demeanor. Little monster, congratulations on successfully absorbing the soul ring and the external soul bone. What new soul skill have you acquired? Fang Yu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. I will reveal it when the opportunity arises. So, what is the newly acquired soul bone like? Show it to us, let us behold it. Zhao Wuji inquired with a grin. The Shrek 7 devils also cast curious glances at Fang Yu. Since everyone is so eager to know, I shall present it for your admiration. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly as a thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, a purplish-black bone protruded prominently from his right forearm. In an instant, the rectangular bone elongated beyond his fingers, its edge as sharp as a sword. It appeared as if a blade had been affixed to the position of his right forearm. Wow, how impressive! Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ma Hongjun raised a hand to touch his nose, his gaze fixated on Fang Yu's soul bone, filled with envy. Such a remarkable soul bone would undoubtedly be irresistible for charming the ladies. Tang San, too, bore a face filled with envy, feeling a pang in his heart akin to consuming a bitter pill. This magnificent soul bone ought to have been his. Fang Yu has wronged him today. Yet there shall come a day when Tang San will repay this grievance 100-fold. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. Tang San resolved within his heart that once he becomes sufficiently powerful, he shall undoubtedly seize Fang Yu's soul bone. Fang Yu slightly lowered his head and glanced at the soul bone. Indeed, it exuded an air of elegance. From this angle, it resembled a finely crafted sword. If Fang Yu were to master a swordsmanship technique, perhaps he could harness the power of the soul bone in unison, amplifying its potency manifold. Fang Yu wished to test the potency of the soul bone's attack. He gently raised his arm and drew it across a colossal tree, so vast that 5 adults holding hands could barely encircle it. There was no response. Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Was the force insufficient? He had just turned around, ready to deliver a powerful strike. Thud! A remarkably neat incision appeared at the base of the towering tree, which tilted and fell. Tang San's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Goodness! A mere gentle stroke produced such terrifying might. This is utterly absurd. Dai Mubai gasped in shock. How terrifying indeed. Xiao Wu's beautiful eyes widened. Brother, you have grown even stronger. Chapter 59. A second more, and it would explode. Ning Rongrong gazed in amazement at the soul bone on Fang Yu's arm, exclaiming, "Is this truly the power possessed by a millennium soul bone?" Zhao Wujia focused his gaze on Fang Yu's soul bone, resting his chin on one hand while frowning in contemplation. Wait, this is not a millennium soul bone. The aura emanating from it is that of a 10,000-year soul bone, Zhao Wujia declared, his eyes wide as saucers. Upon hearing this, the Shrek's 7 devils exchanged glances of disbelief. Ning Rongrong raised her delicate hand to cover her mouth, exclaiming in shock, "A 10,000-year soul bone." Her petite face was etched with astonishment. A millennium soul bone is already exceedingly precious, but a 10,000-year soul bone is extraordinarily rare. Moreover, the soul bone on Fang Yu was not just any soul bone, but an external soul bone. Such high-grade soul bones are nearly non-existent across the entire continent. Tang San wore an expression akin to that of one bereaved of parents, his distress palpable as he fought back tears. That should have been his 10,000-year soul bone. Zhao Wujia, astonished, looked at Fang Yu and inquired, "Little monster, if my memory serves me correctly, you absorbed the essence of a person-faced demon spider over 1,000 years old. How did you come by a 10,000-year soul bone?" Fang Yu smiled faintly, acknowledging his ignorance. Matters concerning the system were naturally beyond discussion. In the tranquil expanse of the Douluo Continent, within the depths of the rock forest, silence reigned, interrupted only by the presence of withered trees and rampant weeds, a pervading aura of desolation. A solitary black crow perched upon a branch, gazing intently at a figure below. There, a solitary man clad in black, with a single eye, sat cross-legged, immersed in meditation. An invisible energy, akin to soul power, flowed into him, enhancing his cultivation. Ding! The villain system alerted the host that his soul power had reached level 40. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a 20,000-year soul ring. Would you like to claim it? Please be reminded that absorbing a soul ring over 10,000 years may involve some discomfort. Do you wish to proceed with the absorption? The one-eyed man smirked confidently. Pain. I have never feared pain. If I scream in agony, I am no man. I shall claim and absorb the soul ring. Very well. It hurts. It hurts so much. The one-eyed man grimaced in agony. His face contorted as he cried out. With only 40 levels of soul power, and this being his second soul ring, the absorption of a 20,000-year soul ring was excruciating. Damn it. System, you said it would only hurt a little. Why is it so painful? The one-eyed man writhed in torment. Indeed, I mentioned it would be a tiny bit painful. Is there an issue? Stop. Stop. I no longer wish to absorb this soul ring. It is too painful. Host, once the absorption begins, it cannot be halted. The one-eyed man. You wretched system, I truly shall perish. After enduring a prolonged ordeal of suffering, the one-eyed man finally absorbed the 20,000-year soul ring. He was nearly driven to madness by the pain. Nevertheless, he acquired a formidable soul skill, Bloodbath Blade. This skill allows for a 70% instant recovery of injuries while enhancing attack power by 80%. It was an excellent skill for counterattacks. However, It came with a significant drawback. It consumed a considerable amount of soul power. The one-eyed man threw back his head and laughed heartily. Ha! To obtain such a powerful soul skill and soul ring, my suffering was not in vain. The day of avenging Xiaowu and claiming her soul ring approaches. Suddenly, a droplet of bird excrement plummeted from the sky, landing right in the one-eyed man's open mouth. Spit. Spit. Ugh. The one-eyed man gagged several times, furiously pointing at the crow above. Little blackbird, do you feast upon oil cakes? With a swift motion, the one-eyed man struck down the black crow, ending its life. In the Douluo forest, Zhao Wujie addressed the Shrek 8 monsters, saying, "Let us continue searching for suitable soul beasts for you." No sooner had he spoken than a massive leopard charged forth. The leopard, with its sharp fangs and razor-sharp claws, moved with astonishing speed, making it difficult to track its movements. Zhao Wujie grinned at the approaching behemoth. This is a gale leopard, approximately 1,600 years old. Its speed is unmatched, and its attack power is formidable, ideal for Zhu Qing's third soul ring. Assist Zhu Qing in capturing the soul beast. I shall refrain from intervening to allow you to gain experience. Understood, Teacher Zhao. The group responded in unison. Daimu Bai brushed aside his golden bangs, revealing a proud demeanor as he addressed Tang San and the others. Do not interfere. Allow me to assist Zhu Qing in subduing this soul beast. Daimu Bai sought to impress Zhu Qing with this opportunity. Tang San and Ma Hongjun remained silent and did not intervene. Well aware of Daimu Bai's pursuit of Zhu Qing and wishing to avoid complicating matters between them, you need not assist me. Zhu Qing cast a cold glance at Daimu Bai, smiling. Daimu Bai replied, Qing, do not be modest. My strength is considerable, and I can easily help you capture the soul beast. No need. Zhu Qing retorted curtly before dashing towards the gale leopard. Shadowy piercing strike. Clad in black leather, Zhu Qing crouched low and moved with incredible speed. A tail trailed behind her leather attire, reminiscent of a cat in motion. Shadowy claw assault. Zhu Qing darted around the gale leopard, launching relentless attacks. However, her current soul power level was somewhat low, and she inflicted minimal damage on the beast. Daimu Bai, adjusting his golden bangs once more, flashed a self-satisfied grin. Zhu Qing, I'm here to assist you. Prepare yourself for what comes next. White Tiger's radiant light. Boom. Just as Daimu Bai was about to unleash his soul power, the gale leopard struck, blocking his mouth with a claw. It was akin to silencing a gun just as it was about to fire. Daimu Bai was sent hurtling backward, his body uncontrollable, his head swelling grotesquely. He narrowly avoided a catastrophic explosion. A mere second more of charge, and he would have burst. Fang Yu couldn't help but smile at the disheveled Daimu Bai. This fellow had greatly underestimated the speed of the gale leopard. To unleash the White Tiger's radiant wave from such a close distance without being struck down would indeed be remarkable. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu laughed exuberantly, teasing. You didn't let us intervene, and yet you charged in to take a beating yourself? How amusing. Fang Yu observed Zhu Qing struggling alone against the fierce wind leopard and decided to lend her a hand, while also taking the opportunity to test his newfound soul abilities. Fang Yu lightly tapped his right foot on the ground, and a golden potato materialized in his hand. Suddenly, two enormous black soul rings manifested around him. Tang San's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the soul rings on Fang Yu's body. Fang Yu did absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, did he not? How has it transformed into a 10,000-year soul ring? In Chapter 60, titled Unexpected Joy, can you guess what it is? The bewildered pig-head Daimu Bai found himself in a state of confusion. He distinctly recalled that Fang Yu had absorbed the soul ring of the 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. How then? Had it metamorphosed into a 10,000-year soul ring? Daimu Bai, even if he were to have his wits knocked out, could not fathom the nature of this occurrence. The other members of Shrek Academy also gazed at Fang Yu in utter astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow and inquired, Little monster, how did your 1,000-year soul ring become a 10,000-year soul ring? He was both astonished and perplexed, having never encountered such an event before. Fang Yu smiled faintly. I am uncertain. It inexplicably transformed into a millennium soul ring. Fang Yu cast a glance at Zhu Qing, who was locked in combat with the gale leopard. At this moment, she was drenched in fragrant sweat, her soul power having been significantly depleted. With her current strength, she was utterly incapable of vanquishing a gale leopard that had cultivated for over a millennium. Zhu Qing, step back. Allow me to assist you in dealing with it, he offered. Zhu Qing nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips as she replied, Indeed, that sounds good. Fang Yu gestured towards the distant gale leopard. Invoking his second soul technique, Earth Spirit Cannonball. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several golden projectiles, resembling cannonballs, swiftly soared through the air, hurtling towards the Gale Leopard. An ear-piercing sonic boom echoed in the atmosphere. These projectiles not only possessed remarkable speed, but also immense power. The Gale Leopard squinted its eyes, leaping sideways with astonishing agility, skillfully evading the oncoming barrage. Dai Mubai, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't suppress a smug grin. Not a single projectile hit the Gale Leopard. Is this your new soul technique, Fang Yu? It's utterly pathetic, isn't it? For a 10,000-year soul ring, it seems to lack the finesse of even a 1,000-year soul technique, he jeered. Tang San seized the opportunity to mock as well. Fang Yu, your accuracy is abysmal. How can you dare to assist Zhu Zhuqing with such a display? Not only did the two of them belittle Fang Yu's new soul technique, but the Gale Leopard also wore a look of arrogant triumph. With such meager strength, you aspire to hunt me? How naive you are, human. Fang Yu paid no heed to the cacophony of barking from Dai Mubai and Tang San. His gaze was fixed upon the location of the swift-winged leopard, a slight smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, the potatoes, materialized from soul power, struck the ground and erupted in a series of explosions. Bang, bang, bang. The swift-winged leopard was caught completely off guard, succumbing to the blasts and falling into a state of severe injury and unconsciousness. It believed it had evaded Fang Yu's attack through sheer speed, unaware that Fang Yu had never intended to target it directly with the potatoes. The force of the potatoes was so immense that Fang Yu sought to avoid delivering a fatal blow to the swift-winged leopard. Fang Yu deliberately aimed the potato to land beside the swift-winged leopard, avoiding a direct hit. This calculated maneuver allowed the explosive force to inflict grievous injuries upon the creature. Every detail had been meticulously orchestrated by Fang Yu. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the swift-winged leopard, now lying defeated on the ground. Incredible! Fang Yu's potato, upon striking the ground, unexpectedly exploded? How astonishing! Tang San's mouth fell agape in sheer amazement. The potatoes hurled by Fang Yu possessed such formidable power. Could it be that he intentionally avoided striking the Gale Leopard directly? Surely not. If that were the case, then Fang Yu's precision would be extraordinarily remarkable. It is astonishing that he managed to ensure that not a single potato struck the Gale Leopard. This is even more challenging than hitting the Gale Leopard itself. He must not only calculate the landing positions of the potatoes, but also anticipate the evasion maneuvers of the Gale Leopard. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the enchanting eyes of Zhu Zhuqing, clad in her black leather attire. The potency of Fang Yu's new soul technique is truly astonishing. With a single strike, he has vanquished the windstorm leopard, a creature with a millennium's worth of cultivation. Even the mere edge of the explosion is sufficient to inflict severe injuries upon the beast. Oscar grinned and gave Fang Yu a thumbs up. Boss Fang is simply incredible, like a little cow soaring through the skies. Xiao Wu beamed at Fang Yu, knowing all too well that her brother had intentionally avoided striking the windstorm leopard directly, aiming instead to utilize other forces to bring it down. Xiao Wu firmly believed that with her brother's formidable abilities, it was impossible for him to miss the windstorm leopard. Thus, she had long anticipated Fang Yu's clever stratagem. Zhao Wujie regarded Fang Yu with a smile and nodded appreciatively. I must admit, little monster, your intellect is indeed remarkable. If you had struck the windstorm leopard directly with your current strength, it would have certainly met its demise. Ning Rongrong's gaze lingered on Fang Yu, a soft smile gracing her lips as her admiration for him deepened. Ma Hongjun scratched his nose, although he remained silent. He had already conceded that Fang Yu surpassed him in strength. Fang Yu's methods had indeed surpassed his expectations. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Fang Yu with her enchanting eyes and offered a gentle smile. Fang Yu, thank you for assisting me in vanquishing the Gale Leopard. Without your aid, I would have been utterly incapable of hunting it down by my own strength. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly in a smile. No need for thanks. I had intended to test my new soul technique anyway. You should hasten to absorb the soul ring. Dai Mubai, upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's gratitude towards Fang Yu, felt a surge of displeasure. His fists clenched tightly, producing an audible crack. Damn Fang Yu, he's stealing all the limelight. Not only had he failed to impress, but he also bore the brunt of injuries. This outcome was far from what Dai Mubai had envisioned. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to win Zhu Zhuqing's affections, yet the reality turned out to be quite the opposite. Ding. Detection indicates an increase in Zhu Zhuqing's fondness for the host. Ding. The host is rewarded with the Supreme Divine Eye. The Supreme Divine Eye. It can perceive all illusions, disregard any seductive arts. and slow down the speed of enemies' attacks and movements. Additionally, it allows for mental assaults on adversaries using the Supreme Divine Eye as a medium. Mental attacks consume mental energy rather than soul power. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly in a subtle smile, a delightful surprise. His original intention was merely to test his new soul skill, yet he unexpectedly garnered Zhu Zhuqing's favor and received rewards from the system. How exhilarating! The Supreme Divine Eye far surpasses the purple extreme demon eye of a certain individual. Even the subpar purple extreme demon eye pales in comparison to the Supreme Divine Eye. With this Divine Eye, no matter how formidable the enemy's soul power may be, they cannot employ seductive techniques to charm Fang Yu, nor can they ensnare him within illusions. After Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the soul ring from the wind leopard, her soul power ascended to level 32, significantly enhancing her speed. Subsequently, Zhao Wujin continued to lead the Shrek 8 monsters deeper into the Star Doe forest in search of suitable soul beasts. Ning Rongrong obtained a 1,500-year-old nameless herb, while Ma Hongjun acquired a 1,400-year-old crimson flame chicken. Tang San procured a 700-year-old silk-spitting mantis. Except for him, the others of Shrek all received 1,000-year grade purple soul rings. The reason was simple. After an extensive search, they could not find a 1,000-year soul beast suitable for Tang San. Reluctantly, he had to hunt a silk-spitting mantis. Zhao Wujin addressed the little monsters, saying, "Now that you all have acquired your third soul ring, it is time for us to return to the academy." The group turned around and walked towards the exit of the Star Doe forest. In Chapter 61, Fang Yu truly is astonishing. Suddenly, as the Shrek 8 monsters and Zhao Wujin were walking, rain began to pour down. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows. Why does it have to rain at this moment? We'll be drenched by the time we reach the academy. Ning Rongrong raised her hands to shield her head. Oh, I forgot to bring an umbrella when I left home. Tang San suddenly remembered that he had an umbrella in his storage bag. He took it out, opened it, and cheerfully approached Xiao Wu. "Sister Xiao Wu, I have an umbrella. Let me shield you from the rain." Tang San hoped to seize this opportunity to win Xiao Wu's affection, believing that if he treated her well, one day she would be moved. A beaming smile appeared on Tang San's face. However, as he reached Xiao Wu's side, she immediately distanced herself and moved beside Fang Yu. "I don't need you to hold the umbrella for me." Tang San's smile froze in place. Xiao Wu would rather get drenched with Fang Yu than share an umbrella with him. A painful expression crossed Tang San's face, his heart aching. "Xiao Wu, you truly make me want to cry." Xiao Wu's reluctance to share an umbrella with Tang San stemmed not only from her disdain for his selfish and petty nature, but also from her aversion to his unattractive buck teeth. Compared to her brother, Tang San fell short in every aspect, both in strength and appearance. Fang Yu was undoubtedly superior. Fang Yu slightly raised her head to glance at the incessantly pouring rain on this gloomy day. The downpour truly dampened one's spirits. Ding. It has been detected that the rain has adversely affected the host's delightful mood. Ding. A command to cease the rain has been granted to the host. This command allows for direct communication with the celestial order to compel an immediate halt to the rainfall. Fang Yu felt a mix of astonishment and joy. Truly, it was worthy of being called a miraculous system, possessing such remarkable abilities. Hee, thank you for the compliment, dear host. Fang Yu slightly raised his head to gaze at the overcast sky and commanded, "Cease the rain at once." The Shrek's 7 monsters exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing his words. Tang San scoffed disdainfully. "Fang Yu, who do you think you are? Do you truly believe that simply commanding the rain to stop will yield results?" Dai Mubai brushed back his golden bangs, which were nearly obscuring his eyes, and replied with a scornful smile. "Fang Yu, you are exceedingly arrogant and ignorant. Even a titled Douluo cannot manipulate the weather. How could you possibly achieve such a feat?" Although the others from Shrek remained silent, their expressions were equally filled with skepticism. How could anyone have the ability to control the weather? As Fang Yu's words echoed, no more than 3 seconds had elapsed. The rain ceased. It truly had stopped. Not a single drop remained. Tang San stared wide-eyed at Fang Yu, his expression one of utter disbelief. "This is outrageous. What on earth is happening?" Fang Yu proclaimed that the rain had ceased, and indeed, it did. The others from Shrek gazed at him in astonishment. "Brother, I never anticipated you possessed such a remarkable ability," Xiao Wu exclaimed in joy. After a brief moment of surprise, Dai Mubai brushed aside his golden bangs that nearly obscured his vision and responded with a smile. "It must surely be a coincidence. How could anyone possibly control the weather? It is likely that the rain was simply destined to stop at this moment." Zhao Wujia nodded slightly in agreement, affirming that Dai Mubai's assertion was likely correct. For even a titled Douluo could not wield control over the elements. How could Fang Yu possibly achieve that? It must be mere coincidence. Just as he was about to extol Fang Yu's Oscar-worthy performance, Oscar fell silent upon hearing Dai Mubai's remark. Indeed. It seems the heavens have chosen not to unleash rain at this moment. In response to the skepticism of the crowd, Fang Yu merely offered a faint smile, refraining from any explanation. For even if he wished to clarify, it would be beyond comprehension, were it not for the existence of the system. Fang Yu himself would find it challenging to accept the notion of controlling the rain. Once the rain ceased, a fierce wind arose, causing the surrounding trees to bend and lean precariously. Many slender trees snapped with a resounding crack. Halfway through their trunks, Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, exclaiming, "What dreadful weather is this? It's either raining or windy." The gale was so powerful that it left Fang Yu feeling quite displeased. Ding. Detection of excessive wind causing discomfort to the host. Ding. Rewarding the host with a wind cease order. Fang Yu chuckled. Whenever drowsiness befell me, he would hand me a pillow. The service of this system is truly exceptional. Fang Yu gently raised his gaze towards the vast heavens and implored, "Even the wind, grant me a moment of stillness." Upon hearing this, Tang San chuckled softly, his amusement evident as he began to bark playfully. "Fang Yu, do you truly believe you can command the weather? The cessation of rain just now was mere coincidence." Dai Mubai nodded in agreement, adding, "What little San says holds truth. No matter how formidable your powers, you cannot govern the elements. It would be wise to refrain from uttering such folly to the sky." The rest of the Shrek members regarded Fang Yu with expressions of curiosity and uncertainty. Can Fang Yu truly manipulate the weather? It seems implausible, especially since even the esteemed title Douluo cannot achieve such a feat at that moment. The wind ceased. The previously swaying leaves fluttered a few times before becoming utterly still. Everyone from Shrek was left in a state of astonishment. Wow! Tang San's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Fang Yu truly possesses the ability to control the weather. Dai Mubai's eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets, his face a canvas of astonishment. The cessation of the rain mere moments ago could be deemed a coincidence, but the stillness of the wind is certainly no mere happenstance. Fang Yu truly possesses the ability to control the weather. Oscar gazes at Fang Yu as if he were a deity. "Master Fang, you are indeed astonishing. What others could not achieve, you have accomplished." Fang Yu's lips curled slightly in a subtle smirk. It is rather understated, is it not? Controlling the weather, can it truly be accomplished merely by having hands? Tang San's expression morphed into one that was more pitiable than sorrowful. How infuriating, to be outwitted once again. Xiao Wu gazed at Fang Yu's profile with an air of pride. "My brother is truly remarkable. Who else could possibly wield such power over the weather? It must be her brother." In this moment, Xiao Wu felt an overwhelming sense of pride for her sibling. Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes were fixated on Fang Yu, brimming with admiration. Even the typically aloof Zhu Zhuqing regarded Fang Yu with a look of astonishment. After regaining his composure, Zhao Wujia furrowed his brow and inquired, "Little monster, how did you achieve this?" Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Teacher Zhao, as you can see, I merely spoke a few words to the heavens. I did nothing else." Zhao Wuji was perplexed, scratching his head in bewilderment. He could not fathom how Fang Yu achieved such a feat. Could it be that he was the chosen one? What unspeakable connection did he have with the Tao of Heaven? Tang San, emulating Fang Yu, looked skyward and declared, "Bring me rain." The winds calmed, and the rain ceased. "You think you're capable now?" Tang San shouted for a while, yet there was not even the slightest response. Xiao Wu laughed heartily. "Tang San, do you think you possess the same prowess as my brother?" Tang San wore a puzzled expression. Why could Fang Yu accomplish what he could not? Had Fang Yu somehow gained an advantage? On their way back to the academy, the three beauties of Shrek surrounded Fang Yu, chattering joyfully with him. Dai Mubai and Tang San felt a mix of envy and resentment. He had stolen the spotlight and the attention of beautiful women. How infuriating. Chapter 62. Fang Yu enters a unique world. At Shrek Academy, a middle-aged man with a crew cut pushed open the door to the principal's office. The old wooden door creaked loudly. Flander, seated and engrossed in a book, stood up with a faint smile upon seeing the man. He adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Xiao Gang, you have indeed weathered many storms over the years. Take a seat, let us converse." Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the dilapidated chair, its musty scent faintly lingering in the air. "Flander, after all these years, your miserly nature remains unchanged. This chair is in such a state. yet you refuse to replace it. Flander chuckled awkwardly. Though the chair may be old, it is still usable. There is no need for a replacement. Of course, it is primarily due to the Academy's insufficient funds. Yu Xiaojing nodded in understanding. Shrek Academy lacked the support of the Tiando Empire, and with high admission standards, no wealthy scions from prominent families were willing to sponsor the institution. As Yu Xiaojing reached for the broken chair, he hesitated, looking at Flander with concern. It won't break if I sit on it, right? Flander adjusted his glasses and shook his head with a smile. It won't, I assure you. Sit with confidence. However, upon sitting down, the chair collapsed with a loud crash, sending Yu Xiaojing tumbling to the floor. I knew I couldn't trust your words, yet I still did. Flander, blushing with embarrassment, offered, that was purely an accident. Let me find you another chair. He retrieved another chair for Yu Xiaojing. Although it was slightly better than the first, it remained quite worn. Seeing Yu Xiaojing hesitate over the chair, Flander patted his shoulder and insisted, this one will definitely hold. Trust me. Fine. I shall trust you one last time. Yu Xiaojing sat down once more, only for the chair to break again. Yu Xiaojing frowned, anger boiling within him. Flander, you. Calm down. I will fetch another chair, Flander said, smiling awkwardly. No need. I shall sit on this one. Yu Xiaojing surveyed the room, noting that only Flander's chair was new. No, this chair belongs to me. I wish to sit as well. Xiaogang, do not take my chair. Let go. Let go. The two engaged in a comical struggle over the chair. After some tussling, they decided to share it, each perching on one half, their postures looking rather absurd. Yu Xiaojing sipped his tea and inquired, how has Xiaosan been performing at the academy lately? Has he made significant progress? Flander adjusted his glasses and replied candidly. To be frank, Tang San is the least impressive among the Shrek 7 monsters. He pales in comparison to the most exceptional of the group. Oh. Yu Xiaojing raised an eyebrow. What level of soul power does that exceptional one possess? Flander grinned with pride. At 13 years old, he has reached level 45 and is a food system soul master. Yu Xiaojing's expression changed drastically. What? A soul master at 13? And a food system soul master? No less. What extraordinary talent. A figure suddenly flashed through Yu Xiaojing's mind. Could it be him? What is the name of this food system soul master? Flander adjusted his glasses and replied nonchalantly, Fang Yu. Yu Xiaojing's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, it was Fang Yu. This individual had given his disciples quite a challenge. Flander took a sip of tea and asked with a smile, can you guess what treasure Fang Yu acquired in the Stardow Forest? Yu Xiaojing pondered for a moment. A soul bone. Flander adjusted his glasses again. Xiaogang, decades have passed, yet you remain as astute as ever. However, you are only half correct. Fang Yu did not obtain just any soul bone. He acquired a 10,000-year external soul bone. Yu Xiaojing's eyes widened in shock. He abruptly stood up. What? A 10,000-year external soul bone. Yu Xiaojing understood the rarity of soul bones. 10,000-year external soul bones were exceedingly rare indeed. What a pity that this exceptional talent was not his disciple. As Yu Xiaojing stood, the chair lost its balance, causing Flander to tumble to the floor with a thud. Ouch, my poor back. Xiaogang, I suspect you did that on purpose to make me fall. Ignoring Flander's resentful gaze, Yu Xiaojing stated, I have devised a training plan for the little monsters, and it will commence officially tomorrow. Under the bright moonlight, the stars twinkled in the sky, enveloping the night in a tranquil embrace. Fang Yu, having completed his morning routine, reclined upon the plush expanse of his bed, surrendering himself to a tranquil slumber. Unbeknownst to him, he seemed to have entered a state akin to dreaming. Yet, at this moment, he felt profoundly awake, as if his consciousness had traversed into a wondrous realm. Fang Yu surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped in a dense, pristine mist. His visibility extended merely to 5 meters. Beneath his feet lay an interminable road of white jade stone. On either side, shrouded in fog, were indistinct flowers and trees, their forms obscured. Fang Yu's position resembles that of a certain character in a popular online game, standing in the mid lane, albeit without any defensive towers. The flanks are flanked by the wilderness. Where have I arrived? Fang Yu gazed in bewilderment at the desolate expanse of the white jade stone road. He took a couple of steps forward, only to realize he felt weightless, as if his feet barely touched the ground. Fang Yu lowered his head and discovered, to his astonishment, that he had lost his corporeal form. To be precise, he no longer possessed a physical body. Instead, he appeared to have a translucent, ethereal form of a pale hue. This revelation left Fang Yu even more bewildered. Was he dreaming, or had his consciousness transcended into some extraordinary realm? Logically, dreams do not feel this lucid, nor do they obscure one's own physical presence. Fang Yu often indulged in dreams and possessed a certain understanding of them. He could ascertain that this was unequivocally not a dream. Could it be that someone has cast an illusionary technique upon me while I slumbered? Upon contemplating this, Fang Yu promptly activated his supreme divine eye. In an instant, a resplendent gleam sparkled in his brilliant gaze. However, even with the supreme divine eye engaged, the scene before him remained unchanged in the slightest. It seemed this was not an illusion. Fang Yu, with a mere thought, deactivated the supreme divine eye. Since he was here, it was time to embark on an exploration. Fang Yu, filled with a profound sense of curiosity, strolled along the jade-white stone path. After traversing approximately 7 or 8 meters, he beheld a treasure chest adorned with gilded edges resting upon the ground. Fang Yu furrowed his brow slightly as he gazed intently at the treasure chest, reaching out to touch it. In the next moment, his hand astonishingly passed right through the chest. Chapter 63. The Mysterious Treasure Chest? Fang Yu reached out once more to touch the treasure chest. However, the outcome was the same as before. His hand merely passed through the chest without making contact. Fang Yu furrowed her brow, fixated on the gilded treasure chest before her. Is it possible that in my current form, I am unable to interact with this chest? How then can I discern the contents within? Visible, yet untouchable, this predicament is quite maddening. It is even more distressing than not having discovered the chest at all. Fang Yu was filled with curiosity regarding the contents of the mysterious chest before him. His intuition suggested that it surely contained something extraordinary. As he furrowed his brow, pondering how to unlock the treasure, a golden character for Hang abruptly materialized in the air before him. In an instant, the golden glyph transformed into a gentle radiance. Enveloping Fang Yu's body, he experienced a wave of comfort, akin to the sensation of reclining on a bed after a soothing soak in a hot spring. The soft golden light shrouded him, radiating brightly. Hang? Could this be the work of the system? Fang Yu raised her eyebrows slightly, pondering this matter. Oh, right. I should inquire with the system about what is happening. System, where am I at this moment? Fang Yu's words went unanswered. System, are you there? Still, there was no response from the system. Fang Yu furrowed his brow. It appeared that the place he was in could not communicate with the system. But what then? Was the source of the golden light enveloping him? Fang Yu wore a perplexed expression, with a mindset of experimentation. He once again reached out to touch the treasure chest before him. He made contact, with this layer of golden light enveloping him. He was able to interact with the chest. Fang Yu felt a subtle joy within. The treasure chest felt slightly cool to the touch, reminiscent of the surface of a refrigerator. Fang Yu grasped the bottom of the treasure chest with one hand and held onto the top with the other. With a vigorous pull, he sought to unveil its contents. However, the chest appeared to be glued shut, as if bound by an unyielding adhesive. Despite the absence of a lock, it remained obstinately sealed. Suddenly, a golden inscription materialized before Fang Yu, swiftly descending upon the treasure chest. In an instant, the chest began to open slowly and of its own accord. What could possibly be happening? Fang Yu felt a bit bewildered. As the treasure chest opened just a crack, an endless stream of divine light poured forth, slightly blinding his eyes. Not only that, but a mysterious aura also enveloped the chest. Once the chest was fully opened, Fang Yu leaned slightly forward to gaze inside. There, he beheld a brown manual. The cover was inscribed with gilded characters that proclaimed, Diamond Body Refinement Technique. The 5 words shimmered with golden brilliance, unmistakably indicating that this technique was truly extraordinary. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he retrieved the cultivation manual. What a remarkable find, an extraordinary method for body refinement. How he wished to bring this manual back to the Douluo Continent. Even now, Fang Yu remained perplexed about his current location. Despite acquiring this technique, he was uncertain whether he could return with it. He even entertained the notion that the scene before him might merely be a fleeting dream. Fang Yu gazed thoughtfully at the technique in his hand for a moment. Then, with a flicker of intent, he stowed it away in his storage ring. He continued along the jade pathway, eager to discover what lay ahead. What Fang Yu remained oblivious to was the astonishment of the flora surrounding him. The vibrant flowers gasped in disbelief. Can it truly be that a human consciousness can reach into the realm of mist? They marveled at how he had appropriated a technique that had lingered in obscurity for eons. The white butterfly inquired, "What is that golden aura enveloping his form? I sense within it an extraordinary and potent force." The blades of grass chimed in, "I cannot fathom it. I recall the last time a human consciousness ventured into the misty realm. It was indeed a long while ago. An ancient voice resonated from the towering tree. Enough with the wild conjectures, my friends. Let us resume our cultivation. Once we attain a sufficient level of mastery, we shall transform into human forms and traverse to the human world to experience its wonders. The plants and creatures communicated through a unique channel, devoid of spoken words. Relying solely on thought, it resembled a private chat group, where those outside remained unaware of the dialogues occurring within. What they uttered was lost to Fang Yu. As to him, they were merely ordinary plants and trees. Fang Yu continued to walk along the jade-white stone path. As before, his field of vision extended only about 4 or 5 meters, while the surrounding area was shrouded in a thick blanket of mist. Fang Yu walked for approximately a minute when he noticed a flock of majestic blue birds soaring through the sky. These birds were remarkably large, with wingspans reaching over 10 meters. Leading the group was a prominent blue bird, clutching a small blue bag in its beak. Upon spotting Fang Yu below, a profound expression of astonishment flickered in its enormous eyes. The leading blue bird, followed by the throng of its companions, hastened towards Fang Yu's location. Fang Yu furrowed his brows, wondering why this flock of birds was charging towards him. Could it be that they intended to devour him? As the leader of the bluebirds landed, it knelt simultaneously with the other bluebirds before Fang Yu, their faces etched with reverence. What does this mean? Do you recognize me? Fang Yu gazed intently at the colossal blue bird leading the way. The blue bird shook its head in response. Fang Yu appeared utterly bewildered. Why are you kneeling before me when we are not even acquainted? The leader of the bluebirds fell silent for a moment, then placed the bag in its beak upon the ground. In the next instant, it soared back into the sky, accompanied by a flock of bluebirds. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, Fang Yu gazed at the blue bag on the ground, murmuring to himself, "Is the contents of this bag meant for me?" Fang Yu, bold and daring, disregarded the consequences and directly unsealed the blue pouch. Inside lay a remarkable swordsmanship manual, its cover emblazoned with the words, "Heavenly Opening Sword Technique." Fang Yu's lips curled into a smile, his heart brimming with joy. What a stroke of fortune. He had truly acquired a manual on swordsmanship. Not long ago, when he obtained the soul bone of the human-faced demon spider, he pondered whether possessing a sword technique would enable him to harness the power of the soul bone more effectively. Remarkably, it had not been long before he found himself in possession of a swordsmanship manual. Judging by the title Heavenly Sword Technique, this manual promised to be exceptionally formidable. Fang Yu perused the martial arts manual for a few moments. Within its pages lay a comprehensive exposition of the techniques associated with this swordsmanship. For instance, there were illustrations of a featureless figure wielding a long sword, demonstrating a particular stance. Beneath it, annotations indicated that practicing according to this posture could enhance one's mastery of the opening heaven sword technique. Thud, thud, a sudden knock echoed in Fang Yu's mind, followed by the sweet voice of Xiao Wu. "Brother, the sun is already high. Why haven't you gotten up yet? I recall you usually don't sleep in. What is the matter today? The dean has said there is something to announce, and we are all to gather in the square." Fang Yu swiftly stored the open sky sword technique into his storage ring. A thought crossed his mind. How shall I depart from this place? The layer of golden light enveloping Fang Yu flickered gently. In an instant, the scene before him underwent a tremendous transformation. Fang Yu's gaze returned to the white ceiling above, just before falling into slumber. Chapter 64. What is the highest level of swordsmanship? Fang Yu sat up and glanced down at his own body. He had attained a physical form. It seemed that he had indeed returned to the realm of reality at this moment. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu ventured together to the square of the academy. Along the way, he employed his mental focus to examine his storage ring and discovered that it indeed contained 2 volumes of martial arts techniques, the Diamond Body Refinement Technique and the Open Heaven Swordsmanship. Fang Yu was in high spirits. He had never anticipated that a mere nap could bestow upon him a martial art technique. Ding. The system detected that the host had acquired 2 7th-tier techniques. Ding. The host's proficiency was upgraded from 0 to perfection. Fang Yu suddenly felt a profound transformation within his body. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the difference was akin to heaven and earth. He sensed that he could now defeat his former self with a single punch. The host's strength, defense, and stamina had surged by 1,000%, equating to a 10-fold increase. Fang Yu felt a slight shock within. Goodness, this martial arts manual is remarkable. With his current strength, even without simultaneously activating both martial souls, he could effortlessly vanquish a soul emperor or even a soul sage. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming surge of swordsmanship knowledge flooded into Fang Yu's mind. In an instant, he grasped all the secrets of the opening heaven sword technique. This art was cultivated by him to a level of unparalleled mastery. In Fang Yu's mind emerged a series of profound principles concerning the art of swordsmanship. The pinnacle of this sword technique is the unity of man and sword. I am the sword. The sword is me. I possess a sword capable of opening the heavens, parting the earth, shattering mountains, severing seas, vanquishing demons, exterminating evil, slaying immortals, and annihilating gods. Fang Yu could not help but smile. This swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. At that moment, Fang Yu suddenly recalled something and inwardly inquired, System, are you aware of the nature of the world I recently visited? What is the source of the golden aura enveloping me? Furthermore, why was I unable to contact you in that fog-laden realm? Fang Yu posed 3 consecutive questions. The system responded, Esteemed host, I too am unaware of the realm you previously visited. However, I am aware that it is a dimension of exceedingly high caliber, far surpassing the dimension of your current existence. I am unable to establish contact with you, yet I can perceive what you see and know. The golden aura surrounding you is a manifestation of the system's extraordinary abilities. Fang Yu nodded slightly, realizing the truth. He surmised that after falling asleep, his consciousness had traversed into a higher dimensional realm. There, he had harnessed the extraordinary capabilities of the system to retrieve martial arts techniques from that realm. This phenomenon resembled a dream come true. For instance, when one dreams of finding money, only to discover that the money can indeed be brought back to reality. This was truly remarkable. Fang Yu could not help but wonder whether he would once again enter that realm shrouded in mist and treasure during his next slumber. He had spent merely 10 minutes in that world, while an entire night had elapsed in the Douluo Continent. Although Fang Yu had effectively gone an entire night without sleep, he felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he remained vibrant and full of energy. By the way, System, you mentioned that these 2 volumes are of the 7th rank. Are there not even higher-rank techniques? Before his traversal, Fang Yu had perused several fantasy novels, thus possessing a modicum of understanding in this realm. Indeed, dear host. The cultivation techniques are categorized into 9 tiers, with the 7th tier being exceptionally potent and rare. Proficiency is delineated into 3 stages: minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Currently, both of the host's cultivation techniques have attained the pinnacle of perfection, rendering further training unnecessary. Fang Yu smiled. What a delight! The sensation of acquiring a maximum-level technique without the need for arduous training is truly exhilarating. It feels akin to having an inexhaustible wealth without the obligation of working, to attain heights that others can only dream of effortlessly. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu arrived at the Shrek Academy Square, where the other little monsters had gathered and stood in a line. Fang Yu noticed a familiar middle-aged man with a buzz cut standing beside Flander, Yu Xiaojiang. Upon seeing that everyone had arrived, Flander adjusted his glasses and remarked, Little monsters, allow me to introduce you. This distinguished gentleman beside me is none other than the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang from the Douluo Continent. No one possesses a deeper understanding of martial souls than he does. From now on, Master Xiaojiang will be responsible for your teaching and training. With his hands clasped behind his back, Yu Xiaojiang displayed a proud and self-satisfied smile upon hearing Flander's introduction. Little monsters, do you see how impressive I am? Fang Yu cast a cold smile at Yu Xiaojiang. It was merely the theoretical knowledge of martial spirits plagiarized from the Spirit Hall. What was there to be proud of? Suddenly recalling something, Yu Xiaojiang looked at Fang Yu with a sense of urgency and inquired, Classmate Fang Yu, might I have the privilege of viewing your Millennium Soul Bone? He was exceedingly curious about the nature of Fang Yu's soul bone. Fang Yu's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he took 2 steps forward. Very well. Let me show you. Whoosh. Fang Yu suddenly raised his right arm, aiming at Yu Xiaojiang's head. A purplish-black soul bone shot forth with a whoosh, its sharp, flat blade resembling a lethal sword. The tip of the blade hovered less than a centimeter from Yu Xiaojiang's eye. Yu Xiaojiang widened his eyes in shock, his mouth agape, and his legs buckled beneath him as he collapsed onto the ground. Fang Yu, what are you doing? What if you injure my teacher? Was that intentional or merely an accident? Tang San immediately stepped forward to admonish Fang Yu. Fang Yu chuckled. Of course, it was not my intention. The soul bone possesses its own thoughts. Fang Yu shifted his gaze to Yu Xiaojiang, a warm smile gracing his face. Teacher Xiaojiang, you haven't passed away, have you? Yu Xiaojiang patted his backside and rose from the ground, forcing a smile. It's nothing at all. He fixed his eyes on Fang Yu's right arm, resembling a sword. and remarked, "Indeed, it is a millennium soul bone. Can you only unleash one bone blade? Logically, the soul bone of the faceless demon spider should." Before Yu Xiaojing could complete his sentence, with a mere thought, Fang Yu's right arm revealed a protruding, purplish-black soul bone, which suddenly sprouted 8 sharp bone blades. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What? It can grow 8 bone blades? Just one is already formidable. If 8 attack the enemy simultaneously, they will find it nearly impossible to defend." Ning Rongrong raised her delicate hand to cover her mouth, exclaiming, "What an impressive soul bone. Truly worthy of being a 10,000-year soul bone." The others from Shrek were equally astounded by the 8 lethal bone blades, each infused with potent poison. A mere scratch would swiftly incapacitate the victim, and without timely medical attention, it could lead to death. Tang San, with a twinge of jealousy, glared at Fang Yu's soul bone and gritted his teeth. "Humph, it's just a soul bone. What's so remarkable about it? One day, I too shall possess a soul bone." Flinder adjusted his glasses and addressed the group. "Young monsters, please introduce yourselves one by one, so Teacher Xiao Gang can become acquainted with you." Dai Mubai brushed aside his golden bangs that were nearly obscuring his eyes and stepped forward, declaring, "I am Dai Mubai, a level 36 assault system soul master." The petite figure in a pink dress, Xiao Wu, smiled sweetly and said, "I am Xiao Wu, a level 33 assault system soul master." Ning Rongrong, with a gentle smile, brushed back a few strands of hair that had been tousled by the wind, introducing herself, "I am Ning Rongrong, a level 31 support system soul master." Zhu Zhuqing, clad in black leather, maintained a stoic expression as she stated, "I am Zhu Zhuqing, a level 32 agility attack system soul master." Oscar, adjusting his glasses with a grin, chimed in, "I am Oscar, a level 31 support system soul master." The red-haired, plump boy, Ma Hongjun, chuckled as he rubbed his nose, saying, "I am Ma Hongjun, a level 32 assault system soul master." Fang Yu smiled faintly, introducing himself as a 45th level food system soul master. Tang San turned to Yu Xiaojing with a cheerful grin, saying, "Teacher, I believe you are already aware of my status. I am now a 25th level great soul master." A flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Xiaojing's eyes. Indeed, as Flander had mentioned, his disciple Tang San was the weakest among the Shrek 8 monsters. However, Yu Xiaojing believed that Tang San's current inadequacy was merely temporary. Once Tang San acquired the second martial soul, the Haotian hammer, and its accompanying soul rings, his strength would undoubtedly surge. "What are your martial souls?" Yu Xiaojing inquired as he sought to learn more about each of the Shrek 8 monsters' abilities. After gathering this information, he produced a peculiar large stone from his storage bag. The stone featured 7 rectangular indentations. "Teacher, what is this?" Tang San asked, gazing curiously at the stone. Yu Xiaojing, with his hands clasped behind his back, explained, "This is a power testing stone. When the stone is struck, the indentations will illuminate with a green glow. The greater the force, the more indentations will light up." Yu Xiaojing addressed the Shrek 8 monsters, stating, "You are to refrain from utilizing your martial souls and soul power. Instead, strike the power testing stone with your fists, one by one, to gauge your strength. I will structure the forthcoming training sessions based on your physical capabilities." Tang San, ever eager to showcase his prowess, stepped forward with a grin. "Teacher, allow me to go first." He had devised a method to significantly enhance his strength without relying on his martial soul or soul power, hoping to impress Xiao Wu in the process. Yu Xiaojing nodded slightly, "Very well." Tang San's gaze fell upon the towering 2-meter-high testing stone. He took a few steps back and, after a brief run-up, leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch to the stone with a resounding bang. By jumping, he could add his weight to the attack, thereby amplifying its strength. This was Tang San's clever strategy. "Ah, that hurts. It really hurts." Tang San winced as his fist struck the testing stone, wincing in pain and hopping around, nearly brought to tears. "Ha ha." Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Xiao Wu was doubled over with laughter, unable to straighten up. "You fool, Tang San. Are you trying to kill me with laughter, inheriting my unfinished vegetables?" Fang Yu also chuckled. Cho San was indeed well suited to be a clown. Tang San, enduring the pain in his hands, gazed at the testing stone. He exerted himself so vigorously. His results should be commendable, right? However, upon inspection, he was taken aback. The lowest layer of the testing stone glimmered only halfway. Strength, 0. 5. Tang San looked at Yu Xiaojing in bewilderment. "Teacher, is this testing stone malfunctioning?" How could it not illuminate a whole layer? Yu Xiaojing replied calmly. The testing stone is functioning properly. It is your strength that is inadequate and requires diligent training. This testing stone has a high standard. Typically, a normal man possesses around 1 layer of strength. Your power may not even surpass that of a dancing chicken. Yu Xiaojing turned to Ning Rongrong and said, Ning Rongrong, you may proceed with your test. All right, teacher. Ning Rongrong raised her fair fist and struck the testing stone with force. Bang! The lowest layer of the stone shone with a brilliant green light. Tang San was left dumbfounded by the sight. He could not surpass even a girl in strength. What he did not know was that although Ning Rongrong was a girl, she was the daughter of the 7-treasured glazed tile sect's leader, destined to inherit it. Despite her seemingly delicate appearance, she possessed considerable strength. Although she did not train with utmost diligence, her physical constitution was commendable. After Ning Rongrong's test, Oscar also underwent a strength assessment. Like Ning Rongrong, he too registered 1 layer of strength without using his martial soul or soul power. Ma Hongjun delivered a punch to the testing stone, registering 2 layers of strength. Zhu Zhuqing also achieved 2 layers of strength. Finally, it was my turn. A look of excitement graced Xiao Wu's face. Bang! She swung her pink fists at the testing stone. Strength, 2.5 layers. The onlookers from Shrek Academy were momentarily stunned. Who would have thought that the seemingly frail Xiao Wu possessed such formidable strength? Xiao Wu had only recently transformed into human form and had been diligently training in the Stardow Forest, striving to avoid being bullied once she entered the human world. This was also a contributing factor to her aggressive disposition. Dai Mubai brushed aside his golden bangs that threatened to obscure his vision, grinning as he delivered a punch to the testing stone. Bang! The massive stone trembled slightly. The 5 layers of grooves illuminated with green light. The expressions of the crowd shifted. Dai Mubai's strength was indeed impressive. Yu Xiaojing, however, was not particularly astonished. He merely nodded in satisfaction. He understood that Dai Mubai's martial soul was the beast martial soul white tiger, even without utilizing his martial soul or soul power. Such individuals possessed significantly greater strength than the average person. Dai Mubai proudly declared, without activating my martial soul or using soul power, no one among the Shrek 8 monsters can match my strength. At this moment, Dai Mubai felt elated, finally able to showcase his prowess in front of Zhu Qing. He even wished to express his gratitude to Yu Xiaojing for conducting this strength test. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows and placed her hands on her hips, retorting, "That is not certain. My brother has yet to be tested." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's gaze fell upon Fang Yu, and he scoffed dismissively. "I admit your brother has high soul power and a strong martial soul. However, in terms of physical strength, your brother can't possibly surpass me." In Dai Mubai's view, Fang Yu was merely a food-type soul master. In terms of strength, he might not even compare to an agility-type soul master. How could he hope to match a powerful white tiger beast martial soul wielder like himself? Fang Yu's lips curled into a smile. Whether it can be compared, one must try to find out. Dai Mubai brought his face closer to Fang Yu's hand, making it impossible not to strike his face. Fang Yu strode purposefully towards the test stone. Dai Mubai regarded Fang Yu's retreating figure with disdain in his heart. Perhaps Fang Yu's strength was on par with that worthless Tang San, likely no more than 0.5, right? Yu Xiaojing also held little hope for Fang Yu. The physical capabilities of a food system soul master could never rival those of a beast martial soul master. Fang Yu nonchalantly raised his fist and struck the testing stone. Bang! A resounding noise echoed, causing the entire testing stone to tremble violently. All eyes turned towards the 7 rectangular grooves on the stone. Such a commotion led them to wonder if Fang Yu possessed immense strength. However, the reality was starkly different from their expectations. To their astonishment, not a trace of green light appeared in the grooves, indicating that no power was exhibited whatsoever. Dai Mubai momentarily froze before bursting into laughter. "Fang Yu, your strength is utterly feeble. Not even a fraction of a layer." Chapter 66. Hee. This chapter has no title. Tang San joined in the mockery, chuckling. "Fang Yu, I never imagined your strength would be weaker than mine. Huh? At least I have half a layer, while you have none at all. How laughable." As soon as Tang San's words fell, a sudden brilliance erupted from the massive testing stone. All 7 horizontal rectangular grooves ignited simultaneously with blinding green light. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as if he were about to devour someone. His jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. What the heck? All 7 layers are lit up. How could Fang Yu possess such immense strength? It surpassed his own power by several folds. Bang! The seventh groove of the test stone illuminated only to erupt in an explosion. Tang San, nearly paralyzed with fear, stared at Fang Yu with an expression of utter disbelief. Fang Yu has shattered the testing stone. To what extent must his power have grown? Yu Xiaojiang gazed at Fang Yu with eyes brimming with incredulity. Fang Yu astonishingly shattered the testing stone. His strength is so formidable that even the testing stone could not withstand it. Fang Yu is merely a food-type soul master. How could he possess such formidable power? Even the test stone, which could not be shattered by a soul emperor, was obliterated by Fang Yu. Could it be that Fang Yu's physical strength surpasses that of a soul emperor? Yu Xiaojiang was left utterly astounded. Flinder, suspecting he had misread the situation, removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes for a clearer view. Indeed, the test stone had truly exploded. Fang Yu is truly a monster among monsters. Flander thought to himself, relieved that it was not he who had purchased the testing stone, thus sparing him the pain of loss. With a radiant smile, Xiao Wu rushed towards Fang Yu. Brother, you are incredible. Your strength is so immense that even the testing stone cannot withstand it. Fang Yu gazed at Xiao Wu, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It's not bad, just a tad bit overwhelming, he remarked. His Vajra body refinement technique had reached perfection, enhancing his strength, defense, and stamina by an astonishing 1,000%. With such power, Fang Yu undeniably surpassed the limits of the testing stone. Ning Rongrong's enchanting eyes remained fixed on him, unwavering. She had anticipated Fang Yu's strength to be formidable, yet she could hardly fathom that he would be capable of shattering the testing stone with a single punch. Her heart raced fervently, and within her beautiful gaze lingered a soft tenderness. She found herself drawn to him. As a support-type soul master, she greatly desired a powerful man like Fang Yu to provide her with protection. Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a black leather outfit, also regarded Fang Yu with astonishment. This man was extraordinarily strong. Moreover, he possessed an appealing appearance, fitting perfectly into her preferred type, infinitely superior to that coward, Dai Mubai. Fang Yu inadvertently caught the gaze of Zhu Zhuqing. She momentarily froze, quickly averting her eyes from Fang Yu and lowering her head in silence. A faint blush graced her jade-like cheeks, rendering her face warm to the touch. Oscar, filled with excitement, exclaimed to Fang Yu, "Boss Fang, you are incredible. Your power surpasses that of Mu Bai, who possesses the white tiger martial soul." The red-haired, portly figure, Ma Hongjun, blinked in astonishment, his heart a mix of surprise and confusion. Fang Yu, a food system soul master, astonishingly exhibits strength that surpasses even that of Dai Lao Da, all without relying on his martial spirit or soul power. How has he achieved this? Yu Xiaojiang addressed the Shrek 8 monsters, stating, "My little prodigies, the strength assessment has concluded. We shall now commence formal training. Each of you will carry a basket containing 30 pounds of granite and complete 10 laps around Mang Village without utilizing your martial spirits or soul power." What? 10 laps around Mang Village? Teacher, this training seems excessively arduous, Tang San lamented. Mang Village, the largest settlement near Shrek Academy, would entail running over 200 kilometers. Even without the burden of 30 pounds of granite, completing such a distance would leave anyone utterly exhausted. Yu Xiaojiang regarded Tang San with a serious expression. "Xiao San, your physical conditioning is inadequate. Only through such rigorous training can you hope to improve." Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows and inquired, "Teacher Xiaogang, as an auxiliary system soul master, must I also carry 30 pounds of granite and run 10 laps like everyone else?" Most auxiliary system soul masters possess limited stamina, and Ning Rongrong was no exception. She feared that, under such demanding conditions, she might faint before completing the 10 laps. Yu Xiaojiang affirmed earnestly, "Indeed, you will be held to the same standards. Auxiliary system soul masters must enhance their physical capabilities. Otherwise, how can they support their teammates in the future?" Flender, feeling a pang of sympathy, adjusted his glasses and remarked to Yu Xiaojiang, "Xiaogang, isn't this training a bit?" Yu Xiaojiang frowned. "Flender, did we not agree that all training protocols would follow my lead?" Very well. We shall proceed as you wish," Flender conceded, nodding in acquiescence. As the Shrek 8 monsters prepared to begin their laps, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly recalled something and turned to Fang Yu. "Fang Yu, given your exceptional strength, your stamina should be equally impressive. I require you to run 15 laps to further enhance your physical conditioning." Xiao Wu, her brows knitted in protest, exclaimed, "No. Teacher Xiaogang, you are targeting my brother. His strength has no bearing on his stamina." Before Yu Xiaojiang could respond, Fang Yu offered a gentle smile towards his sister. "Xiao Wu, I have no issues with my stamina. It's merely 15 laps. As long as I have legs, I can manage. Seeing the resolute glimmer in Fang Yu's eyes, Xiao Wu nodded. Oh, well, if that's the case. Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat taken aback by Fang Yu's prompt agreement. Fang Yu, do you truly believe that carrying 30 kilograms of granite and running over 200 kilometers is an easy feat? Yu Xiaojiang expressed his disbelief. Fang Yu shattered his test stone, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction within. He decided to intensify his training, directing his focus towards Fang Yu. A look of disdainful amusement appeared on Tang San's face. Fang Yu, your audacity is astonishing. 5 additional laps amount to over 100 extra kilometers. You dare to claim that merely having legs suffices? Just wait. Exhaustion will soon overtake you. The Shrek 8 monsters each bore a large wicker basket, commencing their arduous run around Mang village. The blazing sun cast its fiery rays upon them. It wasn't long before the little monsters were drenched in sweat. Oh, I'm so tired, Ning Rongrong murmured, lifting her sleeve to wipe the fragrant sweat from her brow. Initially, she had resisted this training vehemently, yet ultimately, she embraced it. After all, how could one grow without enduring hardship? Oscar, though drenched and panting heavily, felt a pang of compassion upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's weary and pained expression. Rongrong, may I help you carry some stones? He inquired with a smile, adjusting his glasses. Thank you for your kindness, but no. Ning Rongrong gently shook her head in refusal. Dai Mubai approached Zhu Qing, displaying a grin he believed to be charming. Zhu Qing, I possess great strength. Allow me to assist you with your stones. No need. Zhu Qing replied coldly, showing no inclination to engage with Dai Mubai. Faced with her rejection, Dai Mubai frowned slightly. I'm merely trying to help. Why must you be so indifferent? If it weren't for your beauty and figure, would I even bother with you? Of course, these thoughts remained unspoken, confined to the recesses of his mind. After running 6 laps around Mang village for 2.5 hours, Tang San found himself utterly exhausted. His back arched like a shrimp, and his steps sluggish as if he were a snail. His garments were completely soaked with sweat, emanating an unpleasant odor. With vacant eyes, he muttered, I'm going to die. Truly, I feel as though I might perish. He dared not pause for respite, for he had just glimpsed Flinder, with wings sprouting from his back, darting through the air, seemingly surveilling their progress. Ning Rongrong was on the verge of fainting, relying solely on her indomitable will to remain upright. Similarly, Xiao Wu was equally drained, her forehead glistening with delicate beads of sweat, appearing utterly dispirited, as though her spirit had fled. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were also panting heavily, feeling as if their ankles were bound with immense weights. Each step a Herculean effort. Zhu Qing, clad in black leather, fared slightly better than her companions, though her speed had notably diminished compared to the beginning. Perspiration streamed down her exquisite face. Under the relentless sun, after enduring a prolonged session of running while bearing stones, the Shrek 7 looked as wilted as overripe eggplants, their vitality seemingly sapped. Only Fang Yu appeared unaffected, exuding an air of ease. His diamond body refinement technique had reached perfection, granting him strength, stamina, and resilience tenfold compared to before. For him, carrying stones and running laps was merely a trivial endeavor. Xiao Wu tugged at Fang Yu's arm playfully, her voice a soft plea. Dear brother, would you help me carry some stones? I'm truly exhausted. Fang Yu gazed at his pitiable younger sister, Xiao Wu, and chuckled softly. Very well. One must indulge their own sister. Fang Yu poured the 30 pounds of granite that Xiao Wu had been carrying into his basket with a clatter. Xiao Wu immediately felt a tremendous sense of relief. The mountain on her back had vanished. Brother, thank you. You are the best. Xiao Wu loves you the most. With a radiant smile, Xiao Wu's spirits were considerably lifted. Fang Yu reached out and gently stroked Xiao Wu's head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You are my sister. There is no need for such formality between us. Ding. Detected an increase in Xiao Wu's affection towards the host. Ding. The host is rewarded with a high-level damage immunity throne. Sitting upon it grants an impressive 99 probability of evading damage. Any attack coming from beneath the title of Douluo will be rendered ineffective. Fang Yu smiled. A delightful surprise indeed. Not only could he indulge his sister, but he also reaped rewards from the system. Quite splendid. Although the throne was of no use at present, it did not imply it would remain so in the future. Better to keep it for now. Exhausted and on the verge of collapse, Ning Rongrong approached Fang Yu, her eyes glistening with a pitiful plea as she asked, Brother Yu, could you possibly assist me by carrying some stones? Just a few would suffice. Sharing the burden would be greatly appreciated. Fang Yu did not respond immediately. He pondered to himself, assisting Ning Rongrong should surely yield a reward from the system, wouldn't it? Fang Yu is neither a sycophant nor foolish. He typically refrains from engaging in endeavors that do not yield any benefits. Fang Yu gazed at the slight upward curve of Ning Rongrong's lips. Rongrong, as a support-type soul master, your physical strength is inherently limited. The fact that you have persevered thus far is truly commendable. Allow me to take these stones for you. As he spoke, Fang Yu emptied the 30 pounds of stones from Ning Rongrong's basket into his own large basket with a resounding clatter. Given his robust physique and strength, he decided to carry her burden entirely. Ning Rongrong was so touched that tears nearly welled in her eyes. Brother Yu, thank you. You are truly kind-hearted. Initially, she had only sought Fang Yu's assistance in sharing the load, never expecting him to voluntarily shoulder the entirety of her stones. What was remarkable was that he had made no demands in return. He was indeed a man who performed good deeds without seeking recompense. In that moment, Ning Rongrong's affection for Fang Yu surged significantly, and she found herself contemplating the pursuit of this handsome man. Yet, she remained uncertain whether Fang Yu harbored any similar feelings for her. Ding. Detection of Ning Rongrong's increased affection towards the host. Ding. Rewarding the host with 4 savory chicken legs, which have been stewed for 2.5 hours, restoring physical stamina. As the name suggests, consuming this chicken leg will replenish energy. Oh no, restore stamina. Fang Yu felt a surge of delight within. Indeed, this reward was quite commendable. He decided to indulge after completing the run. After a while, the little monsters of Shrek continued their race. Tang San, exhausted and panting like a dog, gasped for breath with his mouth agape and tongue lolling. He cast a sidelong glance at Fang Yu, and to his astonishment, his eyes nearly bulged out in surprise. Fang Yu carried both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, along with his own burden of granite, totaling an impressive 90 pounds. Despite having run for an extended period, he appeared utterly unfazed, radiating vitality and energy, with scarcely any perspiration to show for his exertion. Tang San was left in a state of bewilderment. Is Fang Yu truly human? Could such feats be accomplished by a mere mortal? Dai Mubai was also taken aback. How astonishing is Fang Yu's remarkable stamina. He seems nearly exhausted from carrying a 30-pound granite stone. Fang Yu carried a 90-pound granite stone on his back, yet showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. The comparison between individuals can be infuriating. Flandra, with his ethereal wings sprouting from his back, soared through the air, his gaze towards Fang Yu filled with astonishment and admiration. The young prodigy Fang Yu is truly remarkable. Without the aid of his martial soul or soul power, he single-handedly carried 90 kilograms of granite over nearly 200 kilometers, displaying not a hint of fatigue. Moreover, Fang Yu possesses admirable character, willingly assisting young women in bearing the weight of stones. As Yu Xiaojiang stood beneath a grand tree, the sight of Fang Yu caused his eyes to widen in astonishment, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief. Why is Fang Yu's physical stamina so exceptional? Furthermore, his strength is astonishing. He can carry a 90-pound granite while running at great speed. At this moment, the Shrek 7 Devils have completed 8 laps. Fang Yu has already completed 13 laps. He runs swiftly yet appears unfazed. Yu Xiaojiang's mind is on the verge of exploding, unable to comprehend how Fang Yu achieves such feats. It is utterly extraordinary. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing continues to carry 30 pounds of granite while strenuously running. Her body sways slightly, and her complexion has turned somewhat pale. She is on the brink of exhaustion. Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor is shy and introverted. Unlike Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, she does not seek Fang Yu's assistance. Moreover, she has no desire for the help of Dai Mubai, whom she finds detestable. Fang Yu observed the sight of Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared on the verge of fainting at any moment. After a moment of contemplation, he approached her with a gentle smile and said, "Zhuqing, may I offer my assistance?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, replying, "All right, Fang Yu, thank you." She realized that if she were to refuse his offer, it would not be long before she succumbed to faintness. Fang Yu also placed the 30 pounds of granite from Zhu Zhuqing into his large basket. The basket was filled to the brim, its top resembling a mountain peak. However, Fang Yu possessed the perfected level of the diamond body refinement technique. Even while sprinting with 120 pounds of granite on his back, he felt no fatigue. Such prowess was truly remarkable. Chapter 68. Master Fang's Invincibility. Ding. Detected an increase in Zhu Zhuqing's affection towards the host. Ding. rewarded the host with 666 golden soul coins. Fang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. He was well aware that assisting Zhu Zhuqing would surely yield rewards from the system. Oscar, a support-type soul master, had been laboriously carrying 30 pounds of granite for an extended period, and he was on the verge of exhaustion. With a weary gaze, he implored Fang Yu, "Boss Fang, could you possibly help me share the burden of these stones? I truly can hardly bear it any longer." Fang Yu smiled faintly. "Very well." Fang Yu reached into Oscar's basket and retrieved several pieces of granite, placing them into his own basket behind him. The granite was substantial and heavy, weighing around 10 pounds even in small quantities. Oscar immediately felt a sense of lightness wash over him. With a beaming smile, he looked at Fang Yu and exclaimed, "Thank you, Boss Fang." Fang Yu's lips curved into a subtle smile. "Good brother, no need for thanks." Fang Yu's impression of Oscar is quite favorable, far surpassing that of a certain individual. Ding. It has been detected that Oscar's fondness for the host has increased. Ding. The host is rewarded with 5 bottles of revitalizing honey-infused tea. Consuming this will restore 80% of one's stamina in a short period. Fang Yu's expression remained largely unchanged. He had long anticipated that assisting Oscar would yield system rewards. The red-haired chubby man, Ma Hongjun, observed Fang Yu shouldering the burden for so many and shamelessly inquired, "Fang Yu, could you also lend a hand to your brother?" Fang Yu interrupted him, insisting, "No. Look at the excess weight on your body. You ought to shed some pounds. Otherwise, you may succumb to diseases caused by excessive obesity in the future." The smile on Ma Hongjuan's face faded, and he replied with disappointment, "Oh." He cast his gaze downward, observing his prominently protruding belly. A thought crossed his mind. Should he truly consider losing weight? No, that couldn't be right. Surely, Fang Yu was merely reluctant to assist him, which prompted such remarks. Fang Yu naturally paid no heed to whether Ma Hongjun believed his words. Since ancient times, wise counsel has often fallen on deaf ears. He merely offered a kind reminder, leaving the matter of belief to the chubby fellow. After a while of running, the Shrek 8 monsters spotted a large basin of salt water prepared by Flinder on a table by the roadside. Tang San and Dai Mubai's eyes sparkled with delight as they rushed towards the basin like famished hounds. With a loud splash, they both plunged their heads into the salt water, gulping it down greedily. Mucus and sweat mingled in the basin. Xiaowu, adorned in a pink dress, furrowed her brows at the sight and, with her hands on her hips, exclaimed in indignation, "You two, Tang San and Dai Mubai, how can you behave like this? Can't you see there's a cup nearby? You've sullied the entire basin of salt water. How can anyone else drink from it? If I weren't so exhausted right now, I would certainly give you two rascals a good thrashing." Ning Rongrong also frowned, directing her gaze at Dai Mubai and Tang San. "You two are utterly excessive. Have you even considered the feelings of others? Not to mention whether Tang San and Dai Mubai had dirtied the salt water at the rate they were drinking. The entire basin would soon be emptied, leaving no chance for anyone else to partake." Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a black leather outfit, looked at Dai Mubai and Tang San with eyes full of disdain. This salt water was prepared by the dean for everyone to replenish their energy. Yet Tang San and Dai Mubai intended to consume it all. Fang Yu fixed his gaze upon Tang San and Dai Mubai, a sardonic smile curling upon his lips. Internally, he muttered to himself, "These two self-serving individuals. Fortunately, I had previously received the rewards from the system." Fang Yu retrieved a bottle from the system space, a revitalizing concoction of tea and honey. He opened it and tilted his head back to take a sip. The flavor was refreshingly sweet, delightfully pleasant without being cloying. As he swallowed, his throat undulated, and the cool beverage coursed down, instantly replenishing a significant portion of his energy. Although Fang Yu had not exerted himself greatly, the restorative drink imbued him with an even greater vitality, while also quenching his thirst. Upon noticing the tea and honey elixir in Fang Yu's hand, Xiaowu's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Brother, what are you drinking? Is there any left? I would love to have some too." Fang Yu's lips curved slightly upward. "This is a delicate infusion of tea with honey. Here, take it." Fang Yu retrieved a bottle of honey tea from the system space and tossed it towards Xiaowu. With both hands raised, Xiaowu expertly caught it. Gulp. Eagerly, she opened the bottle and took a sip. After running for so long, her throat felt as if it were ablaze with thirst. As the cool tea coursed through her, Xiaowu's beautiful eyes widened in delight. "Wow, it's wonderfully sweet," she exclaimed. "Moreover, I feel my strength returning significantly with just one sip. Brother, thank you so much." Xiaowu beamed at Fang Yu. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also turned their gazes towards him. Brother Yu, Fang Yu, without waiting for her to finish speaking, produced 2 bottles of honey-infused tea and handed them to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. The two smiled gratefully. The honey-infused tea was far more delectable than ordinary salt water, which merely offered a salty taste. In contrast, the honey tea presented a subtle sweetness, and its restorative properties were several times more effective than that of regular salt water. Oscar adjusted his sweat-drenched glasses and, looking at Fang Yu with a light-hearted smile, said, "Boss Fang, I would also like to have some." "Here you go," he replied, handing it over. Fang Yu tossed a bottle of honey tea across the room. Oscar referred to him as boss and graciously suggested he partake in a bottle of water, which seemed rather innocuous. Moreover, the 5 bottles of honeyed tea were, in fact, rewards from the system that had been acquired from Oscar himself. "Thank you, Boss Fang. You are truly quite generous." Oscar beamed with delight. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, who was embroiled in a playful tussle with Tang San and Dai Mubai over a basin of dirty salt water, turned to Fang Yu and asked, "Fang Yu, could you kindly spare me a bottle of that delightful beverage?" Fang Yu took a sip of the sweet and refreshing honey water, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I have only 5 bottles," he remarked. Ma Hongjun's expression instantly turned as sour as that of a bitter melon, filled with suspicion that Fang Yu might possess more, yet was unwilling to share. Tang San, well aware that even if Fang Yu did have more, he would not part with it, continued to engage in a relentless struggle with Dai Mubai over the salt water infused with sweat and mucus, without lifting his gaze. "Brother, my stamina has significantly recovered. Allow me to gather some stones." Xiaowei chimed in with a radiant smile. "Very well," came the reply. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly upward. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing approached, each reclaiming a portion of the stones that rightfully belonged to them. Now endowed with strength, they were unwilling to allow Fang Yu to shoulder such a burden alone. After the Shrek 8 monsters had traversed several dozen kilometers beneath the blazing sun, Tang San and Dai Mubai were nearly collapsing to the ground, appearing utterly exhausted. They turned to glance at Fang Yu, their mouths agape in astonishment. Fang Yu, burdened by the weight of such a heavy stone, ran for several hundred kilometers. Remarkably, he did not seem fatigued at all. His physical endurance is truly extraordinary. Oscar gazed at Fang Yu as if he were a deity. Fang Laoda's stamina is truly unparalleled. Even after consuming stamina recovery potions and running dozens of kilometers, he is on the verge of exhaustion. Chapter 69. This man is indeed formidable. The 3 renowned beauties of Shrek are utterly fatigued, their bodies glistening with perspiration. Their gazes towards Fang Yu are filled with admiration and respect. This man is genuinely formidable. Fang Yu bore a heavier burden of stones than her companions and ran further than they did. Yet, there was not a hint of fatigue upon her countenance. Above her, Flander, with ethereal wings extending from his back, soared in the sky. He adjusted his glasses, peering down at Fang Yu, and with a smile, he praised. "Now this is a true little monster." Zhao Wujia, a robust figure, stood atop the roof of a rural abode. He stroked his chin with one hand, gazing at the distance where Fang Yu was running, nodding in quiet approval. Indeed, this child, Fang Yu, is truly remarkable. The reason Zhao Wujia was known as the unmoving king was due to his formidable physique and strength. Yet, at this moment, he found himself humbled in comparison to Fang Yu. Even without relying on his martial soul and soul power, he could not endure running hundreds of kilometers while carrying stones. Fang Yu's remarkable physical strength left Zhao Wuji thoroughly impressed. Yu Xiaojiang's brow furrowed, his face a canvas of astonishment and bewilderment. Why is Fang Yu's physique so formidable? Is he truly devoid of fatigue? Even if Yu Xiaojiang were to have his brains beaten out, he would still be unable to comprehend why Fang Yu remains unwearied. This phenomenon has transcended his understanding. What remains unknown to everyone is, Fang Yu has perfected the diamond body refinement technique. At this moment, his stamina and strength are tenfold compared to before. Thus, carrying a large stone and running for hundreds of kilometers feels effortless to him, akin to child's play. As the Shrek 8 monsters continue their run, a group of youths clad in matching uniforms emerges from a side path. At the forefront is a golden-haired boy. Oh ho, isn't this the impoverished lot from Shrek? How did they end up looking so pathetic? This golden-haired youth is one of the students from Tsanghui Academy whom Fang Yu had previously bested at a 5-star hotel. At that time, under the threat of his teacher, the boy had apologized. However, he still held disdain for Shrek Academy, embodying the saying that a dog cannot change its nature. Having forgotten the pain after the wound has healed, Dai Mubai, on the verge of collapse, coldly retorts to the golden-haired boy. I will deal with you once I finish my run. Do you take me for a fool? Why should I wait until you've regained your strength to teach you a lesson? The golden-haired boy grins widely. Brothers, let us give these two a beating first. Bang, bang, bang. Ah. Tang San cries out in agony. Why is it always me who gets hurt? I didn't say anything. Why am I being hit? The golden-haired youth, accompanied by his cohort from Tsanghui Academy, proceeds to pummel Dai Mubai and Tang San. Then, his gaze shifts toward Fang Yu and the others in the distance. All right, let us not forget those guys. While they're exhausted from running, let us take the opportunity to teach them a lesson. As he speaks, the golden-haired youth cracks his knuckles and strides toward Fang Yu. He is aware of Fang Yu's formidable prowess and knows he is typically no match for him. Hence, he deliberately waits until Fang Yu is fatigued from running before seeking revenge. Xiao Wu, hands on her hips and panting heavily, glares at the golden-haired boy. You despicable scoundrel. You chose this moment to trouble us on purpose. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing display signs of alarm on their faces. They are nearly out of stamina and are no match for the group from Tsanghui Academy. Fang Yu cast a faint smile at the three enchanting beauties of Shrek beside him. Fear not, for I am here. The golden-haired youth scoffed with a mocking grin. You're still posturing despite your exhaustion. Do you truly believe that in your current state, you can contend with us? The golden-haired youth harbored no belief that Fang Yu, having carried a boulder for several hundred kilometers, could possibly surpass him in strength. Even if Fang Yu appeared unfatigued on the surface, the youth was convinced it was merely an act. Fang Yu fixed his gaze upon the golden-haired youth and offered a chilling smile. How tiresome. Fang Yu, too disinterested to even summon his martial soul, charged forward in a single swift stride and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang. Crack. Ah. The golden-haired youth instantly felt a multitude of his ribs shatter, the pain forcing him to grimace and grit his teeth. Like a kite severed from its string, he was propelled backwards, his face a canvas of shock. Fang Yu, having carried a boulder for several hundred kilometers, displayed astonishing resilience. The blonde-haired youth felt a wave of regret. Had he known, he would have refrained from provoking such a formidable individual. The other students from Tsanghui Academy stood frozen in place, their bodies trembling in fear upon witnessing Fang Yu send the blonde youth flying with a single punch. Fang Yu's prowess, even without unleashing his martial soul, is already formidable. If he were to activate his martial soul, would he not be capable of extinguishing their lives with a mere punch? The students of Tsanghui Academy fled in utter panic, overwhelmed by fear. Xiao Wu cast a playful smile at Fang Yu, grateful for the presence of her brother. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Fang Yu with admiration glimmering in their eyes, their respect for him deepening. Tang San and Dai Mubai, bearing bruises and battered faces, struggled to rise from the ground, casting resentful glances in Fang Yu's direction. If Fang Yu had acted sooner, they would not have been assaulted. Yet, he chose to intervene only after the individuals from Tsanghui Academy had already inflicted harm upon them. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. Tang San and Dai Mubai were infuriated beyond measure. Flander, who had wings sprouting from his back, heard the sounds of the conflict and swiftly flew over. Adjusting the frames of his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, he inquired, what transpired? Fang Yu offered a faint smile. It was nothing of great importance. Merely a matter of driving off a few bothersome flies. Ning Rongrong, who was in the know, stifled a laugh upon hearing this. Indeed, as Yuga stated, those worthless individuals from Tsanghui Academy were undeniably akin to foul flies in his presence. Flander nodded slightly. Since there was nothing pressing at hand, they should continue their weighted running. The finish line was not far from their reach. After Flander departed, the Shrek 8 monsters persisted in their long-distance run, burdened by stones. Time passed, and at last, the Shrek 8 monsters were nearing their destination. Xiao Wu, weary to the core, walked to Fang Yu's left, with her left arm resting on his shoulder. Ning Rongrong, her delicate face pale from exhaustion, walked on Fang Yu's right, her fair arm draped over his shoulder. Beside Ning Rongrong stood Zhu Zhuqing, her face glistening with perspiration. Fang Yu remained unperturbed, though he matched his pace with that of his three companions for the sake of his sister. The quartet walked side by side, arms draped across each other's shoulders. Oscar lagged 2 meters behind Fang Yu, his posture hunched like a shrimp, swaying as if he might topple at any moment. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun crawled on the ground, resembling dogs as they crossed the finish line. Flinder looked at Fang Yu with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "You little monster. You have exceeded the training expectations. Not only did you refrain from slacking off, but you also assisted your female peers in carrying stones. Zhao Wujian nodded in agreement, acknowledging Flinder's praise. Yu Xiaojiang, however, wore a dark expression and remained silent, feeling rather discontent. Initially, he had assigned Fang Yu the task of running 15 laps as a means of targeting him, intending to make him suffer. To his astonishment, Fang Yu not only completed the 15 laps effortlessly, but even surpassed the requirement. After a brief rest, the Shrek 7 Devils resumed their activities. Flinder adjusted his glasses and proclaimed, "Little monsters, it is time for dinner." Chapter 70. Was the Dean green with envy? The Shrek 7 Devils arrived at the Academy's cafeteria. Tang San was taken aback upon seeing 6 plates of greens on the table. Water spinach, lettuce. The offerings were overwhelmingly verdant. Had Dean Flinder been green with envy? Aside from Xiaowu, who relished the meal, the others had little appetite. Daimu Bai brushed aside his golden bangs, glancing at Flinder and inquiring, "Dean, why is there not a single meat dish?" Flinder, adjusting his glasses with 2 fingers, replied with an awkward smile. "The Academy's budget is limited. Let us make do with what we have. In fact, a vegetarian diet can be quite beneficial for weight loss." At that moment, Fang Yu suddenly recalled the reward he had received from the system for assisting Ning Rongrong in carrying stones, for fragrant chicken legs. These were no ordinary drumsticks. They were special legs that could restore physical strength upon consumption. As Fang Yu presented the 4 chicken legs, an enticing aroma instantly permeated the air, igniting the appetites of those present. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and the others all brightened, their gazes directed towards Fang Yu. Only Xiaowu showed no interest in the chicken legs, continually crunching on her leafy greens, for she had a penchant for vegetarian fare. Fang Yu believed that indulging excessively in chicken legs could lead to monotony. Thus, he presented one to both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, who expressed their gratitude with beaming smiles. Typically, chicken legs are not considered a delicacy. However, when faced solely with vegetarian dishes, they become particularly tantalizing. Oscar, saliva trickling at the corners of his mouth, gazed eagerly at Fang Yu. "Might you grant me a chicken leg as well? I would gladly exchange it for my swift-flying butterfly sausage." As he spoke, Oscar extended his palm, channeling his soul power to materialize a butterfly sausage. Fang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. "All right. Thank you, Boss Fang." The two exchanged successfully, and Oscar began to devour the delicious chicken leg with great enthusiasm. "Wow, this is absolutely delectable," Oscar exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Ma Hongjun also yearned for a chicken leg, but unfortunately, Fang Yu had none to spare. "Indeed, it is truly delicious." Fang Yu took a bite of the chicken, its tenderness and spicy flavor delighting his palate. Tang San and the handsome Ma Hongjun watched with envious eyes as Fang Yu devoured the chicken leg, drool pooling beneath them. Their cravings were overwhelming. After finishing their meal, the Shrek 8 monsters returned to their quarters to indulge in a relaxing bath. In the Douluo Continent, amidst the locked forest, a gentle breeze rustled through the air, causing a withered yellow leaf to dance before settling on the shoulder of a man clad in black, who sat in meditation. Suddenly, a notification from the villain system echoed. The host's soul power has reached level 41. The one-eyed man slowly opened his cold eyes, his expression marred by displeasure. After such prolonged training, why had he only advanced 1 level in soul power? It was exceedingly slow. "System, is there a more expedient way to enhance my soul power?" he inquired. "No," came the reply. Anger surged within the one-eyed man as he furrowed his brow, summoning his fierce blade spirit to wreak havoc upon the surrounding trees. Crack, crack, crack. The trees bore the scars of his wrath, toppling with a thunderous crash. The surrounding birds, startled, took flight in a panic. The one-eyed man's frustration intensified. At this rate of cultivation, when would he dominate the entirety of the Douluo Continent? When would he slay Xiaowu to seize her soul ring and capture her soul bone? When would he eliminate Bibi Dong and claim the title of the new Pope of the Spirit Hall? In a fit of rage, he swung his blade at another large tree. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the sturdy trunk was reduced to splinters, countless leaves drifting to the ground. If trees could speak, they might lament. "Why must you take out your anger on me? Have you no regard for my existence? I truly cannot bear this. Thank you for your warmth through the seasons." Once he had calmed his mind, the one-eyed man pondered. "System, why is my rate of soul power advancement significantly slowed?" Because the higher the soul power level, the more soul power is required for further elevation. Understanding dawned upon him, and he resumed his meditation, absorbing the surrounding soul energy to convert into soul power. He resolved to wait until his soul power reached a sufficient level before venturing out to conquer, lest he fall prey to his adversaries. Meanwhile, at Shrek Academy. Within the dilapidated dormitory, Dai Mubai brushed aside his golden bangs that threatened to obscure his vision and turned to Tang San and the others. Xiao San, fatty, you haven't had enough to eat, have you? Come with me to the city for a grand feast. The red-haired, plump Ma Hongjun, reclining on the bed, shook his head with closed eyes. No way, I'm too tired. I need to sleep. Tang San looked at Dai Mubai, questioning, are you treating us? If so, he would certainly join. Dai Mubai grinned. Dream on. We'll go Dutch. Tang San's expression soured. Then never mind, I want to go. He lamented his financial struggles, unable to afford a lavish meal. Ultimately, Dai Mubai and Oscar ventured to the city for a sumptuous feast, though Oscar, having eaten a chicken leg, still left feeling unsatisfied. Within the opulent villa of Fang Yu, he, along with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, were indulging in a delightful feast. Brother Yu, the crayfish have been peeled and are ready for you, Ning Rongrong said with a smile in her enchanting eyes, as she presented a generous platter of fragrant and spicy crayfish to Fang Yu. Thank you. Fang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. No need for thanks. It is only right. Ning Rongrong chuckled softly, shaking her head. During lunch at the cafeteria, aside from Xiao Wu, the others had merely consumed a single chicken leg and a small portion of vegetables, leaving them all still hungry. Within Fang Yu's grand villa, a diverse array of ingredients is stored. These provisions were bestowed by the system as rewards for the villa, featuring an assortment of fresh produce. Zhu Qing is entrusted with the culinary preparations. Ning Rongrong handles the chopping of vegetables, while Xiao Wu takes on the task of washing them. Fang Yu need not lift a finger, merely opening his mouth to indulge in delectable cuisine. How delightful! Initially, he had intended to assist with the cooking. However, he was rebuffed by three lovely ladies. They expressed that since they resided in Fang Yu's abode, there was no necessity to spend money on ingredients. They wished to contribute in some capacity, for otherwise, they would feel a sense of unease within. Thud, thud, thud. Fang Yu and the three beautiful women had just finished their meal when a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Fang Yu, something terrible has happened. Xiao Ao has been kidnapped. Dai Mubai shouted from the entrance of the villa. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu furrowed his brow and rose to open the door. Before him stood Dai Mubai, battered and bruised, with a swollen visage. What transpired? Dai Mubai, wincing as he supported his aching waist with one hand, recounted, I went to the city with Xiao Ao to enjoy some barbecue. Midway through our meal, a drunken, lecherous man attempted to steal our lamb skewers. We ended up in a scuffle with him, only to discover that he was a Soul sect member. I was soundly beaten, and Xiao Ao was captured. The inebriated scoundrel demanded that I procure 10,000 gold soul coins for her release. Otherwise, he threatened to sell Xiao Ao by tomorrow. It was out of sheer desperation that Dai Mubai sought Fang Yu's assistance. Tang San and Ma Hongjun lacked the requisite soul power to contend with a member of the Soul sect. He believed that only Fang Yu possessed the strength to confront such a foe. Chapter 71. The Rescue of Oscar. Come, take me to save Xiao Ao. Fang Yu remarked nonchalantly that Oscar referred to him as the boss, while he was merely his subordinate. Now, with his little brother in distress, Fang Yu would naturally not stand idly by. Brother, I shall accompany you. I am eager to see which scoundrel dares to bully our Shrek members. Xiao Wu exclaimed, hands on her hips, brimming with indignation. She was a girl with a penchant for violence, reveling in the thrill of a fight. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, as well as Tang San and Ma Hongjun, intrigued by the unfolding events, decided to join the expedition to Soto City to rescue Oscar. Before long, the Shrek's 7 monsters arrived at a somewhat secluded barbecue stall on the outskirts of Soto City. The hour was late, and the night enveloped the surroundings. A bright moon illuminated the sky, adorned with countless stars. Kid, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. Did you bring the 10,000 gold soul coins? A rather disreputable-looking man, with 2 protruding front teeth, approached from the barbecue stall. He bore an unsettling resemblance to an oversized rat that had somehow acquired sentience. Dai Mubai pointed at him with displeasure, stating, Fang Yu, this is the one who kidnapped Xiao Ao and gave me a beating. Fang Yu's gaze fell upon Douluo. This fellow was not only lewd in appearance, but also exceedingly unattractive. Comparatively, he was far more repulsive than the infamous Ugly Three. Douluo cast a glance at the individuals surrounding Dai Mubai. Ah, reinforcements have arrived? Upon seeing the stunning beauty standing beside Fang Yu, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Covering his black cap with his left hand and clutching his belly with his right, he bent over, performing the moonwalk. Before delivering a blow, he decided to treat them to a glimpse of his splendid dance moves. Tang San observed Bu Li's effeminate antics and deemed him unimpressive. Wu Bai, how did you end up being bested by this weakling? I believe I could easily defeat him. Allow me to rescue Xiao Ao. Tang San yearned to showcase his prowess before Xiao Wu. Xiao San don't. Before Dai Mu Bai could intervene, Tang San charged toward Bu Li. Fat chicken tangle, he exclaimed as a spectral image of the fat chicken emerged behind him. The blue silvergrass, accompanied by the sound of clucking, surged toward Bu Li. Bu Li furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Tang San. How can you be even uglier than I am? Truly deserving of a beating. He activated his martial spirit, a blend of yellow and purple hues. With a resounding thud, Bu Li delivered a kick that sent Tang San flying. He tumbled several times before finally coming to a halt. Xiao Wu, unable to bear the sight any longer, furrowed her delicate brows, hands on her hips as she glared at Tang San. Are you even capable? Let me, your sister Xiao Wu, take care of this. With that, Xiao Wu strode purposefully toward Bu Li. Fang Yu, witnessing the scene, did not intervene. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. Poor Nelle, you are in for a world of trouble. Having perused the original text, he knew that with her current prowess, Xiao Wu could easily overpower Nelle. Nelle regarded Xiao Wu with a derisive smirk. You, a feeble little girl, dare to challenge me? Before he could finish his taunt, Xiao Wu suddenly employed her third spirit ability, teleporting directly before him. In an instant, she delivered a powerful kick that sent Nelle soaring into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, Xiao Wu executed a series of 8 successive throws. Crack, crack. Nelle's face contorted in agony as the sound of shattering bones resonated. After enduring a merciless beating, he crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, unconscious. At least 7 or 8 of his bones lay shattered. Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San were left in a state of astonishment. Wow! Who knew Xiao Wu was so formidable? Sister Xiao Wu's 8 throws were relentless. Just as the onlookers prepared to assist Oscar, 2 men, one tall and one short, one stout and one slender, approached from a distance. The portly figure on the left, named Gu Baoting, stretched his arms. The lean man on the right, named Yin Jingting, rubbed his eyes. Both were close friends of Nelle. Upon seeing Nelle severely injured, they immediately erupted in fury. You wretched little girl! How dare you leave Nelle in such a state? You will pay for this. Gu Baoting swung his arm, summoning his martial spirit. Yellow and purple hues shimmered around him as 4 brilliant spirit rings encircled his form. A large wolf fang club materialized in his grasp. Yin Jingting, having rubbed his eyes, also activated his martial spirit. Yellow and purple hues appeared, revealing a large green cleaver in his hand. Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and Ma Hongjuan's expressions shifted in alarm upon seeing the 2's spirit rings. Oh no, they are both spirit kings. We cannot save Xiao Wu now, they are spirit kings. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing furrowed their brows, a sense of unease settling within them. Upon noticing Gu Baoting and Yin Jingting, Xiao Wu's demeanor grew grave. Their auras were formidable. At her current strength, she was no match for either of them. Fang Yu stepped forward a few paces, positioning himself before Xiao Wu. He glanced back with a smile, saying, Xiao Wu, step back. I shall handle them. All right, Xiao Wu replied with a radiant smile, obediently retreating a bit. Gu Baoting raised his right hand, wielding a spike club, and coldly regarded Fang Yu. What prowess do you possess, boy, to utter such audacious words? Yin Jingting rubbed his eyes with a sinister grin. I assess his soul power fluctuations. He is at best a soul master. How dare a mere soul master play the hero? Truly courting death. Gu Baoting fixed his gaze on Fang Yu, slightly lifting his chin. Show me your soul rings, so I may behold them. Fang Yu scoffed. You are unworthy to behold my soul ring. Gu Bao's brows furrowed in anger, exclaiming, You are excessively arrogant, young man. Prepare to meet your demise. With that, he twisted his arm and summoned a colossal wolf fang club towering at 40 meters, bringing it crashing down towards Fang Yu. Yin Jingting narrowed his eyes and bellowed, Third soul skill, 5 lightning blades of Ma Bao. 5 formidable green blades imbued with overwhelming soul power surged towards Fang Yu, slicing through the air with a deafening roar. The might of a soul king is not to be underestimated. You are doomed, kid. Yin Jingtung sneered with a sinister grin. Observing this scene, Tang San displayed a smirk of schadenfreude. Fang Yu, you are in a dire predicament. Even if the 2 soul kings cannot eliminate you, they can certainly inflict severe injuries upon you. A wicked smile crept across Dai Mu Bai's face. He was unable to assist Fang Yu at present. He intended to wait until Fang Yu was wounded, at which point the soul power of those two adversaries would likely be nearly depleted. Then, he could easily overpower Gabading and Yinjingding, thereby impressing Zhu Shiqing. Ma Hongjun had no intention of aiding Fang Yu either. He harbored resentment for not receiving chicken legs and recovery potions from Fang Yu, and he relished the thought of witnessing Fang Yu being beaten, which would bring him some satisfaction. Ning Rongrong, upon seeing Fang Yu confronted by the dual onslaught of the two Soul Kings, was immediately engulfed by concern. Without hesitation, she unleashed the 7-treasure glazed tile, proclaiming, first, strength, second, speed, third, soul. A brilliant spectrum of light enveloped Fang Yu, augmenting his power. Zhu Zhuqing yearned to rush to Fang Yu's aid, but feared that her interference might complicate matters further. Thus, she remained rooted in place, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon him, her heart in turmoil. Xiao Wu's delicate face was etched with worry. Brother, please do not come to harm. Can you truly contend with those two Soul Kings? Having just expended a considerable amount of soul power in her previous confrontation, she found herself unable to assist Fang Yu, her intentions thwarted by her limitations. Chapter 72. This is it. This fellow is too formidable. Fang Yu gazed at the formidable 40-meter-long wolf Fang club hurtling towards him, accompanied by 5 green flying daggers. Yet, he remained utterly unfazed, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is this all? Fang Yu did not require the release of his martial spirit. His right arm gradually lifted. Smack. Fang Yu snapped his fingers. Boom. An invisible and formidable soul force surged forth like a raging tide. Gu Baoding, wielding a wolf Fang club, widened his eyes in sheer horror. Goodness! Such overwhelming soul power. Yin Jingting, brandishing a green blade, stood agape, trembling with fear. This is disastrous. This young man's strength is far beyond their realm. Even without their martial spirits, they stood no chance against him. Before the 40-meter-long wolf Fang club could descend, it propelled both Gu Baoding and Yin Jingting through the air. Bang! After being blasted several meters away, they crashed to the ground, losing consciousness from the impact. Gu Baoding and Yin Jingting found themselves sprawled beside Douluo, the 3 brothers laying in a perfectly aligned row. Their bones were severely shattered, rendering them incapable of self-care for the foreseeable future. The surrounding barbecue stalls, beer bottles, tables, and chairs were all overturned by the terrifying soul force, shattering and scattering across the ground. The barbecue shop owner stood frozen in fear, paralyzed with shock. Tang San stared in disbelief. What? How has Fang Yu's strength increased once more? He can send 2 Soul Kings flying even without utilizing his martial soul. Dai Mubai's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling brass bells. Fang Yu possesses an astonishingly formidable strength. Even the Soul King is unable to contend with him. How infuriating. Fang Yu has once again outshone us. Dai Mubai wore an expression as though he had just suffered the loss of his beloved parents. Fang Yu had vanquished 2 Soul Kings, and he could no longer bask in glory before Zhu Shiqing. A profound discomfort gnawed at his heart. Ma Hongjun stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched upon his features. Could this truly be the power possessed by the Soul Sect? To wield such formidable strength without the aid of their martial souls? With a single strike, he had obliterated 2 Soul Kings. Fang Yu was undeniably remarkable. A cow that had never calved was truly impressive. Xiao Wu gazed at her brother with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, Brother, you have grown even stronger. She was well aware of her brother's prowess. Yet she had not anticipated that he could triumph over 2 Soul Kings without relying on his martial soul. Ning Rongrong retracted her 7 treasures, glazed tower, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Fang Yu. Brother Yu's true power must have reached the level of a Soul King. She mused. No, perhaps it has surpassed that. Otherwise, how could he defeat 2 Soul Kings with a single blow? Ning Rongrong understood that her 7 treasures glazed tower had not significantly augmented Fang Yu's strength. It was primarily due to his own formidable capabilities. In other words, had she bestowed her 7 treasures glazed tower's blessings upon Cho San, he would still not have been able to overcome the opposing Soul Kings. The worry etched on Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face dissipated, replaced by a gentle smile as she observed Fang Yu's lips curl into a subtle grin. This man was simply extraordinary. After Fang Yu was endowed with tenfold strength from the diamond body refinement technique, his power experienced a significant enhancement. Coupled with a fraction of strength bestowed upon him by Ning Rongrong, effortlessly vanquishing 2 Soul Kings became a trivial matter. Fang Yu, accompanied by Xiao Wu and others, discovered Oscar bound to a tree. Boss Fang, thank you for coming to rescue me, Oscar exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly brought to tears. He opened his arms wide, rushing towards Fang Yu, yearning to bestow upon him a heartfelt embrace. Fang Yu swiftly raised his hand to deter Oscar. I understand your emotions are stirred, but a hug is unnecessary. Oscar, having just finished his barbecue, still bore traces of grease upon his lips. Should he get grease all over himself, he would have to tend to his laundry. Upon returning to the academy, the Shrek 8 monsters found that night had already fallen. Fang Yu stood before the large window of his room, gazing upward at the round, glistening moon reminiscent of a glutinous rice ball, accompanied by a sky adorned with countless brilliant stars. The silvery moonlight cascaded upon his handsome visage, accentuating the chiseled contours of his features, rendering him even more strikingly attractive. Fang Yu gazed at the bright moon, his heart awash with myriad thoughts. Will my consciousness traverse into that mist-laden realm tonight? I wonder what treasures await me there. Fang Yu harbored great anticipation for the misty world, a realm he had previously visited. Esteemed host, as far as I am aware, your thoughts possess a certain potency. Should you wish to return, the intangible energy you exude will naturally forge a connection once more with the high-dimensional misty world. Fang Yu's lips curved into a subtle smile. Thus, it could not be better. Fang Yu lay upon his bed, gradually succumbing to slumber. As anticipated by the system, he once more found himself enveloped in the misty realm. Before him lay a scene identical to his previous encounter. An expanse of dense, ethereal fog surrounded him, limiting his vision to a mere 4 or 5 meters. Before his eyes stretched a grand avenue paved with white jade stones, flanked by vibrant flora and trees. Fang Yu gazed at the endless expanse of the white jade stone road ahead, a smile gracing his lips. He hoped that this journey would yield powerful techniques, just as the previous one had. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Fang Yu harbored great expectations for the misty realm, for the power of the diamond body refinement technique had left him utterly astonished. Suddenly, before Fang Yu, a golden character for Hang materialized in the air. Subsequently, the character transformed into a delicate halo of golden light, enveloping him. Fang Yu understood that this was the system's extraordinary ability. As he ambled along the broad jadestone pathway, suddenly, a large slab of jade beneath his feet transformed into a spring, propelling him skyward towards the heavens. Fang Yu ascended directly into the clouds high above. In an instant, a golden light shimmered around him, and he miraculously found himself standing atop a white cloud. In this realm, he possessed no physical form and was unable to experience the jarring sensation of soaring into the heavens. Before Fang Yu, a remarkable transformation unfolded. No longer was there a shroud of mist, but rather an expanse of pristine, white clouds. Arching majestically across the sky was a colossal rainbow, resplendent in its 7 hues. From a distance, it appeared to reach the very heavens. Not far in front of Fang Yu, a brilliant orb of golden lightning flickered, reminiscent of countless bolts of lightning dancing within a grand glass sphere. What could this phenomenon be? Fang Yu gazed at a cluster of golden electric light, his mind filled with perplexity. The flashes of lightning manifested with remarkable swiftness, only to vanish just as quickly as if they existed for but a fleeting moment. They flickered reminiscently, akin to a nearly defective orange-hued light bulb, blinking intermittently. Fang Yu's fingertips emitted a brilliant beam of golden light. This radiant light materialized in the void, forming the character. The character then struck the orb of golden light with tremendous force. With a flash, a resplendent tome of martial arts soared forth from the crackling brilliance, drifting gracefully towards Fang Yu. A hidden mystery lay within. Fang Yu was filled with a mix of astonishment and joy, the corners of his mouth curving upward. He had not anticipated that the cultivation technique was concealed within this dazzling golden lightning. Fang Yu gently lowered his head, casting a glance at the martial technique in his hands. The cover bore the title, Extreme Shadow Lightning Steps. Fang Yu casually perused the pages, discovering that it was a technique designed to enhance one's speed. It bore some resemblance to the elusive shadows of a certain style, yet it was exponentially more powerful, hundreds of times so. For, on the final page of the technique, it was inscribed, upon attaining perfection in cultivation, one shall move with the swiftness of lightning, akin to teleportation. Fang Yu's heart swelled with joy. The worth of this cultivation method is no less than that of the diamond body refinement technique. Chapter 73, The Enigmatic Misty Realm. Fang Yu stored the extreme shadow lightning step into his storage ring, and the white clouds below him descended like an elevator. He returned to the center of the original jade stone road and continued forward, eager to discover if there were any other treasures awaiting him. Fang Yu's intuition suggested that this fog-laden realm must harbor more than just martial arts techniques. Perhaps there were other treasures to be unearthed, such as the possibility of acquiring another soul spirit or even bestowing upon him an entire 100,000-year soul ring. Fang Yu was in high spirits as he progressed along the Jadestone path. In the sky of the misty world, a flock of birds was communicating through thought. A black crow exclaimed, "The human has actually extracted a technique from the law of lightning." Under normal circumstances, human consciousness cannot interact with the entities of the misty world. How did that human accomplish this? The rock remarked, "That human's consciousness seems to wield a mysterious and formidable power. Otherwise, it would be impossible to retrieve such a powerful technique from the law of lightning." The white dove expressed, "The power possessed by that human master fills me with awe." The location where the birds were conversing was precisely where Fang Yu had just been. They communicated through thought, akin to a private chat group, existing in a different dimension from Fang Yu, rendering him unable to hear their discourse. Fang Yu was advancing along the Jadestone path in search of treasure. "Brother, Teacher Xiao Gang has instructed us to gather at the square. It seems there is an important announcement to be made." Xiao Wu's voice echoed in Fang Yu's mind. Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Had an entire night truly passed so swiftly? He felt as though he had only lingered in the misty realm for a mere 10 minutes. Oh well, there would certainly be another opportunity to venture into the misty world again. Fang Yu's consciousness returned to his essence. His gaze fell upon the white ceiling above. He rose from his bed and, accompanied by Xiao Wu, made his way to the Grand Plaza of Shrek Academy. Ding! The system detected that the host had acquired an 8th-tier cultivation technique, the Shadow Lightning Step. Ding! The host has been rewarded with mastery at the pinnacle level for this technique. The host's proficiency in this technique has been upgraded by the system to a state of perfection. Fang Yu suddenly felt an earth-shattering transformation within his body. His speed had been dramatically enhanced. At this moment, the host's velocity was 2,000% greater than before, equating to a remarkable 20-fold increase. Fang Yu's lips nearly ascended to the heavens. Indeed, this is worthy of an 8th-tier technique. It surpasses the 7th-tier diamond body refinement method in prowess. With a 20-fold increase in mobility, one could essentially proclaim it to be swift as lightning, akin to teleportation. Upon arriving at the square, Fang Yu and Xiao Wu discovered that Tang San and the others were already gathered. The short-haired Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands clasped behind his back, addressed the group. The second phase of training officially commences. Your objective is to acquire the silver badge at the Soto City Soul Arena. The arena has updated its one-on-one rules to a randomized matchmaking system. One-on-one battles will no longer be based on strength alignment. Dai Mubai raised his hand to brush aside his golden bangs, which were nearly obscuring his vision, and inquired, "Master, what if we encounter a formidable opponent?" Yu Xiaojiang replied calmly, "If you are matched against an opponent whose strength vastly exceeds your own, you may choose to surrender. However, surrendering will not earn you any points in the Soul Arena, and without points, you cannot advance to the silver badge. My suggestion is that even when faced with a powerful adversary, do not concede easily, unless you are utterly overwhelmed or in imminent danger. The stronger the opponent, the more your combat abilities will be honed." After a brief pause, Yu Xiaojiang continued, "You will first engage in one-on-one and two-on-two battles. Following that, we will focus on team combat, which will enhance your synergy and expedite the accumulation of points in the Soul Arena." Once Yu Xiaojiang concluded his instructions regarding the training and the Soul Arena, Flender adjusted his glasses with his index and middle fingers, approached Fang Yu with a cheerful demeanor, and said, "Little monster, if I recall correctly, after your last use of the luxurious carriage, you stowed it away in your storage ring, didn't you? That carriage of yours is grand and spacious. How about we use it once more to transport us to the Soto City Soul Arena?" Flender thought to himself that with Fang Yu's carriage, he could conserve the Academy's funds and avoid the expense of renting a carriage himself. Fang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. All right, he summoned an opulent, grandiose carriage, taking the members of Shrek to the Soul Arena in Soto City. The last row of the carriage comprised 4 seats. On Fang Yu's left sat the elegantly dressed Xiao Wu in a pink gown, while on his right were Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. Tang San, seated beside Dai Mubai, cast a jealous glance at Fang Yu. Why did all the beauties gather around him? Was it solely because of Fang Yu's handsome visage? Ma Hongjun, sharing a double seat with Oscar, gazed enviously at Fang Yu, wishing he could occupy that coveted spot. Flanked by stunning maidens of unparalleled beauty, he felt a pang of longing. Oscar adjusted his glasses. His gaze towards Fang Yu tinged with a hint of envy. Unlike Ma Hongjun, he harbored no greedy desires. He merely wished to sit next to Ning Rongrong. Alas, the luxurious carriage had but 4 seats in its final row, and the 3 enchanting ladies of Shrek were all beside Fang Yu. Before long, Shrek's 8 monsters arrived at the Soto City Seoul Arena. Tang San's first match was a one-on-one duel against a young man with white hair. Indeed, he was quite young, yet already bore a shock of white hair. The pallor of the white-haired youth's face suggested a certain frailty. Tang San's disdainful demeanor resurfaced. Though his opponent possessed higher soul power, he seemed unwell. "You look like a sickly wretch. Why not concede? I'd rather not trouble myself with you," he remarked. The white-haired youth's blood pressure surged at the insult. "You are the sickly one. Your entire family is a bunch of sickly wretches." He detested being called frail. Before Tang San could unleash his first soul skill, he was abruptly struck off the stage by an attack from the high-flying snow duck. The audience buzzed with murmurs, taken aback by the prowess displayed. This white-haired youth is quite formidable, having dispatched his opponent in a single move. Despite his seemingly frail appearance, his strength is no trifling matter. Indeed, the snow duck had achieved 5 consecutive victories. Thus, Tang San faced defeat in his inaugural one-on-one match. Fang Yu walked slowly towards the Duhun platform. His opponent was none other than the formidable Gao Shuiya, who had just defeated Tang San with ease. Xiao Wu, filled with concern, gazed at Fang Yu and said, "Brother, please be careful and don't get hurt." She could discern the exceptional strength of the white-haired youth. Fearing that he might inflict harm upon her brother, "Rest assured, I shall be fine," he replied. Fang Yu smiled as he gently patted Xiao Wu's head. The pair of upright pink rabbit ears atop her head drooped slightly, adding to her undeniable charm. Tang San, clutching his pained chest, cast a fierce glance at Fang Yu's back as he made his way toward the soul-fighting platform. "With such formidable strength as Gao Shuiya, you surely cannot match him. Fang Yu, prepare to be beaten." Chapter 74. Fang Yu leaves his opponent dazed. Upon ascending the soul-fighting platform, Fang Yu retrieved a resplendent golden throne from his storage ring and seated himself upon it, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. Opposite him, the silver-haired youth, Bai Xia, narrowed his eyes and regarded Fang Yu with a scrutinizing gaze. "You're just like that fellow Tang San, a mere rookie from Shrek Academy, aren't you? The match has commenced. Rise immediately, or I shall take my leave." Fang Yu sat leisurely upon a golden throne, holding a cup of tea in his left hand, taking a delicate sip. He cast a faint smile at Gao Shuiya. "What level you are dictates my strength. Do you truly believe you deserve my standing to confront you? Such arrogance. Utterly outrageous." Gao Shuiya's brows furrowed in anger, her blood pressure rising swiftly. "You are insufferably haughty." Before she could finish her sentence, darkness enveloped her, and she collapsed to the ground. Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. "Is this what it means to be utterly flabbergasted?" Gao Shuiya suddenly regained consciousness, clutching her head as she rose to her feet. With an outstretched finger, she angrily pointed at Fang Yu. "Do not be so arrogant. First, allow me to take a piece of my antihypertensive medication." Fang Yu's lips curled into a smile. The crowd erupted with laughter, exclaiming, "No wonder he is called Gao Shuiya. It turns out he truly has high blood pressure. Who came up with such a clever name? What a talent." The amusement was palpable as the newcomer had already managed to infuriate his opponent. Fortunately, this was the Seoul Arena. Had it been a battlefield, Gao Shuiya would have long since met his end. Who would grant him the opportunity to consume antihypertensive medication? After taking his medication, Gao Shuiya seized the moment while Fang Yu was sipping tea. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a surprise attack, demonstrating a lack of martial ethics common among the youth. He unleashed his second soul skill, Pressure Lock, raising his palm to condense soul power aimed directly at Fang Yu. Following that, he executed his third soul skill, Snow Pressing Heaven Palm, summoning a colossal blood-red handprint imbued with overwhelming soul force, crashing toward Fang Yu. The ground trembled slightly beneath the force, and the air reverberated with a thunderous roar, a testament to the sheer might of the attack. Gao Shuiya, with a gleeful expression, taunted Fang Yu. "I will send you tumbling off the soul arena with this blow." He simultaneously unleashed both his second and third soul skills. The pressure lock ensnared Fang Yu, while the snow-pressing heaven palm was poised to inflict damage, a flawless combination. The audience gasped in awe. This is Gao Shuiya's strongest strike. His 5 consecutive victories have all relied on this formidable combination. The unfortunate Fang Yu seemed destined for defeat, This strike would likely determine the outcome. Standing in the observation area, Yu Xiaojing gazed intently at the soul arena, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Gao Shuiya's soul power level was comparable to Fang Yu's. By executing both the second and third soul skills simultaneously, he was virtually guaranteed to strike Fang Yu. It appeared that Fang Yu would face defeat, and upon impact, he might even sustain serious injuries. Tang San, with his prominent buck teeth, grinned smugly at his teacher's insights. After all, his teacher was the most knowledgeable about martial souls across the continent, and his words undoubtedly held truth. Fang Yu is undoubtedly destined to lose this time, and he may even sustain severe injuries. Tang San has just been effortlessly defeated by Gao Shuiya with a single strike. He is exceedingly eager to witness Fang Yu's downfall at the hands of Gao Shuiya as well. Ma Hongjun raised his hand to touch his nose, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Fang Yu was accompanied by a beautiful woman in the carriage, while he himself was alone, causing a pang of jealousy to stir within him. Now, witnessing Fang Yu on the verge of being struck, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Flander adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. According to Xiao Gang's assertion, Fang Yu could indeed not evade the impending blow from Gao Shuiya. Was the little monster about to face defeat? Ning Rongrong clasped her left hand with her right, placing them before her, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Fang Yu, concern etched clearly on her lovely face. Zhu Zhuqing, with her delicate brows furrowed, gazed anxiously at the soul-fighting platform, her small hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothing, so tense that her palms began to sweat. Although it was Fang Yu engaged in battle, she felt far more anxious than if she were the one fighting. Boom! The blood-red hand of Gao Shuiya struck Fang Yu with a resounding impact, a thunderous noise echoing across the arena. Fang Yu's position was shrouded in a dense veil of crimson smoke. Brother! Xiao Wu cried out tearfully, yearning to rush forward to save Fang Yu. However, she was restrained by Ning Rongrong. Xiao Wu, he should be fine. Do not act impulsively. Gao Shuiya cast a smug glance at the referee hovering above and remarked, Referee, can we announce the result now? In his perspective, Fang Yu had been struck by his second and third soul abilities, making it utterly impossible for him to withstand the assault. The referee shook his head, stating, No, the match is not yet concluded. Gao Shuiya, filled with perplexity, directed his gaze towards Fang Yu's location, only to witness the red smoke gradually dissipating. Fang Yu remained seated upon the resplendent golden throne, utterly unscathed. Gao Shuiya's eyes widened in astonishment. How could this be? You were clearly struck by my second and third soul techniques. How is it that you remain unharmed? How did you achieve this? Gao Shuiya's blood pressure surged, causing his body to sway precariously as if he might faint. He hastily consumed a pill to lower his blood pressure. The audience, witnessing Fang Yu on the soul fighting stage, stood in stunned silence. Incredible! Fang Yu has not been hurled off the stage. This young man is truly formidable, withstanding Gao Shuiya's second and third soul techniques without a scratch. As for this youth, I can only say, the gathering of young bulls is nothing short of astonishing. Tang San displayed an expression akin to encountering a ghost. By the heavens! Why was Fang Yu not sent flying from the soul arena? This can't be true. Ma Hongjun was taken aback for a moment, his fists pounding against the railing in frustration. How could this happen? Fang Yu is indeed quite formidable. Ma Hongjun, frustrated by the absence of the scene he yearned to witness, was consumed by rage. Seeing Fang Yu unscathed, Xiao's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. With a smile gracing her lips, she exclaimed, As expected of my brother, truly impressive. Ning Rongrong's anxious heart finally found solace, relieved that brother Yu had withstood the challenge. However, how did he manage to counter the formidable second and third soul skills of Gao Shuiya? Upon learning that Fang Yu was safe, Zhu Zhuqing's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Regardless of the outcome, as long as Fang Yu remained unharmed, that was all that mattered. Flinder's expression was one of sheer shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How did this little monster manage to withstand that powerful strike? Yu Xiaojing gaped in astonishment. How could Fang Yu remain unscathed? This series of actions had completely transcended Yu Xiaojing's understanding. Suddenly, he recalled something, and his gaze fell upon the gilded throne upon which Fang Yu sat. Could this be the legendary, advanced damage nullifying throne? Yu Xiaojing had heard whispers of such a treasure. Sitting upon it could negate 99% of damage inflicted by title Douluo and below. No one beneath the title Douluo level could breach its defenses. Even an attack from a title Douluo would be mitigated by a significant margin. It was hailed as the most formidable defensive artifact in the Douluo Continent. Yu Xiaojing was utterly astonished. He never expected Fang Yu to possess such a precious treasure. Indeed, the chair upon which Fang Yu sat was the advanced damage-nullifying throne. When the blood-red hand of the high snow duck had struck, the throne automatically emitted a golden barrier, enveloping Fang Yu. With the might of the high snow duck, not a scratch could touch Fang Yu. Chapter 75. A kick that sends the soul sect flying. Fang Yu sat gracefully upon his exalted throne of invulnerability, observing the dazed expression of Gao Xia in the distance, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Your turn has concluded. Now it is mine, he declared. Gao Xia hastily raised her hand and exclaimed, Wait, allow me to consume another pill to alleviate my stress. You may descend and partake in it. Do not squander my time, Fang Yu retorted, and in an instant, he moved with swiftness to appear before Gao Xia. Bang! Fang Yu delivered a powerful kick, sending Gao Xia hurtling backward as if struck by a massive truck. Fang Yu's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving no opportunity for any reaction as he soared off the soul-fighting platform. At the moment she was struck, Gao Xia felt a buzzing in her head, her eyes wide and mouth agape, breathing rapidly. How can Fang Yu move with such astonishing speed? Moreover, he has not even activated his martial soul yet exhibits such formidable strength. In Gao Xia's eyes, Fang Yu seemed no different from teleportation, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Fang Yu possesses the perfected level of the diamond body refinement technique and the consummate extreme shadow flash technique. His strength and defense are magnified tenfold, while his speed is enhanced 20-fold. These two martial arts significantly elevate his power and velocity, allowing him to effortlessly defeat Gao Xia without even activating his martial soul. The audience was left in utter astonishment. Goodness! Fang Yu's speed is beyond comprehension, one exclaimed. Before I could grasp the situation, Gao Xia was already propelled off the soul-fighting platform. Such terrifying swiftness! Tang San was left utterly speechless. Fang Yu just teleported. How could a food-type soul master possess a teleportation soul skill? This is simply inconceivable. Dai Mubai's eyes suddenly narrowed. Fang Yu's speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of the Soul Emperor. He had even eclipsed the Soul Sage. Ma Hongjun gazed in astonishment as he kicked high snow duck of the soul sect into the air. How could Fang Yu's power be so formidable? Oscar adjusted his glasses with a hand to his forehead, exclaiming in astonishment, as swift as lightning. Fang is incredibly handsome. Yu Xiaozhang's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Such power and speed were beyond what any soul master could possess. Ning Rongrong, adorned in a delicate green dress, gazed at Fang Yu with sparkling eyes filled with affection. Not only was he powerful and swift, but he was also strikingly handsome. She was utterly smitten. Both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were equally astounded by Fang Yu's astonishing speed. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would scarcely believe that Fang Yu could reach such astonishing velocities. The referee raised Fang Yu's right arm, smiling as he proclaimed, I declare Fang Yu the victor of this match. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, their admiration for Fang Yu's speed and strength emanating from the depths of their hearts. They had never witnessed a soul master with such formidable power and velocity as Fang Yu. After Fang Yu descended from the soul fighting stage, Yu Xiaozhang clasped his hands behind his back and addressed the crowd. We will now begin the 2-on-2 team battles. Feel free to choose your partners. You may retain your previous partnerships or select a new. Tang San approached Xiao Wu with a flattering smile. Sister Xiao Wu, let's team up this time. I promise to protect you and ensure you remain unscathed. Xiao Wu disdainfully cast a glance at Tang San. You are far too weak. I refuse to team up with you. Tang San's face contorted into an expression of dismay. Dai Mubai sought out Zhu Zhuqing, only to be turned down, while Oscar's attempt to partner with Ning Rongrong met a similar fate. Ma Hongjuan's lips twitched awkwardly as he found himself in an uncomfortable position, uncertain of whom to approach. With only 3 beauties in Shrek Academy, the competition was fierce. After rejecting Oscar, Ning Rongrong approached Fang Yu with a radiant smile. She lifted her delicate hand to smooth the wisps of hair that had been tousled by the wind. Brother Yu, shall we team up this time? I have been diligently training, and my soul power has significantly increased. My 7 treasure glazed tile can greatly enhance your strength, making you even more formidable. Ning Rongrong's smile was enchanting, her voice soft and melodious, evoking a sense of springtime warmth and comfort. Before Fang Yu could utter a word, Xiao Wu grasped his hand, her gaze laden with hostility directed at Ning Rongrong, her delicate brows furrowed, and her lips pouting slightly. No way. My brother is mine. I want to team up with him. Ning Rongrong, unfazed by Xiao Wu's animosity, chuckled lightly and replied, Xiao Wu, during the last match in the Seoul Arena, you teamed up with Yu Go. This time, it should be my turn to partner with him, don't you think? Xiao Wu tightened her grip on Fang Yu's hand, her nose crinkling in defiance. Absolutely not. I will only form a team with my brother. Seeing Xiao Wu's obstinacy, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of displeasure, her smile fading as she furrowed her brows and retorted, Xiao Wu, this is quite selfish of you. Why should you monopolize Yu Go? Xiao Wu, whose nature was already assertive, felt anger flare within her at Ning Rongrong's words. With hands on her hips and chin slightly raised, she declared, I intend to claim my brother for myself. What of it? As long as I am here, you shall not take him away from me, Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's eyes met Xiao Wu's cold glare, a palpable tension igniting between them as if sparks could fly from their gazes. Just moments ago, they were good friends. Yet now, they found themselves at odds, embroiled in a fierce rivalry over a man. Zhu Qing, clad in a black leather outfit, observed the contest for Fang Yu with a swirl of thoughts in her mind. She too wished to join forces with Fang Yu, but felt too shy to voice her desire, especially in such a public setting amid the altercation between Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Unable to outmatch Xiao Wu in the verbal skirmish, Ning Rongrong had a sudden stroke of inspiration. She grasped one of Fang Yu's hands, her enchanting eyes blinking at him pleadingly. You go. Will you please team up with me this time? I beg you. Her voice was sweet and soft, and combined with her current demeanor, few men could resist such an appeal. After all, in the original story, she was known as the Little Demoness, possessing her own set of charms. Xiao Wu, witnessing Ning Rongrong's endearing display, was unwilling to be outdone. She clung to Fang Yu's arm and sweetly implored, Good brother, don't team up with Ning Rongrong. Team up with me instead. I am your sister, remember? You promised to protect Xiao Wu forever. Tang San, observing this scene, wore a grim expression, akin to one who had suffered great loss. His face was etched with envy and resentment. He had begged Xiao Wu to team up with him, yet she had refused. Now, two stunning beauties from Shrek Academy vied for the opportunity to partner with Fang Yu. Fang Yu, you truly deserve retribution. Tang San was so enraged that his teeth ground together in frustration. At this moment, Dai Mubai's expression was equally grim, for he had discerned that Zhu Zhuqing's gaze towards Fang Yu was rather disconcerting. Zhu Zhuqing had never looked at him with such longing and admiration. Oscar, upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's playful demeanor towards Fang Yu, found it hard to believe the scene before him. The daughter of the illustrious seven-treasure glazed tile school, known as the Proud Little Witch, was humbling herself to request that Fang Yu join her team. Ning Rongrong had consistently maintained an air of superiority in Oscar's presence, never deigning to glance his way. Coming to terms with reality, although Oscar felt envious of Fang Yu, he bore no resentment towards him. He admired Fang Yu's formidable prowess. In the realm of Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. Chapter 76, Selecting Beautiful Maidens. Fang Yu gazed at the two exquisite maidens beside him, his expression tinged with helplessness. On his left, Xiao Wu clung to his arm, while on his right, Ning Rongrong grasped his hand. Both wore a pitiful demeanor. To choose one? Which one shall he select? Fang Yu, possessing extraordinary wisdom, swiftly devised a solution. Only children make choices. He desired them all. Fang Yu glanced at Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How about this? I shall first team up with Xiao Wu for a match, followed by a match with Rongrong. Fair and square. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Indeed, that sounds good. Xiao Wu playfully fluttered her eyelashes, sticking out her tongue with an air of pride as she teased Ning Rongrong. Ha, I've won already. My brother picked me first. Humph. Ning Rongrong huffed softly, turning her head away, her lips pouting in mock annoyance. I am not like you, a petty soul who insists on precedence. In truth, as long as she could partner with Fang Yu, she felt immense joy and contentment. The order of selection mattered little to her. Nearby, Zhu Zhuqing observed this scene, her beautiful eyes filled with envy. She too wished to partner with Fang Yu, yet her shyness held her back from expressing her desire. A conflicted expression crossed her face as two thoughts wrestled within her mind. Zhu Zhuqing, you ought to be a bit more courageous and bold. The opportunity lies before you. If you let it slip away, it may never return. But what if Fang Yu refuses me? There are so many people watching. How humiliating it would be to be rejected. What is there to fear? You possess the right to extend an invitation, and he has the right to decline. Besides, how can you know unless you try? Life may only be lived once. Do you truly wish to be burdened with regrets due to your timidity? With this realization, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly awoke to her resolve. Indeed, if life is but a fleeting moment, why not embrace a little more courage? Finally, She mustered her bravery and approached Fang Yu. Casting a glance his way, she quickly lowered her head and spoke softly, "Fang Yu, after you finish your matches with Xiao Wu and Rong Rong, would you be willing to engage in a 2-on-2 match with me as well?" As she voiced her request, her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Fang Yu observed her anxious yet reserved demeanor, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Is it truly real?" Zhu Qing questioned, a hint of disbelief lacing her words. Fang Yu smiled faintly, undoubtedly sincere. Zhu Qing's face instantly brightened with joy, her heart brimming with happiness. Fang Yu has indeed agreed to team up with her. When Zhu Qing first met Fang Yu, she did not feel the same level of nervousness while conversing with him as she does now. Through their time spent together, she has come to recognize Fang Yu's remarkable prowess. Unconsciously, she has elevated him to a significant stature in her heart. Consequently, Zhu Qing finds herself more bashful and shy in Fang Yu's presence than before. Of course, this is also greatly influenced by her personality. In contrast, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong are exceedingly cheerful and bold. Upon hearing Fang Yu express his intention to engage in 2-on-2 battles with the three illustrious beauties of Shrek, Yu Xiaojiang, with a serious expression, advised, "Fang Yu, I suggest you choose only one partner for the 2-on-2 matches. The opponents will be matched based on the highest soul power level of the team. This means that you and your partners will be facing adversaries at the soul zone level. It would be impossible for you to handle 3 matches alone, as your soul power would simply be insufficient." Fang Yu regarded the matter with indifference, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Xiaogang, you need not worry about this at all. I believe I am perfectly capable." Given his current prowess, effortlessly winning 3 2-on-2 matches was well within his grasp. Upon witnessing Fang Yu's resolute demeanor, Yu Xiaogang ceased his attempts at persuasion and cast a disparaging glance in his direction. Fang Yuqiang is indeed formidable, yet he is excessively youthful and presumptuous. In a short while, when we engage in 3 rounds of doubles, his soul power will surely prove insufficient. Tang San gazed at Fang Yu with a hint of a mocking smile at the corner of his lips. One man accompanied by 3 young ladies. "Fang Yu, you are too carefree. Brace yourself for the consequences." After Dai Mu Bai and the others had conspired their combinations, Yu Xiaogang, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke slowly. "The soul fighting arena requires not only a combination title, but also individual codenames for team battles. I have already devised some for you. Mu Bai shall be known as the Evil Eye Tiger, Xiao Ao as Sausage Special, Xiao San as Plump Chicken Entanglement, Xiao Wu as Graceful Bone Enchantress Rabbit, and Zhu Qing as Ethereal Spirit Cat. As for Hong Jun, he shall be dubbed Mud Chicken Beauty." After finishing, Yu Xiaogang's gaze settled on Fang Yu. "Fang Yu, I have yet to devise a code name for you. Feel free to choose one yourself." Though he claimed he had not yet thought of one, it was, in truth, a reluctance to expend energy on Fang Yu. Nevertheless, this suited Fang Yu perfectly, as he had no intention of allowing Yu Xiaogang to assign him a code name. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly. "I have already thought of my code name. It shall be Invincible Universe, Fang Yu." Xiao nodded with a smile, exclaiming, "Excellent. This is wonderful. It sounds truly imposing and perfectly suits your demeanor." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing also smiled and nodded in agreement. The referee, microphone in hand, declared loudly, "Now, let us welcome the Wu Yu duo and the Zhu Tang duo to the stage." The Zhu Tang duo has achieved an impressive 6 consecutive victories, showcasing formidable strength. Will the Wu Yu duo be able to triumph over them? Let us await the outcome with bated breath. Just before taking the stage, Xiao Wu leaned in to whisper a few words into Fang Yu's ear. Fang Yu chuckled lightly and nodded slightly. As the two took the stage, Fang Yu observed that their opponents were 2 middle-aged men, one stout and the other slender. The stout man was named Zhu Qijia, wielding a large rake, while the slender one went by the name of Di Shuetong, chewing on bubble gum. "What audacity possessed you 2 youngsters to challenge us to a doubles match? Have you lost your senses?" Zhu Qijia's gaze towards Fang Yu and Xiao Wu was filled with disdain. Xiao Wu, hands on her hips and brows slightly furrowed, retorted, "So what if we're young? Here, it's power that counts, not age." Di Shuetong squinted at Fang Yu and Xiao Wu, advising Zhu Qijia, "Old pig. It's wiser to proceed with caution. Let's not be careless. If we need to dodge, we must. We shouldn't end up like that fool, old Ma, who, when defeated, merely mutters, 'I was careless, I didn't dodge.' These youngsters must possess some degree of strength to have matched up against us." Once the referee called the start of the match, Zhu Qijia and Di Shuetong simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits and charged at Fang Yu and Xiao Wu. White, yellow, purple. Purple. 2 soul masters. With a powerful push from her feet, Xiao Wu surged forward like a bolt from the blue, her eyes brimming with the spirit of battle. Showing no fear towards the two soul masters, Fang Yu stood with his arms crossed, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the battle unfold. Showing no intention of intervening. Prior to the match, Xiao Wu had whispered to him, urging him to refrain from taking action. She believed her brother to be exceedingly formidable. Should he strike first, she feared she would be deprived of the opportunity to fight. At that moment, Zhu Jiujie swung his large rake towards Xiao Wu, unleashing his first soul skill, the nine-toothed rake. Chapter 77. Is Xiao Wu in danger? This rake could easily bring you to tears. A smug grin spread across Zhu Jie's plump face as his silver rake approached Xiao Wu. Yet, just as it was about to connect, Xiao Wu flashed a cunning smile, remarking on his sluggish speed. With that, she suddenly vanished from sight. Zhu Jie's expression shifted. Huh? Where did she go? A chill swept over him from behind. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wu had teleported behind him, executing her first soul skill, the waist bow. Zhu Jie cried out in pain as he fell to the ground in a heap, feeling as though his waist might snap from the force of her kick. The seemingly delicate girl had struck with surprising ferocity. What astonished Zhu Jie even more was that Xiao Wu, merely his sole respect, possessed such a powerful teleportation skill. Seeing his companion Zhu Jie being pummeled, Di Shuetang immediately deployed his signature skill, the third soul skill, Sugar Threads. Yellow strands of soul power erupted from the ground, racing towards Xiao Wu at an alarming speed. Once ensnared by Di Shuetang's threads, it would be nearly impossible for an opponent with lower soul power to escape. While still airborne, Xiao Wu spotted the threads and instantly vanished again. Di Shuetang's eyes glinted with cunning as he wasted no time. Shouting, second soul skill, Sugar Threads transformation. He brandished a dagger, predicting her next move and stabbing behind him, anticipating that Xiao Wu would appear to attack from the rear. Just as Xiao Wu teleported behind Di Shuetang, preparing to deliver a kick, he unexpectedly thrust his dagger towards her. Her brows furrowed in surprise, her expression shifting to one of alarm. She had not expected him to predict her teleportation. Di Shuetang smirked. Little girl, you're still too young to face me. Yet, Xiao Wu's mischievous smile returned, her earlier panic dissipating. You're celebrating too soon. The outcome is still uncertain. With her second soul skill, enchantment, her beautiful eyes flashed crimson. Di Shuetang's gaze became dazed, his mind clouded. Seizing the moment, Xiao Wu delivered a fierce kick to his abdomen. With a resounding thud, Di Shuetang flew backward like a kite severed from its string, rolling several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop, nearly toppling off the battle platform. When he regained his senses, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his expression grim. Damn it, this girl is tougher than she looks. Xiao Wu raised her chin slightly, hands on her hips. Humph. Let us see if you dare to underestimate us young people again. After a moment of contemplation, Di Shuetang turned to Zhu Jie, quietly instructing, Old pig, hold her off while I look for an opportunity. If we don't cooperate, we truly cannot defeat this girl. Understood, Zhu Jie nodded, brandishing his rake as he charged at Xiao Wu. Bang, bang, bang. His movements were sluggish, failing to even graze her as she delivered a flurry of strikes, leaving his face swollen. Xiao Wu continued to teleport gracefully through the air, a mere pink flash to the onlookers. Just as her feet touched the ground, Di Shuetang, chewing gum with narrowed eyes, thought, now. He unleashed his third soul skill, Sugar Threads. Caught off guard, Xiao Wu found her ankles ensnared by the yellow threads of soul power. She struggled fiercely but failed to break free. Once restrained, her teleportation was rendered useless. Old pig, hurry, Di Shuetang shouted. Zhu Jiujie leaped, raising his rake to strike down at Xiao Wu. Take this. The force of his soul power surged forward even before the rake descended. Xiao Wu's complexion paled, panic etched across her features. This was bad. With her feet ensnared, she was unable to move. Moreover, her defenses could not withstand a direct assault from a powerhouse of the assault-type soul sect. Just as Xiao Wu found herself in dire straits, a handsome man sprang into action. Fang Yu gently tapped his right foot on the ground, releasing two enormous black soul rings. Zhu Jie and Di Shuetang stared wide-eyed. What? He actually possesses two 10,000-year soul rings. Isn't he supposed to be a soul master? Fang Yu gestured grandly, unleashing his second soul skill, the Earth Spirit Cannon. Several golden-hued projectiles, resembling meteors, streaked across the sky, hurtling towards Zhu Jiujie and Di Shuetang. Bang, bang, bang. Upon impact with the ground, the potato projectiles erupted violently, causing the soul fighting platform to tremble with intensity. Zhu Jiujie and Di Shuitang, witnessing the oncoming barrage, were paralyzed with fear, their bodies trembling and faces etched with terror. The immense power contained within these projectiles was far beyond their capacity to withstand. They began to doubt whether Fang Yu's true strength had surpassed that of a soul master, perhaps even reaching the formidable level of a soul emperor. Which soul master could possibly possess two 10,000-year soul rings? Fang Yu's soul power surged with the ferocity of tumultuous waves. Zhu Jiujie and Di Shuitang were directly overwhelmed, rendered unconscious and stripped of their combat capabilities, lying motionless on the ground like lifeless dogs. The spectators, witnessing the scene before them, gasped in astonishment. What an incredible turn of events! Who would have thought that this food-type soul master possesses not one, but two 10,000-year soul rings? More alarmingly, he eliminated two soul masters in a single move. How was he able to absorb two 10,000-year soul rings with a soul power exceeding 40 levels? A flicker of surprise crossed Tang San's eyes. Fang Yu's second soul skill possesses such formidable power. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, revealing not only a look of shock, but also a profound sense of perplexity. Fang Yu, this defies logic. How could a soul master possibly exhibit such formidable soul power? Could it be that Fang Yu possesses other means to amplify his strength? After regaining his composure from the astonishment, Flander adjusted his glasses and grinned from ear to ear. Indeed, this little prodigy, Fang Yu, is truly bringing glory to Shrek. Most importantly, Fang Yu has the potential to elevate Shrek's reputation. In due time, advertisers will seek out Director Flander for collaboration. Haha. With advertisers, earning money will be effortless. In the soul fighting arena, Fang Yu successfully rescued Xiao Wu. Brother, I knew you would be able to handle these two rascals. Xiao Wu beamed at Fang Yu with a bright smile. Fang Yu gently reached out to stroke Xiao Wu's head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Next time, it would be better for me to directly engage in battle. It would be unfortunate if they were to harm you. No matter how inept they may seem, they are still two soul masters. Fang Yu was unwilling to see his sister harmed. Xiao Wu chuckled softly, shaking her head, her long, braided hair swaying gracefully in the air. No, brother, you're so formidable. If you intervened directly, there would be no need for me. Xiao Wu was confident that with her brother by her side, she would remain unharmed. Her trust in Fang Yu was unwavering, for the strength he demonstrated was simply extraordinary. Following the referee's announcement of the victory for the Wu Yu duo, Fang Yu and Xiao Wu stepped down from the soul fighting stage. Brother Yu, it's our turn to team up. Ning Rongrong eagerly approached Fang Yu, her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Upon the entrance of the Yu-Rong duo, Ning Rongrong unleashed the dazzling 7-treasure glazed tile. Chapter 78. Fang Yu's triumphant victory with his sister. Fang Yu swiftly vanquished his opponent in a single move, bringing the match to a decisive conclusion. You are truly remarkable, brother Yu. Winning alongside you was effortless, exclaimed Ning Rongrong, her eyes sparkling with delight. Last time, despite giving our all in the match with Zhu Qing, we fell short. It's not that Zhu Qing lacks skill. Rather, your prowess is simply unparalleled. Zhu Qing cast a sidelong glance at Fang Yu, her demeanor cool yet intrigued. In this contest, she could genuinely claim an effortless victory. Soon after, the Yu Qing duo took the stage. The referee, perched high above, announced, "This bout features the Yu Qing duo against the Ma Song duo. The Ma Song team has enjoyed a remarkable winning streak, proving their formidable strength. Which team will emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome." The Ma Song duo consisted of two men, one named Ma Shang Song and the other, Song De Kuai. Ma Shang Song, with an air of arrogance, looked down at Fang Yu, chin held high. "Kid, I believe this is your third consecutive match. Are you even capable? Can you continue? I suggest you refrain from overexerting yourself. Otherwise, you might face a humiliating defeat." Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes turned icy as she raised her sharp claw. Ming. But before she could finish her sentence, an overwhelming surge of soul power emanated from Fang Yu. Stop! Stop! We surrender. We concede. Ma Shang Song and Song De Kuai, sensing Fang Yu's terrifying power, knelt and begged for mercy without a moment's hesitation. Zhu Qing, arm raised, was taken aback. She had not even made her move. Yet her opponents had already capitulated. Xiao Wu, observing the scene on the soul fighting platform, erupted in laughter. Ha! No wonder he called Song De Kuai. He certainly surrendered quickly. The moment my brother made a move, they begged for mercy. Where's that bravado now? Why the silence? Ning Rongrong covered her mouth with one hand, giggling, while pointing at the duo on the platform. And that one, Ma Shang Song, truly embodies his name. Haha, how fitting. Tang San, witnessing Fang Yu's triumphant streak with the three leading beauties of Shrek, wore a grim expression, his frustration palpable. He could hardly believe that Fang Yu could lead such a formidable trio to victory, to win 3 matches in succession so effortlessly. It was infuriating. Once again, Fang Yu had outshone them. Tang San and Dai Mubai's team not only lost, but suffered a humiliating defeat. Dai Mubai felt a pang of jealousy as he observed Zhu Qing's gaze toward Fang Yu, which seemed to hold a deeper meaning. Zhu Qing's heart felt as though it were being drawn away by Fang Yu's presence. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, his expression one of deep confusion. Fang Yu is merely a soul master. How could he possibly achieve victory in 3 consecutive battles against other soul masters? Is his soul power inexhaustible? Yu Xiaojiang initially believed that Fang Yu could not secure 3 consecutive victories while teaming with others, especially against opponents of the same rank. Yet, reality compelled him to acknowledge that Fang Yu had indeed accomplished this feat. He began to suspect that Fang Yu's true prowess had transcended that of an ordinary soul master. After all, how could he triumph so effortlessly in 3 successive 2-on-2 matches? What Yu Xiaojiang remained unaware of was Fang Yu, endowed with the complete level of the diamond body refining technique, expended minimal soul power with each strike, effortlessly defeating his opponents. Achieving 3 consecutive victories was but a trifling matter for him. Flinder gazed at Fang Yu, adjusting his spectacles, a warm smile gracing his face. Truly, he is our little monster from Shrek. Having triumphed over 3 opponents from the Soul Sect, all victories primarily attributed to Fang Yu. The others, including Xiao Wu, who were Soul Sovereigns, did not offer much assistance. Oscar beamed with delight, internally marveling. 3 consecutive victories while supporting a teammate. Fang Yu is incredibly formidable. He is my role model. Oscar resolved silently to train diligently, aspiring to attain strength akin to Fang Yu's. Perhaps only then would Ning Rongrong view him in a new light. As the intermission concluded, the Shrek 8 monsters, accompanied by Flinder, made their way to the lounge. Along the journey, they lavished praise upon Fang Yu, sharing laughter and conversation. Suddenly, they encountered a group of brawny men approaching. These individuals, robust as oxen, loomed like small mountains, exuding an overwhelming sense of power and discomfort. The surrounding spectators, upon sighting these muscular figures, exhibited fear, instinctively stepping aside. They appeared to be a daunting presence. One particularly burly man, upon spotting Xiao Wu, his gaze morphed into something lewd. What a beautiful and adorable girl. His eyes then shifted to Zhu Zhuqing, lighting up with interest. My goodness, this girl has an exquisite figure. With a lascivious grin, the muscular man approached Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Little sister, how about becoming my foot washing maid? I'll give you a gold soul coin each day. Xiao Wu furrowed her brow, her voice icy as she retorted, perverted man, you're truly disgusting. Get lost. The strong man's expression darkened. You little brat, don't be ungrateful. If it weren't for your modest beauty, you wouldn't even qualify to be my foot washing maid. With that, he reached out a wicked hand towards Xiao Wu's face. Fang Yu furrowed her brow slightly. Get lost. Slap. Fang Yu delivered a forceful blow with his large fan, sending the robust man hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, the man slammed against the wall, leaving an imprint of his form. His head spun, and his eyes whirled in disorientation. Witnessing this, the strong man's teammates were engulfed in fury. How dare you strike our comrade? As they readied to retaliate against Fang Yu, a formidable enforcer clad in armor and wielding a spear intervened. This is the arena of souls. Personal duels are strictly prohibited. Otherwise, you will be disqualified and expelled from the arena. The enforcer's voice resonated with authority, silencing the group of muscular men, who, with a disdainful huff, departed, dragging their unconscious companion away. Tang San glanced at the departing figure of the strong man, his brows knitting together in concern. He turned to Yu Xiaojiang and inquired, Teacher, who are those individuals? They appear quite formidable. Yu Xiaojiang replied solemnly, they belong to the Mad Warriors, a powerful and exceedingly ruthless team. Many have tragically fallen at their hands. Their hostility is palpable, and they will not hesitate to employ lethal force against their foes. Let us hope we do not face them in the upcoming team competition. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang San's hands began to tremble in fear. The Mad Warriors truly were terrifying. The Shrek team returned to their resting area, where Yu Xiaojiang proceeded to draw lots for their opponents in the team competition. After completing the draw, he returned with heavy steps. With a creak, he He pushed open the door to the lounge, his expression somber. Daimubai, brushing aside his golden bangs that threatened to obscure his vision, furrowed his brow and asked, "Teacher Xiaojiang, what troubles you? Surely our opponents are not the mad warriors?" Yu Xiaojiang's face remained stern as he nodded. "Indeed, our adversaries in the team competition are the mad warriors." At this revelation, the expressions of everyone present, save for Fang Yu, shifted dramatically. Tang San nearly lost his composure in fear. Chapter 79. Is it impossible to defeat the mad warriors? With his hands clasped behind his back, Yu Xiaojiang addressed the Shrek 8 with a grave tone. "In this match, I recommend that you forfeit. It is inconceivable that you could triumph over the mad warriors." Ma Hongjun, the red-haired rotund fellow, quipped, "Winning or losing is secondary. Preserving our lives is paramount." Yu Xiaojiang continued, "The overall strength of the mad warriors far surpasses yours. They consist of 8 members, 4 soul ancestors and 4 soul venerates. Moreover, their soul rings are exceptionally well suited to their martial spirits. This team has claimed numerous lives in the arena of souls. The rules permit the elimination of opponents until they surrender." Tang San gasped in disbelief. "What? The mad warriors have 4 soul ancestors? That is indeed outrageous. We are no match for them." The ferocity of the mad warriors, who had repeatedly claimed lives in the arena, made Tang San concur with Yu Xiaojiang. Perhaps forfeiting is the wisest course. Daimubai, brushing his bangs aside once more, nodded in agreement. With 4 soul ancestors on their side, it is clear that we cannot prevail against them. Forfeiting is indeed our best option. Ma Hongjun, feeling the weight of the situation, rubbed his nose and lamented, "It's not about winning. It's about staying alive." Flinder adjusted his glasses with a sigh of concern. "Alas, the mad warriors are overwhelmingly powerful, with superior soul power and soul ring configurations compared to our little monsters. Forfeiting is the most prudent choice. After all, if our little monsters perish in the arena, how can I earn my advertising fees?" However, the primary reason Flinder considered forfeiting was his deep concern for the safety of his students. The advertising fees were merely a secondary concern. Fang Yu stepped forward, his gaze resolute as he declared, "There is no need to forfeit. We are capable of victory." The 8 words spoken by Fang Yu instantly captivated the attention of everyone from Shrek Academy. Tang San stared wide-eyed at Fang Yu, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Have you lost your mind, Fang Yu? There are 4 soul sect teams opposing us. We have only you, a single soul sect warrior. What do we have to contend against them? Furthermore, they are a ruthless, bloodthirsty battle squad. We could very well meet our demise." At this moment, Xiao Wu rose, hands on her hips, glaring at Tang San. "You coward. So what if they have 4 soul sects? What is there to fear? I have faith in my brother's strength. He will undoubtedly lead us to victory against this savage team." Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement, stating, "I believe in brother Yu too. With his power, it is indeed possible to triumph over the battle squad. All we need to do is support him." Having previously engaged in a 2-on-2 match with Fang Yu, she recognized his formidable prowess. Thus, even with 4 soul sect level experts on the opposing side, Ning Rongrong felt confident that Fang Yu could guide them to victory. It was not only Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong who placed their trust in Fang Yu. Even the typically aloof and reticent Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward in his defense. "With Fang Yu here, we might truly defeat the battle squad." Zhao Wujie stroked his chin with one hand and chuckled, "I too believe in this little monster, Fang Yu." Xiao Wu clenched her delicate fist and raised her arm, her gaze ablaze with determination. "Shrek Academy shall never yield." Ning Rongrong lifted her snow-white arm. "Shrek Academy is fearless." Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fist, elevating her arm. "Shrek Academy shall forge ahead." Oscar raised the sausage in his hand. "Shrek Academy will never retreat." Fang Yu gazed at Xiao Wu and the others, a slight smile gracing his lips. "With my presence, the Shrek team shall never falter." Upon hearing the words of the little monsters and witnessing Fang Yu's unwavering determination, Flinder felt a surge of fervor ignite within him, instilling bold courage in his heart. He adjusted his glasses and addressed the group with a smile, stating, "The prowess Fang Yu exhibited on the soul fighting stage is evident to all, thus I have altered my stance. We cannot forfeit this match." Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brows in rebuttal. "Flinder, regardless of Fang Yu's strength, he is merely a soul master. The opposing team boasts 4 soul masters. Do you truly believe that Fang Yu alone can contend against the 4 members of the frenzied battle team?" Flinder met Yu Xiaojiang's gaze with steadfast resolve, declaring, "I have faith that this little monster will not disappoint me." Yu Xiaojiang, agitated, retorted, "What has he done to earn your trust?" The four soul masters of the frenzied battle team are each formidable. All right, enough bickering, Zhao Wujin interjected. Sensing the escalating tension between the two prominent figures of the Golden Iron Triangle, let us revert to tradition and decide through a vote whether to engage with the frenzied battle team. Those in favor, please raise your hands. Those opposed need not respond. Each person gets one vote. Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly as he raised his arm first. Xiao Wu immediately followed suit, declaring, "With my brother here, the Shrek team is bound to win." Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xing, and Oscar simultaneously raised their hands, echoing, "The Shrek team shall triumph." Zhao Wujia and Flinder exchanged glances with Fang Yu and the others, chuckling as they lifted their hands. Only Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Yu Xiaojiang remained with their arms down. Zhao Wujia, smiling, patted Yu Xiaojiang on the shoulder. "Xiaojiang, you see, it's 7-4. The majority is in favor." "Humph." Yu Xiaojiang, with a dark expression, let out a cold snort, remaining silent. Flinder adjusted his glasses and addressed the group. "Since we have chosen to face the frenzied battle team, let us not hesitate. Let us engage in a decisive battle. It is no exaggeration to say that the frenzied battle team comprises a band of nefarious killers. On several occasions, their opponents surrendered only to be slain on the soul arena. Moreover, this group has committed numerous vile acts in private, bullying the weak and robbing the unsuspecting." Flinder spoke earnestly. "If you truly gain an advantage on the soul arena, do not hold back. Unleash the full extent of your power to defeat them." Although Flinder was addressing the Shrek members, his gaze predominantly rested on Fang Yu. These words were, in fact, intended primarily for him. Flinder understood well that among the Shrek 8, only Fang Yu possessed the capacity to contend with the frenzied battle team. For the overall strength of the frenzied battle team far exceeded that of the Shrek team by several folds. Before long, the Shrek team took to the stage. Except for Fang Yu, the others were filled with trepidation, though they had exuded confidence in the lounge mere moments ago. The sight of the intimidating and bloodthirsty members of the frenzied battle team across the arena instilled a sense of apprehension. The referee, microphone in hand, announced, "Now entering the arena are the Shrek team and the frenzied battle team." Worth noting is that the frenzied battle team has achieved 13 consecutive victories. Chapter 80 Shock, more fierce than the Battle Soul sect. The audience at the Soul Arena gasped in disbelief upon seeing the members of the frenzied battle team. Were the Shrek team truly reckless enough to challenge them? This notorious group had claimed countless lives on the Soul Arena. Before the match even commenced, the outcome seemed apparent. The Shrek team was destined to lose. Betting all on the frenzied battle team would undoubtedly yield a handsome profit. The captain of the frenzied battle team was a brawny man, his eyes filled with disdain as he regarded Fang Yu and the others. "A group of naive children dares to challenge us? You are courting death. I advise you to concede now, or you will find yourselves unable to see the light of day tomorrow." Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, glared at the captain defiantly. Who will be unable to see tomorrow's sun is yet to be determined. The captain furrowed his brow. "Brothers, let us go all out and eliminate them." With his command, the hulking members of the frenzied battle team unleashed their martial spirits. Yellow and purple, yellow and purple. For soul ancestors, for soul masters. A domineering and formidable aura enveloped the entire arena. Once they activated their soul abilities, the frenzied battle team charged towards the Shrek 8 like rampaging gorillas. Their massive physiques combined with immense strength caused the ground to tremble beneath their feet. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, feeling the oppressive force emanating from the frenzied battle team, paled slightly. The overwhelming aura and chilling bloodlust were daunting. Shocked, the Shrek members found their hearts racing. Tang San, trembling with fear, felt his legs weaken, while cold sweat soaked his back. Ma Hongjun shrank back, resembling a frightened turtle. Dai Mubai retreated repeatedly, hiding behind the Shrek members. Zhu Zhuqing cast a cold glance at Dai Mubai, her heart filled with disdain. Coward. Fang Yu stood before the 7 extraordinary members of Shrek, his expression remarkably composed, resembling a tranquil ancient well, devoid of any ripples. The silhouette of Fang Yu left to the 3 beauties of Shrek is remarkably tall and imposing. His composed demeanor instills admiration in Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Fang Yu stands alone before the crowd, exuding an aura that suggests he could single-handedly hold back 1,000 troops. Fang Yu gazed ahead at a formidable group of burly men, a slight smirk gracing his lips. He lifted his right foot and gently tapped the ground. In an instant, 2 black soul rings swirled around him. A A golden potato materialized in his hand, and his aura surged exponentially, markedly distinct from before. The captain of the frenzied battle team's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How could Fang Yu, a soul master of the Soul Clan, possess two 10,000-year soul rings? The captain of the mad fighting team was exceedingly confident in his own prowess and had not taken the time to thoroughly examine the profiles of the Shrek team members before the match. Consequently, he remained oblivious to the fact that Fang Yu had two 10,000-year soul rings. The vice-captain of the mad fighting team paused momentarily before responding with a chuckle. Captain, do not fret. I have perused his profile. Although Fang Yu possesses two 10,000-year soul rings, he is merely a food-type soul master. He is rather insignificant and poses no cause for concern. Fang Yu raised his right arm. With the first soul skill, world-extinguishing beam. Bam! Fang Yu snapped his fingers. Boom! An invisible, overwhelming soul force surged forth like bubbling magma, crashing toward the members of the Berserk squad. The terrifying power caused the surrounding air to erupt with a piercing roar, while the ground trembled violently beneath them. The captain of the Berserk squad was taken aback, his jaw agape in disbelief. What tremendous soul power! Who on earth claimed that food-type soul masters are worthless? I could just slap you into oblivion. The vice-captain of the squad stood in shock, his face a tableau of horror. Is this truly the might that a food-type soul master can wield? This is more ferocious than any assault-type soul master. Boom. The members of the Berserk squad had no time to evade, as they were directly launched into the air by Fang Yu's formidable soul force, crashing to the ground and failing to rise again, their combat ability extinguished. Tang San stared in astonishment at the fallen Berserk squad members. Wasn't it said that they were incredibly formidable? How could they be defeated by Fang Yu in a single move? Just as Tang San's thoughts concluded, the downed members of the Berserk squad bizarrely stood up once more. Their bodies enveloped in a crimson aura, their eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Upon witnessing this, Tang San's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. A pool of foul-smelling liquid began to form beneath him. Ning Rongrong gazed at the revived members of the Berserk squad, covering her mouth in astonishment. What? What is happening? How have they come back to life? Fang Yu replied nonchalantly, before that auxiliary soul master from the frenzied battle team fell. She discreetly activated her fourth soul skill, which sent everyone into a state of frenzy. Tang San, his face etched with fear, cowered behind the members of Shrek Academy. It's over. It's over. They have revived. How are we supposed to fight now? Moreover, I have noticed that their aura is even stronger than before. Perhaps we should simply surrender? Tang San believed that Fang Yu's earlier strike had undoubtedly consumed a significant amount of soul power, leaving them unable to contend with the frenzied battle team. At that moment, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing also displayed traces of panic on their delicate faces. The enemy had suddenly revived, and they had grown stronger. How were they to respond? Can Fang Yu unleash such a formidable attack once more? However, even if he manages to execute an assault as powerful as before, it may not suffice to vanquish the Berserker team. Their resurrection has evidently endowed them with a strength far superior to their previous state. What can be done in this predicament? The captain of the Berserker team, with eyes as red as blood, gazed at Fang Yu and his companions, breaking into a wide grin as he proclaimed, "Ha! Did you not anticipate this? We have not yet been defeated. You little pests are doomed this time. Brothers, charge with me and tear them all to shreds. Annihilate them." The hulking members of the Berserker team lunged at the Shrek group like famished wolves. Their state of berserk fury, purchased at the cost of their vitality, allowed them to recover 70% of their injuries instantaneously while amplifying their combat prowess by 150%. Observing from the stands, Flander adjusted his spectacles. His eyes filled with concern. This is dire. The little monsters are in peril. Zhao Wujia patted Flander's shoulder and said, "Do not panic. We must place our faith in that little monster, Fang Yu. He may indeed create a miracle." Yu Xiaojing cast a cold smile in the direction of the soul fighting platform. "I told you that you could not triumph over the Berserker team. Yet you refuse to believe. Now that the opposing side's strength has surged, Fang Yu, what will you do?" Fang Yu cast a glance at the furious horde of the Berserker squad charging toward them. He then turned to Oscar and said, "Xiao Ao. Swiftly retrieve the pre-prepared speedy flight butterfly sausage." "Understood, Boss Fang," Oscar replied. Fang Yu, having perused the original work, was aware that the auxiliary soul master of the Berserk team possessed a skill capable of enacting a collective frenzy. Consequently, he preemptively instructed Oscar to concoct flying butterfly intestines as a precautionary measure. In Chapter 81, as the Shrek 8 monsters consumed the swiftly flying butterfly intestines, ethereal, translucent wings of a pale blue sprouted from their backs, allowing them to soar into the sky with a swish. Little Dance, taunting the members of the Berserk team below, playfully fluttered her eyelids and stuck out her tongue, mockingly exclaiming, "Can't reach us now." How infuriating. The captain of the Berserk team clenched his fists, his crimson eyes ablaze with murderous intent. It appeared that he had no choice but to unleash that particular skill. "To be vanquished by my hand would indeed be your honor." The captain directed his gaze towards the two soul masters by his side. "Act now." "Understood, Captain." The two soul masters of the Berserk team extended their palms and struck the captain's back. Instantly, an overwhelming aura emanated from him as he spread his arms wide, cradling an invisible great cauldron before him. A black orb, coalesced from soul power, began to materialize gradually in front of the captain, swelling in size until it resembled a meteor hurtling towards the earth. The members of the Berserk team, witnessing this spectacle, wore expressions of exhilaration. With the captain employing this technique, victory was assured. The combined might of the three soul masters was simply insurmountable for the group of youngsters. The captain raised the colossal black orb and hurled it towards Fang Yu and the others in the sky, bellowing, "Berserk laser wave." At the moment the black orb was unleashed, the entire battle arena trembled violently. Yu Xiaojing's eyes widened, and he gravely intoned, "This is not good. It's a triad fusion technique." Flender furrowed his brow. A triad fusion technique? How could the little monsters possibly withstand the combined strength of three soul masters? Zhao Wujia's countenance darkened. He anticipated the Berserk team would employ such a formidable skill. In the air, Little Dance frowned slightly, sensing the tremendous fluctuations of soul power. This was indeed the combined strength of three soul masters. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing were serious expressions, feeling somewhat helpless. Their power was utterly insufficient to counter the unified strike of three soul masters. What should they do now? Tang San trembled in fear. "It's over. It's over." Boom. The Berserk laser wave unleashed by the captain successfully struck the Shrek members. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar were grievously injured and sent flying from the battle arena. They had intended to evade the attack. Yet the speed and expansive range of the Berserk laser wave rendered escape impossible. The captain of the Berserk team frowned. Why did only 4 fly out? What about those 4 little monsters? He gazed upward into the sky, where the black mist, born from the explosion, slowly began to dissipate. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu sat side by side upon the resplendent golden throne, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing perched elegantly on the armrests on either side. The 4 of them remained unscathed. Captain Kwang stared in astonishment, his mouth agape. How could this be possible? Their Trinity fusion technique, wielded by the 3 soul sect members, had undeniably struck Fang Yu and the others. How is it possible that Fang Yu and the others emerged unscathed? Moreover, they remained steadfast in their previous position. The members of the Mad Battle team gazed at Fang Yu in sheer astonishment. They had withstood the captain's Trinity fusion skill without sustaining any injuries. How on earth did they achieve this? The audience in the Soul Arena was equally dumbfounded. Incredible! Those 4 young individuals from Shrek were not sent flying. This must be a fabrication. This was a concerted strike from 3 soul elders. Even a soul master would struggle to endure such an attack. How could they, with 1 soul master and 3 soul seniors, possibly withstand it? Truly absurd, absurd beyond belief. Flender's eyes widened in disbelief. Those little monsters emerged unscathed. A mix of astonishment and joy washed over him. He turned to Yu Xiaojing beside him and asked, "Xiaojing, do you know how those little monsters managed to endure this strike?" Yu Xiaojing, with his hands clasped behind him, explained, "The chair that Fang Yu and Xiao were seated upon is known as the high-grade damage reduction throne. While seated, it grants a staggering 99% damage immunity against attacks from titled Douluos and below. I stumbled upon this information regarding the defensive artifact in an ancient text. It is an extraordinarily powerful treasure, yet it is rare and invaluable." Upon hearing this, Flender looked at Fang Yu and smiled. "Well done, young man. I never anticipated you possessed such a formidable defensive artifact." Zhao Wujia stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that Fang Yu hails from that place? Otherwise, how could he possess such a precious and rare treasure? Tang San, sprawled on the ground, clutched his aching chest, casting a malevolent glare at Fang Yu. Why does Fang Yu possess such a formidable defensive artifact yet not allow him to take a seat upon it? Given his low soul power and feeble capabilities, it would only be fitting for him to claim that position. Had Tang San been permitted to sit there, he would not have sustained such grievous injuries. Tang San, In excruciating pain, felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. He lay face down, his visage swollen to that of a pig's head. Not long ago, just as Captain Kwang's fierce battle laser wave was about to strike Fang Yu and the others, Fang Yu promptly activated the advanced injury-reducing throne. He and Xiao Wu took their seats, while Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong perched upon the armrests. Subsequently, the throne emanated a golden barrier, enveloping the four of them. With a remarkable 99% immunity to damage from any attack below the rank of title Douluo, it effectively negated the combined Trinity technique of Captain Kwang and his companions. After all, the strength of Captain Kwang and his team was, in comparison to the advanced injury-reducing throne, rather feeble. Fang Yu rose and turned to Shrek's three beauties, saying, "You may observe the battle from here. The rest is up to me." Xiao Wu nodded obediently, replying, "Yes, brother, please be careful." Ning Rongrong looked at Fang Yu with a sweet smile, exclaiming, "You can do it. I believe in you." Dressed in a black leather outfit, Zhu Zhuqing stood up from the armrest of the throne and chuckled softly. "Fang Yu, go for it." They were acutely aware of their limited abilities. Descending into the fray might not only hinder Fang Yu, but could potentially complicate matters for him. Thus, they dutifully followed Fang Yu's instructions and remained to watch the battle. Particularly given that the frenzied battle team boasted 4 soul ancestors and 4 soul kings, all of whom surpassed their own levels. Fang Yu leaped gracefully from the air, landing upon the soul fighting platform. Captain Kwang, with arms crossed, regarded Fang Yu with derision and remarked, "Youngster, do you truly believe you can take on all 8 of us alone? What emboldens you?" Fang Yu let out a cold smile. "I can easily handle all 8 of you." Ning Rongrong gracefully waved her delicate hand, summoning her 7-treasure glazed pagoda. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first for strength, the second for speed, and the third for spirit. A brilliant array of colors enveloped Fang Yu, enhancing his power. The fervent captain, with crimson eyes fixed on Fang Yu, commanded his subordinates, "Let us attack together. First, eliminate this arrogant brat. Then, let us make those 3 sisters in the air weep." At the captain's command, the burly men beside him lunged at Fang Yu like ravenous wolves, claws bared. Fang Yu, with a mere thought, retracted his martial soul and the soul rings adorning his body. In the next instant, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear before Captain Kwang in the blink of an eye. Chapter 82. How did he achieve this? Captain Kwang's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld Fang Yu materializing before him. Fang Yu did not activate his martial soul nor employ any soul skills. How then did he achieve such instantaneous movement? Could it be that his speed had reached a level akin to teleportation? Bang! Before Captain Kwang could react, Fang Yu's fist struck him squarely in the chest. Like a deflated balloon, he was sent hurtling backward with a whoosh, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a small crater on the arena floor. Dust billowed around him. Pfft. Captain Kwang coughed up a mouthful of blood, severely injured and his face contorted in agony. As he lay on the ground, he gazed up at Fang Yu, his eyes filled with disbelief. This young man had inflicted such grave wounds without the use of a martial soul or soul skills. Furthermore, Fang Yu's speed was astonishingly swift, almost as if he had teleported. Is Fang Yu truly human? How has he accomplished this? What the mad captain remains unaware of is, Fang Yu possesses the perfected level of the diamond body refinement technique and the consummate level of the extreme shadow flash technique. His strength, defense, and stamina have increased tenfold, while his speed has surged by 20 times. Additionally, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower grants him an astonishing 150 increase in speed, equating to a multiplier of 1.5. Altogether, this culminates in a staggering 21. 5-fold enhancement in speed. Given Fang Yu's current prowess, this velocity is scarcely distinguishable from teleportation. He is capable of effortlessly overwhelming all members of the Mad Battle team using merely his physical might and soul power. One might ponder why he refrains from employing soul techniques for swifter results. The answer lies in Fang Yu's desire to savor a more authentic sensation of impact. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yu effortlessly brought the entire Mad Battle team to their knees. The team leader, filled with resentment, endured the pain to rise to his feet. With a fierce glare directed at Fang Yu, he declared, "Fang Yu, you have forced my hand." He wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and retrieved a crimson pill from his storage pouch at his waist. One of the team members, lying on the ground, shouted, "Captain, don't. If you consume that pill, then—" Silence. The captain shot him a glare, asserting, "We, the Mad Battle team, can only win, never lose. Today, I must eliminate this brat. After swallowing the red pill, an extremely chilling and terrifying aura suddenly enveloped him. With a deafening roar, the captain's muscles bulged, and his presence surged like a rocket. The veins on his forehead throbbed, as if they might burst. A dreadful sense of oppression instantly swept across the arena. Even the spectators seated at a distance felt an overwhelming pressure. The referee promptly activated the protective barrier of the battle platform. Once the captain's aura ascended to an extraordinary level, it ceased to rise further. He spread his arms wide, shaping his hands into claws, and conjured a massive black orb infused with formidable soul power before him. He raised the black orb and hurled it towards Fang Yu, roaring, "Mad Battle Laser Wave!" At the moment the orb was launched, the ground beneath the captain trembled under the weight of his fierce power, cracking like spider webs in numerous places. The surrounding space quivered slightly. This Mad Battle Laser Wave he unleashed was even more potent than the Trinity fusion technique he had previously executed with his teammates. Yu Xiaojiang, observing from the battle platform, furrowed his brow in astonishment, exclaiming, "The captain of the Mad Battle team has actually consumed a blood sacrifice pill. Is he seeking death?" The blood sacrifice pill exchanges life force for combat strength. After consuming it, one would not survive beyond 3 days. However, it could increase attack power by 400% within the duration of a single incense stick, equivalent to the strength of 4 Soul Masters. The pill only proved effective for those below the rank of Soul King. Such a substance, known as a forbidden pill in the Douluo Continent, is strictly prohibited and scarcely available for purchase. Flander's face was etched with worry and unease. The damned captain of the Mad Battle team had actually consumed a forbidden pill. Fang Yu was truly in danger now. Fang Yu is no longer perched upon the lofty throne of invulnerability. How shall he withstand the terrifying blow from Captain Kwang? Suspended in midair, Xiao gazes at Fang Yu with wide, beautiful eyes. Brother. She yearns to descend and rescue him, yet is restrained by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing. Xiao, your descent will not only prove futile in aiding Brother Yu, but may also hinder him. Ning Rongrong, though deeply concerned for Fang Yu, remains composed. She is uncertain whether he can endure Captain Kwang's strike. The only recourse for Ning Rongrong is to silently pray for Fang Yu's triumph over the formidable captain. Zhu Qing, witnessing Fang Yu in peril, feels a lump in her throat, tears brimming in her eyes. She longs to assist him, yet lacks the means. A profound sense of helplessness wells up within her, causing her great distress. Standing upon the battle platform, Fang Yu gazes unwaveringly at the colossal wave of ferocious light rushing towards him, devoid of any panic, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is time to conclude this battle. Fang Yu exerted force beneath his feet and leaped gracefully into the air. His right arm slowly ascended. Snap! He snapped his fingers. Zing! Behind Fang Yu, there suddenly appeared a radiant figure, an 18-winged angel, exuding a divine brilliance. The aura around him shimmered with sacred light, and the essence of Tao permeated the air. A colossal black soul ring encircled Fang Yu, transforming his presence into something utterly transcendent. He stood suspended, akin to a deity, casting disdain upon all that surrounded him. The captain of the Berserk warriors was rendered pale with terror. Could it be a divine martial soul? Moreover, Fang Yu possessed a dual martial soul. Fang Yu uttered softly, "First soul skill, angelic holy sword." Fang Yu grasped the golden holy sword, unleashing a mighty swing. A colossal golden sword descended from above, imbued with divine authority. Thunderous roars echoed as the sacred blade approached, causing the entire soul arena to tremble violently. The terrifying pressure emanating from the divine sword was palpable. Captain Kwang stared wide-eyed at the looming golden sword, his mouth agape, his face etched with horror. No. The power of this strike was overwhelming. Should it land, his demise would be inevitable. The members of the Mad Squad cowered on the ground, trembling in fear. The terrifying force bestowed by the angel sword, enhanced by 80,000 years of soul rings, instilled dread in their hearts. This power was beyond their capacity to withstand. In the face of such sacred might, they felt as insignificant as ants. With a resounding crash, the immense golden sword cleaved downward. The entirety of the Mad Squad was obliterated in an instant. A massive chasm opened in the soul arena, and soon half of the arena collapsed. Dust filled the air, and debris scattered wildly. The audience in the arena stood in shock, their astonishment palpable. What the? The might of this strike was beyond comprehension. That man was as powerful as a deity. I am utterly captivated. He shall henceforth be my idol, my deity. Tang San, standing at the edge of the soul arena, quivered uncontrollably, unable to contain his fear. Beneath him, a patch of foul-smelling yellow liquid slowly began to spread. Tang San and his companions were nearly paralyzed with shock. It turned out that Fang Yu's true strength was so formidable. Chapter 83, A Great Crisis. Yu Xiaojiang gazed in astonishment towards the soul arena, his eyes wide and mouth agape. The might of Fang Yu's sword was truly formidable. With a single stroke, he vanquished 4 soul masters and 4 soul emperors of the Mad Warrior team. Such terror! Zhao Wujie gasped in astonishment as he gazed at Fang Yu in the distance. I too find Fang Yu's swordplay remarkably powerful. After the initial shock, Flinder adjusted his glasses and beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Little monster, you did splendidly. That sword strike was indeed impressive." Oscar, adjusting his glasses, laughed heartily at Fang Yu, saying, "Boss Fang, that sword of yours was absolutely astonishing. No one can compare." Among the spectators betting at the Soul Arena, reactions were mixed. Some rejoiced while others lamented. "Wah, I've gone bankrupt. Damn Mad Warrior team. How could you lose?" It was utterly unexpected that the team, which had previously enjoyed a winning streak of 13 matches, was defeated by a single strike from Fang Yu. Ha ha ha. Thankfully, I wagered on the Shrek team and struck it rich. I can now relax completely. Fang Yu, I adore you. Dressed in a pink dress. Xiaowu wrapped her arms around Fang Yu's and smiled radiantly. Brother, you are incredible. You took down the entire Mad Warrior team with just one sword. How cool is that? Ning Rongrong raised her delicate hand to smooth a few strands of hair tousled by the wind, smiling at Fang Yu as she praised, Brother Yu. You are truly amazing. Without you, we would never have defeated the Mad Warrior team. Even Zhu Zhuqing, clad in a black leather outfit, could not help but chuckle and commend Fang Yu. Fang Yu, you are formidable. This was a sentiment she sincerely wished to express. In Zhu Zhuqing's heart, Fang Yu held an esteemed position, far surpassing that coward with the surname Dai. Fang Yu glanced at the 3 beautiful young ladies beside him and smiled faintly. Not too bad, just a bit strong, he remarked. The audience surrounding him twitched at the corners of their mouths. Could you please refrain from being so modest? You obliterated 4 soul masters with a single strike, splitting the soul arena in half. And you claim to be merely a bit strong? The manager of the soul arena, witnessing this spectacle from the observation platform, trembled in shock. That young man cleaved the soul arena in 2 with one sword. This news must be conveyed to the arena owner. The manager hurriedly rushed to the owner's office, stammering, Master, we have a serious situation. The soul arena has been split in half by a single sword strike." The owner paused, momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a chuckle. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I am well aware of the arena's sturdiness. Even a soul sage cannot damage it. Do not jest with me. The manager, his face pale with urgency, insisted. I am not joking. The arena was indeed destroyed by that boy named Fang Yu. If you don't believe me, you can check the footage from the surveillance stone. Skeptical yet intrigued, the arena owner activated his soul power to access a nearby surveillance stone. Upon seeing the footage, he leapt from his chair in astonishment. By the heavens! The soul arena has truly been cleaved in 2 by Fang Yu. Even the arena, which even soul sages cannot break, has been shattered. Has this boy already surpassed the soul sage level, reaching the rank of a soul Douluo? The manager, sensing the owner's bewilderment, queried, Master, should we seek compensation from him? Compensation? Nonsense. The owner retorted sharply. Have you forgotten the rules of our arena? Any damage inflicted on the soul arena by participants is the responsibility of the arena organizers, not the participants. The manager's expression grew grim. I certainly have not forgotten that rule. However, the losses we have incurred are substantial. If we do not seek compensation. Before he could finish, the owner glared at him, frowning coldly. Are you suggesting we resort to underhanded tactics to demand compensation? Are you not afraid he might cleave you in half like the arena? The manager suddenly envisioned a terrifying scenario, causing him to shiver. Forget it, forget it. It's better to value my life. Losing some funds is not a significant issue. In the Douluo Continent, within the rock forest, towering trees and vibrant flowers abounded. Recently, the area had experienced rainfall, leaving the verdant leaves adorned with glistening droplets. As a gentle breeze swept through, the lush foliage swayed gracefully, with a pearlescent droplet cascading from a leaf's tip. Drip! It landed squarely on the head of a man in black, seated on the ground in meditation. He possessed only one eye, the other obscured by blindness. Ding! The villain system alerts the host. The host's soul power has reached level 42. The one-eyed man seethed upon hearing the system's voice, furrowing his brow in discontent. After all this time, I have only gained 1 level of soul power. Do you know how I have endured these past 2 weeks? A full fortnight. Through wind, rain, and scorching sun, I have labored in relentless training, dedicating 20 hours a day, more grueling than a typical 9 to 6 worker. Old One-Eye, do you desire soul power? Speak, and I will arrange it for you immediately. His eye brightened at the offer. Of course I want it. Hurry up. With sufficient soul power, he could dominate the entire Douluo Continent, slay Xiao Wu for soul rings and bones, and eliminate Bibi Dong to inherit the papacy. These were among his most coveted ambitions. Ding. The villain system issues a task. Bark like a dog twice to earn 1 level of soul power. This task is a one-time offer. The one-eyed man's expression darkened. You seek to trample my dignity, system? Absolutely not. I would rather die from exhaustion than bark like a dog. That's my bottom line. Ding. Reward increased. Completing the task grants 1.5 levels of soul power. Without hesitation, the one-eyed man proclaimed, "Woof woof. System, bring me my reward." Ding. The host has maliciously insulted the system. Reward deducted. What? My reward has been revoked? You wretched system, I will slay you. Furious. The one-eyed man's features contorted as he brandished a large blade, slashing at the air. Yet, he could not even see the system, let alone harm it. After a fit of impotent rage, he finally regained his composure, chuckling amiably. System, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Can my reward be reinstated? Cannot. I swear. The one-eyed man furrowed his brow and fell silent, resuming his meditation. He mused that cursing the system was futile. This unreliable system could not be depended upon. He must rely on his own strength to become the strongest in the Douluo Continent. In the rock forest, the intangible soul energy was absorbed by the one-eyed man into his dantian, gradually transforming into soul power. He discovered that the higher his level, the more difficult it became to advance. Chapter 84. Is Ning Rongrong's gaze unusual? Congratulations to the Shrek team on their victory. After defeating the frenzied team, under Fang Yu's leadership, the Shrek team continued to win numerous matches, successfully earning the Silver Soul Arena emblem. In the Soul Arena's lounge, Flender adjusted his glasses and beamed at the Shrek 8 monsters. Little monsters, your performance has been commendable during this period, especially Fang Yu, who has excelled remarkably. Our Shrek team has successfully obtained the Silver Soul Arena emblem. After so many matches, I believe you are all exhausted. Therefore, I have decided to grant you a half-month vacation. Rest well. Ning Rongrong smiled brightly. Finally, we can take a proper break. Xiao Wu tilted her head towards Fang Yu. Chuckling, brother, it's getting late. Accompany me to stroll around Soto City tomorrow, will you? Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Certainly. Ning Rongrong glanced at Fang Yu and blinked. Brother Yu, I would also like to accompany you on a shopping excursion. No problem, then let's go together tomorrow. Fang Yu smiled faintly. Xiao Wu furrowed her brows as she observed Ning Rongrong's gaze directed at her brother, sensing something amiss. Could it be that Ning Rongrong harbored intentions of taking her brother away? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Upon opening the door, Tang San was met by a man clad in a black suit, who approached Flander with a smile. You must be Dean Flander, correct? Indeed, I am. What brings you here? Flander's brows arched slightly as he scrutinized the man before him, wondering if this encounter had anything to do with the recent incident. The suited man continued with a calm demeanor. I am the secretary of the arena master. May I request a moment of your time for a private conversation? Certainly. The secretary led Flander into a quiet conference room. Dean Flander, concerning your team's Fang Yu. There's no need to elaborate. That matter has no connection to our academy's Fang Yu. He bears no responsibility whatsoever. Flander interjected, his excitement palpable as he anticipated the secretary's intentions. Fang Yu's single strike damaged the arena. It is a testament to the arena's lack of sturdiness. Furthermore, the competition regulations clearly state that participants are not liable for any damage inflicted upon the arena. Such matters fall under the responsibility of the event organizers. We will not pay a single coin for repairs. You shall not attempt to extort our academy's Fang Yu over this incident. Flander was well versed in the realm of business, and few could deceive him. The secretary was momentarily taken aback, offering an awkward smile. Dean Flander, you've misunderstood. I am not here to discuss the previous damage to the arena, nor am I seeking repair fees. The responsibility for the damage lies with us, the organizers. Flander raised an eyebrow, adjusting his glasses in confusion. Then what is the purpose of your visit? He had assumed the arena sought to hold Fang Yu accountable for the earlier destruction. The secretary replied, Dean Flander, here's the situation. The royal team of Tiendo wishes to find a team for a group match. However, All teams possessing the Golden Soul badge are currently unavailable. Your Fang Yu is exceptionally talented. His strength is such that even our master feels inadequate. Fang Yu has led the Shrek team to an unbroken streak of victories. Thus, I wish to discuss the possibility of the Shrek team facing the royal team of Tiando. Although the Shrek team holds the Silver Soul badge, it is undeniable that you are the strongest among the Silver Badge teams. Flander pondered for a moment, adjusting his glasses as he regarded the secretary. I have already promised the little monsters a half-month break. One must not be untrustworthy. The matter of battling the royal team of Tiando can only be revisited with the little monsters after the half-month period. The secretary nodded with a smile. Very well. I shall contact you again after the half-month. Later, Flander returned to Shrek Academy with the 8 monsters of Shrek. After dinner, everyone retired to their respective rooms. Clad in blue pajamas, Fang Yu stood by the window, gazing up at the bright moon in the night sky. He pondered whether he would once again enter the misty world in his dreams tonight. Previously, he had acquired 3 techniques within that realm, significantly enhancing his strength. He eagerly anticipated the possibility of his consciousness re-entering that high-dimensional misty world, for each visit had bestowed him with treasures. Fang Yu had barely reclined on his bed before he succumbed to slumber. His consciousness once again traversed into the realm of mist. Surrounding him was an expanse of fog, indistinguishable from before, enveloping everything in a shroud of white. His vision extended only a few meters ahead. Before him lay a grand thoroughfare, paved with lustrous white jade stones. Fang Yu felt a twinge of excitement within, his lips curling into a subtle smile as he gazed towards the end of the jade stone road. He hoped to uncover treasures amidst the mist once again. With determination, he took a step forward. The treasure-seeking journey had officially commenced. As he walked, Fang Yu suddenly noticed that a few green plants by the roadside stirred slightly upon his approach. There was no breeze to be felt in the air. Fang Yu, bold and unafraid, gazed with curiosity at the few green plants before him. Could it be that these plants were alive? Aside from a slight tremor upon first encountering Fang Yu, the greenery remained utterly still thereafter. Fang Yu did not squander much time on these seemingly living green plants. He continued to move forward. After a short distance, the white jade stone pathway beneath his feet suddenly collapsed with a thunderous roar. Immediately, the ground beneath him, along with the surrounding terrain, transformed into a sea of crimson magma. Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback, his brows knitting together in confusion. What is happening? He gazed downward. At this moment, he was standing upon the surface of the lava, neither sinking nor feeling the slightest sensation of scorching heat beneath his feet. Instead, it felt somewhat pleasant, akin to soaking his feet in a hot spring. Fang Cece pondered for a moment and concluded that it must be the subtle golden radiance enveloping her body that was at play. This faint golden glow was indeed the work of the extraordinary system she possessed. Fang Yu gazed down at the golden-red magma beneath his feet, and a daring thought ignited in his mind. If standing on the magma felt akin to soaking one's feet, then wouldn't he lying down be tantamount to indulging in a hot spring? Fang Yu, unburdened by fear, lay directly upon the molten lava. What a sensation! The warmth enveloping him was soothing, penetrating through his bones and meridians. It was more delightful than soaking in a hot spring. His entire body relaxed. The rolling lava seemed to massage him, providing an exhilarating experience. Fang Yu comfortably closed his eyes. The treasure hunt could wait, for now. He chose to indulge in the moment. He embraced the philosophy of carpe diem. The rolling magma instinctively propelled Fang Yu forward. Unbeknownst to him, the sentient plants in the distance were utterly astonished. The grass exclaimed, "Goodness! That human consciousness has not been extinguished by the magma of the mist realm." Chapter 85. A Higher Dimensional World? The flowers remarked, "The magma of the mist realm is no ordinary magma. Even human consciousness can be obliterated. Yet, this human consciousness not only remains intact, but seems to be quite at ease." The great tree observed, "In all my years of cultivation here, I have never witnessed such an extraordinary human consciousness." They communicated through thought, leaving Fang Yu unaware of their discourse. After a while, having relished the magma's soothing embrace, Fang Yu rose to his feet. The moment he stood, the magma around him vanished, transforming astonishingly back into the previous path of white jade stones. Fang Yu was momentarily taken aback, her heart filled with wonder. It felt as though she were in a dream. Is this the unique ability of the high-dimensional world? Fang Yu walked along the jade stone path for approximately a minute and beheld a colossal bird's nest upon the ground. Within this nest lay a solitary red egg, roughly the size of a human head. Fang Yu gazed intently at the red egg, a slight frown creasing his brow. What sort of egg is this? Upon closer inspection, He still could not discern its nature. This egg seems to hold little significance for me, does it not? Fang Yu had no intention of taking the egg. Just as he was about to lift his foot and move forward, a beam of golden light emerged from his body, elevating the red egg from the nest and presenting it before him. Fang Yu realized that the golden light emanated from the capabilities of the system. Does this imply that the system desires for me to take this egg? Yet, what purpose does this egg serve? I am not a hen, nor do I possess the ability to incubate eggs. Fang Yu contemplated for a while and ultimately decided to place his trust in the system. Thus, he carefully stored the crimson egg, roughly the size of a human head, into his storage ring. Since the system indicated that he should take it, it was likely to be of significance. After Fang Yu accepted the red egg, he continued to walk along the white jadestone road. Brother, are you still not awake? We should go shopping. Xiaowu's voice suddenly resonated in Fang Yu's mind. Fang Yu pondered, had the night truly passed so swiftly? With a mere thought, his consciousness departed from the mist-laden realm, returning to his physical form. His perspective shifted back to the pristine white ceiling above. Fang Yu rose from his bed and, accompanied by Xiaowu, set off to explore Soto City. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, having nothing to occupy their time, joined their company. Tang San and Oscar, intrigued, followed in the wake of Fang Yu and the others as they made their way along the path. Fang Yu focused his thoughts to examine the storage ring and discovered that the red egg he had taken from the misty realm had indeed been brought back with him. Fang Yu pondered inwardly. System, you must have a reason for allowing me to take this egg, right? What is its purpose? Could it be that it hatches some kind of spiritual companion? Host, this egg is a soul egg. In 1 month, it will automatically hatch a soul. At that time, the host need only absorb this soul to acquire a new one. Wow, such a capability exists? Fang Yu experienced a mix of astonishment and joy. Soon, he would possess a tri-spirit martial soul. System, do you know what kind of martial soul will emerge from this egg? I do not know. We must wait for it to hatch to find out. Oh, then we shall wait for a month. Fang Yu was filled with curiosity about what kind of martial soul could emerge from this martial soul egg. Would it be a beast martial soul? Or perhaps a tool martial soul? Alternatively, could it be of the food type or the support type? Fang Yu has been eagerly anticipating the moment he possesses 3 soul spirits. How remarkable it would be to awaken all 3. Before long, the Shrek 6 monsters arrived in Soto City, where the streets were bustling with a continuous flow of people, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Fang Yu and Xiaowu, along with others, were strolling down the street when they encountered a grand painting exhibition. A multitude of onlookers had gathered around. The event featured an array of tables and chairs, displaying magnificent landscapes and animal paintings created by esteemed artists. As Fang Yu approached, he heard the host of the painting conference warmly welcoming everyone. Welcome to this painting convention. You may purchase your own set of painting tools to create your artwork here, or you may choose to hire one of our esteemed painting masters to craft a piece for you. Although Douluo is a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, there remains a segment of individuals deeply fascinated by the art of painting. After all, a painting is a form of artistic expression, and the works of top-tier painting masters can command astonishing prices. Fang Yu, in a moment of inspiration, purchased an entire set of painting tools. However, when he picked up the brush, he found himself at a loss as to how to begin. He experienced a profound sense of regret, akin to the feeling of wishing for more knowledge only when it was needed. His painting skills had always been mediocre, and after years of inactivity, he felt even more out of practice. Ding. The system has detected the host's desire to paint. Ding. The host is rewarded with supreme painting abilities. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. The external aid was finally in his grasp. A torrent of profound memories surged into Fang Yu's mind, filled with an array of artistic knowledge. In an instant, he felt as though he had attained exceptional painting skills. The art of painting seemed to flow effortlessly through him. How to set the brush to paper, how to add the finishing touches, how to delineate contours. Fang Yu is fully aware of everything. He unfurls a sheet of brown rice paper on the small table. With his right hand, he picks up a paintbrush. What shall he depict? Fang Yu contemplated deeply. Indeed, he decided to depict a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. Fang Yu began to put brush to canvas, each stroke executed with remarkable skill and precision, as if he had practiced tens of thousands of times. His mastery of this artistic technique was nothing short of extraordinary, and his speed in painting was astonishing. Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong stood nearby, their faces brimming with curiosity as they watched Fang Yu at work. Well, brother, your painting speed is truly incredible. Xiao Wu exclaimed, marveling at Fang Yu's deft and almost ethereal movements. At this moment, Fang Yu appeared less like an artist at work and more like an impatient teacher grading a student's assignment. His brush never faltered. In no time, Fang Yu had completed his masterpiece. Ning Rongrong gazed at the painting of a ferocious tiger, which seemed alive, and gasped in astonishment, "Brother Yu, I never imagined your artistic skills were so exceptional." Their 7 treasure glazed tile school boasted numerous painters, yet Ning Rongrong had never encountered one as remarkable as Fang Yu. Zhu Zhuqing cast her eyes upon a painting on the table, and a flicker of surprise passed through her cool gaze. Fang Yu's painting skills are astonishingly superb, surpassing even the most renowned masters of the Starry Empire. Xiao Wu gazes at Fang Yu's artwork, momentarily entranced, her small face illuminated with wonder. "Brother, I never imagined your artistic prowess was so remarkable," she exclaims. The ferocious tiger depicted in the painting resembles the king of tigers in the vast forest of stars, majestic and powerful. Though merely a painting, it breathes with life. The fierce tiger, with its sharp fangs, seems poised to leap forth from the canvas at any moment. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly as he set down the brush in his hand. "I suppose it's passable," he remarked nonchalantly. "It's merely a casual sketch." Oscar gazed at Fang Yu with a look of incredulity. "You consider such a flawless piece of art to be merely passable? Boss Fang, are you certain that you merely sketched it casually? This artwork has likely become so precious that it is worth a fortune." Oscar holds Fang Yu's artistic skills in high regard. Fang Yu not only paints swiftly, but crucially, he paints exceptionally well. Tang San cast a glance at Fang Yu's artwork, his eyes widening in astonishment. How extraordinary are Fang Yu's painting skills. Chapter 86, Astonished. A master painter. Tang San mused. Fang Yu's casual strokes produced such magnificent art. Surely, I can achieve the same. With a confident expression, Tang San seized the brush and began to paint. At the painting competition, an elderly man with a white goatee, upon hearing Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong's admiration for Fang Yu, made his way towards his position. His face bore a look of perplexity. What masterpiece could elicit such praise from these 2 young ladies? The goateed elder was none other than the most renowned master painter in Soto City. His presence at this painting competition was secured through a generous invitation. Upon gazing at the painting before Fang Yu, the elderly man stood frozen in disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging with astonishment. Could there truly exist such an exquisite work of art in the world? The elder turned to Fang Yu and in a trembling voice asked, "Young man, is this painting? Is it truly your creation?" Fang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, the elderly man with a goatee gazed at Fang Yu in astonishment, exclaiming, "Young brother, no, master. You possess the talent of a supreme painting master. This artwork is truly a rare gem throughout the ages. You are undoubtedly an unparalleled genius in the realm of painting." The exclamations of the most renowned painter in Soto City drew the attention of the surrounding audience. Upon witnessing Fang Yu's creation, their expressions shifted dramatically. "Wow, this painting is absolutely extraordinary. The tiger depicted appears so lifelike. It is incredibly majestic and impressive. This is the finest painting I have ever seen in my life." Without exception, although I do not know much about art, the fact that even Soto City's most famous master praises it means it must be exceptional. The elderly man with the goatee respectfully bowed to Fang Yu, a smile gracing his face. His eyes filled with earnest anticipation as he inquired, "Master, might you be willing to sell this painting?" "I am prepared to offer 80,000. No, I shall offer 100,000 gold soul coins for this masterpiece." The elderly man's gaze towards the tiger painting burned with fervor. Xiao Wu's mouth fell slightly open in disbelief. She never anticipated that a painting casually created by her brother would attract the attention of a master willing to pay 100,000 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also wore expressions of astonishment on their delicate faces. Fang Yu's painting is valued at 100,000 gold soul coins. Tang San was left astonished. Fang Yu casually created a painting, yet it astonishingly commanded such a lofty price. The surrounding spectators, upon hearing the words of the esteemed Master Go Beard, could not help but display their astonishment. "My goodness! The most renowned painter in Soto City is willing to spend 100,000 gold soul coins on a single piece of art. Could this painting truly be of such exceptional quality? Certainly, it is the artwork that a master of Soto City desires. Undoubtedly a rare gem that appears once in a century. Good heavens, 100,000 gold soul coins. Such a sum is beyond my lifetime's earnings." For those who cherish the art of painting, A magnificent piece is far more precious than a 10,000-year soul bone. Indeed, in the eyes of artists, a masterpiece should be regarded as a priceless treasure. This is a work of art. Fang Yu gazed at the old man with a goat beard before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. This painting is not for sale. I intend to take it back for firewood. The master painter was taken aback. What did you say? An unparalleled masterpiece, and you wish to use it for firewood? The surrounding spectators were left in stunned silence. Good heavens! How wealthy must this person be? The master is offering 10,000 gold soul coins for his painting, yet he refuses to sell. One could ponder the possibility that he has already attained financial freedom, and that the artwork is a priceless treasure. I can't believe it. Such a magnificent painting, and that young man actually wants to use it for firewood. It is nothing short of sacrilege. Tang San cast a bewildered glance at Fang Yu. You wouldn't sell it for 10,000 gold soul coins? If someone were to buy his painting, he would sell it for a single gold soul coin. As Fang Yu prepared to depart with his painting, the elderly man with a goat-like beard suddenly knelt before him, clinging to his leg in fervent supplication. Master, I implore you to sell me this painting. I am willing to offer 200,000 golden soul coins. This amount represented the entirety of the old man's wealth. The surrounding spectators gasped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. The most renowned painter in Soto City had forsaken his dignity, kneeling to beseech another for the sale of a mere artwork. This act underscored the extraordinary value of the painting. 200,000 golden soul coins. For an ordinary person, such a sum could guarantee a lifetime free from want, transforming them from a pauper into a magnate, ushering in a life of happiness and prosperity. Fang Yu gazed at the elderly man, whose eyes were brimming with tears. He thought to himself, it seems this old gentleman truly adores this painting. Perhaps I should simply sell it to him. Fang Yu was certainly not swayed by the allure of 200,000 gold soul coins, for he was in no need of wealth. He still possessed over 30 million gold soul coins yet to be spent. After Fang Yu sold the painting to the old man with the goat beard, the latter knelt down and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, master, for choosing to sell this exquisite piece to me. His heart brimmed with joy at the prospect of acquiring such a perfect artwork. He felt extraordinarily fortunate. The onlookers gazed at Fang Yu with envious expressions. A single painting had fetched 200,000 gold soul coins. How effortless it seemed to earn money. Tang San, witnessing Fang Yu's substantial sale, hastened his own painting endeavors. Fang Yu's casual artwork fetches a staggering 100,000 gold soul coins. Although Tang San's painting skills do not quite measure up to Fang Yu's, he believes that selling his work for 1,000 gold soul coins should be within reach. Tang San has already concocted plans in his mind regarding the expenditure of those 1,000 coins. After completing his prideful depiction of a dragon, he eagerly approached the bearded elder, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Master, please consider purchasing my painting. Just look at how splendidly I've captured this dragon. My request is modest. A mere 1,000 gold soul coins will suffice. The bearded elder cast a glance at Tang San's artwork, only to furrow his brow in disbelief, nearly losing his lunch in the process. Are you seriously claiming this is a dragon? It resembles a creature far less appealing than both a caterpillar and an earthworm. With a scowl, the elder turned his gaze towards Tang San. This painting is so dreadful that even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. What gives you the audacity to sell it for 1,000 gold soul coins? I wouldn't accept it even if it were given for free. Tang San stood there, bewildered. Why is it that Fang Yu's paintings can command 200,000 gold soul coins, yet mine are deemed worthless? I thought my work was quite decent. Fang Yu observed the dazed Tang San and chuckled softly. You think your artwork is decent, but that is merely your opinion. Even dogs would shake their heads at your painting. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong erupted into laughter upon hearing the words of the old man with a goat-like beard directed at Tang San. Who granted you the confidence? Ugly San. To think you wish to sell it for 1,000 soul coins. Did you hear what the master said? Even dogs would shake their heads at your painting. Tang San wore a ghastly expression, as if he had lost his parents. How infuriating. Fang Yu has outshone me once again. I couldn't sell my painting, and instead, I endured humiliation. The old man with the goat-like beard beamed with delight after acquiring Fang Yu's painting. Ha! This artwork is simply exquisite. Such a remarkable piece. I must show it to my teacher. Chapter 87. The Divine Brushstroke. The old man dashed eagerly to his teacher's abode. Creak. He pushed open an ancient wooden door. Inside, he found a frail, white-haired elder hunched over, painting with a single hand. This venerable figure was indeed the teacher of the old man with the goat-like beard, and the most renowned painter in the Tiando Empire. His paintings had circulated within the royal court, praised directly by the emperor. The price for one of his creations equaled a fortune that a commoner would earn in a lifetime. The walls of the tidy, immaculate room were adorned with various masterpieces, including landscapes and animal portraits. The old man clutched the painting he had acquired from Fang Yu, as if it were a precious treasure. With a smile dancing on his lips, he addressed the white-haired elders back with excitement. "Teacher, may I trouble you to pause for a moment? I have come upon an exceptionally exquisite painting that warrants your attention." The elder did not turn around, but continued to paint, casually responding, "Just place it on the table. I shall examine it later." The old man's smile dimmed slightly as he earnestly remarked, "Teacher, forgive my candor, but this painting surpasses your own. It may very well be the most perfect artwork across the continent." The renowned master of the Douluo Empire bristled at this statement. He set down his brush and turned to declare, "Impossible. My paintings are the finest in the land. In this Douluo Continent, I am known as the second greatest painter. No one dares claim the first." As the most celebrated painter in the Douluo Empire, the old man held unwavering confidence in his artistic abilities, considering himself at the pinnacle of his craft, unmatched by any. Understanding his teacher's stubbornness, the old man chose not to argue further. "You shall know once you see this painting." The white-haired elder took a sip from his teacup with his left hand, casually accepting the artwork from his disciple. "I am curious to see what painting could provoke such bold claims." He unrolled the Shin paper without much ceremony, and, upon gazing at the lifelike tiger depicted, his eyes widened in astonishment. Bang! The teacup slipped from his hand, shattering on the floor. The elder stared in shock at Fang Yu's painting. This artwork is astonishingly perfect. It is truly unparalleled. This piece appears as if a divine being has touched the canvas. What manner of individual could create such exquisite art? The elder was awestruck, gazing intently at Fang Yu's painting, not once blinking. Previously, he had believed himself to be the most proficient painter across the continent. But upon witnessing Fang Yu's work, he realized the depths of his ignorance. In comparison, his own creations seemed vastly inferior. One must remember that this white-haired elder was the most esteemed painter in the Douluo Empire. Yet, before Fang Yu's artwork, he felt utterly inferior. The elder gazed at the painting in his hands, nodding with a smile. The true master of this work is undoubtedly the pinnacle of painters across the continent. He then turned to the old man with the goat-like beard and inquired, "Is the creator of this painting older than I? How old is he?" The elder presumed that such a flawless painting could only be crafted by someone of considerable age, possessing a wealth of experiences, years of accumulated artistic practice, and a profound understanding of aesthetics. The old man recalled Fang Yu's youthful, handsome visage and replied with a smile, "Teacher, you may find it hard to believe, but the artist is a lad of merely a dozen years." A boy of merely a dozen years. The white-haired elder was taken aback. Could this young man be a divine being descended from the heavens? Or perhaps he is an exceptionally rare artistic prodigy. The elder struggled to fathom that a boy in his teens could surpass a seasoned artist like himself, who had dedicated over a century to the craft. Soto City. Fang Yu is currently shopping with Xiao Wu and a few others. Ding. It has been detected that the host's artwork astounds the renowned masters of painting in the Heavenly Battle Empire. The host is rewarded with an 80,000-year soul ring. Fang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Remarkably, a casual sketch could astonish the foremost painter of the Celestial Combat Empire and earn him a reward. Fang Yu pondered for a moment, and then bestowed the 80,000-year spirit ring upon his potato martial soul. Ding! The spirit ring has been successfully attached. And congratulations are in order for the host, who has acquired the third spirit skill, Heavenly Beam King. The Heavenly Beam King is a targeted attack. Once an enemy is locked on, evasion becomes impossible. This spirit skill indeed sounds quite formidable. I shall seek an opportunity to test it in the near future. Fang Yu pondered deeply. Time flew by as quickly as the grass grew and the orioles sang. In just half a month's time, the day had arrived. In the arena of combat, within a high-level conference room, the secretary of the arena presented a dossier to Flanders. "Dean Flanders, here is the information on the Royal Second Team of Tiando. Please take a look." Flanders adjusted his glasses and began to peruse the documents. The contents startled him. He furrowed his brow in disbelief. No wonder the Tiando Royal Second Team had yet to find a worthy opponent. Their strength was overwhelmingly formidable. The team captain was actually a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and moreover, he was the nephew of Yu Xiaojiang, Yu Tianheng, a youth of extraordinary talent and immense power. Flanders's expression darkened as he spoke to the secretary. The overall strength of the Tiando Royal second team is too great. We cannot, the secretary interrupted. The victors will receive 20,000 gold soul coins. Flanders swallowed his words, pushed his glasses up again, and smiled broadly. Oh, the money is not of paramount importance. My interest lies not in wealth. Our Shrek team thrives on battling the strong. Although I am the dean, I must consult the opinions of the little monsters. If they agree, then we shall engage in combat with the Tiando Royal second team. Flanders carried the dossier to the lounge, sharing it with the 8 Shrek members, as well as Yu Xiaojiang and Zhao Wujia. Flanders adjusted his glasses and addressed everyone with a smile. Little monsters, if you can triumph over the Tiando Royal second team, the arena will reward us with 20,000 gold soul coins. A portion will go to the Academy's funds, and the remainder will serve as your bonuses. After reviewing the documents, Yu Xiaojiang, with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked with a grim expression, "This match cannot be fought. We have less than a 10% chance of victory. Do you understand how powerful the team captain, Yu Tianheng, is? His martial soul is the blue lightning tyrant dragon, the strongest beast martial soul. It surpasses Mu Bai's evil eye white tiger by several folds." Yu Xiaojiang continued gravely. The blue lightning tyrant dragon clan is one of the 3 great sects of the continent. Yu Tianheng is a prodigy among the younger generation, boasting a soul power of 46 at merely 13 years of age, 1 level higher than Fang Yu. Moreover, his soul rings are perfectly suited to his martial soul. With Yu Tianheng leading the Tiando Royal second team, victory is utterly unattainable. Yu Xiaojiang, still with his hands behind his back, elaborated, setting Yu Tianheng aside. The Tiando Royal second team also has another formidable presence, Douluo Yen. She has inherited the formidable poison of her grandparent, the title Douluo V, known as the Emerald Dragon Poison. This poison is exceedingly lethal and can take a life in a very short time. Few can counteract the Emerald Dragon Poison across the continent. In addition to Yu Tianheng and Douluo Yen, the Tiando Royal second team includes a powerful healing soul master named Yi Langling. Her martial soul is the 9-heart begonia, second only to Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower. With these 3 formidable individuals, you stand no chance. It would be wise to forego this match. Upon hearing this, Tang San nodded in agreement. Teacher is right. We cannot contend with the Tiando Royal second team. Their overall strength far exceeds ours. It is futile to engage. Xiaowu furrowed her brows, hands on her hips as she glared at Tang San. What nonsense. You're just a coward. Last time, we faced that incredibly strong frenzied team, and my brother effortlessly annihilated them. What is there to fear from a mere royal second team? Dai Mubai brushed his golden bangs aside. The frenzied team lacked intelligence. We merely capitalized on their weaknesses. This time is different. We faced the royal team of the Tiando Empire, which undoubtedly has undergone rigorous training and possesses exceptional strength. I concur with teacher Xiaojiang. We should withdraw from this contest. Zhu Shiqing shot a cold glance at Dai Mubai. Coward, you flee at the first sign of difficulty. Ning Rongrong stood, glancing at Fang Yu's handsome profile. I believe that with brother Yu here, we may yet overcome the Tiando Royal second team. Everyone has witnessed his strength. He should be able to lead us to victory. Oscar also rose, adjusting his glasses and nodding. Rongrong is right. Last time, Fang led us to eliminate 8 members of the frenzied team single-handedly. Impressive, with Fang leading us. I am confident we can triumph over the Tiando Royal second team. Flanders adjusted his glasses once more and inquired of Fang Yu, little monster. Do you believe we should face the Tiando Royal second team? If we engage them, what are your chances of victory? Fang Yu's lips curled slightly into a smile. I believe we can win. I am utterly confident. In just these 2 brief sentences, he immediately captivated the attention of everyone from Shrek Academy. Utterly confident? They had not anticipated that Fang Yu would possess such assurance in overcoming the royal second team of Tiando. Zhao Wujia chuckled warmly as he patted Fang Yu's shoulder, proclaiming, I believe Fang Yu has the strength. Having witnessed Fang Yu effortlessly dispatch the entire Mad Warrior team with a single sword strike, his faith in Fang Yu's abilities had significantly strengthened. Yu Xiaojiang cast a scornful glance at Fang Yu, saying, Fang Yu, you underestimate the royal second team of Tiando. The Blue Lightning. Fang Yu scoffed. Yu Xiaojiang, silence yourself. It's not you who will take the stage, so refrain from your futile commands. Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, a surge of anger igniting within him. Fang Yu spoke such words in front of so many people, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Fang Yu, you, enough of the noise. Flander coldly huffed, adjusting his glasses as he said, since opinions differ among us, let us revert to the customary practice. We shall vote to determine whether we shall engage in battle with the royal team 2 of Tiandu. Fang Yu, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, Flander, and Zhao Wujie were all in agreement. In contrast, Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun opposed the decision. Flander, with a cheerful demeanor, remarked, 7-4. It seems the majority favors this choice. Just like before, Fang Yu shall lead the Shrek team once more, and everyone must heed his command. Tang San's countenance darkened. Yet he dared not voice his dissent. The voting clearly indicated that most of the Shrek members supported the battle against the royal team of Heaven Do. Should he continue to oppose, it would undoubtedly incite public outrage. He seethed in silence, even suppressing the urge to express his frustration. In a lounge within the Seoul Arena, a young girl clad in a black dress perused the Shrek team's information. She was Douluo V's granddaughter, Douluo Yin. How does Shrek have a soul master? Tang San. At over level 20? This Tang San diminishes the team's overall combat strength. I cannot fathom how they have achieved consecutive victories. Douluo Yin furrowed her brows in confusion as she continued to sift through the documents, examining the details of the other members. Upon discovering a portion of Fang Yu's profile, her eyes widened in astonishment. 13 years old, level 45 Soul Master. Fang Yu is a prodigy. It seems the Shrek team's success is largely due to his leadership. Yu Tianheng approached to glance at Fang Yu's profile and scoffed dismissively. So what if he is a Soul Master? There's nothing remarkable about it. My soul power surpasses his by a level. Moreover, my martial spirit is the formidable blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, while his is merely a worthless food-type potato. He cannot possibly be my rival. The other members of the royal team of Heaven Do nodded in agreement. Tianheng is right. Food-type martial spirits are too weak. Even a soul master with such a spirit cannot be formidable. With Tianheng and Yin Jie here, we can easily crush the Shrek team. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex is undeniably the premier beast martial spirit. Fang Yu's food-type potato spirit is utterly inferior. I wonder how he even became the captain of Shrek. Douluo Yin shook her head slightly. We must not underestimate him. Given that Fang Yu could ascend to the captaincy of Shrek and lead them to consecutive victories, he must possess exceptional qualities. Perhaps his food-type martial spirit is not as ordinary as it appears. Douluo Yin narrowed her eyes, focusing on the page detailing Fang Yu's spirit ring configuration. Upon inspection, her eyes widened in shock. 3 10,000-year spirit rings. A male team member from the royal team of Heaven Do was momentarily taken aback before laughing. Yin Jie, are you sure you're not mistaken? How could a level 40-something soul master possibly have 3 10,000-year spirit rings? Feel free to verify for yourself, Douluo Yin replied coolly. The male member approached for a closer look, and his expression shifted dramatically. No way. Fang Yu truly has 3 10,000-year spirit rings. How is that possible? Nearby, Yu Tianheng's gaze shifted towards Douluo Yin and the male member. A soul master cannot possibly possess 3 black spirit rings. Are both of you seeing things? Perhaps you need an eye exam. Douluo Yin's eyes narrowed, and with a sharp motion, she slammed the document onto Yu Tianheng's face. Look for yourself. Yin Jie. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean to imply you have poor eyesight. I was merely joking. Yu Tianheng responded with a sycophantic smile. The other members were aware of his infatuation with Douluo Yin, yet she had not reciprocated his feelings. With a skeptical expression, Yu Tianheng opened the Shrek team's file, only to be met with incredulity. What? This information cannot be fabricated. Fang Yu genuinely has 3 black spirit rings. Yu Tianheng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Initially, he had thought Douluo Yin was mistaken, but now it was undeniable. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, closing the file. He raised his chin with a smug smile. So what if Fang Yu has 3 10,000-year spirit rings? Ultimately, he is still merely a worthless food-type soul master. He cannot compare to my strongest beast martial spirit, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. No matter how many powerful spirit rings he possesses, he remains a mere waste. I shall undoubtedly leave him searching for his teeth after our match. Douluo Yin observed Yu Tianheng's arrogant demeanor, her brows knitting together. She hesitated, then decided against voicing her concerns. It seemed futile to offer advice when he was so stubborn. She believed that only after Yu Tianheng suffered from his hubris would he learn to amend his ways. Otherwise, no amount of counsel would penetrate his thick skull. If Douluo Yin were not so intent on victory, and if Yu Tianheng were not the captain, she would not have repeatedly urged him to avoid underestimating their opponents. Unlike Yu Tianheng, Douluo Yin held a completely opposite view. She did not belittle Fang Yu, but rather regarded him with increasing respect. She firmly believed that Fang Yu's possession of 10,000-year spirit rings and his level 45 soul power were no mere coincidence. Douluo Yin never looked down upon Fang Yu simply because he was a food-type soul master. Standing alone by the window, she gazed out at the clear blue sky and the pristine white clouds, whispering softly to herself in a voice only she could hear. Could it be a mutated martial spirit? Or perhaps, a case of playing the fool to catch the wise? As the competition approached, within Shrek's resting area, Xiao Wu glanced down at her green team uniform adorned with several small advertisements. She frowned at Flander. "Dean, can't you provide us with a more aesthetically pleasing uniform? This green is simply dreadful. It looks atrocious. And the material is subpar. Can we not remove these advertisements? They are quite blinding." Flander adjusted his glasses with a sheepish smile. "We'll wear these just this once. After this match, we'll switch to new uniforms immediately. The green is more eye-catching. And as for the material, it's only for one match. We can manage with it for now. The advertisements are primarily to support the Academy's funding, ensuring you all have a better experience here." While Flander maintained a calm exterior, internally, he was almost bursting with joy. Having his little monsters don uniforms with advertisements meant that if they won, he would not only gain the prize money from the Soul Arena, but also additional income from the advertisements. Even in the event of a loss, he would still profit from half of the advertisement revenue. The team uniforms were rented, made from the poorest materials, and the total cost was less than half of the advertising revenue. That Flander is truly a commercial genius. Before long, the Shrek squad and the Royal Second Team of Tiando arrived at the Soul Arena. Upon seeing the green attire of the Shrek 8, Yu Tianheng burst into laughter. "You Shrek squad must be terribly impoverished. Can't even afford a decent outfit? How embarrassing." The members of the Royal Second Team joined in the mockery. Indeed. The attire of Shrek is so ugly, it pales in comparison to ours. By the way, I heard that the Shrek squad merely possesses a lowly silver soul badge. What qualification do they have to compete against us with gold soul badges? Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, shot a glare at Yu Tianheng and the members of the Royal Second Team. "So what if the clothes are ugly? So what if we have a silver soul badge? With my brother around, we can still crush you." Yu Tianheng sneered dismissively. "Your brother? Could it be that pathetic food system soul master? You are the pathetic one. Your whole family is trash." Yu Tianheng showed blatant disrespect towards Fang Yu, causing Xiao Wu's temper to flare. As the two sides quarreled, the audience in the Soul Arena buzzed with discussion. "If I am not mistaken, that must be the Tiando Royal Second Team with the gold soul badges, right? It is said that their captain, Yu Tianheng, is the most gifted of the younger generation from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. This match is a foregone conclusion. The Tiando Royal Second Team is destined to win. I'm betting all my gold soul coins on them. I'll surely make a fortune and pay off my debts." As the match was about to commence, Douluo Yin fixed her gaze on Fang Yu with a serious expression. This man exuded a powerful aura. He remained unfazed by Yu Tianheng's barking, even wearing a faint smile, as if he were observing a clown. Douluo Yin believed that men like Fang Yu, who possessed such composure, were the true embodiments of strength. Fang Yu, despite being her opponent, inexplicably developed a tinge of affection for him. The referee shouted, "The match begins." Without any hesitation, Douluo Yin immediately activated her martial spirit. A faint green serpent shadow emerged behind her, with a graceful wave of her delicate hand. A vast expanse of green toxic mist surged towards the Shrek 7 monsters. Douluo Yin unleashed her most formidable soul skill right from the outset, Emerald Python Emperor's Poison. She felt that Fang Yu was a powerful adversary, compelling her to give her all. Tang San's heart raced as he witnessed the oncoming wave of green mist, nearly causing him to lose control. This was disastrous. Douluo Yin was far too ruthless. To initiate the battle with the Emerald Python Emperor's Poison was clearly an attempt to defeat them in one fell swoop. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing frowned in concern. The toxic mist harbored an exceedingly malignant soul power. Inhaling even a single breath could result in immediate poisoning. They found themselves at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Little Wu gazed at Fang Yu with a hint of expectation in her beautiful eyes. Surely, her brother would have a solution? Yu Tianheng cast a cold smile at Fang Yu and the others. "What will you use to counter this move, Yanzi?" Chapter 90. The impossible task of overcoming the Royal Second Team? Yu Xiaojing observed the battle arena, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. "Fang Yu, your insistence on proving your strength against the Royal Second Team has led to dire consequences, hasn't it? The opponent's venom leaves you utterly defenseless. The poison wielded by Douluo Yin is no ordinary toxin. It is the lethal venom of the Emerald Python Sovereign. It has been inherited from her grandfather, Douluo V, possessing the most potent essence of the emerald python sovereign's venom. Flander adjusted his spectacles with a solemn expression, for the toxicity of Douluo Yan's mist is exceedingly formidable. Can Fang Yu find a way to cope? Tang San's expression darkened, and he began to lament within. It is over. Perhaps he is destined to perish here. All of this is Fang Yu's fault. Were it not for him, they would not have found themselves in such peril. Daimyo Bai's countenance was similarly grim. He recalled his previous protests against this match, the loathsome gaze of Zhu Zhuqing. She insisted on fighting, disregarding all objections. Now, with the poisonous mist from the enemy, we are all doomed. Ding. The system has detected that the host is facing a toxic mist attack. Ding. The host is rewarded with a packet of Douluo fragrant flower pollen and a packet of Zicheng red flower pollen. The pollen mist generated from the explosion of these two types of pollen can neutralize the poison of the Bailin Snake Emperor. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. The system arrived just at the right moment. Fang Yu opened 2 bags of pollen and cast them towards a vast expanse of toxic mist ahead. A resounding roar echoed through the air. As the entire colossal soul fighting platform trembled, a magnificent cloud of pink pollen spread outwards, and the green venom of the Bailin Snake Emperor vanished the moment it encountered the pollen mist. Everyone present was suddenly enveloped by an enchanting fragrance of flowers. Upon witnessing this scene, Douluo Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. The venom of her Bailin Snake Emperor had been dispelled. Fang Yu, this man, is indeed extraordinary. Yu Tianheng's mouth fell agape, his face a portrait of disbelief. How is this possible? The toxic mist from Yanzi is so potent. How could it be effortlessly dispelled? How did Fang Yu accomplish this? The poison of the Azure Scale Serpent Queen, Yanzi, ranks among the foremost in the entire continent, and few possess the ability to counteract her venom. Fang Yu astonishingly dispelled the ominous substance. The members of the royal second team of the Heavenly Dou Empire were left in utter disbelief. They could scarcely believe the reality before them, for they had witnessed firsthand the formidable potency of Douluo Yan's poisonous mist. Numerous teams had previously fallen victim to her lethal toxins in a mere instant. Yet, Fang Yu effortlessly neutralized the noxious vapors. Tang San stood in a state of shock. What? He just eliminated the poisonous mist? What is Fang Yu up to? After a brief moment of surprise, Xiao Wu gazed at the distant Tianshou royal team too, placing her hands on her hips and tilting her chin with a smile, exclaiming, "Now you see my brother's prowess, right? What poison or what Emerald Python King poison? Before my brother, they amount to nothing." A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. They had not anticipated that the Emerald Python King poison, which instilled fear in countless hearts, could be effortlessly dispelled by Fang Yu with a single move. Oscar raised his hand to adjust his glasses, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Truly, Fang Yu is remarkable. The Emerald Python King poison is utterly insignificant before him. The onlookers in the Soul Arena exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. What on earth just happened? All I heard was an explosion, and that vast expanse of green toxic mist vanished. That young man is incredibly powerful. In an instant, he banished the poison. Flinder pushed up his glasses, astonishment evident in his eyes. How did this little monster manage to eliminate the Emerald Python King poison in an instant? He only saw Fang Yu sprinkle some powder and remained unaware of its nature. Yu Xiaojiang, with an expression of surprise, remarked, "If I am not mistaken, Fang Yu just sprinkled the powder from the Douluo fragrance flower and the Zicheng red flower. When these two powders collide, they create a violent explosion. The resulting powder mist seems to have the effect of dispelling toxic fumes and purifying the air." Had Yu Xiaojiang not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that the explosive powder could neutralize the Emerald Python King poison. Zhao Wujie gazed at Fang Yu on the arena with a smile and nodded in understanding. So that's it. This little monster, Fang Yu, is truly intelligent. The things we have failed to comprehend over the years, he has mastered at such a young age. Yu Tianheng's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Execute the second plan. With that, he swung his arms and shouted, "Manifest spirit." Suddenly, a blue Tyrannosaurus Rex phantom materialized behind him, significantly enhancing his aura. Yu Tianheng softly commanded, "Third soul skill, Tyrant Dragon Flash." In an instant, blue lightning flickered through the air. Yu Tianheng swiftly appeared before Tang San, delivering a punch that sent the unsuspecting Tang San flying. He crashed heavily outside the arena, losing 2 teeth in the process. The agile attack-type spirit masters of Tianshou Royal Team 2 simultaneously struck alongside Yu Tianheng. Bang! 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 Within mere seconds. They had also sent Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun tumbling out of the arena. Yu Tianheng, gazing at Fang Yu and the others, declared triumphantly, "Even if you have resolved the Emerald Python King poison of Yanzi, you could never hope to defeat us, Tianshou Royal Team 2. Upon witnessing the rapid offensive of Tianshou Royal Team 2, a hint of worry crept onto Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's faces. Though Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun were somewhat lacking, they were still sole emperors of over 30 levels. The speed at which Yu Tianheng and his agile spirit masters eliminated the two was a testament to the formidable strength and coordination of Tianshou Royal Team 2. However, Xiao Wu remained composed. Clenching her delicate fists, she raised her arms, ready for battle. Fang Yu serves as the captain of the Shrek team, and prior to their match, they had engaged in a thorough discussion. Without Fang Yu's explicit command, the other members are not permitted to act independently. Xiao Wu, being his sister, dutifully adheres to his words. Although she harbors a strong desire to confront Yu Tianheng, she restrains herself from taking action. Just as Yu Tianheng and the formidable assault-type soul masters of the Tiandou Royal second team charged toward the Shrek team, Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he lightly tapped his right foot on the ground. In an instant, 3 enormous black soul rings spiraled around him. A golden-hued potato materialized in his hand. Upon witnessing Fang Yu's 3 soul rings, the members of the Tiandou Royal Team 2 were visibly taken aback, their expressions shifting to one of fear and trepidation. 3 10,000-year soul rings. Fang Yu's soul ring configuration surpasses even the optimal arrangement. Upon witnessing his teammates' hesitation, Yu Tianheng frowned and exclaimed, "What are you afraid of? Keep following me." Fang Yu is merely a food-type soul master. Even if he possesses 3 10,000-year soul rings, he is still insignificant. The members of the Royal Second Team of Tiandou were convinced by Yu Tianheng's words and continued to charge recklessly towards Fang Yu and Xiao Wu. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he unleashed his third soul skill, Heavenly Falling Bean King. Above the heads of Yu Tianheng and the other members of the Royal Team of Tiandou, an immense golden potato, resembling a towering mountain, abruptly materialized. This colossal potato emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Chapter 91, Forced Lockdown. What is happening? Why can't I move? Panic gripped Yu Tianheng's face as he gazed up at the gigantic potato hurtling towards them. It was not only Yu Tianheng who found himself immobilized. The other members of the Tiandou Royal Team were equally ensnared. They were forcibly locked down, incapable of evading or retaliating. Rendered helpless as they could only watch the titanic potato, infused with immense soul power, descend upon them. Upon sensing the formidable force of the giant potato, Yu Tianheng's eyes widened in horror, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Isn't Fang Yu a food-type soul master? How could his power be so formidable? Such strength is utterly beyond what one would expect from a food-type soul master. Yu Tianheng was so frightened that his legs went weak. Before Fang Yu's third soul skill, he felt as insignificant as an ant, utterly devoid of any means of resistance. The members of the royal titled Douluo Team 2 were filled with shock and trepidation as they gazed up at the enormous potato that was about to fall. This is disastrous. If that potato lands, we will surely suffer severe injuries. No longer can we trust the captain's words. How can you call someone so powerful a waste? Fang Yu's might is not that of a food-type soul master. It is evidently stronger than that of a fierce attack-type soul master. A flicker of astonishment passed through Dogu Yan's beautiful eyes. It truly aligns with her expectations. Fang Yu is certainly not an ordinary food-type soul master, but rather an exceptionally formidable one. His soul skills are several times more powerful than those of typical soul masters. With a thunderous crash, a colossal potato plummets from the sky, causing the ground to tremble violently. Every member of the Tiandou Royal Team falls severely injured, rendered devoid of combat capability. Xiao Wu pauses for a moment, then places her hands on her hips and chuckles. Even my brother can't withstand a single strike. You are truly pathetic. Ning Rongrong raises her delicate hand to smooth a few strands of hair disheveled by the wind. Brother Yu is genuinely strong. Just then, a brilliant radiance suddenly illuminates the area where the Tiandou Royal Team lies. To everyone's astonishment, the previously incapacitated Yu Tianheng and his companions miraculously rise to their feet, their injuries vanishing without a trace. Zhu Zhuqing furrows her brow at this unexpected turn of events. What is happening? How are they standing again? Ning Rongrong, gazing towards the Tiandou Royal Team, explains, it must be the effect of Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia. Once her soul skill is successfully activated, As long as the members of the Tiando royal team are not dead, their injuries can be completely healed. Flander, observing from the viewing platform, furrows his brow. If Yi Lingling's soul skill is successfully activated, the little monsters are in some danger. Yu Tianheng grins at Fang Yu, boasting, "Did you not expect this? We still have a trump card. This time, you are undoubtedly destined to lose." Yu Tianheng believes that Fang Yu's earlier display of such potent soul skills must have drained a significant amount of his soul power. He is convinced that Fang Yu is now devoid of combat strength. This time, Shrek is bound to lose. With a smirk, Yu Tianheng turns to a nearby teammate. "Xiaoyan, let's utilize our martial soul fusion technique to defeat them." "Understood, Captain." Yu Tianheng and Xiaoyan merge their soul power, causing a dazzling display of blue lightning and fiery red flames to erupt in the air. A blue Tyrannosaurus Rex, enveloped in crackling electricity, soars into the sky with a thunderous roar. Simultaneously, a flaming crane adorned with crimson feathers ascends into the heavens. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and the flaming crane spiral in the air, their formidable soul powers intertwining. They shout in unison, "Flame blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex." Their martial souls successfully fuse, transforming into a fearsome creature illuminated by flames and blue lightning. The menacing appearance of the Tyrannosaurus Rex exudes an overwhelming aura that envelopes the arena. Observing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widen in shock. This is a martial soul fusion technique. The power of Tianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and Xiaoyan's flaming crane, once combined, is at least doubled. Moreover, Xiaoyan's flaming crane can unleash the earth fire. After his astonishment, Yu Xiaojiang's heart fills with a cold, mocking laughter. Although Fang Yu possesses remarkable strength, it is unequivocally impossible for him to surpass the combined might of Yu Tianheng and Xiao Yan's martial soul fusion technique. Flinder adjusted his spectacles. A look of deep concern etched across his face as he gazed at Fang Yu. This predicament was dire. Yu Tianheng, a soul master of level 46, and Xiao Yan, a soul master of level 41, wielded a fusion technique that even a soul king could scarcely withstand. Flinder felt a pang of unease. Could the Shrek team truly be on the verge of defeat? Even Zhao Wujia, who had consistently believed in Fang Yu's capabilities, now appeared somewhat anxious. Stroking his chin with a grave expression, he pondered whether the young prodigy possessed a means to counter the formidable martial soul fusion technique of Yu Tianheng and Xiao Yan. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu furrowed her brows, her gaze fixated on the fiery blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex soaring in the air before them. She was astonished by the formidable nature of their martial soul fusion technique. The fluctuations of soul power alone indicated a strength surpassing that of a soul king. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's delicate faces paled as they felt an overwhelming sense of oppression from the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex. Was it conceivable that the Shrek team would ultimately succumb to the Tiando Royal second team? Suddenly, an idea struck Ning Rongrong. With a swift motion of her jade-like hand, she summoned her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. 1 for strength, 2 for speed, 3 for soul. A resplendent aura enveloped Fang Yu, augmenting his power. Regardless of the outcome, Ning Rongrong resolved to give her all. Yu Tianheng, who commanded the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, sneered disdainfully. "No matter how much assistance you provide, it will be futile. Your Shrek team is destined to lose." With a commanding shout, Yu Tianheng declared, "Blue lightning fire cannon." The massive jaws of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex opened wide, suddenly unleashing a fierce torrent of blazing flames and overwhelming lightning. The audience gasped in awe. This was the soul skill born from the fusion of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus and Xiao Yan's hellfire, exhibiting extraordinary power. Fang Yu remained utterly unfazed by the approaching blue electric tyrant dragon cannon, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With a gentle flick of his right arm, a slender, sword-like purple-black soul bone emerged from above his forearm. The soul bone shimmered with a chilling brilliance, its blade astonishingly sharp. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yu Tianheng's eyes. A soul bone. Moreover, an external soul bone. He had not anticipated that Fang Yu possessed such a rare external soul bone. However, his blue electric tyrant dragon cannon was not something that could be easily thwarted by a mere soul bone. Fang Yu would naturally not rely solely on the soul bone for his assault. He intended to augment it with the perfected level of the opening heaven sword technique. Fang Yu's right arm suddenly swung out. Boom! A colossal purple sword chi, imbued with terrifying power, surged forth like a tumultuous wave. The dreadful force caused the very fabric of space to tremble. The air was instantly cleaved apart, and the entire Duhan platform quaked violently. This immensely potent sword chi swept across all, piercing through the void. Yu Tianheng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. His mouth agape as if it could accommodate 2 eggs. His face was a portrait of astonishment. By heavens! Is this sword chi? How could Fang Yu's soul bone emit such formidable sword energy? The members of the Tiando Royal Second Team were left pale with fear. What terrifying sword energy! Chapter 92. Qin Ming extends an invitation for Shrek to join Tiando. Du Guyan's beautiful eyes widened, her delicate face etched with astonishment. Sword energy? A 10,000-year external spirit bone? Fang Yu truly possesses an enigmatic depth. It is only natural that Fang Yu emerges victorious. Du Guyan is indeed no match for her. Tang San's expression changed dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could Fang Yu unleash such formidable sword energy? How did he accomplish this? Fang Yu possesses a soul bone known to Tang San, yet the origin of this sword energy remains a mystery. Tang San, despite his best efforts, cannot fathom how Fang Yu accomplished such a feat. With a thunderous roar, a colossal purple-black sword energy struck Yu Tianheng and his companions. They found themselves utterly defenseless against this terrifying force. The entire Royal Tiando Second Team was severely injured and fell into a state of unconsciousness, teetering on the brink of demise. The Duhan platform was shattered significantly by this formidable sword energy. Dai Mubai, with his strikingly handsome appearance, stood in stunned silence, his expression akin to one who had encountered a ghost. Fang Yu vanquished the entire Royal Team 2 of the Heavenly with a single sword strike. Such terror! Yu Xiaojiang was left astounded, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. The sword chi was immensely powerful. Why is Fang Yu's external soul bone capable of unleashing sword energy? This is quite perplexing, as even the mightiest of soul bones lacks such an ability. Could it be that Fang Yu has mastered a certain sword technique? Once he regained his composure, Flandre could hardly contain his laughter. Ha! Fang Yu's strength is truly unfathomable. I never anticipated that his external soul bone could emit such formidable sword energy. This victory was simply splendid. The Academy's funding is no longer a concern. We have advertising revenue and bonuses aplenty. Flandre's smile was so wide it seemed he might burst. Zhao Wujie gazed at Fang Yu on the battle platform, nodding in approval. I truly did not foresee this move from the little monster. I must say, the sword energy produced by the soul bone is indeed fierce. The audience at the battle arena was utterly astonished. Well, how is it possible that Fang Yu's external soul bone can generate such incredible sword energy? That strike obliterated the battle platform. Oh my goodness, how could the Tiando Royal Team lose? I've lost everything. Had I known, I would not have bet on their victory. Sob sob sob. Ha ha. Fang Yu is invincible. You are free to do as you please. Luckily, I bet on Fang Yu to win, and now I'm rich. In the battle arena, some spectators rejoiced while others lamented. Those who had wagered on the Tiando Royal Team were left despondent, while the supporters of the Shrek team were nearly beaming with joy. Xiaowu looked at Fang Yu with a beaming smile. Brother, that move was incredible. You defeated the entire Tiando Royal Team in one fell swoop. Xiaowu truly admired Fang Yu. Although she did not comprehend how he produced sword energy with his soul bone, she recognized her brother's prowess. Regarding that sword energy, Xiaowu felt an unexplainable sense of awe. Ning Rongrong raised her delicate hand to smooth a few strands of hair that had been tousled by the wind, gazing at Fang Yu's handsome profile with a smile. Brother Yu, you are simply magnificent. I knew that with you here, victory was assured. Zhu Zhuqing also chuckled softly, adding, Fang Yu, you are truly remarkable. Fang Yu is the strongest man she has ever encountered, without exception. Oscar adjusted his glasses with a smile and remarked, Boss Fang is everlasting. With him around, it would be difficult for us to lose. Oscar's words were a sincere expression of his thoughts. He realized that in this match, whether he participated or not, victory was assured, for he had done nothing at all. He was effortlessly carried to triumph by Fang Yu, a phenomenon commonly referred to as lying down to win. Fang Yu possesses a perfected level of the diamond body refinement technique, augmenting his strength tenfold. The consummate mastery of the heavenly sword technique further amplifies Fang Yu's might. Coupled with the sword energy forged from soul bones, his power reaches an exceedingly terrifying pinnacle. It can be said that defeating the Royal Academy's second team from Tiando is well within his grasp. The martial soul fusion technique of Yu Tianheng and Xiaoyan proves utterly inadequate in the face of Fang Yu's sword energy. A young man, adorned with the emblem of the Tiando Royal Academy at his waist, stands in the audience, murmuring to himself. The Shrek team is indeed formidable. Our squad cannot compete with them. No, to be precise, it is Fang Yu of the Shrek team who is remarkable. This young man is none other than the mentor of Yu Tianheng, the captain of the Tiando Royal second team. He gazes into the distance, contemplating the position of Fland and others with myriad thoughts swirling in his mind. After the referee declares the match concluded, the members of the Tiando Royal second team are swiftly carried away on stretchers for urgent medical attention. Time is of the essence. Without immediate aid, their lives may be forfeit. The Shrek team successfully receives a reward of 20,000 gold soul coins from the Soul Arena. Fland retains a portion for the Academy's expenses, while the remainder is distributed among the 8 unique members of Shrek. Fang Yu received the highest reward, while Tang San received the least. Dean, why did you allocate such a meager amount to me? Tang San complained, his expression twisted with dissatisfaction. Although Fang Yu's contributions were significant, the amount awarded to him seemed excessive. Tang San's envy was palpable as he lamented his own meager share. Before Flander could respond, Xiao Wu, hands on her hips, glared at Tang San and exclaimed, Tang San, let me ask you, what impact did you have in this match? You didn't even unleash a single soul skill before being knocked off the battle platform by Yu Tianheng. This victory was entirely due to my brother's efforts. Isn't it justifiable for him to receive a larger share? You should be grateful for whatever gold soul coins the dean allocated to you. If it were up to me, I wouldn't give you a single one. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Oscar nodded in agreement with Xiao Wu's sentiments. Tang San was at a loss for words, having contributed nothing but enduring the most severe blows. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Flander turned his gaze. Come in. A young man adorned with the emblem of the Tiando Royal Academy entered with a smile. He respectfully greeted, Dean, Teacher Zhao, it has been a while. Flander, momentarily surprised, adjusted his glasses and replied with a smile, it's Qin Ming. Please, have a seat. After Qin Ming settled in, Flander introduced him to the Shrek Seven Devils. Qin Ming had once been a student at Shrek Academy, and upon graduating, he became a teacher at Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Ming looked at Flander and remarked, Dean, after observing this match, I have come to recognize the formidable strength of the new cohort of Shrek students, especially Fang Yu, whose performance astounded me. Therefore, I would like to extend an invitation for Shrek Academy to join Tiando Academy. Tiando Academy possesses simulated training facilities that would allow the students to enhance their skills more rapidly. Upon hearing this, Flander's smile vanished, and he replied solemnly, absolutely not. Shrek will never join Tiando Royal Academy. Zhao Wujin patted Qin Ming on the shoulder, saying, Qin Ming, I understand your intentions for the little monsters. But Shrek is the culmination of Flander's life work. He will never agree to its assimilation by Tiando Royal Academy. Chapter 93, A Remarkable Physique. Qin Ming, with a faint smile, responded, Teacher Zhao, Dean, you misunderstand. My intention is not for Tiando Royal Academy to absorb Shrek Academy, but rather for Shrek to join Tiando Academy as an independent branch. The dean will still hold his position as before. It's merely a change of location. Tiando Academy will provide Shrek Academy with an independent teaching building and dormitories. The teacher's compensation will be equivalent to that of Tiando Royal Academy, and students will have access to Tiando Academy's simulated training facilities and educational resources. Flander, adjusting his glasses with excitement, inquired, Qin Ming, is this truly the case? Is Tiando Academy genuinely willing to allow Shrek to join as an independent branch? If so, that would be splendid. There would be no absorption. Yet the little monsters could benefit from Tiando Academy's premium resources. Qin Ming nodded with a smile, affirming, of course it is true. Suddenly, Zhao Wujin recalled something. Stroking his chin and frowning in inquiry, Qin Ming, has this matter received approval from the Tiando Academy's educational committee? One committee member has already agreed, while the other 2 are currently unavailable and cannot be reached. However, I believe they will gladly consent upon learning of the talents of the new cohort of Shrek students. Qin Ming replied. Flander raised his index and middle fingers to adjust his glasses and smiled. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, the little monsters have just completed their team competition and will need a couple of days to recuperate before heading to the Royal Academy. The Shrek group departed from Swoto City, returning to Shrek Academy. In a medical room at the Swoto City Battle Arena, Douluo Yin, dressed in a black gown, slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell upon the pristine white ceiling, and the air was tinged with a somewhat pungent scent of disinfectant. With the aid of healing soul masters and restorative potions, her injuries had mostly healed. She rose and approached the window, gazing at the azure sky and white clouds. Her mind swirling with thoughts. How could Fang Yu's soul bone produce such powerful sword energy? She recalled the earlier scene on the battle platform, feeling a sense of lingering fear. Fang Yu was indeed formidable. He was the strongest man I have ever encountered. Oh, I nearly forgot. I had promised my grandfather to go shopping with him after the competition. Suddenly remembering her commitment, Douluo Yin hurriedly left the battle arena. Fang Yu and Xiao Wu, along with others, returned to Shrek Academy. Fang Yu noticed that his clothes had become somewhat soiled. The outfit he had previously washed had yet to dry. Thus, Fang Yu ventured alone back to Soto City, seeking a high-end clothing store with the intention of purchasing several new garments. "Ah, welcome, handsome," exclaimed the middle-aged male proprietor of the boutique, greeting Fang Yu with a warm smile at the entrance. Fang Yu nonchalantly greeted and stepped into the clothing store. Upon entering, he surveyed his surroundings before making his way directly to the section displaying the priciest garments. He was not short of funds. Moreover, clothing was something he frequently donned. So if he were to purchase, he would opt for the finest. The male proprietor of the store observed this seemingly ordinary teenager approach the most expensive area without exhibiting any trace of disdain or derision. Could a youth, dressed modestly, truly afford such lavish attire? Did he possess such wealth? Did he merit the proprietor's respect? The shopkeeper harbored none of these thoughts. He had never differentiated between individuals based on age or appearance. What of being a teenager? What of being in one's 50s? Some are born into affluence, inheriting vast fortunes and wielding immense power, living lives of ease and comfort. Conversely, others emerge from impoverished backgrounds, often struggling to secure their next meal. Thus, the shopkeeper understood that one cannot generalize about people. Age does not define all. Fang Yu swiftly located the garments he desired. He pointed to several expensive pieces and declared, "I will take these." "Excellent, excellent. I shall wrap them up for you immediately," replied the shopkeeper, his face beaming with joy, stuttering in his excitement. He was both astonished and delighted, thinking to himself, this young man must be extraordinarily wealthy. Surely, he is the scion of some grand aristocratic family. Fang Yu purchased several garments, the most extravagant in the entire boutique, each priced at 1,000 gold soul coins. The owner of the shop was elated, a smile stretching across his face as if it might split. Fortune had smiled upon him. Today's luck was extraordinary, for he had encountered such a wealthy young man. Ding. The system detected an increase in the shop owner's affection for the host. Ding. The host is rewarded with an immunity to toxins. Immunity to toxins. Immune to all poisons. Even if the host were to consume 10 tons of poisonous liquid or linger in a toxic mist for a century, they would remain unaffected. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. This physique is quite commendable. Little did I expect that a simple outing to purchase clothing would trigger the system and reward me. What a delightful surprise. On the bustling streets of Soto City, a young boy, around 8 or 9 years old, clutched several white plates in his hands. As he walked, he lost his grip, and with a resounding crash, the plates shattered into countless pieces on the ground. The boy's expression changed dramatically, his heart sinking in dread. Oh no, this is a disaster. An elderly man, walking ahead, turned upon hearing the noise. Frowning, he scolded the boy. How could you be so foolish as to drop the plates? At your age, you should be able to handle such trivial matters. At that moment, Douluo Yin, dressed in a flowing black gown, witnessed the scene unfold. She furrowed her brow, glancing a few times at the boy and his grandfather, yet chose to remain silent and continued on her way. After a short distance, Douluo Yin spotted an old man with green hair, clad in dark green attire. "Grandfather," she called out cheerfully, quickening her pace to leap into Douluo Bo's embrace. "My dear granddaughter," Douluo Bo said with a warm smile, gently ruffling her hair. Suddenly, Douluo Yin's expression dimmed as a troubling thought crossed her mind. She looked up at her grandfather, then down again, her small hands clasped tightly together. In a hushed voice, she confessed, "Grandfather, I lost my match at the Seoul Arena this morning. We were defeated by the Shrek team." Upon hearing this, Douluo Bo tenderly patted her head and replied with a hearty laugh, "Losing is merely a part of the game. It is of no great consequence. Victory and defeat are the norms of battle. There are always those stronger than us. Even I, a titled Douluo, have faced many who surpass my strength. Have I not told you, live in the present? The past is unchangeable, but the future holds promise. Do not let a single loss dampen your spirits. Let bygones be bygones. Come, let us treat you to something delicious." Chapter 94. Is Douluo dying? Douluo and Douluo, the elderly and the young, strolled side by side along the lively street, which was teeming with people. Numerous stalls lined the roadside, selling delightful treats. "Grandfather, I want cotton candy," Douluo exclaimed with glee, pointing at a vendor. "Very well, my dear, I shall buy you some," Douluo replied, his face glowing with affection. "Grandfather, I desire a chicken leg." "Of course, whatever you wish, my granddaughter, I will procure for you." "You are the best, grandfather. I adore you the most." Douluo beamed at Douluo. In her world, he was the one who treated her with the utmost kindness. Recalling a childhood incident when she accidentally broke a plate. Her parents had scolded and berated her, yet her grandfather had stood up for her, offering comfort. Even after many years, Douluo vividly remembered how her grandfather shielded her from her parents' ire, stating, "So what if a plate is broken? The sky isn't falling. And even if it were, this old man would bear it for her." Afterward, he had worriedly inquired if she had been cut by the shards. She had shaken her head, assuring him she was unhurt, which had brought a smile to his face as he gently reassured her, "That is good. People are not infallible. Mistakes are human. It is acceptable to err, but one must learn from their mistakes to avoid repeating them." To Douluo, her grandfather was her sanctuary. Suddenly, as they walked, Douluo coughed violently, covering his mouth, his expression betraying discomfort. Glancing down, he noticed a pool of bright red blood in his palm. His hand trembled slightly, and he quickly concealed it behind his back. "Grandfather, what is wrong?" Douluo's brows knitted tightly, her face etched with concern. Douluo forced a smile. "Oh, it's nothing, just a bit of dryness in my throat." Douluo scrutinized him, sensing something was amiss, though she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. After their shopping, Douluo mentioned she had a class to attend in the afternoon, and they began their journey back to the academy with the delicacies her grandfather had purchased. Once they parted ways, Douluo sought out a healing soul Douluo for a diagnosis. "Esteemed elder Douluo, the venom has infiltrated your organs and even your marrow. There is no remedy." Douluo was taken aback by the pronouncement and inquired, "How many days do I have left?" "At most 3 days." After expressing his gratitude to the healing soul Douluo, Douluo left the clinic. He gazed up at the overcast sky, heavy with clouds, his heart a tumult of emotions. It seemed there was truly no hope. Douluo understood his condition well. Had he not suppressed the poison with his soul power, he would have perished long ago. To have lived a life steeped in toxins, only to succumb to his own poison, was this fate? A bitter smile graced his lips as he watched his granddaughter's distant silhouette, feeling a profound ache in his heart. Having lived for so long, he feared neither life nor death. Yet, to depart so abruptly would surely bring sorrow to his granddaughter. Douluo's wife had passed away young, and he had never remarried. Aside from the occasional outings with his granddaughter, he spent his days in solitude. His only worry was for her well-being. Coughing again, he paled slightly. Just then, a gust of wind swept away the clouds, and the sky brightened instantly. Fang Yu emerged from the roadside clothing store and, at first glance, noticed the lost expression on Douluo's face. How peculiar! Why did Douluo appear so unwell? Ding! The system detected the host's confusion, granting the host the ability to discern ailments at a glance. Fang Yu's gaze rested upon Douluo, pondering the nature of his affliction, the circumstances surrounding his envenomation by serpent venom, and the extent to which his malady has progressed. Fang Yu immediately realized that the venom of the Douluo had already seeped into his very marrow. In the original narrative, his affliction had not yet reached such a dire state at this juncture. Perhaps it is due to the fact that this world has diverged significantly from that of the original tale, resulting in a myriad of events unfolding in a manner distinct from the text. Fang Yu contemplated thus, and upon seeing Douluo, he was reminded of the exquisite medicinal herbs found in the sunset forest. Consuming these herbs could enhance one's soul power. A sudden idea blossomed in Fang Yu's mind. If he were to cure Douluo of his snake venom, he might be able to acquire those exquisite medicinal herbs from the sunset forest. However, he was neither a physician nor skilled in the art of healing. What should he do? Dinging. It was detected that the host was in dire need of medical expertise, rewarding the host with unparalleled medical skills. Fang Yu's lips curled into a smile. This opportunity has truly arrived at the perfect moment. He has mastered all the methods for treating various ailments. He has also discovered how to cure the snake venom of Douluo. Fang Yu approached Douluo without a moment's hesitation. "Douluo, you are unwell." Douluo furrowed his brow and turned to face Fang Yu. "You are the one who is ill. How dare you insult me?" You audacious brat. The formidable aura of the titled Douluo surged from Douluo V. Yet, Fang Yu remained unfazed, his expression composed. He gazed at Douluo V and calmly stated, "The serpent venom within you has permeated your internal organs and meridians, even infiltrating your bone marrow. Were it not for your continuous suppression with soul power, you would have perished long ago. If I am not mistaken, you have at most 3 days left to live." At Fang Yu's words, Douluo V's pupils constricted suddenly, leaving him momentarily stunned. How could this boy possibly know of his snake venom affliction? Douluo V squinted at Fang Yu, pondering whether the boy had been secretly investigating him. "So what if you know? Can you cure my ailment?" Douluo V asked, a wry smile crossing his face as he regarded Fang Yu. Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. "You are indeed correct. I can cure the snake venom within you. Moreover, I possess the ability to heal your granddaughter's affliction as well." Upon hearing this, Douluo V's eyes widened significantly and his heart began to race. Fang Yu claimed he could cure his granddaughter's snake venom. For Douluo V, his granddaughter's life held greater significance than his own. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he regarded Fang Yu with a wry smile, saying, "Young man, do not jest with me. The venom of the Bailin Snake Emperor cannot even be treated by a soul Douluo specializing in healing. How could you possibly succeed?" Douluo V began to harbor doubts about whether Fang Yu had overheard his conversation with the healing soul Douluo. After conducting further inquiries, he suspected that Fang Yu might be attempting to deceive him for his wealth, as most individuals in such dire circumstances often resort to desperate measures. At such moments, people are most susceptible to the words of others, or they may adopt an attitude of cautious optimism, placing their trust in another's claims. Whether I can heal or not, only a trial will reveal the truth. Fang Yu regarded Douluo V with a semblance of a smile, his expression enigmatic. Chapter 95. Astonishment. Withstanding the venom. Douluo V's profound gaze scrutinized Fang Yu for a moment. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a cloud of green toxic mist surged toward Fang Yu. In a grave tone, Douluo V declared, "Young man, if you can withstand the venom of my emerald serpent sovereign, I shall be convinced of your healing prowess." Douluo V intended to test Fang Yu's capabilities. Should he falter against the venom of the emerald serpent sovereign, it would likely indicate an inability to cure his ailment. Very well. Fang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. He possessed a constitution that rendered him immune to poisons. No toxin could harm him. In the face of an expansive, dense cloud of poisonous mist, Fang Yu remained unflinching, not even stirring a muscle. Douluo V furrowed his brow, perplexed by the boy's composure. Could it be that he truly had a means to counteract his Bailin Snake Emperor's venom? Soon, the toxic mist enveloped Fang Yu entirely. After a moment, Douluo V waved his hand, intending to disperse the noxious vapor. His curiosity piqued regarding Fang Yu's fate. Would he withstand the effects of his Bailin Snake Emperor's poison? As the mist was cleared away, Douluo V's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing Fang Yu standing unscathed in place. The boy had neither perished nor suffered injury. He had withstood the full brunt of the Bailin Snake Emperor's poison. It was well known that even those at the titled Douluo level struggled to endure his venom. Few dared to confront it directly. Yet here stood Fang Yu, defying all odds. From the fluctuations of soul power emanating from Fang Yu, Douluo V discerned that the boy was merely a soul zone. How had he managed to resist his Bailin Snake Emperor's poison? A group of onlookers in the distance gaped in disbelief at the scene. Incredible. That youth has not succumbed to the poison released by the poison Douluo. That is the Bailin Snake Emperor's toxin. They marveled. He is extraordinarily formidable. He didn't even attempt to evade it. Surely, no one across the continent has the fortitude to withstand the Bailin Snake Emperor's poison as a soul zone. Witnessing Fang Yu's remarkable resilience, Douluo V felt a flicker of hope within. Perhaps this lad could indeed cure his snake venom? If so, he would not hesitate to seek his assistance for his granddaughter's ailment, regardless of the cost. The way Douluo V gazed at Fang Yu softened considerably. "Young man, what is your name?" Fang Yu replied calmly, "I am Fang Yu." Douluo V slightly nodded and inquired, "Pray tell, what method do you intend to employ to cure me?" Even the healing-type soul masters have been unable to alleviate this affliction. At that moment, doubt lingered in Douluo V's heart. After all, the venom of the emerald python had tormented him throughout his life. On overcast days, the snake poison would flare up uncontrollably, causing excruciating pain akin to being cut by blades. Douluo V had nearly scoured the entire Douluo Continent in search of healing soul masters. Yet none had succeeded in countering the poison within him. Even the relatively mild venom affecting his granddaughter remained uncured. Fang Yu produced a bottle of water, uncapped it, and took a sip. He then spoke slowly. A concoction derived from several rare celestial herbs is required to remedy your serpent venom. However, these celestial herbs are exceedingly scarce. With but a few specimens scattered across the continent, Douluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. I know of a location where celestial herbs can be found. Follow me. His treasure trove was brimming with various celestial herbs, and surely it contained what Fang Yu sought. Shortly thereafter, Douluo led Fang Yu to the Sunset Forest. Once he disarmed the soul power protective array, he guided Fang Yu inside. What greeted them first was a vast expanse of celestial herbs radiating a soft luminescence. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Herbs of every hue were present, most of which were exceedingly rare. Amidst the myriad of herbs, there was also a colossal pool, the Eye of Ice and Fire. One half shimmered in icy blue, while the other blazed in fiery red. Fang Yu gazed upon the treasure trove before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The abundance of celestial herbs was truly remarkable. Although many of these herbs had yet to reach full maturity, it was undeniable that their worth was immeasurable. Douluo turned his gaze towards Fang Yu and remarked, "Young man, surely you find the celestial herbs here to your liking?" "Indeed," Fang Yu replied with a light chuckle and a nod. Douluo's eyes narrowed slightly. "You must have an ulterior motive for aiding me in my ailment, am I correct? Pray, tell me, what do you wish for me to offer in return?" He was not one to believe in the notion of free gifts falling from the sky. It was inconceivable that someone would assist him without expecting something in return. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. "Indeed, I harbor intentions. I can promise to treat both you and your granddaughter. However, my condition is that, once the ailment is cured, all the herbs here, aside from those necessary for your and your granddaughter's treatment, shall belong to me." Upon hearing this, Douluo furrowed his brow. "All the herbs are to be yours." These are rare celestial herbs that he had painstakingly gathered, and he felt a twinge of reluctance. "Indeed," Fang Yu nodded in affirmation. Douluo stroked his chin thoughtfully, his heart wavering. Could this young man be attempting to deceive him into relinquishing his celestial herbs under the pretense of healing? Yet, he is merely a soul master of over 40 levels. What audacity could he possess to trick me? Does he not fear the consequences of such deceit? After a moment of contemplation, Douluo concluded that Fang Yu was likely not a charlatan. Nevertheless, he felt a pang of reluctance to part with his precious herbs. Suddenly, a thought struck him. After death, these herbs would no longer belong to him, regardless. Trading these herbs for the lives of himself and his granddaughter seemed a worthy exchange. "Very well, I accept your terms." Fang Yu chuckled softly and nodded. "Well, I shall begin gathering the herbs to concoct the medicine for you." He felt a surge of delight. Before long, all these herbs surrounding him would belong to him. Fang Yu approached a herb adorned with red and white hues, extending his hand in preparation to pluck it. Suddenly, Douluo exclaimed, "Stop! That plant, known as the white-necked crane's top red, is entirely poisonous and must not be touched. It will result in poisoning." Fang Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he plucked the celestial herb, the white-necked crane's top red. Its venom posed no threat to him. Douluo stared with wide, astonished eyes, unable to fathom Fang Yu's audacity. This young man displayed an utter fearlessness towards the poison of the white-necked crane's top red. The toxicity of this herb was comparable to that of his own by Lin's Snake Emperor. Even Douluo, renowned as the poison Douluo, would not dare to approach the white-necked crane's top red lightly. Douluo was left bewildered. Fang Yu possesses a constitution impervious to toxins. Any poison before him is rendered ineffective. He is immune to all toxins. Suddenly, Douluo recalled something, furrowing his brow as he fixed his gaze on Fang Yu. "Are you certain that the medicinal herbs intended for my treatment require the inclusion of the highly toxic white-necked crane top red? That is indeed a herb of deadly poison. Surely, you do not intend to poison me to death?" Douluo's expression was one of utter confusion and disbelief. Fang Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. "Do you understand the concept of using poison to counteract poison? While the white-necked crane's top red possesses potent toxins, when combined with another herb, it can be refined into a medicinal elixir, thereby transforming its toxicity into curative properties. This would effectively expel the venom of snakes." Douluo nodded in sudden realization. "So that's how it is. I, in my ignorance, had not known of this. Pray tell, what is the other herb?" Chapter 96. Has Fang Yu obtained the? Fang Yu spoke calmly, "Xiang Xuanji grass." As he spoke, he approached a purple celestial-grade herb and plucked it from the ground. Fang Yu, upon grasping it in his hand, could perceive an essence of utmost rigidity and unparalleled. The pure energy of the purple mystery herb possesses the ability to suppress the toxicity of the white-necked crane-top red. This medical knowledge was gleaned from the profound arts of medicine. The poison of the Bailin snake monarch is classified as an entity of utmost. Conversely, the purple mystery herb serves as its nemesis, embodying the essence of supreme. However, the purple mystery herb alone cannot eradicate the poison of the Bailin snake monarch. For this poison differs from ordinary toxins. Even the purple mystery herb, imbued with the power of utmost rigidity, and cannot completely expel its venom. Thus, it becomes necessary to pair it with the white-necked crane-top red herb, whose toxicity rivals that of the Bailin snake monarch, enhancing the offensive capability of the purple mystery herb. Fang Yu, having gathered the medicinal herbs, suddenly realized that he had no alchemical furnace to concoct elixirs. Ding! The system detected that the host lacked an alchemical furnace, rewarding the host with the supreme alchemical furnace. Fang Yu smiled. How advantageous it is to have a system. Fang Yu waved his hand, summoning the supreme alchemy furnace from the depths of the system's space. Its exterior was a deep azure, featuring 3 legs and 2 ears, exuding an aura that was both ancient and sacred. Upon witnessing the furnace materialize out of thin air, Douluo V's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The supreme alchemy furnace?" He gazed at Fang Yu with a look of incredulity. This young man was truly remarkable, possessing such a legendary artifact. Douluo V had encountered references to this furnace in an ancient tome, which recounted that thousands of years ago, a monkey had been cast into it and subjected to the flames of true samadhi for 49 days, resulting in the creature acquiring fiery, discerning eyes. Of course, this was merely recorded in the ancient text, and no one had ever witnessed it firsthand. Douluo V's astonishment at the supreme alchemy furnace stemmed from its immense value. It was a rare treasure, virtually unattainable throughout the entire continent. Countless alchemists had expended vast sums in pursuit of it, yet to no avail. Now here was Fang Yu, a mere adolescent, casually presenting it. How could Douluo V not be astonished? Fang Yu cast the red-crowned crane and the purple yang xuanji herb into the supreme alchemy furnace and sealed the lid. Alchemy requires fire. Can flames produced from wood truly refine these 2 celestial herbs? Fang Yu suddenly became acutely aware of a grave predicament. The white-necked crane and the purple sun's mysterious grass were no ordinary herbs. They were, in fact, celestial-grade medicinal plants. Common flames would likely prove ineffective against these 2 varieties. Yet, Fang Yu found himself devoid of any extraordinary flames. What was to be done? Fang Yu furrowed her brow. Ding! The system detected that the host lacked the flames required for alchemy, rewarding the host with extraordinary fire. What a surprise! Extraordinary fire? Is this not the flame of a certain inferno? Fang Yu was filled with a mixture of astonishment and joy. The extraordinary flame known as the was immensely powerful, perfectly suited for alchemical purposes. Truly, it was worthy of its reputation as a miraculous system, capable of acquiring such an exceptional element. Fang Yu, after spending considerable time in close proximity to the system, has developed a profound understanding of its workings. In simple terms, whatever he desires, the system provides. There is little more to say. It can be summed up in one word: exhilarating. This is not merely a system. It is akin to a cheat. Fang Yu waved his hand before the supreme alchemy furnace, and a plume of azure flames materialized beneath it. Upon witnessing the extraordinary fire beneath the furnace, Douluo V's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. Extraordinary fire. Fang Yu, this young man, astonishingly possesses the legendary. Douluo V has heard that is one of the most formidable flames. Its power is unparalleled, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to wield. With the supreme alchemy furnace in his possession, coupled with the ability to control, Douluo V gazed at Fang Yu with a smile, nodding in admiration as he exclaimed, "Fang Yu, you are truly a remarkable young prodigy." Furthermore, there is another aspect that commands Douluo V's respect. Fang Yu can disregard the venom of his azure scale serpent king, as well as the toxins of celestial-grade herbs. Douluo V silently marveled at this. Such a constitution in the little monster is truly formidable. Fang Yu glanced at the corner of the mouth of Douluo V, who stood beside him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "You have withstood the venom of the Bailin snake emperor for so many years without succumbing to death. You are indeed an ancient being." Each episode of the Bai Lin Snake Emperor's poison surging through Douluo V's body brought him immense agony. Were such a chilling toxin to reside within an ordinary person, that individual would have long since perished. Douluo V, upon hearing these words, felt a sense of satisfaction and laughed heartily, his face radiating pride. Slightly lifting his chin, he proclaimed, in the realm of soul masters, I am renowned as the poison Douluo. If I cannot withstand even a modicum of the Bai Lin Snake Emperor's poison, then I would not be worthy of the title poison Douluo. Fang Yu chuckled softly, remarking on your pride as if it were a commendation. Yet, are you not still ensnared by the very poison you wield, facing a fate that is all too fleeting? The smile on Douluo V's face faltered, his lips twitching ever so slightly. Oh, little monster, you truly have a knack for stirring the pot. Must you undermine my dignity? Nevertheless, your words ring true. I have indeed fallen victim to my own toxic creations. Suddenly, a thought struck Douluo V, and a bitter smile crept across his face, his countenance awash with sorrow. Fang Yu paused momentarily, offering a gentle laugh as he reassured, Fear not, for you are fortunate to have encountered me. With my presence, curing your snake venom shall pose no challenge. Douluo V nodded with a smile, acknowledging, indeed, encountering a peculiar talent like you is a privilege I should cherish. Although Fang Yu had yet to eradicate the venom coursing through his veins, Douluo V had already placed 90% of his trust in him, believing wholeheartedly in Fang Yu's potential to heal his affliction. This trust stemmed from Fang Yu's remarkable constitution, which rendered him impervious to toxins, as well as the extraordinary alchemical furnace and the unique flames he wielded. Fang Yu's gaze was fixed upon the azure flames beneath the supreme alchemy furnace. Is it truly sufficient to merely ignite the fire for alchemy? Might there be a necessity for some form of alchemical technique? Fang Yu believed that the art of alchemy could not be as simple as it seemed. Ding! The system detected that the host lacked alchemical skills, awarding the host with supreme alchemical proficiency. Fang Yu's lips curled slightly in a smile. Whatever is lacking comes forth. How delightful! To possess such an omnipotent system is truly exhilarating. Almost everything that Fang Yu requires is provided by the system. This sensation is truly exhilarating. Following the sound of the system's prompt, the exceptionally profound and